This is a complete audiobook reading of The Gaia Effect, a book on Kryon, written by Monika Muranyi in 2014. Chapter 1. The History of the Earth. If you decide to do a bit of research and find out about the history of the Earth and how it was created, you will find information from various natural science fields that will describe things mostly in geological and biological terms. In fact, a very good summary can be found on the BBC website, Nature. Prehistoric life. The Earth is a little over 4.5 billion years old, its oldest materials being 4.3 billion-year-old zircon crystals. Its earliest times were geologically violent, and it suffered constant bombardment from meteorites. When this ended, the Earth cooled and its surface solidified to encrust the first solid rocks. There were no continents as yet, just a global ocean peppered with small islands. Erosion, sedimentation, and volcanic activity, possibly assisted by more meteor impacts, eventually created small protocontinents, which grew until they reached roughly their current size 2.5 billion years ago. The continents have since repeatedly collided and been torn apart, so maps of Earth in the distant past are quite different to today's. The history of life on Earth began about 3.8 billion years ago, initially with single-celled prokaryotic cells, such as bacteria. Multicellular life evolved over a billion years later, and it's only in the last 570 million years that the kind of life forms we are familiar with began to evolve, starting with arthropods, followed by fish 530 million years ago, Maya, land plants 475 Ma, and forests 385 Ma. Mammals didn't evolve until 200 Ma, and our own species, Homo sapiens, only 200,000 years ago. So humans have been around for a mere 0.004% of the Earth's history. Source: @pawcolon_woo.bibs.company/nature/history of the Earth. The above summary gives a reasonable account of what I would call scientific observation. However, what is lacking is how does humanity fit into all of this? Why have we come into being on the planet at the last possible minute? Billions of years of the planet evolving and humans have only been here for 0.004% of it. How do you explain that? The explanation requires you to look beyond the scientific observation and beyond our three-dimensional bias. The history of the Earth needs to be understood in conjunction with the history of humanity, because the consciousness of the Earth, known as Gaia, is all about humanity. For billions of years, the development of life on Earth was all in preparation for humanity, and Gaia was the one regulating the timing of when she was ready for humanity to show. Humanity as defined by divinity, not evolution. There were at least 4 attempts to start life on Earth, and the final one succeeded only when there was photosynthesis. Humanity was delayed on purpose, and there were 2 reasons for the delay. The first reason was to let the solar system settle down so that all the rocks, asteroids, and comets would find their orbits and not hit the Earth. The second reason was to ensure that humans would be in alignment for when the Pleiadians were ready to seed us with their divinity. So the Earth is very old while humanity is not. Enlightened human beings began when the planet was touched by sacred design. Kryon describes it in the following way. With sacred design, this planet was visited in a quantum way by enlightened creatures who were not angels. It's hard to describe how such a thing would be, but it was. Listen, there is life abundant in this universe. And some of it is in lessons like you, and some of it is not. There are biological creatures living on planets like yours, with atmospheres like yours, but where there is no war. They live in a quantum state, where there is agreement of what they're there for. They represent societies twice as old as Earth. Humanity in such an enlightened group existed back then, and it still does to this day. It is located light years away from you, yet you are visited by them easily. They came to this planet to plant the seeds of sacredness within your DNA. They came with permission, by design, and within the agreement of all the angelic beings in the universe. It wasn't an accident, and it wasn't part of a conquering plan. It was their loving job. What they gave this planet is difficult to describe to you in a three-dimensional discourse. For using the gifts of being in a quantum state with everything, they gave humanity on the planet 2 extra layers of DNA. And it happened all at once to only one of the 26 kinds of humans, the kind you have now. Only one kind was ready to receive this gift. Kryon lived channeling the history of humanity given in the Western Mediterranean Sea. 8th Annual. Kryon Cruise, August-September 2007. According to Kryon, the divine human being was created through sacred design, and humanity's parents are the Pleiadians that came from the Seven Sisters constellation. Over the years, Kryon has given information about the timeline of when the Pleiadians seeded the planet, and sometimes the dates seem confusing. During a recent channel, however, while on a cruise ship docked in a Hawaiian port, Kryon gave clarification on the timing of creation. Greetings, dear ones, I am Kryon of Magnetic Service. There should be no reason for any anxiety that my partner would feel in a channel such as this. In the hundreds of times he has sat in the chair and used the portal through which his higher self comes in, a clean and clear message from a messenger he is very familiar with comes through. Yet there is anxiety there always is when he is in the shadow of the mountain of Lemuria, Hawaii. For this is an energy which he recognizes, but he does not recognize the things that are hidden from him, which are in his Akash. Therefore, the energy of where you sit now is ripe for information that I wish to bring, and that my partner is nervous about, only because he's home and has his most profound Akashic remembrance here. For the listener and reader, we shall tell where we are sitting so that you will understand. First of all, we are upon the water. But in this particular situation, the ship is docked, we are not moving. The past channels on board these vessels have been easier for my partner because he and the others were moving. The ship was underway. That is to say, there was no grounding element at all, totally separated from the land. But here and now, although you are floating and although you are anchored, it is a dichotomy. You might say that you are indeed grounded by being in the static, not moving, presence of the crystalline grid. This is a combination that produces an energy that is unique, for the water is reflective, and so the energy is indeed similar. Today it's a reflective energy of the past, reflective of history, and reflective of you and the part you might have played in this place where you literally sit in the shadow of the mountains of Lemuria. If I could take you back in time, there would be no harbor here. As we have indicated before, the peaks of these mountains were far, far higher than they are now. For a geological anomaly involving the hot spot, the attribute of the Hawaiian mountain chain, took place, which created a bulge in the crust of the earth that pushed this mountain higher, not quite all the way out of the water, but enough so that the peaks that you now call the Hawaii Islands were always covered with snow and ice. Even glaciers formed here in Lemuria, up to 30,000 feet high, and the peaks of these mountains were where the work was done that is considered sacred. And today it gives an entire different feeling to the tropics that you now experience. Back then it was cold. So now my partner gets information about himself that he does not know. Perhaps that is why he is apprehensive. He doesn't like the cold, even to this day. He has selected those areas of his life literally for hundreds of lifetimes, which would never again put him in a situation where he would experience frozen winters. He knows the lifetimes that have been showed him by the readers, past life readers, of where he's been and what he has done, even to the next lifetime of where he is going. None of them have frozen winters because of what happened right here, Lemuria. For my partner, the one who sits in the chair, the human being who is the Lemurian you are looking at, was a messenger. The job of the messenger in Lemuria was to run up and down these hills from those areas which were not so cold to the areas that needed communication up high, for there was no other way to communicate efficiently. So he was constantly cold. There are places that he has not visited on this island today for that very reason. The pathways bring up too much of a memory for him of being uncomfortable, and it carries through to his Akash from the time he was Lemurian to this day. So now you know why he is a warm weather man. The times of Lemuria. This shifting energy is now ready to reveal many things about the earth, about Lemuria, and about how things transpired here. Each year that goes by seems to clear the communication on the crystalline grid, allowing for something to be given that is more succinct for you, so you will have a better understanding of the plan that took place on this planet and when it occurred. This sacred plan was in place in other areas for a very long time. It's a galactic plan, and it graduated to an energy which then included you. It therefore started something in this very place that was different from any other place on the planet. This sacred plan was brought to Earth, and it was implemented all at once and was planetary-wide. But here is where it was sequestered and matured at a rate that created a civilization that could not occur any other place. It was confined to this mountain, and the humans here couldn't leave. And so literally thousands of years went by when this particular mountain was pushed up out of the water and the civilization lived upon it, which literally helped create what we will call the soul seeds of the cave of creation. There are a lot of Lemurians awakening as old souls on this planet who had a turn taken, had a lifetime on this mountain, and the ones who sit in the chairs today are among them. You, the ones in the group in front of Lee, will feel it at some level. You feel it. There are some things that are hiding in the scheme of this planet, including the real consciousness of Gaia itself, that have to do with you. Now, I've just shown my partner what we are going to do, and now he's even more anxious. For when we get into the history and the dates and the concepts that he has not seen before, he gets nervous. He wants it to be correct, accurate, and true to the information given him. So I say to him, just stay clear. The words will come out perfectly. They will come out logically. For this is the promise and always has been, that the synthesis of a multi-dimensional being energy called Kryon will meld in a confluence of thought and energy that creates a three-dimensional structured conversation. This is his gift, accurate and grounded translation of spirit. The timeline. I wish to again give you the time frame of the seeding of this planet and honor your spiritual parents, those who you would call the Pleiadians. It has been confusing in the past, so not only do I give you the time frame that will help unscramble the puzzle from previous channels, but also I'm going to give you a fact that we have never spoken of, which starts to explain something on the planet, a question that never was asked. It's one of my specialities, bringing up things no one thinks of due to a 3D of the way things are. We have said recently that 200,000 years ago was the approximate time frame of the seeding of the planet Earth with enlightenment. But a few years ago we also told you that Lemuria was only 50,000 years old, and that the seeds of it were here in Hawaii. We've also given you information about what happened 100,000 years ago. Actually more like 90,000 years ago. These things would seem to be contradictory to each other. You felt that the descriptions were of the same attribute, but they are not. So we start slowly. The question that is never asked is this: why is there only one kind of human being on the planet, when there are dozens of kinds of other mammals? What changed in the evolution of humans that would cause this? The Pleiadian involvement. About 200,000 years ago, when the Pleiadians first came to Earth, humanity was a group, a variety like all the other evolution on the planet. The mammal called human being had many varieties of forms. Like other mammals today, variety ensured survival. Up to 26 kinds of humans were present, but were eventually reduced to 17 kinds before the Pleiadians got here through normal evolutionary processes. This was the puzzle for the Pleiadians, for in the seeding of the planet back then, the DNA had to change to allow for the spiritual Pleiadian DNA complement. Humanity needed to end up with one kind of human being, the kind that you have today, but also to have the DNA of the cosmos. That kind of human has no variety like the other mammals of Earth, as you may have noticed or not. It's the way you are today. So you are unique in an evolutionary way to everything you see around you. This process created a 23-chromosome human being, when all around you there were the 24 of conventional mammals. So the fusing of portions of your DNA to create the 23 was the element of the Pleiadian, who came in and gave you their DNA. In the process, many things happen simultaneously. When a farmer looks at his land and decides to grow corn, he surveys it in a different way than those who would eventually eat the corn. For the eater of the corn would ask, when does the corn exist for consumption? He would then be told, it exists when the stalks are high, and it is then collected, cooked, and provided on the table. That would be the story of corn for the consumer. It starts with the collection of grown corn. But the farmer looks at it differently. He looks at the raw land that has to be plowed and fertilized and perhaps turned over a few times with other crops to allow the nitrogen in the soil until the dirt is ready. Perhaps he would plant it and then take the seedlings as they came up and turn them into the ground again. You know the story. So the farmer would have an entirely different idea of the story of corn. So you have at least two questions and scenarios, don't you? When did corn begin? The eater gives you one answer and the farmer another. So which is which? It depends who's asking, the consumer of the corn or the grower of the corn. Now, there's a third question. What about the conceiver, creator of the corn, who made corn? When? I give you this as an example as to why the dates are different, and I'm going to give you all of them. Then I'm going to tell you what happened. I'm going to be succinct and I'm not going to draw it out. The first look. About 200,000 years ago is when it literally began. The concept of the divine seeding of planet Earth happened at that point, and the fields metaphorically started to be plowed. There is an issue, and we're going to call it the way species work with Gaia. This is something that happened simultaneously with the grid creation of Gaia. For now, we give you something that no one has thought about. When we speak of the grids of the planet, you make an assumption that these grids always existed on the planet. For the planet is old, and you might say, well, the grids have always been there. But I'm here to tell you that only one was always there, and that's the magnetic grid. But it was spiritually void. That is to say, it only had that which was created from the Earth's core movement. Today, when we talk about the grids of the planet, our conversation involves the consciousness of humanity, which is imbued upon the magnetic grid. We also tell you about the crystalline grid and about the grid of Gaia consciousness. Both of these react to human compassion. Now, here is the puzzle. If you don't have divine human consciousness, then what about the grids? Do they exist without the human being? The answer is that they needed to be created simultaneously with the seeding of divine DNA. So what the Pleiadians did was not only to start the seeds of humanity's change into divine DNA, but they created the conscious grids of Gaia as well. They had to, for the conscious grids of Gaia are a confluence of humanity's decisions brought to Gaia's energy. The consciousness that we are talking about is the spiritually sanctioned human being that exists with a piece of God inside him, and with DNA that has 23 chromosomes instead of the common 24 that all the others have through biological evolution. Let us back up and say it again and make it simpler. My partner, admonition to lead to speak more plainly. The triad of grids on this planet that we have spoken of over and over are the consciousness grids of Gaia, and were created at the same time as the seeding of humanity with Pleiadian DNA. For all the teachings we've been giving, especially about the crystalline grid, these grids have been reacting to human consciousness and compassion. Therefore, the very essence of the current Gaia energy is also related to the creation of humanity. These are the attributes of the Pleiadians' work 200,000 years ago, and it was done quantumly in ways that you have no conscious awareness of at the moment. For these things are beyond your ability to understand right now, since you are still in a single-digit dimensionality. But the result back then was a conscious Gaia. So you might say Gaia itself was actually created quantumly from the Seven Sisters' energy, just like you. The Gaia that existed before then was still Gaia, but not as it is now. It was a Gaia that was creating the dirt of the earth and the energy of biological life of the earth. It was the mother of all life on the planet, but not a Gaia that responded to human consciousness. That's very different. So Gaia greatly expanded when the Pleiadians came, and that was by design. It took 110,000 years for this to settle itself, and for the ground to be ready for more than 16 species of human beings to leave so that only one was left. When that occurred at approximately 90,000 years ago is when you can start calibrating who humans were and who they became. The others. Now, what about all of those other types of humans, and how did they leave? I'm going to give you an attribute of something that exists even today. This is difficult for my partner, for he has not heard this before. This information has not been brought in this fashion before. Go slowly, my partner. The variety of species on this planet comes and goes accordingly as they are needed for the energy they create. So one of the tasks of Gaia is to create and eliminate species. When they are no longer needed for the purpose of Gaia's development, they cease to exist and they die out. If new life is necessary, if new concepts of life are needed, Gaia is cooperative and they are then created. The actual creation of species is something that environmentalists have not clearly seen. That is to say, the mechanics of how it works is not fully recognized as something that is strongly coordinated with your weather. But you have already seen the mechanics of some of this in your long-term studies, for you have already noted the coming and going of many species through the ages. It's ongoing. The appropriateness of the elimination of species. Now, along come humans and they see all this coming and going of living things, but they want to save them all the species that exist. For in their linear mind, all species should remain and exist, since they are here. The attribute of Gaia, however, is to eliminate them, cull them out, to bring in new ones. I just gave you the mechanics of the reason species come and go. It's appropriate and is a natural building process for new species. When the Pleiadians started to create the grids of the planet, Gaia cooperated in what was to come, knew the purpose, and what was needed for survival of this new spiritual human. Gaia knew this since the energy of Gaia had seen it before, reason given below. So the old attribute, which needed many kinds of human beings, slowly died out. It was natural. There was not a war. There were no horrible plagues. There were no volcanoes or tsunamis that consumed them. Through attrition, appropriateness, and 110,000 years they disappeared. So approximately 110,000 years ago, there was only one kind left. And this is science, for everything that you study will bear this out, and anthropologists have already seen it, and have asked, what happened back then at this time that would have eliminated these other kinds of human variety? It's a puzzle in science that I have just answered, for science looks only for physical events as triggers. But instead, it's the marriage of Gaia consciousness that you call Mother Nature, which facilitated this. It's the same today when you see a variety of species diminish as humans take over a greater portion of the Earth. I'll call this the appropriate elimination of unique life forms, which allow for the growth of global awareness and quantum evolution. Some species only exist to allow others to climb the ladder of nature, and then they disappear. Gaia knows what the ladder looks like. You don't. The spiritual link. So historically, this creation of one kind of human also started the esoteric engine of the pattern of spiritual life on the planet, where you could then start to measure the soul energy, a quantum energy of spirituality that is allied to Gaia. It's the very work that you're attempting today as you try to track the history of spirituality and what the intuition was of the creator of that system. Human consciousness is quantum energy, and it is the sum of all souls. Now we're at 90,000 years ago. We are looking at the human being who has 23 chromosomes, the ones of the 7 sisters. It then took another 50,000 years for this human to develop into a quantum, sentient human being who could put together a civilization without any previous organizational model. It takes generations of trial and error for this, even though it seems normal to you today. All cooks know that it takes a very long time to cook a quality meal. Without a recipe or any training, how long would it take a human who had never seen a kitchen or food ingredients to create a truly gourmet 7-course meal through trial and error only? It's similar, and things did not move as quickly as they do today. This was the very beginning of humanity trying to figure out how to make things work for groups of humans together. Wisdom is learned this way, and time is the stove of the wisdom meal. The attributes of consciousness that the Pleiadians put in place through a 23-chromosome human being created growth, and every single generation got wiser with time. Eventually, far beyond Lemuria, human data would develop an efficiency that would allow for what you see today, the divinity inside a human being that is recognized and sensed almost at birth, and a population of almost 7 billion people, where more than 80% believe in the same God and even the afterlife, today's civilization. Lemuria's history. Now we're at 50,000 years ago. It took another 20,000 years to build the temples of rejuvenation and have the old souls begin to appear, the kind that you were part of. Now we're at 30,000 years ago. This truly is the time frame of the Lemuria we speak of now when we say, the civilization of Lemuria. For that's a mature Lemuria, and one that had developed spiritually far more than any civilization on the planet at that time. The island has created a pure group of spiritually seated humans. We've told you the rest of the story. When the bubble of the Earth's crust began to subside, which had lifted up the land, the mountain of Lemuria slowly started to sink. Lemurians scattered and took to boats, not knowing if there would be any land left. While Lemuria was in its prime, there were thousands of years where this mountain contained an unchanging Lemuria, and it was like a pressure cooker of information, lineage, training, and experience. It never changed, and that which was learned here was different from the other places of the planet. In other areas, humans could go forth and do whatever they wanted. All they had to do was pick up and leave. Not here, however. Lemuria. Here they were forced to find ways to deal with the common problems of living together. So this became the place where the Akash of humanity chose to train old souls. Humans would come in only one time, then go back and incarnate to another place on the planet. Therefore, there were a lot of souls who came through Lemuria within the last 20,000 years, who lived at the base of these very mountains, where you are currently floating. It also explains why there are so many Lemurians on the planet now. Think of it as a Pleiadian school. The Lemurian Awakening. There is an awakening going on, dear ones. And the awakening right now on this planet involves your brothers and sisters who spent time running up and down these hills. Many of the old souls today spend time here, and they are all over the planet. There was a special group of Lemurians who were able to use the Temple of Rejuvenation at the tops of the mountain on a regular basis. It greatly extended their lives. I have discussed this for years. They were the royalty and the keepers of secrets. They outlived most of the other Lemurians by up to 3 times. But they needed to, since they were the ones with the original knowledge. This was the way of preserving the ancient ways in Lemuria and keeping the sacred information pure. As I told you, my partner gets cold easily. He was in the Temple of Rejuvenation many times, and this is his association with Yahweh, Dr. Todd Ovocades, and some of you know who this is. For as a messenger, he was the one who carried sacred information, the secrets, back and forth to the temples. The Lemurians of the day did not want to share those secrets with many. Therefore, my partner had a very, very long life. He continued to be rejuvenated in the temples as many times as even those of royalty. This messenger lived a very long time, and he spent lifetimes as one soul here, and the whole time he was here, he was cold. Now, for the first time, I've given my partner the reason he comes here, and why he feels so connected to this land and doesn't like being cold. Gaia is part of you. Gaia and the consciousness grids of this planet were all created at the same time you were, through the same energies you were, from the same source you were. Today, if you could go to a special exiting planet in the constellation of what you would call the Seven Sisters, a constellation which to this day is celebrated on this island, Hawaii, and talk to them, you would see something you recognize. They have a name for the energy of their planet. It's not the word Gaia, but it's close. They also have a crystalline grid and, of course, a magnetic grid. They have a Gaia-like grid. They had to, for all of that was quantumly transported here. The very grids of this planet, the ones that we are calling the consciousness grids, are also Pleiadian. Now you know, and perhaps this is news you didn't expect, given to you in an energy that can only be given as we sit here in the shadow of the mountain that used to be cold. That's enough for today. It's your history, Lemurian. So here's the invitation for those who sit in front of me. I want to challenge you right now to feel what is here. This is for only one reason, so that you will be spiritually rejuvenated and so your Akash can be activated as it remembers. Let your body emotionally validate what you already suspected. You're an old soul, and there's a reason why you're awakening now and why you're on this particular journey, the cruise. Oh, there's more. But that's enough for now, that's enough for now. And so it is. Kryon live channeling the timing of creation given in Hawaii. 11th Kryon Cruise, August 12, 2012. As Kryon describes above, slowly, over 50,000 years, humans began to become spiritual, and the Lemurian society started. 40,000 years ago, the Earth was rotating at 28 degrees on its axis, different from what it rotates on today. It was the end of an ice age, and 1/3 of all the water on the planet was ice. The average temperature was 8 degrees lower than what it is today. The temperature of the planet is dependent on how much water is on it. The water cycle of the planet is what controls the temperature and the wind. The average water level of the oceans was 133 meters, 400 feet, lower than what they are today. 15,000 years ago, the ice started melting. It melted slowly over 5,000 years. The water balance of the Earth changed and poured into valleys. The new weight distribution of the water had a significant effect on the movement of the Earth's crust, and many earthquakes took place. 10,000 years ago, the water stopped rising, and the water level became similar to what exists today. The water cycle of the Earth is what makes the planet warm and cold. It is dynamic, always in motion. This planet has experienced many temperature changes that are all part of normal cycles. There have been several small ice cycles recently. These cycles are evident when you study the advance and retreat of the many glaciers that are found around the planet. One thing that all of these small ice events have in common is that the temperature rises at the beginning of a water cycle, and then eventually the temperature gets lower. This warming at the beginning is typical, cyclical, and normal. The interesting thing is that recorded civilization started approximately 4,000 years ago. There is never any reference to the Lemurian society. This had been part of the plan, but there is now a shift going on, and the old Lemurian souls on the planet are starting to awaken and discover the truth that is being communicated to them through their DNA. What does science say? I would like to address some of the information that Kryon has given. Kryon states that there were up to 26 kinds of human beings that were reduced to 17 when the Pleiadians arrived to give us the seeds of enlightenment. That was 200,000 years ago. 110,000 years ago, we ended up with only one kind of human. 90,000 years ago was really when humans were able to put together a civilization, and 50,000 years ago was the beginning of Lemuria in Hawaii. How many times have you seen or read information about the different kinds of humans that existed on the planet? When I went to university, I don't remember ever learning about this. This seems quite odd, don't you think? If you are a Kryon fan and have read all of Lee Carroll's books, then you probably remember Lee getting very excited when he spotted the cover of the January 2000 issue of Scientific American in Airport. You will even find the magazine cover presented in Kryon Book 8, Passing the Marker on page 369. So what was all the excitement about? I think the title speaks for itself. We were not alone. Our species had at least 15 cousins. Only we remain. Why? It is truly worth reading the article if you ever get your hands on a copy. In the meantime, here are a few excerpts from the article, written by Ian Tattersall, so that you get an idea of what science has been discovering about our evolution. Homo sapiens has had the Earth to itself for the past 25,000 years or so, free and clear of competition from other members of the hominid family. This period has evidently been long enough for us to have developed a profound feeling that being alone in the world is an entirely natural and appropriate state of affairs. The single-species hypothesis was ever very convincing, even in terms of the rather sparse hominid fossil record of 35 years ago. Although the minimalist tendency persists, recent discoveries and fossil reappraisals make clear that the biological history of hominids resembles that of most other successful animal families. It is marked by diversity rather than by linear progression. Despite this rich history during which hominid species developed and lived together and competed and rose and fell, sapiens ultimately emerged as the sole hominid. The reasons for this are generally unknowable. What do you think? Is it unknowable? Or do you think Kryon has given us the answer, and it lies within our sacred DNA smile? So there is evidence that there was more than one kind of human. What evidence is there, however, that humans were on the planet 200,000 years ago? New dating techniques have indicated that human fossils found in Africa are 195,000 years old. In an article called Oldest Human Fossils Identified by Hilary Mayall for National Geographic News, we discover that the new date also widens the gap between when anatomically modern humans emerged and when cultural traits such as the creation of art and music, religious practices, and sophisticated tool-making techniques seem to have appeared. Evidence of culture is not extensively documented in the archaeological core until around 50,000 years ago. Source: nationalgeographic.com. Isn't it interesting that scientists are making the distinction between modern human anatomy and modern human behavior? By the way, if you are wondering why the human fossil remains found on Hawaii are not very old, I'll give you a hint. Nearly all of the land that the Lemurians lived on is now mostly underwater. The islands of Hawaii are actually all part of one large mountain. The mountain known as Mauna Loa on the island of Hawaii, otherwise known as the Big Island, is the world's biggest mountain as measured from its true base at the bottom of the ocean. Finally, is there any evidence about this so-called fusing of chromosomes, where we went from having 24 chromosomes to 23? Renowned author Greg Braden, who wrote Deep Truth, states that, counterintuitive to all the evolution around us, human chromosome 2 seems to be fused, or combined into a single large piece of DNA, giving us 23 instead of the common 24 pairs that apes have. The conclusion against mainstream science is that only a rare process could have given rise to such a genetic phenomenon. We are, therefore, a unique species on the planet and did not evolve from anything here. Question for Kryon: is the history of our planet Earth similar to the history of the other planets that have ascended within our galaxy? Kryon, it's interesting, is it not, that no human has ever asked this question of me. Yet it now begs to be asked. The new energy is beginning to show you a larger truth that has always been there, but has not been at the tip of the human's curiosity. The reason is that with the new energy, new intuition is being released to you that has always been within you, but not at a survival level. It's instead buried deep in the Akashic level of galactic inherited information. This, like other things, is being slowly released as Gaia postures itself to further help humanity through new magnetics coming in through your solar system's travels around the center, and the release of ancient information. So the simple answer to your question is yes. It's very similar, just like basic evolution is similar. One might think that each planet that has gone through this might have a very specific evolution path, due to the vast differences in planetary variety. The truth is that evolution, both physical and consciousness, has a well-worn path of sameness throughout the galaxy. This is because some very basic laws, and not what you would call chance, are at work. These laws, yet unnamed, are the same everywhere, and always help point evolving life in the same direction. The bigger answer, however, that I just revealed is that Gaia is very involved in the pointing process. So here is still something else that will eventually he revealed that is part of the partnership of humanity and Gaia. Lemuria. I wish to talk about Lemuria. I first heard this name when I read my first Kryon book, that was given to me in 2006. Kryon would often refer to Lemurians, the old souls of the planet. For a long time during my awakening process I would often wonder if I was in fact a Lemurian. Now of course, I realized that I was definitely in Lemuria, and I have received confirmation many times, including being present during a Kryon channel, where Kryon acknowledged every single person in the room as Lemurian. I am always overcome with emotion every time I am fortunate enough to visit Hawaii. My cells tingle with remembrance, and there is a blanket of such sweet, loving, Mother Earth energy, especially when I'm on Kauai. So what about you? Are you a Lemurian? I can almost hear the ones who respond yes to this question, and then I can feel or sense that some of you are not really sure. I want to assure you that regardless of whether or not you are Lemurian, the very essence of your DNA resounds with the divinity that you have inside. You are a piece of God and eternal. You always were and always will be. So please don't get too fixated on trying to work out if you are Lemurian. The birthplace of Lemurians took place on the world's biggest mountain that is now a chain of islands known as Hawaii. Back then 80% of this mountain was above the water, and the peaks were at much higher altitudes than they are today. This mountain was created over a hot spot. There was a bulge in the crust of the earth that was pushed up. Much of the island was cold. The highest peaks were covered in snow and ice, and there were glaciers that formed. Eventually geologists will find evidence of this. The Lemurians represented the relationship between Gaia and humanity. In a spiritual way, they were preparing and building the Akashic record of the planet. This was the population center of divinity. Every soul that came to Lemuria received a pure imprint. Others elsewhere did not. The DNA of the Lemurians was therefore the purest on the planet. With a few exceptions, each Lemurian had only one life. This was designed on purpose so that there was an old soul experience. The Lemurians established the energy on the crystalline grid. They also imprinted their energy in the cave of creation while waiting for the civilization to be complete. Once a soul had passed through Lemuria, it would wait or reincarnate to another place. Therefore, the Lemurians carry the oldest Akash for an old soul, and part of the system of spiritual seeding back then was that it was an avenue for only new souls to come in. Only a few of the Lemurian priests had a past life in Lemuria, and most were women. Almost all the Lemurians were new to the planet. Kryon has given an estimate that approximately 350 million old souls passed through the Lemurian experience. We can estimate, therefore, that this is approximately the number of old souls on the planet today, many of whom are awakening. Lemurian energy is the one seed group that was totally isolated. Lemuria was a mountain island, Hawaii, and it survived in a form that was purer than others. Even the most remote groups on Earth had room to spread out, land, and that created a diversity of thought. But Lemuria was the same for thousands of years, making it one of the longest-lived civilizations in history, and almost totally lost to science because the places where the Lemurians lived are now covered by water. For thousands of years, Lemurians had DNA that was directly affected by spending time with the Pleiadians, who carried the wisdom and knowledge in an isolated and closed environment, and consequently this wisdom and knowledge was not diluted. Lemuria was a one-time experience in order to build the Akashic record of the planet. At a certain point in time, two things occurred that were very frightening to Lemurians. The mountains started to sink into the ocean, and magma started to come out of the volcanoes. This was the signal to leave the island, heralding the end of Lemuria and the beginning of humanity's work on the planet. The Lemurians became a seafaring race and started to voyage out to find other places to live. Some Lemurians made it and some did not. Many went south and others did not. The Lemurians that left their mountain island known as Hawaii established populations on Easter Island and New Zealand among other places. This is why the energy of the old soul Lemurian is felt so strongly when on these lands. Kryon gave a lot of information about the Lemurian civilization during a cruise in the Mediterranean. It was the grandest society the planet had ever seen, not huge in numbers, but in consciousness. It was not something that you would be emulating later, for it was part of the setup of humanity. It was the Lemurian civilization. I've never identified how long they lasted, so I will now. What would you think of one society that lasted more than 20,000 years? They lived in peace. It would dwarf, would it not, anything that has ever happened in recorded society on the earth? Nothing you know of comes close to that. I have much more to tell you about the Lemurians, so let us move now to the spiritual part. There were a total of 350 million Lemurian souls who passed through the planet during their culture of 20,000 years. That's not many considering they went through 800 generations. Let me explain why. Now, this is different, my partner, and this is specific. So translate it correctly. Kryon speaking to Lee out loud for all to hear. Lemurians didn't reincarnate back as Lemurian. So what I'm saying spiritually is that there were almost 350 million individual, unique souls, not just human souls, but 350 million angels took their turns going through the Lemurian culture as humans and didn't reincarnate. They came one time only. The Lemurian birth rate was not typical to what yours is today, not nearly what yours is today. It wasn't even a geometric progression like you have today. This is complicated. Biologically, there was a reason why the Lemurians did not have many children. It had to do with the temperature of the planet and their culture. Men were not as fertile as they are now. It also facilitated the spiritual aspects of what was needed. So all you must know is that of the Lemurian spiritual culture, 350 million souls is all there were, representing the longest-lasting society the Earth has ever known. More on that in a moment. The following is scientifically controversial, for what I'm going to tell you is that small meteor strikes were more common than believed in these times. As little as 13,000 years ago, and then 5,000 years ago, there were strikes. The last one of 5,000 years ago was bigger. It did two things for the planet. The first is that it created such a shift of the mantle of the planet that the Earth moved from 28 degrees tilt to 23 1/3. It was quite an impact. That was only 5,000 years ago. The second is that it affected civilization. Much dust was thrown into the atmosphere up into what you call the stratosphere, and the result mainly was rain. The rain terminated much of humanity. Many animals and many humans died. It was needed, necessary, and we have spoken of it before. It was part of the plan. The main purpose was to erase all of the Lemurian knowledge and create many lakes for humanity to use. Science can see it in the strata, and it has even been associated with the mythology of a great worldwide flood and an ark. The Lemurian civilization basically existed from 35,000 years to 15,000 years ago, the longest single-governed civilization on Earth. It was different from any society you will ever have, for we will review with you what happened. The whole reason for Lemuria, and for all of the attributes of their DNA, was to set a stage for what was to come. When the cook prepares the meal, quite often they will grease the pan, get all of the attributes ready for the actual food, and then proceed with much preparation that will enhance the food, but that does not include the actual food yet. The Lemurians represented that relationship to Earth and you. In a spiritual way, the meal was being prepared. Therefore, we again tell you that they had a different Akashic attribute than you do. 350 million Lemurians existed for the lifetime of their culture. They were unique Lemurians, and with a few exceptions, each one had one life. You might say they were building the Akashic record of the planet. Imagine the cave of creation with all of the crystals we have described as the souls on the planet. Each time an angel would come in and be a Lemurian for a little while, the essence of their energy would then be placed into the planet. The crystal with their name on it would go into the cave. Some of these things will not make sense to those of you who have not heard this story before about the cave of creation. The entire Lemurian civilization was to build the cave of creation and to implant it with the energy of 350 million souls. And in all of their history, there were only a few thousand that had past lives that would come again as a Lemurian, most being their scientists. The rest of them would live a life and then back away and wait for the civilization to be complete, speaking of the angels who represent the different souls of humanity. This was on purpose, and was in order to seed the planet spiritually with what was to come, and increase the crystalline value of the cave of creation. The Lemurians saw what was happening. As we told you, about 15,000 years ago the ice began to melt, and it did so slowly for at least another 5,000 years. You might say they had plenty of time to prepare, and so they did. What they did first was to become a seafaring nation building ships. Slowly, many of them left the valley that they were in, which was already slowly flooding, as the ice melted and the waters rose on the planet. So you might say that there is part of Lemurian society that populated the edges of other land masses via ship. Look for them in New Zealand, Easter Island, not much left there, and the large continent of what you call the Americas. They were on the west coast areas you call Alaska and the bridge to the other continent. They were there. Many of them went to the mountain called Shasta, and they existed there in their human form long before they put themselves into the mountain as multidimensional beings. Some of them started other societies in combination with other humans who had traveled far from the core and had forgotten their lineage completely. One of the cultures was called Sumerian and was in the Middle East. This eventually led to the Egyptian culture many years later. It's odd that this is where you think history actually started. Now here is something we have not told you before. All evidence of old Lemuria has been erased. The ocean currents under the seas are very strong, almost like rivers they surge, washing with sand and silt for eons. So there are those who say, that means we'll never find the artifacts of Lemuria. Not only will you find some, you have already, and many are hiding them. Because when these collectors show them to science, they'll be laughed at. For there will be an oxymoron, a contradiction within the actual artifact. It will be too old to be what it is. At least according to modern thinking, that is what would happen. You found an automobile part that carbon dated to 3,000 years ago. It would be an artifact that couldn't exist. That's what the artifacts of Lemuria will be like. For they will be charts of the stars and biological information that couldn't have been known. And why would anyone be able to have an artifact of Lemuria? I just told you that Lemuria is washed away. It's because of the ships. Many of them went down in storms carrying everyday Lemurian objects, artifacts. Some are waiting to be found, and some have already been found and sequestered by collectors who cannot get anyone to look at them because they don't make sense. So now you know about the Lemurians. You also know that they are not what you have today in the way of consciousness. They're part of the setup of the test, and you have lost a piece and a part of the activation of the DNA they had through the energy you have selected for your duality. And that is free choice to see if you can realize it and get it back. And that is the quantum part of DNA. It is what we have called the Lemurian and Pleiadian layers, and one of them is the Akashic record. Now, if you're putting this together, you'll also realize that Lemurians were responsible for the creation of the cosmic Akashic record of Earth. Now let me tell you something that you may love to hear. Between 1987 and 2007, something amazing happened. Due to the new energy, the crystals awakened in the cave of creation that had Lemurian names. They whispered, "Time to come back." 350 million of them. Listen to this, listen, all of the Lemurians who ever lived on this planet are alive again in human bodies right now, and are back. They are spread all over the globe. Listen, I've got a room full of them right here. I'm looking at them. And that's why you're here, dear one. That's why you're reading this. And you wonder why you resound with these things. You wonder why you're vibrating higher. You wonder why there's an alliance with your cellular structure in the Kryon? It's because you're Lemurian, an old soul in a new energy. Kryon, does that mean my soul hasn't been here before 1900? Now that answer is complicated. Pieces and parts were here, but not the full Lemurian core energy. You think of yourself as one entity, one soul, one name, and one face. But you're not. You are a combination of many energies. It's difficult to explain, if not impossible. Each time you arrive, you are like the soup that gets made and comes to the planet. There is a higher self, which is the same core energy every time. But what surrounds it has great spiritual variety. But now some of you are back with the Lemurians' core energy surrounding you. something that hasn't happened for 50,000 years. Those pieces of DNA are being reactivated. Listen to what I've been telling you for years. Less than 0.5% of this planet has to awaken to make a difference in the vibration for all. You will move into 2012 with a new vibration. Less than 0.5% of 7 billion people has to awaken. It's not that many. In fact, it's only 10% of the 350 million Lemurians who are alive today, a very reasonable percentage. Kryon live channeling the history of humanity, given in the Western Mediterranean Sea 8th Annual. Kryon Cruise, August-September 2007. The main difference between the Lemurian old souls and other old souls is that you live this pure DNA experience once. It stays in your Akash. Kryon has indicated that the task of the old soul Lemurian is to reawaken the DNA that you used to have. There is something else that I would like to share with you about Lemuria. It will explain why Kryon is always referring to the wisdom of the ancients, our ancestors, and that would be you, old soul. Why were these Lemurians so special? The answer lies in their DNA. I'll let Kryon explain. The first civilization on the planet was called Lemuria. Know this, it was not an advanced civilization in the way you think about advanced. But they had something you should know about. Their quantum DNA was at 90%, not 30% as yours is today. All the quantumness of their DNA was activated, for that was what the Pleiadians had passed on to them. Lemuria was the oldest civilization on the planet, the one that was the most long-lasting, which never saw war. It was eventually broken up only because the oceans and seas rose. As I have described to you before, they became a seafaring people and scattered to the many parts of the earth. Ironically, some made it to faraway continents, and science sees them as actually starting there, instead of traveling from somewhere else. Lemurians were the original human society on the planet, and they were located where the Pleiadians originally landed, on the top of the highest mountain on Earth, as measured from the bottom to top, currently the largest island of Hawaii, where the Lemurian canoes are buried. Hawaiian elders will tell you today that this is the lineage of Hawaii, that the Pleiadians came there, for it is what they teach is how humanity began. Lemurians had a quantum understanding of life, and they knew in their DNA all about the solar system. A quantum DNA, working at 90%, creates a consciousness that is one with the universe. One of the most ancient of your spiritual beliefs on the planet asks you to be one with everything. It's not an accident. Here is some historical advice. Do not place so much attention on Atlantis. Atlantis was much later, and there were actually 3 of them, and much confusion around what was there, and what happened there. Which one do you want to talk about? Atlantis did not play near the role that those in metaphysics and esoteric teachings wish to assign upon it. Oh, it was important, but one of them is not ancient at all. It was so recent, off the Greek souls, and was even reported within the history that you see today from the Greeks. Humans have a dramatic interest in civilizations that get destroyed quickly. It creates further mythology, creating ideas that Atlantis was one of the most advanced civilizations. It wasn't. Lemuria was, but in consciousness only. Lemuria was not an advanced technical society, for it had no technical abilities at all. Yet they knew how to heal with magnetics. It was in their DNA, you see. It was intuitive information. Quantum DNA produces quality intuitive information. Being one with the universe, they knew all about DNA. Doesn't everyone? Kryon smile, they even knew the shape of it, all without a microscope. That's what quantum DNA does. The ancients knew. Lemurians knew much due to the quantum DNA they carried, thanks to the Pleiadians. They knew all about the solar system, and about the galaxy in general. They looked at the stars and understood what was there. This created a seemingly advanced society, but without any technical advancement as you now have. Kryon live channeling the history of DNA and the human race given in Portland, Oregon, August 29, 2009. Lemurian society was less technical than our society today, however. Kryon has said they were incredibly advanced. How did this advanced society function? Lemurian society functioned in ways that would appear to us like out-of-the-box thinking. This is exactly what is needed today to develop solutions to our current problems. Perhaps if we started to adopt the Lemurian way of thinking and living, many problems would be resolved. Kryon gave 2 examples of how things worked in Lemuria. I'm sure you will agree that the way they did things demonstrates just how quantum they were. Can you see how their approach might work in today's consciousness? I think this is why Kryon often tells us about ancient wisdom and knowledge. The schools of Lemuria. Let me tell you a little more about Lemuria and some attributes of their society. You might say, why would you do such a thing? The reason is so you can start to connect the dots as to what else is happening on the planet. I now speak of the Lemurians way back then, in a land that was beautiful before the ocean covered it. Let me tell you about their children. Schooling was very, very different in major Lemuria. This was before Atlantis, and it went like this. The teachers were called elders. They were greatly respected, for they dispensed the knowledge of the culture. They were all seniors and represented some of the highest attributes in society. Yet they didn't run the schools as your teachers do, or have anything to do with day-to-day business. There were no administrators or administration buildings in the schools either, and the buildings were all small, isolated, and unconnected classrooms. There was no linear system either. Instead, the elders would get together and decide what the children should learn and know by a certain time. The parents would send their children to the local classrooms at a certain age. In a typical classroom, the children and the elder teacher would all decide together what had to be learned. The children would then take over and collectively decide how fast they could learn it, and report this to the elder. The teacher would be flexible and go along with the children's plans. Then the children would often choose a leader among them, or a rotation schedule of student leaders, to help with the tasks of maintenance and administration of what their goal was. So the elder was there to dispense the knowledge and make certain the children got the appropriate knowledge. But the children had high conceptual ideas and could often conceive of the entire project of the year's learning in one day. So even without the actual knowledge, they would lay out what they felt was the best way to learn it, the quickest method, and how to best plug it into their schedule in class. When they felt they'd learned it, they would request to be tested. If the class passed, they would all earn the end of the term. Then the vacation would begin, the real goal of the children at that age. So instead of a common term of duration, they'd start at the same time, but there were no set ending points. So the children would determine the term's duration by how fast they'd learn. This was conceptual, and reflected their ability to understand what had to be learned without actually knowing the information. There was no school year or grades, only the goal of a certain degree of knowledge, and the goal to get it done so they could play. The children were in charge, but they absolutely understood that they had to learn what was required. Now many might exclaim, no, this is too unusual and odd. It couldn't work. Human nature wouldn't allow for it. My reply is this: perhaps 4D human nature would never allow for it, but a conceptual, multidimensional child could do it easily. The reason I'm telling you this is that this is the beginning attribute of the indigo child that we channeled many years ago. It's very Lemurian. Even some of the labels of the indigo children were listed as multidimensional. Back to Lemuria, if there were slow learners in the class, the children would see the situation immediately and tutor them. What you now call homework was instead an assignment for each student to tutor another, so that they could all keep up with the class. But the only things they took home were other students. The faster they learned, the quicker the vacation. It made sense to the kids. You might say, well, what about those who were troublemakers? Were there any of those in this great land of Lemuria? Of course. Make no judgments as I reveal how this was handled. The children would handle the discipline themselves? Oh, not by the bully system, for that's not in the consciousness of a conceptually minded child. Remember, in this type of consciousness, the overview is the goal of the group, not individual power. The children would handle it logically. If there was another student getting in the way of their vacation, they would tutor them in the best way they could. If some didn't respond or were troublemakers, eventually the students would cast them out. Anyone who was cast out of school by a consensus of the class could never rejoin that class. Instead, they had to go to other classes that were not in major Lemuria. This, of course, created another complete society, one which was dishonored and often didn't live long, since they didn't earn the right to go to the Temple of Rejuvenation, which was a huge part of the health system of Lemuria. Harsh, you might say, indeed, within the evolved standards of today, perhaps it was, but this is how the schools worked. Your society has progressed in ways that they did not because you've worked on other parts of your enlightenment. These explanations may help you understand why school is so difficult for the current indigo, for the crystal, and for all children of the new earth energy. For within them is a layer of DNA that's activated and ready to work. And it remembers. I'm going to tell you about that in just a moment. Lemurian healthcare. I'd like to tell you about the Lemurian healthcare system. You know, Lemurians didn't have tremendously high science. They didn't have the computers you do. Instead, they had highly developed multidimensional intuition. Those of you who know what a medical intuitive is will understand this. All of them had this kind of intuitive knowledge. The body is smart. Lemurian bodies, depending on how far back you go, were far larger than yours. But as we said, they devolved, became smaller and shorter. They were aware that this was happening. That also might give you information that Pleiadians are larger than you are. They still are. Here is what the Lemurian society decided to do about healthcare. Most of the resources of Lemuria were spent making sure that all were as healthy as they could be. There were no healthcare payments since they were a conceptual culture. They had a far better evolved intuition about the entire picture, rather than an individual human one. The Lemurian society intuitively realized that the healthier the population, the more it helped the economy. There was land ownership, but of a very different kind. It was group ownership. Therefore, it always involved group decision. If you had one who was sick all the time, then they weren't able to share their load. This hurt the whole, so they found out very quickly that if everyone was healthy, they had a far better economy. Now, again, I'll discuss the reason I take you to Lemurian history. It's because this very thing is about to happen once more on your planet. Suddenly, the realization that human beings who aren't sick can buy land and pay taxes will create a revolutionary idea. If a government can heal its population, it can have an abundant society. What an idea! Watch for a shift of funds, resources, and focus regarding this. How can we cure the most for the least amount of money? How can we take from one financial focus and apply it to another? Did you ever wonder how you're going to cure the diseases of the planet? Many have complained. Humanity will never reach the point of enlightenment where they'll dedicate enough funds to heal the masses. You're right. Do not make any judgments about this, but be aware that you're about to face a new idea that's all about economic healing. How else would the earth provide something so needed at this time? The answer: find a way to fit this into the agendas of those with the biggest amount of money to invest. Healing will become an investment in global health. How will the investors get their return? They'll take a portion of the GNP of the governments they work with, as measured by the cure rate of the country. Watch for this. It is inevitable and underway at this moment. Kryon live channeling the Lemurian connection given in Met Shasta, California, 20th June 2004. Do you see how the Lemurians were conceptual thinkers? Do you see why Kryon says thinking out of the box will create the solutions we seek? Can you see how the old soul Lemurian that awakens on the planet will make such a huge impact? Once again, if you are confused as to whether or not you are Lemurian, please remember that it is not that important for you to study this in great detail. This is because the energy of the planet is beginning to open up to the Lemurian energy. The spiritual seeds that were planted back then are becoming watered, so to speak, so that it can blossom and become available to all the souls on the planet. Later on, I will talk about the grids of the planet Earth and how they are being recalibrated and providing help and support for each and every lightworker. What's a lightworker, you ask? I guess, dear reader, if your eyes are on this page and you have managed to read this far without throwing away the book, then you should assume you are a lightworker. Smile. Thank you for shining your light. Q. Can you further explain about how the planet is beginning to open up more to the Lemurian energy? Kryon. This isn't that difficult, since this was always the potential of humanity, if it would pass the 2012 marker. Other planets had their own markers based on the energetics of time and their own fractals of history. But yours was linked to the 26,000-year wobble of the planet, and was kind of a deadline to get to a certain place in conscious evolution. As little as 50 years ago, it was undetermined if you would again destroy yourselves, this time with technology, or if you would instead move forward. You indeed passed this marker, and now have opened the time capsule of Lemurian energy and knowledge. All this means is that a new page is being turned, where the original Pleiadian teachings, which were well developed by the Lemurians, are now more available than ever. The next step is in how quickly you allow these new ideas and evolved principles to be applied to your society. Each planet has a different scenario politically, so this is your next big step. The indigenous. If you take a look at the ancient indigenous cultures, they all have something in common. They honor their ancestors. They all intuitively know that their ancestors are still with them. The indigenous know how to mine the Akash, and they realize the circle of life contains accessible information. They know this information is inside them, They also knew Gaia and considered the Earth as a life force partner, a partner in their soul life. We are now in the middle of a great shift on Earth, and the knowledge and wisdom of the ancestors are ours to inherit if we choose. During my work as a park ranger, I was required to attend cross-cultural awareness sessions in relation to the local indigenous Aborigines. In addition, we would often consult the elders on matters relating to indigenous culture. The recognition and inclusion of local Aborigines regarding national park management within Australia is gradually improving. In fact, many important events and meetings include a welcome to country invitation from an elder. The elders always pay their respects to their ancestors and to the land Mother Earth, and there is now an acknowledgement that the local Aborigines are the traditional owners of the land. When I was working at Tidbinbilla Nature Reserve, I started a project that involved updating and replacing all of the interpretation signs that were featured along a popular walking track. The track was called the Birigai Time Trail, and it was a fantastic place to take international visitors, as you would always see mobs of kangaroos grazing and emus foraging along the open grassland. The track also had interesting sights from European settlers that came to the valley, and a significant Aboriginal rock shelter that has revealed startling information about Aboriginal occupation in the southeast part of Australia. Prior to excavations done at Birigai Rock Shelter, it was believed that occupation in the area existed for only 8,000 years. Artifacts that were carbon-dated indicated the area was occupied 21,000 years ago. I should point out that the record of Aboriginal occupation in Australia dates back 61,000 years ago from evidence found in Arnhem Land, North Australia. The former signs on the track had been done without consulting the local indigenous groups. My job was to redo the signs and ensure the local indigenous groups were consulted and had an opportunity to contribute their knowledge. As a part of this process, one of the interpretation signs mentioned the custom of banging two clapsticks together and calling out your name before continuing your journey or entering a site. The sign also invites you to do the same, and I was also told the reason this is done is to ward off any bad spirits. I never really understood much about this custom, and I even remember yelling out my name once when I was alone on the track, and I felt extremely foolish and laughed about such a silly custom and wondered how anyone could have been so superstitious. I guess the cosmic joke was on me because it wasn't until I participated in a sacred ceremony in Hawaii at the edge of the Kilauea volcano given by a Hawaiian high priestess Kahana Kale'i'iliai in August 2012, that I truly got a sense of just how profound this custom can be. It was like opening a hidden door that only your own spiritual key could unlock. Kahuna Ali'i Wahin Kale'i'iliai is a Kanaka Maoli Aboriginal of Hawaii. She was born and raised in the lush Kalia Valley on the island of Oahu. Her ancestral roots trace all the way back to the stars, to the Makali'i, the Pleiades, to Papa, Earth Mother, and Waki, Sky Father, and down a long line of Kahuna Ali Awainane and Kahuna Ali Kane, Royal High Chief Priests and Royal High Chiefess Priestesses. Kahuna Kale'i'iliai's family god is Lono, god of peace, also of fertility, abundance and agriculture. Lono is uncle to goddess Pele, of whom she is a descendant. Whenever you are in the presence of Kale'i'iliai, you can feel the love and compassion that radiates from her core. Kale'i'iliai started the ceremony by letting us know that the ancestors had communicated with her, and that it was now appropriate for her to do an ancient ceremony because the people that were in our group were now ready to receive this special anointment. She explained that the ancients knew about places where there were bad spirits or bad energies, and so they would stand firm and call out in a loud voice Iku Mau Mau, which means I am here, and then wait for their ancestors and the universe to respond before proceeding. Kale'i'iliai explained that the very act of saying Iku Mau Mau would activate the energetic field around you. She explained to us that we know this field by the name Merkaba. The ancients had a different name, but it is the same thing. By activating your Merkaba, you send a signal to the universe that you are aware of your divine magnificence in the universe, and Gaia knows you and embraces you. The real magic of how this works was later described to me by Kale'i'iliai. She said that the profound moments happen when entering the silence, after you have made the words Iku Mau Mau. In her own words, she told me. After you made those words, you then enter into the silence, into the stillness, get quiet and listen. For this is when you will hear the whole universe and Gaia respond to you with "We see you." It is a profound moment, and if one does not go into that stillness, they will have missed it. In fact, it was at that exact moment at the Kilauea crater that the winds picked up strong around each of you precious ones, Did you hear it or feel it? It was powerful. Winds of the ancients responding to you. Absolutely, I felt it. And I'm pretty sure that everyone else that was there could feel it as well. It was like Gaia and the ancestors were making sure we were being touched physically and spiritually in a very strong and powerful way. The other aspect to this teaching is that the dark energies that are our tests hear these words and see us standing tall. The meaning of the word ku is to stand tall. And these energies then retreat. They smile and bow before us, for they see our light. We have passed the fear test and they know it. So beautiful and in complete alignment with the Kryon teaching that fear is a love test in disguise, and when faced, disappears like a smile in the night just before the dawn. Once we all understood the significance of what we would be doing, we individually stood in front of Kalei and called out Iku Mau Mau while looking into her eyes. One by one, as we stood in front of Kalei, we could feel our magnificent selves and the love of our ancestors. During the ceremony, we all took turns calling out the sacred words while the entire group was reverent and holding energy, tuning into something that was very profound and sacred, and at the same time was very personal and unique for each of us present. The ground was thick with energy, and our cellular structure within our bodies responded with remembrance. I remember asking for a sign from Spirit so that I would remember this overwhelming love wash. Most of us saw the physical sign, which was a white bird flying high above. And later during a Kryon channel, we were told that we were visited at the ceremony by a Pleiadian in the form of a white bird. However, the most significant thing that will stay in my heart forever was when the last person in the group knelt down to wash the feet of Kalei. This act of compassionate action resulted in most of us weeping uncontrollably because of all the love that we could feel embrace us in that moment. It was like getting a glimpse of just how loved we are by God, Gaia, and the ancestors. It took me several days to assimilate the profound energy I experienced during this ceremony. Every single time I thought back on the ceremony, and the heart energy when Kalei was being honored in that way, I would weep an avalanche of tears. If I tried to recount what happened, I would just choke up and cry. The experience was very sacred and profound. So what had changed between the time when I thought a custom practiced by the ancients silly and foolish, to the time that I actually participated in an ancient ceremony and experienced a deep spiritual experience? The answer is that I had changed. I had given myself permission to open my heart, and with pure intent I wanted to connect with Gaia, our ancestors, the universe, and God. One of the most amazing things about this experience is that 6 months later, when I attended the Lemurian reunion event held by Dr. Todd Ovakades to sing the pineal tones in Maui, Hawaii, I was retelling what happened at the ceremony to my Australian girlfriend Wendy, and once again I became so choked up with emotion that the tears slid down my face and my words came out in sobbing gasps. When I was talking to Kalei about this, she told me that when we weep with love and joy in this way, we honor the ancestors. Kalei has said that so much of what Kryon speaks of is indigenous wisdom in current language, the third language of the gods. Here is a prayer given to us by Kalei that is traditionally chanted 3 times. The energy of 3 acts as a catalyst for change. It is also the energy of compassion, and the ancients knew this. Mai ke aqua. Mai ke kukui. Mai kelani. Mai ka maluhia. Mai kalani. Mai ka hauali. Mai kalani. Mai kia. Mai ke aqua. Mai inami apau. The translation of this prayer is, from the gods, from the light, from the heaven, from the stillness, from the heaven, from the happiness, from the heaven, from the life, from the gods, from the giver of all things. I used to think that the ancient early civilizations were superstitious, primitive, and ignorant about how the world operated. I knew that they certainly lived in much more harmony with nature than what we do today, but I was biased against thinking they possessed wisdom and knowledge by my perception that modern humans in comparison have such advanced technology and scientific discoveries. I never fully understood just how aligned the ancients were with Gaia and the Creator because I myself was ignorant. Yes, we have much more technology and inventions than the ancients did, but the ancients had a much clearer understanding of the divinity within, and were masters in their own right with systems for astronomy and navigation and advanced calendars. Modern society certainly has more technology, but the ancient indigenous had something far more precious: spiritual knowledge of who they were, and a constant communication with Gaia and the Creator. We are now entering a period on Earth where many of the old souls who lived in Lemuria are on the planet now, and awakening to the truth of who they really are. We have the opportunity to rediscover the wisdom and knowledge of the ancients. Traditionally, this wisdom and knowledge was only given to the chosen few. In case you haven't noticed, there is a shift going on, and more of the wise indigenous elders that are on the planet are starting to open up and share their teachings with those that are outside of their culture, as well as with each other. Against all odds, the indigenous tribes are coming together and sharing their knowledge, recognizing that we are all one. There is something else that the ancients did that we can learn from. They intuitively recognized three energies: male energy, female energy, and Gaia. It was because of this recognition that the ancients had ceremonies that were exclusively for women or men. In fact, some of the indigenous cultures today still retain this tradition. In many places I have visited in Australia, the local indigenous aborigines have identified areas that are sacred and only allowed to be visited exclusively by women or men, depending on the location. They honor and recognize that male and female energies are unique and distinct, and with a special purpose. I think it is important to realize that one is not better than the other. What is important is to unite the two energies to create equilibrium and balance. This is what is happening now on Earth, and has resulted in a shift which is recalibrating everything: Gaia, the human being, the universe. At this point, I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to the indigenous of this Earth for holding their light for all of this time, but especially now when the rest of humanity has begun to awaken. One of the things that I love about the messages from Kryon is the honor that is given to the ancients, our beloved ancestors. I would like to share some information Kryon gave during the Kryon Kundalini Tour 2012. Let's talk about the ancients. Why were they so interested in this time? How is it that you could go back thousands of years and find the prediction that you have happening today? The indigenous of Earth were more concerned with the dirt of the earth than anyone who has ever existed. What is your reality today? What is your survival plan for life? For you today, it has to do with your job, your family, and perhaps the economic consciousness of your government. However, what was the reality of the indigenous? It was two things: food and water. All of it. It all revolved around these two, and was driven by what they considered a third consciousness, which to them was Gaia. The indigenous actually had a triad of sacred importance. They did not see humanity together. In those days, they would split it to include men, women, and Gaia. This was the energetic triad that they existed in. If you go back and look at their traditions, you had to separate the traditions from men and women, for they put a different honoring on each gender, but they came together with Gaia. If they did ceremonies, it was to create rain or to create the food representing the crops in the ground. This was their total reality, and all very Gaia-related. All of the worship that they knew how to do was about the earth, so the relationship with the planet was their science, and they had a lot of information about it. Slowly they began to understand the circle of time. Eventually they understood the cycles of the weather, but for a while they did not. So they prayed to the gods of the south, east, north, and west. All of this tells you something about them. The prophecies of the indigenous were all wrapped around the consciousness of Gaia. So what does this tell you? It tells you about today. From the north and from the south, they all knew something, somehow. They didn't know each other at all. The tribes in the north had no idea about the tribes in the south. They had never met each other. Hundreds of tribes had never even seen each other, and yet they prophesied what's happening today. So I want you to think of this. Does it appear that perhaps they knew about the entanglement of consciousness in Gaia? Indeed, they did. So today you listen to their truth. And here it is. There is an alignment of the planet's wobble based upon the 26,000-year cycle of the Earth. It has a potential opportunity for the movement and the creation of energy that you see today. The closer you get to this, the more the potentials grow. So even as recently as 600 years ago, it looked to them as though these predictions were a fact and not just a potential. They started including the information in their calendars, and you could see it in the glyphs on the walls of their pyramids. Ask an indigenous, what's happening now? Is it what they expected? The answer is yes, right on schedule. Kryon lived channeling the letter K in the word Kundalini, given in Mendoza, Argentina, October 17, 2012. I sincerely hope that one day all of humanity will be able to honor and recognize the wisdom and knowledge of the indigenous across the planet, and perhaps our attitudes will change and we'll start seeing compassionate action being demonstrated towards those who have inherited the earth and honor their ancestors. In the meantime, What a beautiful and precious gift that we have many ambassadors for the indigenous such as Kalai who are able to open up and share their wisdom and knowledge with their Lemurian brothers and sisters who are now awakening all across the planet. Question for Kahuna Kalai. Are there any messages from our ancestors that you would like to share with us? Kahuna Kalai actually gave 2 channeled messages. The first one was given on January 9th, 2013, while the second message came through on January 14th, 2013. I have to smile when I look at the numerology of these 2 messages. The first date adds up to a number 7. In numerology, 7 represents divine purpose. It is also a representation of the 7 sisters, the Pleiadians. The second date adds up to 11, a master number, and I feel that this is referring to the mastery that lies within every human. The ancients from the distant past. The ancient voices speak softly and quietly from the night, from the distant past, from Lemuria. They speak in a language all of its own, and they share secrets. They speak of the power within, the power of divine light from the vast cosmos, and how that grand power is held within our cells. They speak of things also not yet written, things about the light and color that holds a vibration too high for the average human, but now being held in the new human, the awakening owns and the new children. They speak of silent colors and sounds, so soft and barely audible or visible to the human eyes and ears, and yet known intimately by every human heart. They speak of how we are all gods and goddesses that carry knowledge of life on other planets that we communicate within our sleep. They whisper the most loving and gentle and kind words, always filled with divine love. They say this is the language of the gods, the third language, and that every human is capable of it, but we must enter into the silence, into the void, and dare to go where no man has gone. They are the Amakwa Ikapo, the ancestors from the distant past. A message from the ancients going all the way back to the stars. We come from the stars, and so do you. It is where you will return when you have fulfilled your contracts on earth. You are our family and we are yours. Be still and know we are real. We come to speak to the hearts of our family who are open to receiving our love and our message for you. We come in humility, for dear ones, you are the exalted humans. You are the ones who make the sacrifice over and over again to come into a body and leave your spirit home for the planet called Earth. You have done this over and over and over. Why? Lie. Love, you are in love with Gaia. She is family too. Now we are here with a message that for some of you will have immediate impact and for others it will sink in a little later. But all of you reading this will eventually get this message at a deep level, and it will change you. Your cells have recorded things that your conscious mind does not remember. Your cells have recorded things that were created in your biology that you are not aware of, an energy that is real that creates miracles. The power behind miracles is the energy that is the engine that drives them to where they need to be, manifested in your world. This energy is a field all of its own, and it is powerful. It has a color and it has a sound, and your cells have it recorded. The color is pinkish blue, a very pale shade of blue mixed with pink, or rather swirling around the pink. It is a color with spiritual overtones, so it looks different to the human eye than it does to ours. It is the color nonetheless. And the sound it has is maha-a-a-na-a-a. Now we wish to share with you that the Hawaiian word mana in its original pronunciation was exactly as we described. It was shortened over time, but it never changed its original meaning, divine power. When you say this word, this very sacred word, in the method we have described above, drawing out the vowels, you will create an energy field with the colors we also described. This, dear ones, is the energy that drives the engine that creates the miracles and brings them into your reality. So we say to you, when you are envisioning those things you wish to manifest in your lives with your pure intent and that which is for your highest good, include the sound. Ma-a-a-a, na-a-a. The color will be included on its own because it accompanies the sound. They are the two creating the energy of the three, where miracles are born. There are 12 counts of the sound A. Precious ones, you are empowered to create anything you wish. You are God. Be brave enough to transcend your limiting fears and take your powers and use it to create grand miracles on your planet. Start with you. Heal the bodies you came in with. Heal the planet at the same time, for there is no separation between your biology and the dirt of the land. We are the ancients going all the way back to the stars. We know you each by name, and you are missed by those of us who have chosen to remain here and assist you while you do your work on that beautiful water planet. We are sending you profound light and love. Q. Many of the indigenous cultures have an animal totem or a special animal that they consider as part of their ancestry. Can you tell us a bit more about this connection? Is it part of a system? Kryon. The system is based on original survival in the days of beginning humanity. Everything was tied to other life on Gaia. The animals were seen as mysterious, life-giving, and even mythological. Their meat kept you alive, and their fur kept you warm. You built things using parts of their bodies, and the medicine men and women used other parts to heal. So they were associated with life force. This, in combination with the plants, was the system of all things. So in those days, having an animal totem was actually a claim to the ancestry of the alliance with nature. It was a statement of how your energy was allied to the system of Gaia, and the energy of all that is. It was a statement of your personality type. Naturally, this is not the case today, but it was for far longer than anything you currently have now. So this energy is still imbued into the crystalline grid, and to this day many of the indigenous still claim the importance of the alliance. Q. Is there anything else about the ancient indigenous that we should know? Kryon. They had to survive with only what Gaia gave them. There are still plants and herbs in the forests that hold the key to health. Even today's modern diseases such as cancers could be healed with some of the natural medicines which the indigenous knew about. Today's humanity depends too much on designer chemistry instead of Gaia balance. When you ingest certain kinds of plants and herbs, you also ingest all that went into their growth, including the very system of the earth. So doesn't it make sense to use what Gaia has produced in order to then balance your body? You get so much more this way. Chemistry is cold and has no consciousness. At best, it is a temporary fix to a much larger issue, staying alive. Chapter 2. Science of the Future. The ancients intuitively knew that the world was round. They understood astronomy, and even developed highly detailed calendars. How is it that all of this wisdom and knowledge was lost, and the civilized world for years believed that the world was flat? The answer has to do with human consciousness. The vibration of the planet is like a big door that opens and closes with the vibration of an enlightened or non-enlightened humanity. Kryon states that if humanity chooses to close this door by creating a low vibration of the planet, then information, invention, and discovery are lost. They actually go away, since humanity doesn't even care to look. However, when the vibration becomes higher, the door opens and discovery and invention just lay there ready to be seen. So spirit does not dole out inventions, but rather the system you have created allows for it. For high science is always there no matter what, but the human beings on the planet temper how much of it becomes available by how the planet vibrates with human consciousness. When these insights of discoveries or inventions are received by humanity, they normally land as inspiration on the planet in more than one place at a time. That is to ensure that the epiphanies of discovery are not lost, so the inspiration happens all at once in 3 to 4 places. Kryon live channeling needed science for the times given in Albuquerque, New Mexico, February 14, 2010. Have you ever wondered where invention and discovery comes from? How long did it take to create fire? How long did it take to create the wheel? And did you notice the length of time between discovering fire and creating the wheel? Now compare that with the length of time between discovering electricity and creating the radio. And what about our current age of technology? It seems that every time you update your computer or mobile phone, the next generation is already on the shelf, and it's a great improvement on the one you just bought. So why was there such a big gap in time originally between our early inventions and discoveries? Kryon states that there is a direct correlation to how in touch humans are with the divinity inside. The more we know about the divinity within us, the more we are able to open up to what we already know, which is how things really work. What I describe next will make more sense if you have read Lee Carroll's Kryon Book 12, The 12 Layers of DNA. If you haven't read the book, don't worry. Just be open to the idea of your DNA containing 12 layers and 3 of them are Pleiadian. The Pleiadians knew all about quantum energy, how entanglement works, and all of the laws of physics, and they used this knowledge to get here. 3 of our 12 DNA layers are Pleiadian. Inside these 3 layers exists everything we wish to know. All of the inventions and discoveries to come for the next 4,000, 8,000 years are already there. The ability to access this information is directly correlated to the coherence of compassion on this planet. Pretty amazing to say the least. Ideas and inventions are given to the planet when our consciousness is ready for it and not before. Have you ever wondered why? the consciousness of humanity has been to separate, conquer, and war with one another. Can you see how this consciousness would like to take new inventions and use them as weapons in war? The ideas and inventions have also been imbued within the crystalline grid of the Earth. Who put them there? Well, the Pleiadians, of course. I'll let Kryon explain. On the planet right now, within that which you call Gaia, there is the crystalline grid. This grid is the memory of all things placed there by the Pleiadians and human history. When it's proper, and when humanity's consciousness has reached a certain point, these ideas and information will be released. Therefore, it is a time capsule. This does not happen from the great central sun. It does not happen from outside. It happens from within the Gaia energy. Years ago, in the beginning of the 2000s, we sat in a place called Met Shasta, and we told you of the Lemurians who sat in the mountain. We told you of the time capsule there. Now you know what it's all about, for they are not going to come out and present themselves and shake hands. That's not the metaphor. Instead, the time capsule is about information, concepts, and ideas. It's about quantumness within your reality that you are going to discover. It is about things that you need to have when you move into the new energy. There was a point in time where you almost stumbled, by the way. You were having a hard time with electricity. So a man came along who was way ahead of his time and available to make a difference. He was called Nikola Tesla. He gave you a principle which today you call alternating current. I challenge you to understand this process, which is used abundantly today. Most of you can't understand it because it is not in 3D. The whole idea of the kind of electricity you use today comes from a quantum mind. That's all he was allowed to do. Oh, he tried with other concepts which he knew to be true and workable, but he was not allowed to do more. If I told you what else he had discovered, you might not be aware of it. His other ideas were never allowed to get out of the box, because the Earth was not ready for it. He discovered massless objects. He could alter the mass through molecular structure using phased magnetics and more, but he never could control it. He had objects fly off his workbench and hit the ceiling. He could never control it, because it wasn't ready yet. You know what else he was known for? Seemingly, it was the failure of transmission of electricity, however. Dear ones, he didn't fail at all. There are pictures of his failed tower, but any time a human being sees any tower, the human makes a biased assumption that it will be used to broadcast something through the air. Let me tell you what he was doing with it. Tesla had figured out how to broadcast electricity through the ground. You need towers for that, because they have to pick up the magnetic in a certain way to broadcast them, and sense the nodes of the planet. We've talked about this before, utilizing the grid of the planet, the grid of the Earth itself, ready to be used as a kind of highway. You can use the whole grid of the planet magnetically to broadcast electricity and then pick it up where you need. No wires. But the Earth was not ready for it. I'll tell you why. Dear ones, and it's the first time we ever told you. The reason is because it's too easy to weaponize it, and you're not ready for it. You're not ready for massless objects, either, for they too are easy to weaponize. So you might say, well, Kryon, then when will we be ready for it? You already know the answer, don't you? At the time when human consciousness reaches a point where that which is important is unification, and not separation, power, and conquering, you will get it. Where humanity will measure the strength of its population by how healthy they are, and not by the GNP, you'll get it. That's coming. It's a ways away, but it is coming. There is a storehouse of knowledge and ideas in this time capsule you call Gaia. It was placed there a long time ago by those who you would call the Lemurians and the Pleiadians. These are one and the same, at certain points in very early sacred human history. The time capsule will open itself with new ideas first, before it opens with inventions. This is because humanity must soften before the inventions come your way. You will see what I mean over the next period of time. The time capsules are beneath your feet. Do you realize what you've got inside? You're going to need that engine of knowledge which you carry. You will need the quantumness in you to become real to you in order to go to the next step. Now, this is your time capsule, and this is really what we want to talk about. There's a time capsule in the Earth, and there's also one in you. It's the spiritual inheritance that you came in with, which is ready to open up like a lotus flower. When it does, there is new awareness, there is peace in a world that is not necessarily peaceful, there's patience in a world that is not necessarily patient. That's when you get to change who you are. We've been talking about that for a long time. This would be a good time to do it. We've waited a long time to give you these messages. This is where the work begins, and it's got to begin with you. Perhaps it begins in ways that you're not really prepared to move with. However, it's not about doing. It's about being. Kryon live channeling the time capsule of Gaia given in Salt Lake City, Utah, February 9, 2013. Earlier I mentioned that new ideas and discoveries are within our DNA, specifically the 3 Pleiadian layers. This is the time capsule that Kryon speaks about. What exactly do the Pleiadian layers represent? Is there more to them than what we think? The answer is yes. Those who seeded you have DNA, and the ones who seeded them have DNA. Interesting, is it not, this sameness of life that you will discover someday in the smallest of the small, in faraway places? You will realize that it did not come from your planet, and then you will start to understand that perhaps there is a common galactic life system, and it's beautiful. There's a time capsule within you. The 3 Pleiadian layers of your DNA are not all that unique to the galaxy, and they carry the seeds of the Pleiadians, their parents, and the parents of their parents. Why I am telling you this? It's because the time capsule that is in you is longer lived even than your planet's life history. It represents those in the galaxy far, far older than you, even the human race itself, and it's in you. We have told you for years that there is more here than you can imagine. Kryon live channeling the DNA capsule given in Sacramento, California, February 10, 2013. Can you see how this applies to you personally? You don't have to be a scientific genius and create an amazing invention to make a significant contribution to the planet. Your compassionate actions and love of the divine self is changing the planet in a most profound way. Do you see how the actions of one change and affect the actions of all? The actions of all change the collective human consciousness. A change in human consciousness either opens or closes the door to new inventions and discoveries.
For over 23 years, Kryon has given us loving messages that are often blended with high science. We have passed the marker of 2012. On numerous occasions, the controversial information given by Kryon has become validated by science. Watch for this trend to continue. As humanity becomes more compassionate, new discoveries are made. Now, prepare yourself for some high science.
Designer magnetics. What is designer magnetics? What is the difference between normal magnetics and designer magnetics? Well, magnetics is to designer magnetics like a crayon picture done by a child is to the Mona Lisa. The child is aware of the colors, but doesn't have any concept about what really can be created. It is the true artist that knows how to take all the colors and create a masterpiece. So when it comes to designer magnetics, we have to learn how to design energy. If this design can be presented to an object in the right way, the object can become massless. This is something we have not seen yet in a controllable way. We don't know how to design a magnetic field in the way that Kryon talks about it. Not yet anyway, but eventually we will. This is part of the new discoveries waiting to be found. This type of designer magnetics can be found naturally occurring on the planet. Have you ever heard about the healing waters in Lourdes, France? Every year, people from all over the world travel to bathe in the legendary healing waters that bubble up from a spring in the grotto. Kryon has said that the healing attributes of the water in this grotto is a direct result of the magnetics and the anomalies in the rocks through which the water flows, and it has a quantum energy. Before we launch into what Kryon has to say about designer magnetics, I want to tell you about entanglement, which Kryon often speaks about. In physics, entanglement is described as the relationship between two or more parts of a quantum system governed by one probability wave function. The term entanglement is used in quantum theory to describe the way that particles of energy matter can be correlated to predictably interact with each other regardless of how far apart they are. Do you know what Einstein called entanglement? He called it spooky action at a distance. The phenomenon of entanglement is real and has been demonstrated repeatedly through experimentation. In 1997, Nicolas Gisin and colleagues at the University of Geneva used entangled photons to enable simple but instantaneous communication over a distance of 7 miles. This explains why distance healing sessions work. Science has not yet discovered the mechanism behind entanglement, nor can it be fully explained by any theory yet. Kryon has said that quantum entanglement is locking together atomic structure, whether matter or energy, in its own time and space in a unique pattern of quantum symmetry.
To help you visualize entanglement, let's look at some research and experiments that are currently happening. This will also prepare you for the next Kryon channel, Smile. A group of researchers has established a superconductivity group in Tel Aviv University, Israel. They have been able to demonstrate quantum levitation and quantum locking. They explain the process in the following manner.
We start with a single crystal sapphire wafer and coat it with a thin, 1 cm thick, ceramic material called yttrium barium copper oxide, Yba2Q307X. The ceramic layer has no interesting magnetic or electrical properties at room temperature. However, when cooled below 185 degrees, 301 degrees, the material becomes a superconductor. It conducts electricity without resistance, with no energy loss. 0. Superconductivity and magnetic fields do not like each other. When possible, the superconductor will expel all magnetic fields from inside. This is the Meissner effect. In our case, since the superconductor is extremely thin, the magnetic field does penetrate. However, it does that in discrete quantities. This is quantum physics after all, called flux tubes or fluxons. Inside each magnetic flux tube, superconductivity is locally destroyed. The superconductor will try to keep the magnetic tubes pinned in weak areas, e.g., grain boundaries. Any spatial movement of the superconductor will cause the flux tubes to move. In order to prevent that, the superconductor remains locked in mid-air. Source: tep:/wo.quantumlevitation.com/thephysics.nl. If you visit the above website, you will also be able to see a video where the researchers demonstrate something that they call quantum levitation and how their supercooled puck is quantumly locked with a magnetic track. The puck then floats around the magnetic track and will even stay locked at any angle. It will even travel around the magnetic track upside down. What they have created opens the door to helping us further understand entanglement. While the experiment is not what you could call 100% entanglement, it is probably about 0.5% entanglement. They have shown that by supercooling an object, you can change its mass. This is the same video footage that Lee Carroll has shown in many seminars. During an event held by Dr. Todd Ovokates, Kryon gave some very profound information to indicate that density is a variable attribute, not an absolute Newtonian law. Therefore, the density of any object can be changed. If you have not heard of Dr. Todd Ovokates, he has been featured in Kryon Book 6, Partnering with God, in Kryon Book 12. The 12 Layers of DNA. Dr. Todd is a researcher who is on the leading edge of discovering the reality of what Kryon has spoken of magnetic DNA healing and rejuvenation. He has developed some astounding theories that are now being proven just as Kryon said would be the case. Although his research is directed toward DNA rejuvenation using new physics, with remarkable results, he is also working on discoveries that everyone can use right now. In addition, Dr. Todd has also been teaching the pineal toning technique (TM), which uses 24 multi-dimensional tones that activate the pineal gland and create profoundly expansive experiences. Here is an excerpt from the transcript of the Kryon channel that gave us information about designer magnetics. The channel included a conversation with Dr. Todd, who Kryon always refers to as Yahweh. Now back to physics. I want to talk about mass. Yahweh, is it possible to have something the size of a small boulder and have two of those objects next to one another, the same size, yet one might weigh 40 kilo and the other one 400 kilo? Is this possible? Yes. At the atomic level, would you explain why, please? Well, there would be a variety of ways that you could have such a differential density of the same size. You could have a boulder of lithium, which has a low density, and a boulder of gold, which has a high density. That would be one explanation, but I suspect you are looking for another. No, that's good. Density is the answer. However, the density of what? Density, by definition, is the unit of mass by the unit of volume. So it would suggest that it would ultimately be the number of nuclear particles which contain the mass per said volume. So it's the measure of 3D parts in a specific space. Earlier, my partner, Lee, showed the seminar group a video of a macro object, piece of iron, quantumly locked and partially entangled with a magnetic field. There were two processes that helped create this. One was magnetism and the other was supercooling. Together, this created the locking that you saw. That process did something to the atomic structure of the mass of the object, which was then locked with the magnetic field in the video. It changed the atomic structure of the mass of the object and locked it to the magnetic field. The object appeared to float, but it actually just had the same quantum symmetry as the magnetic field, so it was entangled with it. Now, here is the hint that I want to give yet again. Mass is a designed attribute and not a law of Newton. Weight and mass does not have anything to do with size. It has to do with density. Now, density is an attribute of atomic structure that has entanglement at its center. The density conforms to the 3D space it is in. What if you could change that specific atomic structure density? There is a way, and it doesn't necessarily change what the substance is. Gold would still be gold. If you were to cool a specific atomic structure so that the atomic particles would stop vibrating the way they were originally vibrating, then you could redesign them the way you wanted using design magnetics. This also changes what we call the quantum symmetry of the locking. You could make a pebble weigh a ton. You could make a car weigh nothing. That is one of the attributes of quantum entanglement and locking, which science has not yet discovered. It allows for designer mass. We have told you before that there is no such thing as anti-gravity. Instead, it is simply the creation of a massless object. Mass can be designed and manipulated. This is one of the first of many lessons we gave 20 years ago, and it is related to entanglement, as you know it. But there is a side effect, energy. I'll get to that. Supercooling, designer magnetic fields, and one other element that you will discover can come together to actually manipulate an attribute of atomic structure which you now call density. You see it all the time with natural substances. What is the difference between that heavy metal you mentioned and the light one? If you could go in and look at the atoms, could you observe it? The answer is yes. If you could change some attributes of the patterning of the atoms and the symmetry of their quantum relationship, it would change the mass. Would they all come together again in a way that is coherent because they are entangled to keep the object, the same object, but change its mass? The answer is yes. So, although it's difficult for my partner to explain an attribute that's never been seen, it explains why an object hangs together as an object. The answer is entanglement. It is entangled or locked with itself in a specific time and space. Do most of you recognize that an object is mostly space? Then what makes it hang together as an object? The answer is that it is quantumly locked with itself. So you can see that every object has its own time and space, and the density is by default conformed. A natural conforming density that tends to return to its conformed state, as is commensurate with the area of the universe it's in. But that density can be adjusted. That is one thing. Here is another. Yahweh, we sat together and discussed something personally. It's not confidential. In one of my communications to you, I asked you to put on the shelf the experiments in free energy. Do you remember that? Yes. I told you there were two reasons. One is that you have more work to do in other areas first, and I gave you some homework. The Lemurian Chor pineal tones. The second reason is that it would not come to fruition as you would suspect it might. In your own vernacular, I told you that you would spin your wheels. Now, I'll reveal the second part of free energy. There is no such thing as free energy. It is simply redirected conforming physics. Now go slow, my partner, an admonition to lead to be careful and slow down if needed. If you're going to have energy created, it's going to have to come from atomic structure somehow. What holds atomic structure together is its conforming energy source. If you can change the attributes of that atomic structure, does it make sense to you that you might be able to release energy by reconforming an object? When you alter the attributes of the entangled or locked state, can you see that there might be an adjustment of energy? Yes. That is one of the secrets. Here is another attribute, a hint. Human beings listen to this. Physicists try some experiments with energy that are new within a very special place, that would be in orbit. For if you do that, you will be able to have the coldness you need without the additional energy you need to create it. I'll leave that alone and you can decide why. It's part of the secret. Energy used to create a state often affects the state. The releasing of the attributes of entanglement or locking within a conforming object will release great energy. The unconforming of an object must absolutely release energy in a way that you have not seen yet. This is quantum, reflecting two new unrecognized laws of the strong and weak force of multidimensionality. This is not the same as the release of nuclear energy as you know it now. This is the release of locked energy within the structure of an object as it changes its attributes of density. It does not reach a critical mass, and it will not explode. It simply channels the energy to another place, which is not seen well in 3D. Multidimensional energy is very real. You have even called it dark energy. It holds the galaxy together. At the moment, it's going to take supercooling to unlock this. The oxymoron here is that it takes a great deal of energy to supercool anything, but not in space. Eventually, can you see how you might be able to create a circle of energy from this process? If you can set up a constantly changing density mass scenario, it will release energy each time the object changes conformity. So remember, mass wants to always return to a conformed state. If you change it by unlocking the quantum symmetry, it will return to its natural density when you release the engine of unlocking. This is then a push-pull energy. That energy can be harnessed, and some of it can be reused to keep the supercooling active. Then you have an engine that runs itself and at the same time releases more energy than it uses. It's not free energy. It's redirected energy. The release of this energy is far greater than any of the 3D formulas you have to guess what it might be, for it is the very core of keeping matter together, and there are simply no known formulas to measure it. It's far greater than you think. You are used to seeing energy as heat, redirected energy is quantum and invisible, so you are going to need a quantum invention to capture it. In summary, Kryon has said that after you supercool an object, you can redesign the attributes of its atomic structure using designer magnetics. The only problem is we don't even really know what that is yet. If you look into matter, there is a big mystery regarding the atomic structure. For example, if you look inside a rock, there is a quantum patterning that makes it a rock. But one of the attributes is its density, how far apart the atoms are. Part of the quantum patterning is, 1, the density of the matter, mass, and 2, what holds it all together to make it a rock. In our gravity, mass equals weight, so designer magnetics could potentially reprogram the density of an object to even make it almost weightless. Can you imagine the practical applications that can be achieved using this technology? Q. If entanglement can occur with any object to any other object, then theoretically it would be possible to create a laboratory that is entangled with outer space that could then allow for supercooling of objects, where you wouldn't have to use a lot of energy. Is there any information that you can provide about this? Kryon, a laboratory is not an object. Entanglement requires designer rearranging of atomic structure within a substance. Energy and mass can be entangled, but complex mixtures of objects as a package cannot easily be. Gaia as a consciousness is entangled with the center of the galaxy. Gaia as rock, water, and air is not, but a single rock could be. Entanglement requires a confluence of symmetry within each side of the equation. I don't expect to understand this just yet, but you will. You don't have to use a lot of energy to create supercooling. This is also something you will discover when supercooling is something you wish to do with more efficiency. 2. Can supercooling be achieved on Earth without huge expenditures of energy, for example using ceramics? Kryon, the answer is yes, but not by using ceramics only. There is some chemistry that you have not developed yet which will help supercool objects if you can get them to a certain cold, resting temperature to start with. This is why the mountaintops were especially nice for the technology of the Lemurians. For it was a great starting point, without any energy at all, except that required to travel there, 35°C. Chemistry is not normally thought of as an answer for temperature control, or something that might create zero-point energy, but it can be the answer in this situation in order to take something that is already frozen into a supercooled state with a little more energy involved. So the extra 240-degree drop needed for absolute zero would be significant, but you don't really need 0 point for simple quantum locking. See next question. You already have seen this chemical process in the lab, but not on a large developed scale. So develop it. Look for chemistry formulation that attracts heat and sucks heat out of almost anything. Like osmosis works through a semi-permeable membrane, heat can also be sucked from a more concentrated area to a less concentrated area in ways you have not really seen yet. It will be the eventual basis for portable field refrigerators and ways of keeping food fresh while off the grid. A battery will be able to keep the chemistry active. So the answer is that through a combination of 1. Starting cold, 2. Using new chemistry, and 3. New exotic materials will give you the ability to supercool without tremendous energy involved. Q. L's physical entanglement and entanglement via consciousness of quantum physical objects? Is it the same for love? Kryon states that the space between the nucleus and the electron haze in atoms is filled with consciousness and love. How does this relate to physics? Kryon. Last question first. We told you that one of the first quantum mysteries you will have when you finally have a quantum field measurement device will be the discovery of another kind of life, quantum life. The instrument will reveal life everywhere, but it will be quantum life. This life will have consciousness without death or reproduction. So the definition of life will have to be rewritten, and quantum life will then be included in your reality. but you will be able to see it and interface with it in 3D, making it especially interesting. Therefore, consciousness and love, something that is created from structured consciousness, will have to be considered a quantum life force, for it will be seen as multidimensional life by this new instrument. A building has 3D structure, but life force that varies from moment to moment has potential-based structure, quantum structure. A strong and weak multidimensional force are the two missing laws of physics. When they are realized, then it will make sense that the space between the nucleus and the electron haze is not space at all, but filled with potential-based reality and structure. It will have energy that explains the space, just like it will explain the puzzle of dark matter in the galaxy, which isn't a variation of a Newtonian function. So the new understandings can now include love and consciousness as structural players in physics. It will also allow your logic to see them both as players in entanglement. Therefore, having consciousness and love in that mysterious atomic space will be a possibility and will make far more sense than it does at the moment. It is the glue of God, and the reason why atomic structure has attitude and intelligent design. First part of the question: physical entanglement is an illusion. You are only seeing the physical part in 3D. The invisible strings of the missing laws of physics are the real players here, and they come in many forms and colors. So entanglement is really a bag of many attributes and many variables, and therefore many forms of it exist, elementary to complex. Quantum locking is only partial entanglement, and an elementary form. You can see it in 3D, and it is created by designer magnetics and designer atomic structure alteration, supercooling. This is beginning entanglement, and involves energy in an object, but distance is still an issue, so it is not full entanglement. Consciousness is energy, and it can be locked to an object. Love, patterned consciousness, is energy, and can be locked to either other energy or an object. Objects are harnessed energy, and can be locked together, many of them. But in both these cases there is far more involved than magnetics and supercooling. There is a missing quantum engine that hasn't yet been discovered that throws the strings and creates a confluence of coherent atomic structure. Then the two are truly locked into one reality together, and they share the same space atomically. This would be complex entanglement. There is a lot of energy needed for complex entanglement, more than you will want to know about. Even more than the chemistry we discussed in the former question. For real entanglement takes lots of energy. Quantum locking doesn't. This is why the complete and complex entanglement that you see in atomic structure, at the very small level, and also in galactic motion macro level is possible. Both of these have very strong quantum energy resources to pull from. In the case of atomic structure, it's the energy of the atom itself, which could be seen as very small wormholes connected quantumly to infinite energy. In the case of galactic motion, Vera Rubin's discovery, it pulls upon the center of the galaxy for power. But in the middle ground 3D reality, it isn't seen as much, so it's difficult to figure out how to really work with it or make it happen in the lab without a tremendous power source. This will happen when you get cold fusion. Then it will be more viable to work with and much more fun. The missing laws of physics. Physics by its very definition is the science of energy and matter, and the interactions between them. Everything around us, including us, is made up of energy and matter. The science of physics helps us to better understand the world around us, the world inside us, and the world beyond us. It is the most basic and fundamental science we have. Here is what the American Physical Society says about physics. Physics challenges our imaginations with concepts like relativity and string theory, and it leads to great discoveries like computers and lasers that lead to technologies which change our lives, from healing joints to curing cancer to developing sustainable energy solutions. Physics encompasses the study of the universe from the largest galaxies to the smallest subatomic particles. Moreover, it's the basis of many other sciences, including chemistry, oceanography, seismology, and astronomy, and can be applied to biology or medical science. Source: @poland-woo.apps.org/programs/education/ystudy.km. Physics is also considered a general analysis of nature through its study of fundamental natural phenomena and the interaction of natural forces. There are currently 4 known fundamental forces: gravity, the electromagnetic force, the strong force, and the weak force. The study of gravity and electromagnetism is called classical physics, while the study of the last two is mainly comprised of quantum physics. To date, quantum physics has mostly been studied at the extremely small scale such as subatomic particles like electrons. The science of physics, however, is facing a conundrum. Observations are being made that do not fit within the known fundamental forces. Could it be that there are other fundamental forces that haven't been discovered yet? The answer is yes. Kryon has indicated that there are two more laws of physics yet to be discovered. There have been various channeled messages providing information about the missing laws of physics. The following extract helps us to understand what Kryon is trying to tell us. The new laws of physics. Now we speak of physics. Let me give you some history about a conundrum. Let me tell you what science has done with the conundrum. Then let me tell you some things that we have never said before. It's a beautiful law, it is, and the scientist Newton designed it. It is a law that is responsible for all of the orbital mechanics in your solar system. It explains them all, it does, and it's the second law of Newton. It is a description. Careful, my partner, go slowly. This is Kryon's admonition to Lee to be extra clear. It is a description in its fundamental formulation of force, matter, and acceleration. And these fundamentals explain the movements of the planets, the movement and inertia of motion everywhere. It does it so well that this formula is responsible for the calculations you use to send satellites up and your space probes throughout the solar system. All of the math centered around Newton's second law works. If you've noticed, in your own solar system and study of astronomy, you'll see what Newton saw, that the planets, items with constant mass, that are closer to the gravitational influence of the sun travel at a different speed than the ones that are further away. This became the formula of the second law of Newton, and holds true today, at least until recently when your science discovered some challenges. The first thing that raised interest was when the particles became too small, and then the law broke down. It didn't follow the rules anymore. When you got into atomic structure, the formula was different. This was actually the reason for the birth of quantum physics, the explanation of the small and the very small, and the theories that would go with it, including multi-dimensional ones. And it was okay with science. New theories said that when matter gets super small, there has to be a difference in the interaction between mass objects. Some say it was due to the fact that smaller particles didn't have the constant mass that the planets and moon did. Not too hard to deal with in the mind of the scientist. Also, human beings have the ability to experiment with the super small with atomic accelerators, protons, and antiprotons, colliding at almost the speed of light to see what happens. So humans could verify the new laws within the super small world. Then something happened. With the advent of the new eyes of the Earth through computer-controlled mirrors and telescopic arrays, you began to study distant galaxies and see them clearly. Much to the surprise of astronomers, they could see the stars rotating around the center of the galaxy, much like your solar system rotates around the sun, but with a big difference. It didn't follow Newton's law. To the astronomers' surprise, they discovered that the stars rotating around the center of a galaxy were in what is called a flat rotation mode. Let me explain this to you. Go slowly, my partner. More Kryon admonition to Lee. If you were to take a disk and put some pebbles on the disk close and far from the fulcrum, center, then gently rotate the disk, you would notice that all of the particles you put on the disk rotate in tandem together, keeping their influence with each other in the same perspective. In other words, one does not go faster or slower due to the distance from the center. That is called flat rotation, and that is what galaxies do. However, suddenly Newton's second law doesn't work. Stars would have large constant mass, yet they were not following the rules of orbital mechanics. Newton's law seemed to work for solar systems but not for galaxies. This makes no sense, and is at the heart of controversy, an eventual discovery of something astronomy is starting to see. In the mathematics of energy measuring of the universe, science says that something is creating an energy you cannot see that is pushing on the matter in a way that is affecting Newton's law. They say they don't know what it is and cannot see it. It is unseen energy creating a new kind of orbital system, which they are now realizing is in all galaxies. So they call it dark matter, mystery matter that has influence on everything. Dark matter isn't really dark. It is simply the scientific expression for missing energy. That's all it is. Something is pushing and pulling in ways that do not follow the orbital mechanics of the classic Newton's law. How can that be? Now the conundrum is there. The very small doesn't work well. The very big doesn't work well. Your solar system seems to be fine. Somebody's working on this issue right now, and I have to mention it. So put on your esoteric hat for just a moment. Newton had an assistant who was very involved in his work. This assistant is alive today, and he's an astronomer. Of course, he has reincarnated with the passion in his cellular structure to continue the work, and he is. And he's very close to figuring this out. I'm going to tell you why this conundrum exists. I'm going to do my best to give this to my partner in a succinct way so that you will understand the physics. This has never been revealed in this fashion. You're close to discovery, and it's in the ethers. So I am not giving you anything that human free choice wouldn't discover on its own. The solution is floating in the system, ready to be found. Adding to the known forces in the universe? When it's seen, the new theory is going to run up against lots of scientific resistance, and I'll tell you why, because you're going to have to rewrite and add on to the four forces of the universe. Gasp, change the known forces. Lee is breathing hard now. As known by physics, I will give you the names of the four forces of the universe, and what they're called. I will not explain them, for this is not the venue for that today. Listen to what the scientists have said are the only four forces that control everything. The first is gravity, and is known as the weak force. The second is electromagnetics, and is known as the strong force. They're a pair. And the next two are another pair. Number 3 is known as the weak nuclear force. The fourth is known as the strong nuclear force. Those four supposedly are responsible for everything that happens, but now suddenly there is a conundrum. There's missing energy. Does that not tell you perhaps those four forces might be 6? And they are as follows. I want you to take a look at nature. On your planet, take a look at nature. Almost everything comes up in the factors of 12. Mathematician, you know what the factors of 12 are. There are 6. The most common factors of 12 that you see in nature are 3, 4, and 6. When you crystallize water on its own, it comes up with a 6-arm pattern, a snowflake. The crystallization formations are base 12 with the factors of 12 clearly showing, mostly with 6. We have told you for many, many years that the elegant science of physics should be base 12. It is a multi-dimensional math that includes a 0 that doesn't mean nothing or infinity. A 0 in universal base 12 math means the potentials of all the answers probable. It's not an empirical math as in 3D, yet this math will bring you some realizations when you begin to use it. For instance, does it make sense to you that one of the most profound equations that you have, being that of the circle called pi, p, is an irrational number? An irrational number in math is one having an infinite and non-recurring expansion when expressed as a decimal. It goes forever. Does that make sense for one of the most profound formulas of the universe? We happen to know that on one of your spacecraft, to communicate with anybody who might find it, you put that number pi right on the plaque on the spacecraft. It is like a communication in math. In case any intelligent life force should find it, they would then say, "Oh, humans have pi. Therefore, they must be intelligent." Let me tell you what an intelligent society will know when they see that. They will look at it and say, "These creatures are flying in space, and they don't even have base 12. Look what they think pi is. They must still be in base 10. It's like finding an advanced society with black and white TV. There are 6 forces of nature. Although 4 is a factor of 12, 6 and 12 are the ones that appear the most, and are most nature-like. Look at the chemistry of DNNI, and behold the factors of 12 in the chemistry. It's everywhere. Before I tell you what the other 2 forces are, let me tell you about naming things. I will give them attributes, not names, because they will be named according to what science wishes to name them later, and they will then explain dark matter. There's a difference between the galaxy and the solar system, a big difference. Newtonians, listen up. At the middle of a solar system is ordinary mass. No matter how big or how small the sun is in any solar system, it represents ordinary, consistent mass. When you get into the giant systems such as galaxies, that's where the magic is, and that's where the discoveries are. Years ago, we told you what was in the middle of each galaxy that would cause the rotation, even before it was noted in science. We said there is something in the middle that is multidimensional, a black hole. Some years ago, we then gave you the rest of the story. We said there are twins in the middle of each galaxy. There are 2 quantum attributes, one that you call a black hole, and one you cannot see that is its twin. They are a push-pull system of multi-dimensional energy. They represent the missing piece of the named forces of the universe and the energy that surges back and forth. Now, stay with me, mainly said for Lee. I'm going to give you some pictures in your mind for this. Let me tell you what happens when you have this kind of multi-dimensional energy in the center of anything. Newton's law no longer applies, since the center is not ordinary mass. This multidimensional energy has cohesion. It creates a flat, rotating galaxy because of this cohesion. There's a whole set of laws that must be developed for a strong and a weak multi-dimensional force. These are the last two, and now you have the six. You have gravity, you have electromagnetics, you have strong and weak nuclear, and now you have number 5 and number 6, which are strong and weak multi-dimensional force. New information about the center of the galaxies.
Every galaxy has a push-pull system at its center. This is a twin energy system, but you only are aware of one. You're convinced it's invisible, and it's a black hole. No light escapes, but you think it's singular one thing, how 3DO. Laughter. It is not one thing, instead, it's a beautiful double eye of a needle. Now listen. When you start mapping the universe, and you see how the galaxies are really laid out, you already know they're not random. Isn't that interesting? Wasn't what you called the Big Bang supposed to be something that randomly distributed everything from almost nothing? So, why is there a pattern? This is the beautiful part, dear human being. There is a pattern in the seeming chaos of the multidimensional event that the Big Bang was. As we have told you before, your Big Bang was really a big, multidimensional collision with another multidimensional force. Multidimensionality seems to be chaos with a hidden pattern.
Picture with me for a moment a giant needle and thread, two of them. One goes into the black hole, and one comes out of it. These threads are multi-dimensional strings of force that connect themselves to the other galaxies, weaving in and out of their centers, which are all double-eyed black holes. A push and a pull, a multi-dimensional force of which you are not aware of yet, threading the galaxies one to another and to another. Now picture in your mind that this quilt work has symmetry and purpose. If you could look down the middle of it, into the middle of it, into the mirrors from a certain angle, you would even have the symmetry of a mandala. The galaxies are shaped beautifully together in an elegant dance. The symmetry makes sense, and it's base 12. We challenge you to find this, and those seeming threads that go in and out of those galaxy centers with this new force I have just described are a lattice. It's a lattice with symmetry and purpose, the cosmic lattice, as originally defined by Kryon many years ago. It has beauty, and it's the missing energy of the universe, as seen by those who are looking for it. The dark matter that everyone looks for is not in the empty spaces between things. It's in the strings of the multidimensional force between galaxies, purposely put there. Oh, it's a wonderful system. You want the dark matter to make 3D sense, but it can't. It deals with the two multi-dimensional forces of the universe that are quantum, and therefore out of time and out of the preview of your 3D formulas. The next big discovery, quantum sight. Okay, there is one more. I want to give you this hint. Again, this information is in the ethers. That is to say that it is available for discovery and imminent. Humans must discover these things on their own, but we give hints. When the discoveries happen, you'll know you heard it here first. Kryon smile. This is technical. Don't worry, my partner. I'll give you the picture. For years, astronomers have been putting special lenses on telescopes in order to give them different kinds of views of the universe beyond normal light. The collection of ordinary light is past for real astronomy. They now wish to collect radiation. They wish to have the spectrometry so that they can have an analysis of what things are made of. They like to measure the coming and the going of the speed of objects, so they will have red sky or blue sky to know if objects are advancing or retreating from the observer. For years, they have been putting special lenses on their telescopes so they can analyze what common light cannot show them. Most of you are not even aware that many of the telescopes of the planet don't even let you look through them anymore. It's all about computer-controlled collection of what is hidden in the light, or what is available through other measuring methods. They know how hot things are, what they are made of, where they are going, and their trajectory anomalies. Wouldn't it be wonderful if someone on Earth came up with a multidimensional astronomical lens? And if they did, what would they see? They would see exactly what I've described. First, they would be able to see the twin black holes that appear to be one. A multidimensional lens is looking at gravity and time, and the warping of them into patterns. If you were looking at the universe with this lens, you'd see how the twins relate to each other, the pulse of them, and you'd see the strands connecting the galaxies very clearly. Well, wouldn't that be wonderful? It would explain the missing energy, wouldn't it? It would give the scientists the reason to increase the 4 forces to 6. And it's doable. Now I'm going to tell you what it looks like almost. Kryon smile. Number 1 hint, you cannot put it on the lens. It must go as close as it can to the receiving device. In the case of an optical telescope, that is the mirror. In the case of a digital telescope, that is its digital eyeball. That is to say that this lens cannot go anywhere but the focal plane. That will be meaningful to those who build telescopes. It must go there where the focus is collected. Hint 2. This lens is not physical. This lens is plasma. The plasma is held together by incredibly strong magnetics. Oh, and it's very cold. And those are the hints. And when you develop it and when you turn it on and work out the adjustments to the magnetics that allow the plasma coherence, you will have the next step in astronomy, a revolution and a revelation. Physics will change, your reality will change, and I will tell you why. This is the last point I make in science before I close. I'll tell you why. When you look at multidimensional things, one of the unexpected things you're going to see is life. Life sticks out because of life force. You can look into a galaxy and the stars that glow using the filter will have life around them. How about that one? And everybody can get scared. Laughter, it's inevitable, you know? That is our science channel. Kryon live channeling physics and science given in Met Shasta, California. Kryon Summer Light Conference, June 17, 2007. In summary, there are currently 4 laws of physics, and in very basic and simple terms they are: 1. Strong nuclear force. 2. Weak nuclear force. 3. Electromagnetism. 4. Gravity. Kryon has indicated that there are 2 more laws of physics that have yet to be discovered. This brings the laws to 6, which is then more aligned with a base 12 math for all things. The 2 missing laws according to Kryon that explain dark matter are: 5. Strong quantum force. 6. Weak quantum force. The missing laws have multi-dimensional attributes. They are quantum and explain things that we have not been able to understand. During a channel in Philadelphia in 2012, Kryon further explained the missing pieces of the puzzle and gave us 2 new things. Number 1. In astronomy, those who look at the galaxies, including this one, don't understand why the stars move around the middle the way they do. All the stars seem to all be moving at the same speed around the center. That's not Newtonian, if you noticed. It doesn't have anything to do with mass or gravity, if you noticed. Every spiral galaxy like the one you live in has this attribute. The reason is because it's entangled with the center. That is to say that the middle of the galaxy contains something you have called the potential of a singularity. It is not a black hole per se, but rather it is a quantum event. It is a push-pull energy. You call it a black hole, but we call it the twins. There is a push-pull quantum energy there, a strong and weak quantum force. Physicists, listen to this channel. Perhaps things here will lead to discovery of ideas. This galaxy is entangled. Entanglement has many levels, but the largest you can see is that all the stars are quantumly locked at the same speed, no matter how far away they are from the center. There is an event which is happening in the middle that is so strong that you rotate with it. You are locked with what happens there. Every spiral galaxy has this attribute, for this is the undiscovered physics of what happens at the center. So what is it that could be in the middle? There's an event there, dear ones, and that's as far as we're going to describe it for now. It's not where you meet God. It's something even grander than that. Perhaps there is even a communication with something else. Number 2. Regarding number 1, above, isn't it interesting that astronomers and physicists have decided that the only simulation that makes any sense to solve the stars moving at the same speed around the center is to add in an enormous amount of invisible energy that is not understood, called dark matter? Well, it isn't matter at all, dear ones. It's a quantum law of physics that creates entanglement. Quantum energy is not definable using 3-dimensional attributes. So we will just say that it's quantum laws that push and pull on the 3-dimensional parts. There's no such thing as dark matter as presented by those who have envisioned it. Physicists and astronomers, when you start understanding the push-pull energy that has created the universe, and which is part of the center of this galaxy, you will see the strong and the weak multidimensional force that is everywhere, and explains it all. It will solve the puzzle without dark matter, and the formulas will work. Then you will see the truth of it in almost everything you're looking at, for it will be quantum laws that are at work. Then I beg you biologists to start looking inside the human, for as it is in the small and the large, it is in the human being. You will start to see the miracle of quantum DNA. What does science say? During my lectures at university, the creation of the universe was explained by the Big Bang Theory. One of the objections that I have to the Big Bang Theory is this: how could everything have come from nothing, and then at a speed greater than the speed of light, instantly expand, thus violating every law of current physics, to create the current mass of the universe in a nanomoment? Don't get me wrong, the Big Bang occurred, but I don't believe it came from nothing.
If we look at the information that Kryon has given, then the Big Bang is actually a quantum event. This means it is still happening. This is because there is no timeline in a quantum state. It explains the energy of the universal expansion. Science, however, has yet to discover the two missing laws of physics, and scientists try to fit what they see into the three-dimensional Newtonian laws. I believe it is only a matter of time before the missing pieces from the Big Bang puzzle will be discovered. When they do, you can just smile and say, "I know that," Kryon told us years ago.
There are already renegade cosmologists who think they have the answer in what they call a cyclic universe. Paul Steinhardt and Neil Turok have a radical idea that our three-dimensional universe is but a very tiny part of a multiverse. They claim the Big Bang is the result of a collision of membranes between our reality with another. They also say the Big Bang is just the latest in a cycle of cosmic collisions stretching infinitely into the past and into the future. Each collision creates a new universe. Thus time and space are both infinite. So what's stopping cosmologists from accepting this new model? One reason is that, at the moment of collision, the extra dimension goes from vanishingly small to literally zero. This creates what physicists call a singularity, a point at which the laws of physics break down, which has created a problem for the cosmologists. Despite this problem, David Spergel, a Princeton astrophysicist, says that the model presented by Steinhardt and Turok has the best chance of being right. Kryon has already given the answer by saying there is no such thing as a singularity. I interrupt this scientific discussion to bring you a Kryon channel that tells us how universes are created. Greetings, dear ones, I am Kryon of Magnetic Service. Why would an angelic entity from the other side of the veil choose that name? The very name Kryon is an odd name. That's not my name. It's the vibration in the air that I wanted you to hear when you pronounce it so that your perception would be a certain way. We didn't want the perception to be too fluffy, you see? Kryon humor, for then we would be accepted or rejected immediately by a certain strata of those who like or don't like fluffy. You must understand that we constantly deal with that which is perceived by those in three dimensions. You perceive with a bias of your dimension and your life experience. So a three-dimensional world is still only a piece of reality, even for those who are the highest-minded thinkers on the planet. They are in a perception box. It cannot be helped, and it is honored. But it makes it harder for us to communicate with you. It makes it harder for you too, for you are constantly trying to perceive a multi-dimensional universe using linear three-dimensional rules. The 3D perceptions then control the very concepts that you question. It drives your belief. You can't know what you don't know, so you can't even ask the right questions about what you don't know. You are biased in three dimensions and you can't help it, for it is your reality. We understand all of that. The universe is expanding. It's expanding because of unseen energy, of course, but it's simply energy you cannot see in 3D. It's expanding at a faster rate than the equations in 3D say it should, when you look at all the mass, so that ought to tell you something which is happening. It ought to tell you something is happening which is out of the realm of what you would expect, perhaps even out of 3D. Perhaps it's not even explainable by what you know. So I will discuss it again, for this is old information that I have carried around for a long time. There are those who would project the possibilities of dark energy, for they are starting to ask the question about energy in the universe, which you can't see. If you try to fit it into a Newtonian system, then there has to be incredible amounts of some kind of energy you can't see, but which is pushing everything around. However, could it be that whatever it is coming from somewhere else? Then you get into conjecture, so I will tell you this. That which creates what you consider to be the Big Bang, if you wish to call it that, is at work within your expanding universe, making it expand. Your universe coexists with other dimensional realities, other universes. Postured and sitting in what you think is 3D is a whole scheme of other dimensions which overlap. They don't interfere, but occasionally an attribute of another dimension gets close enough to yours to affect it energetically, and it pulls upon yours and creates energy that is odd and doesn't add up in 3D rules of physics. You are expanding at a greater rate because there is a dimensional overlap that's pulling it that way. Eventually, it will get to the place where it will pull it faster and faster. Your science is looking at this, by the way. Over billions of years, another universe will be created from the dimensional membrane of a different dimension scenario that comes too close to the vibration rate of yours. In another realm of reality, you will then have another Big Bang. Of course, as your science has described it, there is no such thing as the Big Bang. You don't get something from nothing, yet that's still the prevailing attitude. In the beginning, at least there had to be energy. So rather than just saying there was energy which all of a sudden went from nothing to everything, doesn't it make more sense, even in 3D, to think that just maybe, perhaps, there was something already there? It's a beautiful system and an elegant one that creates universes. Yours exploded into existence in this way. It had its beginning due to a dimensional shift. Then you have to say to yourself, well, what was the beginning of that? And we say, oh, how human of you. There was no beginning. All is in a circle. I guess what else is in a circle? You won't understand it. You can't. It won't make sense. It's out of linearity. It's time. I'll tell you what's going to happen. In your future, what remains to you as a potential will change what happens right now, for it tends then to become a reality. It pulls upon you. And that is why we are so safe to say that the future potential of your civilization on the planet is positive. The future, which you think has not happened yet, exists as a potential in a multidimensional state, and you are pulling toward it. So we see it as existing now, and you see it as something that is mysterious. Does energy exist? Does a quantum state exist? Physicists will say yes. Therefore, dear ones, potentials are reality. If that's the case, is it also possible that your present energy is pulling on past energy? Are there potentials in both directions? There are physicists who are starting to experiment with that very thing. Time is in a circle, and it tells you something. It tells you that potentials are actually catalysts. There are now physicists starting to ask the question, is it possible time goes in both directions? Indeed it does. Kryon often talks about time being in a circle. This is such a difficult concept for us to understand, but it really is important to understanding universal truth. Slowly, science is beginning to see the truth of Kryon's statement about time being in a circle. On November 17, 2010, physicist Yakir Arov received the National Medal of Science, the highest science honor bestowed by the United States government, in recognition for his work in quantum mechanics. Aharonov appeared to show that actions in the future can alter measurements made in the past. Here's what science is saying about the rotation of the galaxy. Kryon gave specific information about the way that our galaxy rotates and mentioned that it is also the way that all spiral galaxies rotate. The very first astronomer to observe this is Dr. Vera Rubin, who has been stargazing since the age of 10. She pioneered work on galaxy rotation rates and is famous for uncovering the discrepancy between the predicted angular motion of galaxies and the observed motion through the study of galactic rotation curves. Dr. Rubin's discoveries seem to present some challenges to the existing Newtonian laws. An alternative scientific theory has been proposed by Modi Milgram and is called modified Newtonian dynamics, MONADS, as a solution to explain the galaxy rotation problem. The theory has little support from the scientific community, however. Dr. Rubin supports the MON theory, stating that, if I could have my pick, I would like to learn that Newton's laws must be modified in order to correctly describe gravitational interactions at large distances. That's more appealing than a universe filled with a new kind of subnuclear particle. Eventually, science will discover that Newton's laws do not need to be modified. Instead, the two missing laws relating to the strong and weak quantum force that pushes and pulls will shed some light on an otherwise dark subject. Here's what science is saying about the laws throughout the universe. An amazing discovery has been made by a team of astrophysicists based in Australia and England, uncovering evidence that the laws of physics are different in different parts of the universe. The findings have been published in the October 31st, 2011 issue of Physical Letters Review, a scientific journal for the American Physical Society. The report asserts that observations of over 300 distant celestial bodies show that the strength of electromagnetism may change at different places in the universe. A change in alpha generates a very unique fingerprint in the pattern of absorption lines, said John Webb at the University of New South Wales, and lead author of the recently published paper. Weirdly, the differences in the spectral lines weren't consistent. Quasars in the northern hemisphere seem to have slightly smaller value for alpha, while those in the southern hemisphere tended to have a slightly higher value. We found that it looks as if one of the laws of physics seems to vary throughout the universe, Webb said. The claim is dramatic and could potentially have far-reaching impacts. In their conclusion, the researchers say that this could be evidence for multiple universes because these results could infer a very large or infinite universe within which our local Hubble volume represents a tiny fraction, with correspondingly small variations in the physical constants. Members of the team have also said it might hint at why the laws of the universe seem so perfectly tuned to support life. These results fly in the face of the long-established equivalence principle, which holds that the laws of physics are constant at all points in the universe. I think we are living in very exciting times. The shift in human consciousness has created a new awareness on the planet. Old souls are reawakening and creating a more enlightened society. An enlightened society in turn leads to higher science and new discoveries, inventions, and technologies. Do you see how everything is related? Q. What changes can we expect once the two missing laws of physics are discovered and accepted by the scientific community? Kryon. The very acceptance of the last two laws, bringing them to 6, will be full acknowledgement that Newton's laws are limited to single-digit dimensionality. The entire physics world will split into Newtonian and non-Newtonian, as the new realities begin to settle into provable scenarios. Even with the new laws, there will be the old guard who simply wish to alter the old laws into improbable models, rather than accept the new quantum laws that are potential-based. Humans love structure, and single-digit dimensionality gives that. It's when you begin to deal with the probability curves of energy in a chaotic state that scientists shy away. They want formulas to work the same each time, and for math to always equal what charts say it should. But the idea that solutions can change with outside altered attributes is foreign to the linear thinker. Linear: if a chicken will cross the road at 2 kilometers per hour, and the road is 16 meters, 52 feet wide, you can calculate exactly how long it will take for the chicken to cross. In the linear world, this solution is forever. Quantum: the chicken is crossing the road at 2 kef, and sees a rooster coming. Now the solution is variable, since the chicken may or may not change speed, so there has to be a rooster rule in the equation. See what I mean? Potentials are important in the solutions of complex problems involving a constantly shifting quantum soup of energy and mass, which you call atomic structure. You have only observed atoms in 3D, where the space within them is filled with nothing. What if you could see the space as volatile? It would then give a potential to atomic structure that might change, or not. Welcome to a world where things move around. You allow it in your own consciousness. So why not allow it in physics? There is a rooster effect in every atom, depending on some variables that you can control. Chapter 3. The Energy Grids of the Earth. The subject of the energy grids of the Earth is what prompted me to write this book. For several years I looked for published information that was specifically about the energy grids of Gaia that Kryon talked about during the channels. The more I searched for this information, the more frustrated I became. The majority of information was about the work done by Bill Becker and Betha Hagens on the planetary grid, the Curie lines discovered by Dr. Manfred Curie and Dr. Whitman, the Hartmann net or Hartmann lines, named after Dr. Ernst Hartmann, and the various descriptions about Lee's lines and portals on the Earth, none of which corroborated with what Kryon said. I couldn't find information anywhere about the Gaia grids that directly relate to humans. Because of my lifelong passion about the environment and my subsequent discovery of the esoteric, spiritual aspects in all life, I felt an overwhelming desire to make this information available in published form. I also feel that the old souls that are awakening on the planet should have access to all of the information relating to the Gaia system in one place, so that they don't have to search through many different channels and piece together all the information Kryon has been giving us for the last 23 years. It is my hope and desire that others will feel differently about the planet once they have the knowledge that everything Gaia does is for humanity. I especially hope that any environmentalists and people that think like I used to, that humans are the root of all evil on Earth, will get a glimpse of the bigger picture and how every soul that awakens on the planet and demonstrates compassionate action in their daily life is changing the Earth in an incredibly grand way. The planet Earth has many energy grids, but there are 3 main ones, and they are all here for the divine human being. This is because the 3 energy grids were created at the same time as the seeding of humanity with Pleiadian DNA. The 3 grids are the magnetic grid, the Gaia grid, or Gaia consciousness, and the crystalline grid. In numerology, 3 is a catalytic number. The 3 grids are interactive. They are entangled. The 3 grids exist as one, therefore, things that affect one grid affect all the grids. Human consciousness changes the grids. The changes in the grids create changes within the humans. It is part of a beautiful system that involves our galaxy and the rest of the universe. Each grid has a specific purpose. Kryon explains the 3 grids in the following way. The grid system of the Earth is specific in its purpose. It is fine-tuned, and it exists for only one reason: human setup. Although you might think it is a geological attribute of the physics of the planet, it is more than that. It is a delivery engine. That is what the grid system does. It talks to humanity human by human, and it is part of who you are personally. It helps to both separate you and also unite you. It gives you setups, challenges, solutions, and love. It is what some of you relate to even when you think about God. Some would say, Kryon, I don't like that idea of physics entering the realm of spirituality. I don't like the grid of the Earth being part spiritual. I will say to you that it is the way of it. For as creators that you are, you have created everything that you have before you, including the test, the duality, and the engine of reality that administers them to your cellular structure. You cannot separate spirit from your reality. You might wish to believe that it is somehow above that which is physical, but the truth is that it is the center of all that is physical. You can't leave God out of anything. The magnetic grid. The magnetic field of the Earth has been described in an article by NASA Science News, titled Earth's Inconstant Magnetic Field. In this way, the Earth's magnetic field is produced from deep within the center of the Earth. The inner core of the Earth is a solid iron ball that is as hot as the surface of the Sun. This inner core is 70% as wide as the Moon. It spins at its own rate, slightly faster than that of the Earth above it, and it has its own ocean, which is a very deep layer of liquid iron known as the outer core. Earth's magnetic field comes from this ocean of iron, which is an electrically conducting fluid in constant motion. Sitting atop the hot inner core, the liquid outer core seethes and roils like water in a pan on a hot stove. The outer core also has hurricanes, whirlpools powered by the Coriolis forces of Earth's rotation. These complex motions generate our planet's magnetism through a process called the dynamo effect. The researchers say that our planet's magnetic field is in a constant state of change, and that they are now beginning to understand how it behaves and why. The changes they have detected on the planet's surface are driven by what takes place inside the Earth. Their observations have led them to believe that there is chaos down there. Perhaps, if they were to understand the interactions between the Earth's 3 grids and human consciousness, they would realize that this is all part of a system, and that instead of chaos there is intelligent design, or as Kryon likes to call it, benevolent design. Kryon is often referred to as the Magic Master. Kryon first started to deliver messages to the planet in 1989, and arrived as part of a grid-changing entourage. The reason Kryon arrived was because human consciousness changed. One of the messages given by Kryon was that the magnetic grid of the planet would move more in the next 10 years than it had in 100. By 2002, that is exactly what happened, and it is measurable even with a simple compass. The changing of the magnetic grid was a direct result of humanity's intent to create a new reality. The collective consciousness of humans raised the vibration of the planet, and the magnetics changed. The actual changing of the grid is, therefore, more than just a change in magnetics as measured by a compass. The magnetic grid interfaces with the crystalline grid and the Gaia grid, and so they have also been changed. Instead of termination, humanity has created a new setup and a new Earth potential. Kryon has described the magnetic grid as the grid of communication. It can even be described as the engine of cellular communication. The magnetic grid of the planet is complicated, but in simple terms it is a delivery system to humanity. For many years the magnetic grid remained the same, because humanity never gave the intent to claim the power of what lies within our DNA. That is until recently, when humanity decided that it wanted to change its reality. You might wonder how the magnetic grid communicates, and the answer lies in our DNA. Our DNA is magnetic, and through the magnetics we can make changes in our DNA that also affect the crystalline grid. One shapes the other, and the biggest thing that is going to take place within the crystalline grid is the rewriting of the past. Such a concept is difficult to understand because human beings are biased towards linear thinking. We think that time is on a track, There is a past, a present, and a future. Time, however, is actually in a circle, which is why you can change the past and the future. Even the physicists are beginning to understand this. When you begin to understand the communication flow between our DNA and the planet's magnetic field, it starts to explain what scientists are beginning to observe. There are scientists that measure the magnetics of the Earth on an hourly basis. They have found that the Earth's magnetic field becomes stronger and weaker with the profound events of humanity. During the Boxing Day tsunami in December 2004, the magnetics peaked. During the event called 9.11, the magnetics of the Earth changed dramatically. The very hour the airplanes hit the towers, the magnetics of the planet changed, as measured by two National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration space weather satellites. During the rescue of the 33 miners in Chile, the magnetics changed. Human consciousness is allied with Gaia. I think this is incredibly profound. Compassionate events by humans actually raise the vibration of the planet. Here is a statement from Princeton University. The Global Consciousness Project is an international, multidisciplinary collaboration of scientists and engineers. We collect data continuously from a global network of physical random number generators located in 70 host sites around the world. When human consciousness becomes coherent and synchronized, the behavior of random systems may change. When a great event synchronizes the feelings of 1 million people, our network of sensors becomes subtly structured. The probability is less than 1 in a billion that the effect is due to chance. Source: //newsphere.princeton.edu. Magnetics help human consciousness. There are places on the planet that are neutral, where there is no polarity, such as the equator. It is more difficult for the human being to find their divinity that lies within in these places. Specifically, it is harder to eliminate fear and negativity. The equator is a difficult place to live. All around the globe on the equator there is war, fear, and inhumanity. These places and peoples are the last to awaken. Those few that live on the equator that have already started to awaken, quantumly awaken all of those who live on the equator. I would like to honor these souls for holding their light in such difficult circumstances. I have been very fortunate to have met a group of lightworkers in Ecuador, and want to encourage you and thank you all for being here and helping to raise the vibration of the planet. The magnetic grid is also like the planet's antenna to the universe. It communicates with the magnetics of the solar system. In order for entanglement to occur, you have to have magnetics. Entanglement is quantum energy, and so the magnetic field becomes part of the engine of entanglement between us and the center of the universe. See Chapter 5, Gaia and the Universe. The Earth's magnetic field reverses itself every 250,000 years or so. The North Magnetic Pole becomes the South Pole, and vice versa. Scientists have no clear theory about why the reversals happen. Many scientists believe that we're long overdue for a reversal. Source: //webot-university.com/270/05/Earth's-magnetic-field. Q. What can you tell us about the magnetic field reversal cycle and why the poles reverse? Kryon. Geomagnetic reversals are common and occur every 500,000 to 1 million years to Gaia. They are slow and sometimes take thousands of years to actually do the reversing process. The cause of this is not a mystery. You have the magnetic poles of the planet generated by a molten core within the planet, going at a different speed than the rotation of the planet. This causes the generation of the electric, or magnetic field of Earth. It's like an electric engine that then creates a giant field. But a molten core is volatile, and is also prone to anomalies and distress, such as constantly interfacing with the sun's magnetic field. The result is an occasional magnetic chaos and flip of polarity. You are thousands of years away from another full flip. But the process has begun, the last one being almost 750,000 years ago. This very process is why I arrived, for the beginning of the flip helps to recalibrate consciousness. All this is controlled by Gaia, so it is right on schedule and is in cooperation with the 26,000-year wobble of the Earth. By the way, nothing physical happens to the planet when the magnetic poles reverse. It's the electric polarity that changes. Some have misunderstood this and believe that somehow the actual globe turns upside down. This, of course, would terminate all humanity, and is not the way of spirit. Kryon smiled. Gaia grid. During my many years working as a park ranger, I was able to experience some remote and pristine places in nature that very few humans have visited. Often these places would have spectacular views of wild, rugged beauty, magnificent mountain ranges, beaches that would stretch for miles, or a forest that would blanket you with peace and tranquility. Have you had your own experiences of visiting such places? I sure hope so, and if not, perhaps it's time to find such a place. While I was working for Parks Victoria, one of the key messages of the organization was healthy parks, healthy people. Most environmental organizations that are directly involved in the conservation and protection of national parks and reserves are starting to rethink and reevaluate the connection between parks and people. This shift in thinking has been influenced by Richard Lou's book called Last Child in the Woods, where he coined the term nature deficit disorder. Nature deficit disorder is not a medical condition, it is simply a description of society's lack of a relationship to the environment. My own personal view is that it also refers to humanity's disconnect with Gaia, a connection that the ancients understood really well, and one that many of the indigenous still have today. In a follow-up book by Louv, called The Nature Principle, 7 basic concepts are identified that can help us to reshape our lives. By tapping into the restorative powers of nature, we can boost mental acuity and creativity, promote health and wellness, build smarter and more sustainable businesses, communities and economies, and ultimately strengthen human bonds. We are entering the most creative period in history. That, in fact, the 21st century will be the era of human restoration in the natural world. Isn't it interesting that this potential talks about the reconnection of humans with the natural world? And what does Louv mean by the restorative power of nature? Could he be talking about a special type of energy that exists within nature? Is this Gaia consciousness? Doesn't it make sense that humans that visit areas where Gaia is purely herself feel a tremendous amount of sweet, loving energy? We experience a sense of peace and reconnect with our divine selves. The ancients intuitively knew that Gaia, often referred to as Mother Earth, had a consciousness. They understood and recognized the alliance that they share with Gaia. If you study the many indigenous cultures that are still alive and being practiced to this day, you will see that they are aware of their connection and alliance with Gaia and communicate with the planet every day. They see the Earth as a part of them, not something that is separated. Gaia holds the Akash inside her, so any life on Gaia holds its own Akashic record. Humanity holds its Akash in 2 places, within its DNA and in the cave of creation, which is within Gaia. Kryon has given very succinct information about Gaia and how she interacts with our Akash. Let us speak of Gaia and the Akash. You might have heard that Gaia is an energy which is of the planet Earth. Gaia is sentient, conscious. Gaia has innate intelligence. Gaia, therefore, has an intelligent consciousness that knows about you. Gaia is able to converse and speak much like Kryon does. If you have heard that, you'd be right. Gaia's energy speaks in so many ways, and one of them is seen by looking at the Akash. If you ask Gaia what this is, it would be defined as the life force of the planet. This takes into consideration everything that is alive, including those things you don't even think are alive. So the concept of the Akash of Gaia is huge and is very grand. But tonight I wish to speak specifically of Gaia's system of the Akash of the human being in relationship to the Earth. We speak of Gaia's cooperation in the human spiritual experience, and that essentially everything revolves around the human, even the planet's purpose. If we start at the beginning and give simple definitions, we will say that there is a system to keep track of who is on the Earth. Now you may think spirit wouldn't need a system at all, and you'd be right. But Gaia does, and there is a reason. For every single human soul that comes to this place called Earth makes a difference as a unique energy that actually modifies the life force of Gaia. So when that soul arrives, Gaia creates a record and more. So here come the specifics. The cave of creation. Many times I have reviewed a concept with you that I again present. Deep within the Earth, there is a multi-dimensional cavern that will never be found. It has 3D properties that connect it with Earth reality, but it is also multi-dimensional. This is difficult to explain to you since you only perceive reality in a single-digit dimensionality. So I can explain all I want, but my explanations fall short of your understanding. It would be like I spoke to you in your language, and suddenly changed to one you had never heard, where the words were jumbled, backwards, and all rearranged in a nonlinear way. Not only would you not understand the message, but the very strange language itself would be disturbing for you to hear. This is how multi-dimensional things appear to you chaotic. But I will at least give the information as best I can so you will know the what, if not the how. The cave of creation is one of the only physical objects on the planet that is a dimensional hybrid. That is to say, it has three-dimensional properties that absolutely you would see and understand if it were visible, which it is not, for it can never be found or detected, and it won't be. Within this multi-dimensional place is the record of who you are. Again, it's called the Cave of Creation. When you come to the planet, this is the first place you visit, even before the birth canal. When you leave the planet, it's the last place you visit before you come home. It therefore is the depository of the record of humanity, all of the lives that humanity have lived, and the very core soul essence of who each of you are. Here is more information on how it works. It is the Akashic record. Each soul in the Cave of Creation is unique. Let us take yours, for instance. What is your spiritual name? It's not a name you can pronounce, dear one, but rather an energy. That energetic name is partly the name of God, and is recorded in the Cave of Creation metaphorically as a stripe on a crystalline structure. The crystalline structure, you might say, is that which remembers the vibration of who you were. So when you come into the planet for the first time, there is a crystalline structure waiting for you, since the potential of your arrival is known. As you live on planet Earth, Gaia and the entire system knows you are here. Then you pass over to the other side of the veil. When you leave, you visit the cave again and enhance that crystalline structure with an energy of everything you have done. Then you leave the Earth, but the crystalline structure with your information remains. Now, let us say you come back to Earth, and you're going to have another life and another earthly name. Before you arrive within the birth canal, another stripe is added to the crystalline structure. Note, it is the same soul, but now has stripe number 2. As it develops on the planet, the cave knows you will return and activate or awaken the stripe every time you return. So, therefore, you have a crystalline structure for every soul, not every lifetime. Some of the souls represented have 1,000 stripes. So perhaps you might understand that there are far fewer of these crystalline soul records than you thought. One for every soul, not every life. Now I want to tell you something. There are old souls in this room and reading this. That's who you are. Even the one or the two here that have come to this place, not necessarily for the program, but to be with somebody else, are old souls as well. You don't have to know about spiritual things to be an old soul. Many walk this earth and never awaken to who they are, for this is their free choice. But the fact is that the humans who often come to meetings of this kind are the ones feeling the calling to be part of a shift of the planet, the end of one age and the beginning of another. These are the ones whose eyes are on the page now. The mysterious functions of the cave. So the Cave of Creation becomes the Gaia record of who is here and who has been here. This, then, is the physical part. What I tell you next is the multidimensional part that is confusing to the human being. Listen, the cave is static in 3D and yet dynamic in multi-D. That is to say, there are never any crystals added or taken away in 3D. That means that there's a crystalline structure for every potential human being who will ever live on planet Earth. Now you might say, oh no, that doesn't make sense. It sounds like predestination. Spirit knows everyone who is coming? No, we don't. But this is not predestination. Instead, the cave is predisposed in a quantum way to be complete every moment. A quantum energy deals with potentials and not empirical, absolute attributes. Therefore, as things change on the planet, the cave changes quantumly, but not physically. The crystalline structure counts do not change. I can't explain that to you except to say this is a quantum event. The cave is always complete. It always has all of humanity in it. It is connected to the past, present, and future. The very confusing thing for you is that this means you are actually interacting with those who are not here yet. Again, I can't explain it any better than that, and your three-dimensional mind is not ready to go on that journey. But know this. The cave is complete. It's sacred. It's sealed forever. The soul crystals remember your lives and the energy of your lives. The soul energies within the crystals interact with each other. The lifetimes you live modify the energy of the cave, and therefore Gaia. Gaia is there, since the cave resides multidimensionally within Gaia. So, in summary, this cave becomes the record of souls, of their many lifetimes and the energy that they create. Now listen to me, for this is the focus of this message. Whatever you do on the planet, whatever vibrational energy you create on the planet, is imbued into these crystalline substances. The record of that life energy remains on the planet with the accompanying vibration within that crystal forever. Mary and George. Let's say you are Mary tonight. I'll talk to you. Mary, when you cross over, the cave is where you're going. It's a 3-day Earth journey. Mary, old soul, you've been there before. Oh, Mary, you've been there before, and because of that you go there in joy. You remember it, you know where you're going, and you remember what it means. You're going home. There is no sting in death, for although there might be a temporary fog of multi-dimensional reconnection, you remember the feeling of joy. This is the promise to you, Mary, that we all take your hand and you feel it. Death of the human being is a transitional energy, not a terminal one. There is no end, but rather a journey to an energy that you remember the moment you take your last breath. Let us say Mary is a healer. Let us say Mary has increased the vibration of this planet by her very presence of walking on the earth. Let us say that the earth remembers Mary's footsteps because Gaia knows who she is. Let us say that Mary is in touch with her higher self. Let us say Mary has created a mini portal wherever she goes because of this, and now she passes over. There is a gathering of humans. Much sorrow. They are so sorry to see her go because she was a marvelous presence, a wonderful mother and loving human being. They cry and there are tears and there is grieving. Well, here's the metaphysical truth. Mary goes to the cave of creation and everything she ever was, and the portal she created as a human, is imbued into her soul crystalline structure. That portal then remains because Mary was here. The marvelous presence, the wonderful mother and the loving human is not wasted. It's imbued into Gaia itself, through the process of the cave of creation. And that energy of remembrance never goes away. It never goes away. It becomes part of the Earth life force consciousness. Then she comes again as George. I don't just laugh, because here's the real process and the beauty of the system. Ready? When George comes in, he picks up Mary's record. Then both George and Mary go to the next area of Akashic teaching, the second of the 4 parts we are teaching today. The system continues. The Akash within your DNA. Everything that is represented in the crystalline of the cave of creation, regarding your core soul, crystal is transferred to your DNA at birth. You transfer it in the cave of creation. That's why you go there. It becomes your personal Akashic record. Every lifetime you've been, everything you've ever done, is all in your DNA. As we have mentioned before, this Akashic record resides in every double helix in a multidimensional way, and is represented by the billions of chemicals in the 90% of DNA that science sees as junk. Science is looking at it with 3D eyes, and it seems vastly complex with no symmetry or order. It is, indeed, multidimensional to the max. But it's all there in a beautiful system. We have told you that before, but perhaps you didn't get the full implications of what it means. Think. George, you now have George and Mary in your DNA, but only George's body is there. So what is George going to do with Mary's lifetime in his DNA? I'll give you the answer. Everything that Mary learned is now available to George. Remember that Mary and George are the same soul, just taking a different form on Gaia at the moment. The beauty of the system is this. The higher self is also the same, since it represents core soul energy. Therefore, George doesn't have to learn again what Mary learned. It's in his DNA. Even the compassionate mother is there. Mary's spiritual journey is there, and at a level that could care less about gender, the love of God is there, created by the journey of a human soul on planet Earth. Listen to me. You came into this life and you sit in the chair hearing and reading this, and you're learning spiritual things today. Maybe you think there is a steep learning curve and so much to know. Maybe all this is new, and you are overwhelmed with all this information and the feelings that go with it. Let me tell you, old soul, that you are simply awakening something you already knew. If you give intent, old soul, you will remember it. What if you are a very old soul on this planet? That means you're going to have the wisdom of the ancients in your DNA right now. It means that every page you read in a Kryon book, you can say, I remember this. It's right, there's nothing new here. But it's nice to see it in writing. Let us now look at the first 2 attributes of the Akash of humanity. 1. The cave of creation is a record of who comes and goes. The energy thereof stays with the earth and helps the vibration of the planet to change. Therefore, human lifetimes modify the vibration of the planet. 2. The DNA of each human contains the individual record of the one soul and helps the next incarnation human expression on Earth to become more aware, if this is their choice. Look at the first attribute in this lesson. It's Gaia-related. The cave is in Gaia. It is deep in the earth and it represents many crystalline structures, known by the earth you are. Loved by the earth you are. Those of you who deal with earth like things nature, animals, even the study of the rocks and land can feel it. When you walk in certain places you can feel it. The intelligence, which is Gaia, speaks to you. There is a confluence of energy that wraps around you that says, I know you. You belong here. It is appropriate that you step upon the planet. Oh, human being, for what you do here will change the universe eventually. Can't you feel it? How many of you have ever walked into a forest alone and felt the company of the trees? That's real. If you have managed to feel the energy of Kryon in the above channel and absorb the messages, you can now see how entangled Gaia is with humanity. Many of us, however, especially those of us who live in cities, often forget to give honor and thanks to Gaia. As often as I can, I mentally say 2 sentences, thank you Gaia for being here. Thank you Gaia for loving us. We so often get caught up in the business of our day, or our own self-awakening process, that we forget to acknowledge our relationship with Gaia. Gaia, our Mother Earth, is loving and giving and ready to renew her relationship with you should you choose. During a channel given at Met Shasta in 2010, Kryon has given us an invitation to reconnect with Gaia. So the message this night is all about your relationship to Gaia. What is happening on the planet that you understand? Some things perhaps you don't understand, a review of some of the things many of you have not heard, and then the discussion of new things you might not have heard. We start with the energy of a remembrance. The indigenous of the earth, the ancients, revered the planet they were on. It was like a mother-father to them, and they considered it a source of all good things. It supplied the food, both from the forest and from the ground, hunting and planting. It supplied water and gave them shelter, even when it seemed angry. Mythology developed around it, and many stories prevailed. Many of the gods of old became depictions of the energy of Gaia, and rather than put it into one scenario of singularity, often the divinity was split into many, godlike energies of the sea, of the air, of the land, of the crops, of the sun, of warmth, and of the cold. But this was always in respect. This has been the longest-held view of the planet, and has existed with the indigenous even up to a few hundred years ago, always in respect. The Lemurians saw it, and were some of the first to establish a protocol with Gaia, seeing Gaia as an energy of consciousness that you then labeled as Mother Nature. And it's this consciousness that we wish to speak of today. The Lemurians discovered that there was a balance that could be accomplished through the give and take of nature. It was almost like you would go to visit a friend. You'd bring a gift, and so Gaia always was given gifts in return for requests. These offerings always created a balance for those who considered nature to have consciousness. If you took something from the land, you gave something back, something simple, but something you owned or possessed, and that had your energy you put on it. Now, in the process of modern civilization, dear ones, even among light workers, this has not been sustained for you. Do not get up in the morning and make an offering to Gaia. You may do all of the other things, talk to yourselves, and have visions that intertwine with your higher self, but somehow that entity, which is Gaia, is left behind. So here is a channeling that invites you to re-establish your connection to the energy of the earth. This will rebuild a bridge of consciousness of the human being with Gaia. For Gaia is in service to humanity and changes itself as your consciousness changes. Remember the premise we gave to you long ago. The consciousness of humanity on Earth actually goes into the ground, the crystalline grid. This is stored and the Earth responds. Dirt does not respond, but Gaia does. So you might say that humans are actually in charge and responsible for Earth's changes and shifts. If you can realize this, then you are going to have substantial control over what is going on Earth-wise. But you must again start by having a relationship. Right now, humans only look at it in fear and say, "What is happening? I'm afraid of these changes that are outside of the normal I am used to." The human is not understanding that much of what is happening he has caused. It isn't a causation through anything humanity has done in an environmental way, but as humanity in an awakening, consciousness way. There are some other profound things about Gaia that you should know about, but I'm not going to tell you about them just yet. I'd like you to know about the crystalline grid first, and then get ready to learn about something you never would have expected about the system, which also might explain why you are in love with the whales and dolphins of the planet. Smile, and why you are so drawn to certain places like Met Shasta and Machu Picchu. Bigger smile. Gaia has so many wonderful ways of dealing with pollution. For example, the recovery of the ocean and its inhabitants was much faster than predicted following the oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico during 2010. However, how will Gaia cope with all the non-biodegradable waste that is being buried in landfill and filling the oceans? Every year, hundreds of marine species die as a direct result of the rubbish that is polluting the oceans because of plastic products and drifting fishing nets. How can we help Gaia combat this problem? Kryon, this is easy, for Gaia is at the mercy of humans and their ways. Remember when you stopped producing certain kinds of bags because your children were smothering with them? How long did that take? Well, now it's Gaia's turn. Look into biodegradable nets that dissolve when submerged in water for more than 30 days, waste that must pass the Gaia test before being buried, plastic that also dissolves in contact with salt water over time, etc. etc. Your technology can do these things, and a higher consciousness on the planet will see the sense in it, even at the costs of development. There will come a day when altruistic thinking is applied to the Earth in a much larger measure. It will be known at the intuitive level, a return to the indigenous ways of seeing Earth as mother of all life. At the moment there is the old energy profit motive. Eventually there will come motives that truly honor environmental issues as much as human safety. This is what we mean by consciousness shift. If you pollute your planet, you won't live as long.
Q. The ancient indigenous would regularly make offerings to Gaia, and they had a very strong connection with Gaia's consciousness. Should we do as the indigenous do, or is our intent to connect with Gaia enough?
Kryon, intent is enough, for in this newly developing energy, you are becoming allied with the planet in ways that you can't imagine. So physical offerings are a nice ceremonial remembrance, but a true offering to Gaia is to ponder the love of God daily, and know that Mother Gaia is your connection to a greater source. Return to the knowing which the indigenous had, where Gaia had a face, and where there was a beautiful system that enhanced each human who saw it. This is the offering that Gaia wants from an advanced human race. The crystalline grid. The crystalline grid is the most difficult to explain. Before we get into the specifics of the crystalline grid, let's take a look at how society interacts with the crystalline grid. Many of us are fascinated by ancient sites. Millions of people visit the pyramids of Egypt and the ruins in Italy and Greece. Many archaeologists, anthropologists, and scholars seek answers to the questions they have about the civilizations that live there. Then there are the ancient sites that draw millions of visitors because of the mystical and spiritual qualities that are associated with the site. Places such as Stonehenge in Glastonbury in England, Lourdes in France, and Machu Picchu in Peru. But what does this mean, a place that is mystical and spiritual? Why do people go there? What is it that they feel there, and why do they feel it? The answers are different for each person because we all feel things differently based on what is happening with our spiritual core, our connection with Gaia, and our Akashic maturity. I would like to relate what I have felt at certain places to help explain the crystalline grid. When camping in the Australian Alps, where I was flown in by helicopter, I felt really good to be in that spot. It was nice and peaceful, and the energy there was mostly just Gaia, as nothing else has really happened there. Very few humans have been in that area. The first time, however, I visited the site where the 33 miners were rescued from 700 meters, 2,300 feet, below the ground in northern Chile. I felt a profound, compassionate energy. This energy was coming directly from the crystalline grid. In contrast, when I visited the historic jail known as Port Arthur in Tasmania, Australia, I felt a heavy darkness there. And indeed, it was a place that held many horrors for the prisoners that had been there, as well as the tragedy of a mass shooting where many tourists and staff of Port Arthur were killed by a crazed gunman. This event greatly shocked Australian society and led to gun reform laws. This dark energy that I felt at Port Arthur was coming directly from the crystalline grid.
So what exactly is this crystalline grid that creates this energy that we can feel? The crystalline grid is best explained by Kryon, who during the last 10 years has given us detailed information. The following information has been taken from 2 Kryon channelings that have been combined to explain all the attributes of the crystalline grid. The crystalline grid is a metaphor. You cannot see it, but you can feel it. Crystals hold vibration, and are the only rock on the planet that do. Therefore, the crystalline grid is a metaphor, and the attribute of holding a vibration should give you an inkling of what it does. Not only does it hold vibration, it remembers and stores information. It is an esoteric grid, which means it is spiritual in nature and you cannot see it. So let's refine the definition from the above for clarity. The crystalline grid of Gaia, the planet, is a grid of the earth that is esoteric, spiritual, and that stores the life force energy of humanity, the energy of you. Now this is different than the cave of creation. The cave is a record of who you are and what you've done. The energy of your contribution to Earth, whatever it is, goes into the cave, becomes part of the Earth, and stays there. The crystalline grid, however, is above the Earth. Imagine it laying upon the Earth. This grid is on the exterior. You can't see it, but it's there. Now, this crystalline grid also contains imprints of your energy, but is location-specific. The best example I can give you is this. When you go to parts of Europe, you might feel what has happened there. There are layers and layers of war. Some of you have a hard time meditating there. It's difficult to clear the land, isn't it, because of what's happened on the land. The crystalline grid contains everything that ever happened and where it happened. You see? So it is a location-specific human energy storage grid. Is it part of Gaia? Absolutely. It lays upon Gaia like a blanket of energy of human consciousness. Did you ever notice that when you go to certain parts of the planet where almost nothing happened significant in human history, it's clear and clean and you meditate better? I want to ask you something. Do you think this has an effect on where the spiritualists in this new energy come from? Take a look at where all of the channelers have come from in the last 25 to 30 years. They have come from the pristine lands that never had major wars, many from the western portion of the USA. Did you think of that? Take a look. This is because it's easier for a human being to relate to a pristine essence of Gaia. It creates a far stronger spiritual connection. Again, here it is. The connection with Gaia is there, the connection with the Earth. Why the Earth? Because Gaia is part of a measuring system, a vibrational measuring system. There'll come a day when the Earth is measured for its vibrational attributes created by what the humans did. Collectively, the entire human experience lays upon, and within this planet, and creates a vibratory rate that is measurable by spirit. That's the crystalline grid.
Everything you do, old soul, is recorded on the crystalline grid. It remembers your life. Every footstep is recorded. Just recently in another continent, we told you that the crystalline grid is beginning to change the way it remembers. There are certain things it remembers with certain kinds of strengths. For instance, there are battlefields close by and you can go stand in them and sense things. Some of you who feel things will say, this was a place of death and much happened here. So, how do you sense this? Is something talking to you about the past? It's the crystalline grid, giving you a multi-dimensional picture through your emotions and actions. Up to this point in your human existence, the crystalline grid has remembered things in a very linear way. That which was war, that which was healing, and that which was compassion, was remembered and imprinted on the grid in fairly equal ways. If you go to Europe, you can stand where there were battles and past death in the millions. Many civilizations are represented in one place by layers in the ground. It's hard to channel there, dear ones, just ask my partner. This is because the energy there is not commensurate with a clear portal that needs to open as fully as it can for channeling. This is the crystalline grid at its best. What humans did, it remembers. Now, I would like to tell you some things about the crystalline grid that we have not talked about much. If the crystalline grid remembers things that humans did, that would mean that most of the remembrance and imprinting is on the land. Water is always being exchanged, so it can't be imprinted like the land. Some things that took place on land were later covered by water, so these covered areas do not fully give you the remembrance due to this. So even though profound things took place in the past in a certain area, if it's now covered by water, you won't feel it much. Most of all crystalline remembrances are therefore on dry land, so that's where you are going to feel most of the human action. Now you may wonder about such things as the Bermuda Triangle, which is water, but it has nothing to do with the crystalline grid. We haven't gotten there yet in this discussion, but that's about magnetics. Right now we're talking about what you feel when you stand in certain places, dear ones, where the old soul resounds with the land and feels what happened there. That's the crystalline grid, which human consciousness is resounding with. We have told you that the crystalline grid is responsible for what you perceive as ghosts. This is not what you have been taught, so it's difficult for you to grasp this new idea. The crystalline grid is the ultimate energy recorder and player. It will play the event and play the event and play it. Where there were profundities of human drama, it will play it stronger. Sometimes it is so strong that you can actually measure what you are feeling with magnetics and even with temperature variance. That's because it's still real in a quantum way. This odd energy does not represent entities from the other side or entities who are trapped. It is simply a recording of past energy. Sometimes humans can see it happen repeatedly, over and over in these areas. This is the crystalline grid at its best, broadcasting what happened there. So understand that ghosts are real, but not what you think. They are a multi-dimensional coherence of past energy, as captured on the grid. This also explains why so much of what is felt is always in the same place, and often repeats and repeats. Now let me tell you what's happening regarding the grid. As the Earth shifts its energy, the crystalline grid is being realigned for compassion. Therefore, the way it records and plays the energy is changing. Where there is compassion, there will be energy that everyone can feel. Where there was darkness and war and death, there will be less energy than ever before. This realignment means that you'll be able to walk over places that used to disturb you before, and the crystalline grid will now be quiet. You'll go to places where there was healing, and now the energy will soar. Where there is appreciation for God and love, there will be portals of gratitude. Even the smallest healing will be noticed grandly. The realignment of the grid is a refocus to the Mother Energy. We call it Mother Earth, and it's about time it responded accordingly. So the remembrance factor of the physics of the crystalline is changing. What this means is that there will be less energy radiated as the remembrance of hatred and drama, which often fuels the fires of those who sit within certain older historic areas of the planet. In certain places on this earth, humans are simply not going to feel it, and they're not going to cooperate anymore with hate and war. Religious belief systems of the planet are going to soften. You're going to see a realignment of what you call Catholicism, one of the largest. Within 1 to 2 generations this church will change, and the love of the Christ will be paramount as it should be, but the rules around the old energy will start to crumble. The church is not going away, dear ones. It doesn't have to go away. Do not judge what you think is correct or not correct for any other human being. For some need the organization where they should go, and who to report to in a linear fashion. They feel the love of God the same way you do, but they need structure. Some sing the songs and have the healings that you also have here within the New Age belief system, and they are comfortable with this. Some are joiners, and there is nothing wrong with that. How you decide to love the Creator is up to you. We feel this love no matter what. So if you can visualize something for this grand church, visualize purity, appropriateness, and integrity change. They will have a chance to do this, because the crystalline grid remembrance method is starting to change. As human beings live on the crystalline grid, certain areas feed them energy every day with what has taken place there. Can you see what that might do? If the grid starts to remember things more profoundly that are beautiful, then that's the energy that will be felt. This is a recalibration of the grid. There is no symmetry on the crystalline grid. Humans like to work in symmetrical ways, so they look for symmetry in all things. If you start drawing lines between these places, you should know that you're not going to find that they spell something or solve a hidden mystery. There is no puzzle from one to the other that will reveal more information. Instead, it's what human action did in certain places that creates the patterning of the grid, and the patterning is not a symmetrical one. Kryon live channeling. The Akashic System given in Syracuse, New York, September 11th, 2010. All about the grids given in Philadelphia, April 14th, 2012. Earlier I mentioned feeling a profound compassionate energy at the site where 33 miners were rescued in northern Chile. This event also changed the magnetics of the planet. Do you know that the number of people who watched the rescue of the 33 miners was as many as watched the Apollo landing on the moon? That's almost 1 billion people. Were you one of those who watched this event? I was actually in Chile at the time of the rescue, and I remember cheering and crying as the drama of the rescue unfolded. It wasn't until later that I truly appreciated the enormous significance of this event. If you take a look at every other compassionate event on the planet, they all have one thing in common. They involve tragedy. The rescue of the 33 miners, however, was the first planetary compassionate event caused by celebration and joy instead of sorrow and death. A very good friend of mine, George Bianchi, was paying close attention to the numerology and various facts that surrounded this event. George is from Chile and has presented the profound truths about the rescue of the 33 miners at various Kryon seminars including Australia, New Zealand, Bulgaria, Russia, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Portugal, Spain, USA, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil, Peru, and of course Chile. Here are George's regarding the 33 miners. a compassionate event that changed the world. It was the year 2010, and the world was about to witness a first-of-a-kind event. This event signaled the beginning of new times, a completely new cycle in human history. The event took place in the country with the southernmost lands in the world, Chile. The sequence of events and the startling coincidences that surround the accident and entrapment of the 33 miners and their amazing rescue clearly shows the infinite benign power of the human spirit. The words that follow cover the main highlights around this event, but there is so much more to discover. Enjoy. Chile or Chile? Let's begin where we should. First of all, there is no link whatsoever between Chile and Chile. Believe me, there is none. In fact, Chileans do not even eat spicy food all that much. Chile is a Mexican thing. Chile, on the other hand, is a long, skinny country, ranging almost 5,000 kilometers, over 3,000 miles, from north to south. Its width? Not much, just an average of 170 kilometers, about 100 miles. Very high mountaintops on the east, the Andes and a vast ocean on the west, the Pacific Ocean. Population, a mere 17 million people, with about 40% living in the capital's metropolitan area named Santiago. Chile, a 200-year-old republic, has Spanish as its main language. A main aspect I would like to highlight is Chile's economic and business performance. The country has adopted and steadily applied the Western recipe. One of the most opened economies in the world, in recent years Chile has ranked among the top 10 economies in the Index of Economic Freedom, usually an indicator of economic opportunity and prosperity. The country's economy has doubled in just 10 years and is considered to be the most stable and solid economy in the Latin American region. Nonetheless, Chilean people do not seem all that content about all of the country's economic achievements. Cheerfulness is not necessarily one of the Chilean culture's main attributes as it compares to other Latin American countries. However, it almost seems as if there is an intrinsic level of restlessness that no economic or material achievement would ever satisfy. As a Chilean, I am allowed to say all of this. 2008, a message of great profundity and a warning. Throughout the years, I have always felt very blessed about being part of events and retreats with Lee Carroll and the messages from Kryon, both as an organizer and as a speaker and teacher. The Kryon information has consistently been very encouraging and eye-opening, which explains why crowds gather from hundreds to thousands to share with one another and to hear each new message. However, one particular event marked me deeply. It was the first Kryon Discovery Retreat to take place outside of the United States. The retreat was in October 2008, at the beautiful Valle Nevado Resort, located at an altitude close to 3,000 meters, about 10,000 feet, high up in the Chilean Andes. There were many amazing details and synchronicities that surrounded that retreat. Unfortunately, there are too many to relate. Instead, I would like to focus on two major messages from Kryon. In general, Lee Carroll never records the messages from Kryon at Discovery Retreats. Following this protocol, the messages at this particular retreat were not recorded either. However, Eduardo Borrello, a wonderful Argentinian film director and a good friend of ours, asked for permission to film some portions of the retreat. He was putting together footage for a documentary he was creating. Little did we know that this footage would capture a most profound and prophetic recording of a message from Kryon. I had completely forgotten about this recording until Eduardo contacted us almost 2 years later, sometime in March or April 2010. He said that we should look at a particular segment from one of the messages from Kryon during the 2008 retreat. I transcribe it here. What is happening in Chile? Some of you don't know, do you? The ancients have foretold us. Go find it. So you know that Kryon didn't somehow give you something that is not so. For within the Gaia structure there are spiritual lines of influence that move down the planet's landmasses. And there is a great shift occurring on Earth. And there is something called the Kundalini of the planet. A spiritual term. Go find it. Go see what it means because you will be impressed. Kundalini is an energy that vibrates and then moves.
Whoever is in the Kundalini of the planet cannot sit still.
The greatest masters of the planet often come from the countries where the Kundalini is residing. Since your grandfathers were born, the Kundalini has resided in India. It is now moving and will end up in Chile. Now, this comes with a price. When you have this kind of action, the Earth moves a little more than normal. Most of it will be south of here. But get ready for shift. I did not give this to you first. It has been written, and it is so. The indigenous of the planet, the ones who track these things spiritual, have seen it coming. It is written, go find it in Chile. The implications of the shift of the Kundalini energy of the planet from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere are enormous, so much that the subject deserves an entire book of its own at some other moment. Soon. For now, I would like to emphasize some key phrases from above. Kundalini is an energy that vibrates the earth, moves a little more than normal. Most of it will be south of here. Get ready for shift. February 27, 2010. It was originally reported to have started at 3:30 a.m. and later adjusted to have been at 3:34 a.m. February 27, 2010 was the date when a 3-minute-long, 8.8 Richter scale magnitude earthquake hit Chile. This was one of the 10 strongest earthquakes in the world's recorded history. It was roughly 1,000 times stronger than the one that hit Haiti at the beginning of that same year. The most destructive forces were the consecutive tsunamis that followed after the earthquake, impacting hundreds of kilometers of the Chilean coast. Tsunamis of much lesser magnitude hit different places from Japan to New Zealand. Several research reports using GPS revealed that the 2010 earthquake shifted Chile's capital city, Santiago, almost 30 centimeters, 11 to 12 inches, to the southwest and moved Chile's second largest city, Concepcion, at least 3 meters, 10 feet, to the west. Some cities south of Concepcion were raised by up to 3 meters, 10 feet. Although the large majority of modern buildings and constructions resisted the earthquake well, Chile was anyway devastated. The earthquakes and tsunamis had been so vast that the overall level of damage was enormous. There was chaos everywhere. The percentage of population whose homes were either destroyed or severely damaged was as high as 20% in the 2 most affected provinces. In terms of casualties, over 500 people lost their lives. A very small number when compared with the Haiti earthquake earlier that year or with the 2011 earthquake in Japan. Nonetheless, the suffering of so many families with losses of loved ones and their homes struck Chileans very deeply, and the entire country was deeply moved into action and helping those in critical need. I was fortunate. My family was not hurt and our homes were not badly impacted. We were very thankful. We focused on fixing some minor damages to our homes. My house's roof had a hole in it, and helping as we saw fit. I did not recall the 2008 message from Kryon, in which I believe we were given an advanced notice. In fact, Kryon seems to have even hinted to us about where the epicenter would be. Most of it will be south of here. Our friend from Argentina, Eduardo Borrello, contacted us several weeks later to let us know about that particular message from Kryon. The message seemed so oddly related to the recent earthquake. That significantly increased my level of attention to what was happening. Could there be a deeper meaning to all of this? Chile recovered fast. Main infrastructure was repaired or replaced with temporary solutions after only 3 months. Building all the new houses to replace temporary, emergency housing required many more months. However, Chileans were not necessarily proud about this amazing recovery. They remained introspective, emotionally moved inside. I now believe that this major natural disaster was key in creating the profound level of connectedness and emotional intensity that gave rise to the very unique series of events later that year. 33 miners. Less than 6 months after the earthquake, on Thursday, August 5th of that same year, Chileans were struck by the news of a major mining accident in northern Chile involving dozens of miners. A century-old mining operation, called Mina Sandgo St. Joseph Mine, had collapsed, leaving 33 miners trapped inside. The San Jose gold-copper mine is located deep in the Atacama Desert. This region is one of the harshest and driest on Earth. The mine is 45 kilometers, 28 miles from the city of Copiapo. This particular mine operation had a long record of safety violations and previous geological instability. It was not known whether the men were alive or not. No communication with them was possible since all communication lines and vent pipes were severed as rocks weighing thousands of tons collapsed inside the mine. Initial rescue attempts met with failure. Rocks continued collapsing and geotechnical instruments confirmed that the earth was still moving. It became clear that the 33 men, alive or not, would be trapped for long, or perhaps even forever. Trapped at about 700 meters, 2,300 feet, deep inside the ground, in a dangerously unstable century-old mine, meant that chances of ever getting back to the surface were really slim. Given the mine's past history, it was originally thought that the miners probably did not survive the collapse, or if they did, they would most likely starve to death before they were found, if ever. However, Chile was different. The suffering of so many families because of the earthquake earlier that year meant that Chileans were not willing to so easily accept further suffering for more families. You could say that Chileans were a bit emotional, touched in their hearts a few months earlier, and not very rational. And in this case, that made a big difference. Think about it for a minute. What would you rationally do about this situation? 33 miners, who you have no idea of whether they are alive or not, are trapped 700 meters, 2,300 feet, deep, almost 2 times the height of the Empire State Building, but going underground. There is no possibility of communicating in an almost completely collapsing mining operation. I will tell you what most places in the world have done, including Chile in earlier instances. They wait to see if there is any communication while some experts assess how a rescue team could eventually go down there, and if not much happens after 2 or 3 weeks, you just prepare families and people in general to withdraw any efforts and pray for the souls of those who were lost to the depth of the ground. In China alone, more than 2,000 miners are killed each year in mining accidents similar to this one. But this situation was different. The emotional state of so many Chileans, including many top government officials, was closer to that of a heartbroken mother. What would a mother, not a country, do for her children if they were trapped deep into the ground? Easy answer: she would do whatever she can, regardless of whether it made sense or not. This was Chile's behavior. The country undertook what many could call desperate actions to reach the miners, hoping that they would be alive, at least most of them. The Chilean government, led by President Sebastián Piñera, who had just taken office some 10 days after the earthquake, got involved and took control of the rescue efforts, understanding that the mining company would lack the resources to do it effectively. Chileans' public opinion did not hesitate to support all government-led actions. There were not even discussions on popular TV programs about whether this level of involvement and expenditure made any sense at all. At times, I felt as if the Chilean people were hypnotized, but hypnotized by their active hearts, which were so deeply connected with the hearts of the miners and their families. The first rescue strategy was abandoned. A second plan began to develop. There had to be another way to get the men out of the mine without using the main tunnel. Chile is a mining country that has mastered the technique of getting precious metals out from deep inside the ground. A decision was made. Chile would drill to reach the miners. August 22nd. Chile searched for the best experts in drilling operations with specific, long-range targets. The country also gathered and opened the doors to the best rescue intelligence possible, with teams from many different countries and international organizations, including NASA. The heart of the country began to fuel the best brain and skill sets available. And so the adventure of rescuing 33 men from the ground began. Following the global appeal for help, there were then 25 companies from at least 7 different countries that offered assistance. In the end, there were 9 drills nearby that were available to assist. There was no real plan behind the drilling, and 15 holes were created with an urgency to reach the miners. Many of the drills encountered problems along the way. If the miners were alive, they would likely be down at the refuge, as that was the place where the miners knew they could potentially find some very basic and limited supplies. This was the target that drillers were headed towards. A camp was established on the surface. Its name was Campamento Esperanza, Camp Hope, which began with just family members and mining experts, and then grew larger and larger as teams from more and more news broadcasters joined in to learn and report about what was taking place. As the days turned into weeks, the families were filled with despair but continued to hope for the miracle that would reunite them with their loved ones. 33 small white structures, resembling small shrines, were put in place up on a small hill next to the camp, one for each of the men trapped. Prayers could be heard day and night. The drilling continued. Some probes reached the right depth but seemed to have missed the refuge altogether. Emotions of everyone involved continued to soar between hope and despair. 17 days after the accident, one of the drills hit an opening. The drill was turned off and lowered into the hole. When the drill was retrieved onto the surface, rescuers were amazed by a message taped onto it. It was August 22nd, the 33rd week of that year. Furthermore, If we apply conventional esoteric numerological systems to this particular date, when we add up the digits, numbers in the full date, day, month, year, we get a 33. In numerology, numbers 11, 22, and 33 are considered to be master numbers. The digits in these particular numbers are never added up together, so a 22 does not become a 4, instead it remains as a 22. August 22, 2010 then becomes 8 plus 22 plus 2 plus 0 plus 1 plus 0 equals 33. That message on a small piece of paper written in red color would soon become a symbol of human determination and endurance. More importantly, it represents the enormous power that we humans have when our motives come from our heart. The message read, "All 33 of us are fine in the shelter." Against all odds, all of the 33 men were alive. Their message was not, "Get us out of here and please send some food." It was a different message, one written in heart red color, speaking of family love. Their message was directed to their families to give them peace and calm. Their message was to dispel the anguish that they knew their families were experiencing. The men had survived on rations found within the refuge. Waves of great excitement could be seen throughout the entire country. There were people celebrating on the streets everywhere. The 33 miners are alive! Sure, they were still trapped down there, and it was not evident that they could be safely rescued at all. However, the inner feeling of having done the right thing, of having decided to drill and search for them, gave the Chilean people an almost euphoric mood that lasted for weeks. Kindness and smiles could be seen everywhere in the streets of Chile's busy cities. No economic or material achievement of any kind had created that kind of effect before. Not even the national team winning soccer matches at the World Cup. The ordeal was far from over. The big questions were, how would they continue to stay alive, and how would they get out? The original message, written by the miners in Spanish, contained a total 33 characters, counting the spaces in between words. It became evident that something of historical importance was taking place. I was completely engaged and paying close attention to all of the details day by day. 33 days of drilling. Once the miners were reached with the probe on August 22nd, everything got set in motion to get them out. The rescuers had decided that they would need 3 drills working in parallel 24 hours a day. The 3 parallel drilling efforts to rescue the miners were called Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C. The 3 drilling boreholes to be utilized were baptized the Hand of God, Hope, Perseverance, and the Hand of God. Walter Herrera, one of the managers of a drilling firm involved, was even reported to say, "It was almost impossible to get to the point where we are. We had many problems with probes deviating. It was God's will that guided us." Basically, in one way or another, all 3 plans were meant to drill a hole wide enough to be able to send a rescue capsule down and bring the miners one by one back to the surface. During the entire time of the preparation and drilling of the 3 plans, the miners were fed, sent clothes and medicines, and taken care of both emotionally and mentally through a very long and thin pipeline, put in place in one of the boreholes drilled by the mining probes. It is said that reality exceeds science fiction. It was the case here. To me, this whole situation resembled so well the nurturing of a baby through the umbilical cord that connects her with her mother. It would seem as if Mother Earth was having 33 men in her womb, being nurtured by Father Humanity, until the time would come to be born onto the surface as new men. While the 3 drills carried on with the drilling, the Chilean Navy was busy manufacturing 3 metal rescue capsules. What a coincidence! 3 plans and 3 rescue capsules, another 33. In the end, Plan B reached the miners first. It took Plan B a total of 33 days of drilling to do it. Here we see that mysterious number once again. This event was filled with the number 33. It is just everywhere. My background is in engineering and business. In my early career, I studied and applied statistics and probabilities quite a bit. You may consider the numerous appearances of number 33 as just a coincidence if you wish. However, I have to tell you that the probabilities of something like that happening is 1 in billions. Is there anything more realistic to believe than just coincidence? Is there enough space in our minds and hearts for the extraordinary? The rescue. October 13, 2010 turned out to be the day of the rescue. The miners had been trapped for 69 days already. This is the longest time survived underground after a mining accident. Rescue leaders did not want to wait a single day longer. A capsule specifically designed and built for this rescue was tested through the rescue shaft. This capsule was given the name Phoenix, as the miners were about to be reborn from an almost certain death path. The test went well, and 5 rescuers were sent down to the refuge to assist the miners in the process of getting securely into the Phoenix. Miners were brought to the surface one at a time. Every half hour or so, another new human being would get out of the Phoenix and set foot on the surface. A previously chosen family member would be there to greet and hug them. It is estimated that over 1.3 billion people watched the rescue all over the world. Only 4 events in history have had that level of attention. Some even argue that this has been the one with the largest audience of them all. The rescue of the 33 miners was profoundly different to any other event on Earth. The key attribute is that it was all about good news and about the great capacity of humans to do good. It was about love and family, celebration and joy, not tragedy. For me, that October Wednesday is a date I will never forget. Throughout the entire time from the earthquake in February to the events of the 33 miners, my personal life had been filled with intense synchronicities and profound events. In June of that same year, my father-in-law had fallen ill, diagnosed with terminal cancer in his brain. He came to live with us right when the miners got trapped in early August. He passed away on the very day they were being rescued, shortly after the 3rd miner had been brought onto the surface. In addition, on that same date, Lee Carroll, Drs. Sid and Amber Wolf, Peggy Dubrow, Robert Coxon, and the author of this book, Monika Muranyi, were all gathering together in Chile to join in the 2nd Kryon Discovery Retreat high up in the Chilean Andes. On that October 13th, the rescue operation lasted for almost 24 hours. The last person to be brought back to the surface was one of the rescuers. He set his foot out of the Phoenix and onto the surface at exactly 33 minutes past midnight on October 14th. A present for a mother. Mina San Jose, where the miners had been trapped, is located in northern Chile. It is deep within the Atacama Desert, famous for being the driest in the world. Every few years, a beautiful phenomenon takes place in Atacama. The desert blooms alive with amazing flowers. 2010 was one of those years. The week of the rescue, flowers exploded with bright colors and incredible life force, making 2010 one of the most magnificent blooms of all. Mother Earth had just given birth to 33 men. They were born anew in this same lifetime without dying. What is one of the most traditional gifts usually given to a mother when she gives birth to a baby? You got it. Flowers. Number 33. So, what is it about this number 33? What does it mean? Why did the number 33 appear so many times throughout this event? Of course, there are biblical implications, such as the age of Christ when he was crucified, and many other links to historical or biblical information. My research showed that many consider 33 as the number of the avatar, incredible humans such as Jesus Christ, Buddha, or Mahomet. Others consider 33 as the number that represents the master healer. Some say it is related to the strengthening of the energies of love in the presence of higher human consciousness. What is it in this case? Many have suggested that this event may be signaling the second coming of Jesus Christ in the form of a new consciousness emerging in common men and women. What is it? I decided to ask Lee Carroll if we could get a message from Kryon about it. He accepted, and the message was that this particular number 33 symbolizes compassionate action. Right on, I thought. I couldn't agree more. This event certainly illustrated a very high level of compassion expressed in the determination of Chileans to search for and rescue the miners. At the same time, lots of intelligent and skillful action was required to actually do it, to find and rescue them. Another number that sticks out is number 7. The miners were trapped at approximately 700 meters deep, A7, for about 70 days, AA7. When linked to a specific event, several numerology systems regard number 7 as an indicator of divine purpose. Could it be my inner self, higher self, my consciousness, or whatever you would like to call that part of ourselves, tells me even more? I believe that this event signals the beginning of new times, the cycle of the new kundalini of the earth. According to many indigenous prophecies, Mayans included, and other sources including Kryon, this new spiritual cycle will last for about 300 years. Some of those sources explain that the core of the new kundalini is centering itself in the area of the Andes Mountains, shared by northern Chile, northern Argentina, Bolivia, and southern Peru. That is exactly where the Atacama Desert falls and where the miners were trapped. In fact, that entire area of the Andes is where condors are most often spotted, thus hinting links between these events and other prophecies of similar content but with other names, such as the coming together of the eagle and the condor. I will say even more. I believe that the events of the 33 miners are not only a marker signaling the definite beginning of the cycle of the new kundalini of the earth. I believe that these events also show that this new cycle involves the choice to be born anew as a new kind of human being, a next step in evolution, a process that is similar to the transformation of the caterpillar into the butterfly. This is the beginning of the era of the new human, who emerges from the old human without dying. A new human who acknowledges and honors a very profound link to Mother Earth. Welcome to the era of the new humans, those able to create a new Earth through compassionate action. Are you becoming one of them? I hope that one day the rest of humanity will be able to recognize the significance of this event. I was fortunate to have actually visited the site of the 33 miners' rescue during the Kryon Kundalini Tour in 2012. We all felt incredibly special to be the first spiritual group to visit this place. I hope that many more will visit, and that those in Chile will see the potential of this site and create opportunities for many more visitors to go there. While we were on site at the San Jose mine near Copiapo, Kryon said the following: "A compassionate event occurred here. Compassionate events on the planet have almost always been through tragedy. It's difficult to talk about because it is not understandable by humans. The idea here is that you know before you come in the potentials of what you might participate in. It's not predestination, but rather a setup of appropriateness that has a potential to be fulfilled. A hammer is not predestined to pound a nail, but it is predisposed for the task. If the hammer never is near a nail, then there will never be the pounding. Karma steers you into predisposed plans, but if you drop it, then you are your own life's map. This has been the teaching of Kryon for years, but those who are hearing this message are mostly the 1% of the Earth's population who are wise, old souls and know what this actually means. Compassionate events raise the planet's vibration. Therefore, those who participate have then been a catalyst to help Gaia in those times where these things needed to happen. This is currently the only way that the planet has to create large vibrational shift, where over 1 billion people at a time can see and participate in the feelings of one event. Your science has now proven that compassionate events create a coherent energy. Another compassionate event on the planet occurred in what you call 911, referring to the terrorist attack on the USA of September 2011. Do you think that those 3,000 people agreed to what took place? The answer is yes. You have the mind of God before you arrive here. Creating a compassionate action for the planet is one of the finest things you could do. Many went right into it. 200,083 human beings perished in the tsunami, referring to the tsunami of 26 December 2004. Many of them were children, and the compassion was great throughout the planet. Do you think each soul knew of the potential of what they might go through at that moment? The answer is yes. Even the death of one or two creates compassion if many know of it. The death of Princess Diana in 2006 was celebrated and honored by many. The celebration was of her life, and yet 1 billion people knew about it. Now I want you to take a deep breath for a moment. What other compassionate action event on this planet have you seen in your lifetime which was not a tragedy? What other compassionate event was seen by the entire world that wasn't about death and sorrow? The answer is none. There have been things that 1 billion people have watched together, but nothing that created the feelings that were created right here in the dirt, where you are. And think about this and what this area then, represents to the planet. What you are seeing here, dear one, is a change of paradigm. For the first time, compassionate action was created through the saving of lives, and it was against all odds that it could happen. It was not a tsunami and not a terrorist attack, but the energy and compassion of Mother. As Gaia birthed 33 men in this desert, let it not be lost on you all of the symbology of what took place here, for it symbolizes the very birth of a new paradigm of compassionate joy and thankfulness right in South America. Each of these men knew of this potential before they arrived. It was the first time that a compassionate action event took place in this way on your planet. First time. 772 is important, for it changes the very idea of Bo Spirit works with humanity. It's the beginning of a new paradigm, even of a new Gaia. Think on these things, for it is the reason why you are here on the Kundalini Tour. Celebrate the changes, and look at the land where it is happening. Feel the Pachamama, for it is here now. And so it is. There are a few other things you should know about the crystalline grid that Kryon has talked about. Gaia takes its cue from human consciousness for the energy to create on the planet. We have told you that for 22 years. It also goes the other way. For your DNA as a whole responds to something called the crystalline grid of the planet. It's an esoteric memory grid and is the stored energy and events of humanity. We've given you teachings about the crystalline grid before, but you might say it is a shell around the dirt of the earth that is not seen, but that holds all of the energies and history of anyone who has ever lived on the planet. When you are born and at your first breath, The quantum field of your humanness looks at the crystalline grid and adjusts its efficiency for the energy of the planet. This energy is what humanity has created in the time it has been here. Right now, the energy on this planet is filled with millenniums of war, old energy fighting, machismo, and intolerance. This, then, is what the DNA adjusts to at your birth. Whereas you are designed for 100% DNA efficiency, right now it's at 30%. And that, dear one, is what is changing. And for the DNA is now starting to operate at a higher efficiency because there's a consciousness shift going on. You're seeing it first, of course, with the ones who are currently being born. At their first breath, they are now at 35%. And this translates into a human being that is far more aware and more conceptual at a far earlier age. It's almost as though they have an instinctual awareness of overall humanism instead of having to learn it all over again as you did. We have told you about these new children, and that is why your children are so unusual. And, they are many in the audience who have grandchildren are really seeing it. The kids are different. So you might say, well, it's too bad that we can't do that ourselves, raise our DNA efficiency. Well, you can. For the energy of the planet is alert and ready to send the signal to the old soul, who starts to understand that they can change their own fields through the templates that float in them, through consciousness, pure intent, and through that which is compassion. You can change the quantum print of DNA with compassion. We have said that from the beginning, so let me summarize this in simple words that are not scientific. Go slow, my partner. Make this succinct. New DNA adjustment to new Gaia energy. Your DNA adjusts itself for what has happened on the earth when you're born. It has created a reality for you that you call human nature. The earth changes. The crystalline grid is actually lifting the veil slightly, and your DNA is starting to respond. The first response will be seen within your children, and they are already coming in with a different conceptual human attribute. They don't think in the same linear fashion you do. Have you noticed? This is going to change more and more as time goes by. Eventually, there will be a much more efficient DNA that creates the missing bridge between the innate and the normal human brain. That means that you will have more intuitive thoughts about what is wrong and right within your own cellular structure. Now, some of you will discover different eating habits for the first time, and you'll be tuned in to a cellular structure that says, if I will change this and that, I'm going to live longer. The result will be instinctive eating changes that have no explanation. Innate is starting to communicate. Habits that you've had for years will start to drop away because your cellular structure will start to help you eliminate them, knowing they don't suit you. Don't be surprised if one of them is overeating and metabolic adjustments to bring your body weight into line without the discomfort of extreme diets. Others are the dropping of substances that you are addicted to, and within that process, an allowance that lets you live much longer. You will see regeneration of cellular structure that will surprise you. You'll heal faster, and you'll know it. You'll start to see a situation where you're less sick than you've ever been in your life. The prevailing 3D wisdom will tell you, well, you're older now, so you're going to get sick more. But you won't. And you'll know that something is changing. So what we're saying to you, dear ones, is that you can have the same things that the youngsters have. You will now slowly awaken to a new energy on this planet, which will allow you to live longer. Your DNA is going to start cooperating in a more efficient way. 35%? Perhaps even 40%, old soul. It's on its way to something far higher. Do you understand now how important you are? How everything you do affects the planet? that Gaia knows you, and that every step you take, Gaia blesses you, and you bless Gaia. What will you do with this information? Does it change anything for you? How would you like the crystalline grid to remember your life? Dear old soul, if you are reading this, what you do is seen by Gaia and the crystalline grid and has so much more impact than a new soul on the planet. Your awakening and compassionate actions are changing the planet. Whatever you decide to do is your own free choice. No matter what you choose, you are deeply and dearly loved by God and Gaia. By the way, remember that I mentioned Machu Picchu as one of the sacred and mystical sites that is visited by millions of people every year? Well, guess what? The energy you feel there has absolutely nothing to do with the crystalline grid. Karens, Claris Ian hunk through the years. You quick like a star shine. You hum from the sun. You meet people just like you. The same. You improve whatever you do. The same. You can be free. You can be happy. You can laugh. You can smile. You will feel happy. Q. If time is in a circle and each time fractal comes back magnified, does this mean that the time fractals where there was a low consciousness will come back? Or are we able to change the potentials of this occurring, and if so, does that information go into the crystalline grid? The fractals of time are in a quantum soup of potentials, so if the consciousness of the planet never changed, then the cycles would be linear, predictable, and would return on schedule. This is what has been the case for thousands of years and gave the engine for prediction to the calendars that worked with it. But now add the shift of human consciousness, and the fractals suddenly are altered, just as we described above with the chicken. Moving through this shift will change the fractals of predictions, of time. It will recalibrate itself to cycles of high and higher, instead of higher and low. As this happens, indeed, the crystalline grid also recalibrates to allow for higher-level activity and thinking. The bias of the grid is changing and is becoming nonlinear. This has been explained already, so, yes, new fractals will be generated in part by a new human being. Whales and dolphins. Humans have always had an association with whales and dolphins. In the past, hundreds, if not thousands of whales and dolphins were harvested from the oceans and seas as a resource. In some instances, they are still being harvested, but not to the same extent that they were. In December 1946, an international body called the International Whaling Commission was established, with 14 member states, and an aim to conserve the whales and dolphins were harvested from the oceans and seas as a resource. In some instances, they are still being harvested, but not to the same extent than they are now. Today, the Commission comprises 89 countries, including countries that are without oceans. The Commission has taken some encouraging steps towards the conservation and protection of whales. That includes the establishment of the global moratorium on commercial whaling in 1986. Currently, there are a number of countries that oppose the moratorium, including Japan, Norway, and Iceland. The collective consciousness of humanity wants to protect the whales and keep them safe. This includes dolphins as well, for they belong to the same family known as Cetacea. The family Cetacea includes whales, dolphins, and porpoises, so the dolphins are like cousins to the whale and part of a support group. They play a role in the whale's development. Even more than just protecting whales, thousands of people have had life-changing experiences after a whale-watching tour or a swim with the dolphins. The The reason we are so affected is because of the cellular information that is within our DNA. There is an intuitive level of understanding within all humanity that knows that whales cannot be eliminated without changing the life force balance of Earth. The 3 grids of Gaia have already been explained in detail. The human DNA is also part of the Gaia system, as it represents a biological evolvement of humanity on the planet. The whales and dolphins are the living portions of the grid system. They contain the history of Earth, and they are sacred for that reason. They coordinate and cooperate with the crystalline grid. Kryon describes it as a type of backup system, not a linear one, in case you lose the first one, but a system that assists the others all the time. The information of the 3 combined Akashic systems is stored in the whales and dolphins. This is the final layer, and it connects humanity with Gaia as well as the rest of life on Earth, in a most profound way. The whales are in Gaia. They are under the water, and they are mammals just like humans. They contain the information. The Akashic cycle is complete, and the oceans and seas of the Earth glow with everything that we have done, who we are, and who we might be. The whales and dolphins have many things to teach us, and can even help heal our corporeal body. Lori Rayon Anderson is an internationally known interspecies communicator and soul healer. Her gift allows her to speak to the animals and translate their messages to humanity. She recognizes the cetaceans as the ancient beings on this planet. Her work involves communication and healing with the dolphins and whales of Earth. Lori Rayon has been named Standing Whale Mother by the Native Americans, and she brings the wisdom and healing energies of the whales and dolphins to humanity. Here is a beautiful message from the whales given to humanity and communicated through Lori. We are the ancient of the ancients. We are the soul of the souls. We are your past, and we are your memories. We are your present, and we are here with you in the now time. We are your link, joined with you to create the future for the healing and ascension of Mother Gaia. We are a group consciousness, stewarding this planet as an example of the good of the many. The whales are the molecular librarians of Earth's evolution. What we call the Akashic Records lives in the oceans of planet Earth. The information is stored in the water molecules. Since water is never destroyed, only recycled, Earth's entire history remains safe in our ocean archives. The whales can access the information, circulate it, and contribute to it, communicating by connecting to the intelligence in the water molecules. They tell me that the information in the water will teach us that in the future, the body fluid of the human will eventually be used to provide flawless, individualized treatment for people's health maladies. The whales would like to assist us in remembering who we truly are. Knowing and honoring who we are is an important aspect of our personal growth toward love of self and our Earth. They tell us that it is important for the human to reach a point in our evolution where we truly become the seeker of ourselves. It is important to reach for the knowledge that is held in the Akash that tells us who we truly are and where we are from and what we are made of and why we are here today. In our quest for this knowledge of self-awareness, we are identifying ourselves as beings who value love above all else, and we are confirming our belief in love by changing our lifestyles accordingly. We are coming to know ourselves as vibrations of love, and in doing so are coming to remember our world and our beautiful Mother Gaia in a new light. In our remembrance, we are drawn to gather with like-minded people and start to take back the conscious control of our environment. We are remembering that what we think and feel affects our environment and the others living around us. Once we take control of our emotions and thoughts, we see that we do truly create our own realities and that we do have control over our own environments and that we are not the victims. The whales call this intentional evolution. And finally, the last piece of remembrance of self is to recognize and develop our connection to the cosmos and to life beyond the third dimension. We are not alone in the universe, and never have been. There are billions of other life forms that are not visible from our 3D perspective. We can connect with these other planetarians, who are our brothers and sisters of light. We can benefit from their wisdom and knowledge, and join with them as we move through our fears back to the truth of who we are and why we are here. The dolphins and whales are masters of cosmic travel and masters of multidimensionality. They are here to teach us, assist us in healing our minds and bodies, and they are here now inviting us to open our belief systems to multiple realities of love. Okay, is there anything else that you can tell us about the whales and dolphins? Kryon. The cetaceans of the ocean, mainly the whales and dolphins, are holding energy for humanity that we will not discuss at this time. Eventually, when the planet is ready, this will be explained, but you must know this, don't you? These mammals are all protected worldwide, with treaties from countries even without oceans. Humans intuitively know that these animals are special, and they need to be undisturbed and allowed to thrive. Continue this endeavor. The ley lines of Gaia. Well, although a substantial amount of people have heard about ley lines, very few people truly understand them fully. And I think, I think it would be fair to say that they remain largely unexplained. Even those that claim to understand them fully have often misinterpreted the true nature of what they are. When I first heard about ley lines, I started to investigate and ended up becoming very frustrated by the wide variety of definitions of what ley lines are. The ancient indigenous were very in tune with Gaia and were very aware of when they came across the ley lines of Gaia. The indigenous, and another name for them, however, referring to them as spirit lines or dragon lines. The term leys was coined by Alfred Watkins in the 1920s based on what he considered to be a network of landscape alignments that joined sacred sites such as churches, megaliths, springs, and hilltops. In the 1960s, John Mitchell expanded on Watkins's work and named the St. Michael ley line, which links many places in Great Britain that are dedicated to St. Michael, such as St. Michael's Mount in Cornwall, Avery, Hinge, and Glastonbury Tor. While I was in Hungary, I also learned about the St. George ley line and discovered that there is a place called St. George Energy Park in Lenti, which is in the southwest corner of Hungary, very close to the borders of Austria, Slovenia, and Croatia. According to the park, you can walk along the stone pavements that show the direction of the St. George lines, while the posts along the way mark the intercept of these lines, where the energy waves are the most powerful. The park also has a variety of thermal spas. None of these examples, however, was able to tell me exactly what a ley line is. When you look at some of the attempts that have been made to show a ley line on a map, they are always a straight line that starts and stops abruptly. This didn't make sense to me, especially when I was then reading that ley lines were all across the globe and found at places like the pyramids of Egypt and Machu Picchu in Peru. The desire and fixation with drawing a straight line on a map is a classic example of how we are biased in our linear thinking and try to interpret everything in a three-dimensional way. So why is there so much confusion, and exactly what is a ley line? I suspect that there is a lot of confusion and misinformation because we are only seeing pieces and parts of a puzzle. Add to that the puzzle is multidimensional, and it starts to explain why ley lines have not been defined, until recently, at the 2012 Summer Light Conference in Sedona, when Kryon gave this information. Ley lines are energy lines based in human conscious action. There are many ley lines in the Northern Hemisphere, as this is where 85% of the population has lived. The ley lines reform when there is compassion there, when there is heart there. Where there is great compassion or past compassion, there are portals. Portals are connected by ley lines, and the patterning is not symmetrical. They are constantly in motion, especially today, as the earth energy reshapes itself. The kundalini of the planet is moving. A recalibration of where the center of wisdom should be is being accomplished. Don't be surprised if you go to former places of power and there is nothing there. Or perhaps you may go to another place where there was formerly nothing there, and now you are overwhelmed by energy. Gaia reacts to you, and Gaia has recalibrated in response, a shift from war to compassion. So the grids will begin to be biased towards compassionate love. Ley lines shift and respond. There is now a clear definition of what a ley line is. Ley lines are energy lines based in human conscious action. The characteristics of a ley line is that they shift and respond to what humans do, and as a result they are not symmetrical and not necessarily in a straight line. That also means that it is not something you can draw on a map and then say, here are the ley lines. And the places where ley lines historically occurred are not necessarily where they are found now. During the Kryon Kundalini Tour in 2012, Kryon gave additional information about the ley lines of Gaia. The channels were profound and gave us new insight to the bigger picture. Kryon first revealed the information about ley lines when the tour group sat high up in the Valley of the Moon, which is found in San Pedro de Atacama, Chile. The overwhelming love of Gaia in this spot was enhanced by the magnificent sunset that followed the channeling. If you go to my website, www.monikamuranyi.com, you'll see some of the photos I took of our tour. Most loved Tan, here's what Kryon had to say. We would like to start to explain a little of how the energy of Gaia proportions itself on the surface of the planet. There are those in this assemblage, those who are on the mountaintop with my partner, who have gone to many sacred places. Perhaps you felt the energy of each one, and you feel that no place is the same? You are correct. There are seemingly different things to feel depending upon where you are. This becomes a complex subject, but all of it has to do with what we have described to you as the crystalline grid. In review, the crystalline grid is an esoteric grid. This is the one that the Pleiadians originally placed upon the planet, which allows for full communication from human consciousness into the dirt of the earth, which is called Gaia. This is the grid that remembers what humans do on the planet. This is the grid that is responsible for a human feeling something when he walks into a battlefield, or when he walks into the place where the heroes came out of the ground. Speaking of the 33 miners that were rescued from a mine in northern Chile during Tuotan. So, let us describe this subject of the crystalline grid and Gaia. My partner now stands in what is called a null point, referring to the Valley of the Moon in San Pedro de Atacama in Chile. Let me explain some things. The grid that is crystalline has a field around it. It is not the magnetic field, but rather it is a field which is multidimensional and interacts with the human consciousness field. That is why you feel what you feel in different places on Earth. Let me tell you some things about fields. Nature actually does create straight lines. It does it through crystallization. that is in 3D. Every time you have a multi-dimensional field, however, there are no straight lines. Let us talk about that for a moment, for what I'm about to tell you will dismiss some of the traditions of the past. Human beings love to talk about ley lines. Indeed, there is such a thing as a ley line. However, Spirit hasn't really called it that. It's a 3D perception of humans, who draw straight lines between things they believe are important spiritually. These human lines are the kinds of lines that you find architects have built between pyramids, between churches, between sacred areas, very straight lines following the shadows sometimes created by the sun. These are not ley lines. These are lines that human beings have drawn. I can tell you that they are not ley lines because they are straight. Now let me give you something that is complex. Some of you have actually seen portrayals of what appears to be magnetic lines of influence around a magnet. You will notice that they are curved from the north to the south pole of the magnet, curved lines. Now, you are very, very small and microscopic. You could stand on one of those magnets and the lines would appear to be straight, even though you know they are not. If you were able only to see 1.5 lines, you would not be aware of what we would call the symmetry of the field. So this gives an example of how straight things are not really straight at all, but there is more. Let us talk about the crystalline field. Sometimes it appears to be straight, although it is not. The lines are complex. Unlike the lines of a magnetic field, they don't go from one pole to another. They go to and from what we will call nodes. Nodes are records of overlapping human consciousness. To add to this complexity, Gaia also has a kind of field apart from the crystalline. When the crystalline overlaps with Gaia's grid in certain ways, you get the attributes of nodes. This is a buildup of energy, and in some cases when you have the overlap, they cancel each other in energy. When they cancel each other, you have a null, where there is absolutely no energy of the crystalline, and it becomes pure Gaia only. Let me ask you the question again. What are you feeling when you have a null? The answer is the absence of the crystalline grid. This is an energy which talks to you directly from Gaia. You feel the purity and the love of the planet being given to you directly, since there is no interference at all from the crystalline grid. You sit in a null right now and tell the crystalline grid, there are many of them on the planet, and the energy, or lack of it, feels just like this one. Now, the complex part comes next. Let's speak of nodes. There are 3 kinds. For instance, let me tell you about Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu is a node that overlaps and amplifies that of the Pachamama, and also the wisdom of the South and divine feminine energy. This is a profound energy, which some have called a portal. A portal is a kind of node. A vortex is also a kind of node. A vortex is when energies collide and the energy is constantly moving or circulating. To some, it feels good for a while, but it's hard to live in a true vortex. A third kind of node would be a vortal. It's half and half between portal and vortex. It's complex. Now, what creates all of these? The crystalline grid does. What creates the crystalline grid? Human consciousness. Now, I made a statement a while back, and now I'm going to emphasize it. It's very difficult to draw a map that would have this crystalline grid. When we say to you that it has no symmetry, it means that it has no overall pattern as a grid, as seen together on a 2D surface. You look for symmetry in all things, but don't do it with this one. Let's add to the puzzle that the grid lines are beneath the earth as well as on the earth, so it becomes even more complex than you think. why do I tell you these things? It's part of the wisdom that we are now collecting and giving to you that you never had before, which is this specific, you're going to need to know these things. Humans like to go to certain places and feel energy and make up stories as to why those energies are there. It's time to close the door on that kind of foolishness, old soul, and start understanding the process and mechanics of the real energy of the planet and the complexities of it. The sun is going down. While we've been talking, it's set. It's almost like a wink from Gaia. So now I'll give a message from Gaia directly from this spot because it's a null. The earth honors the human. There is a direct connection with the compassion of the human and the compassion of the planet. These are the places which allow you to feel this directly without interference. When you feel this energy again, stop and give us love. For it makes a difference, and it amplifies what the planet is and what it can do for you and all those who follow. That's enough for today, and so it is. Kryon then continued to give us the rest of the story when we arrived at the Island of the Sun in Lake Titicaca, Bolivia. It was certainly a test of endurance for everyone to climb to the top of the mountain where we sat at 401,000 feet, meters above sea level. I'm not sure if you have ever been at that altitude, but if you have, and like me you prefer being at sea level, it was very difficult to breathe, let alone climb to the top. The reward, though, was to sit and feel the love of Gaia and the love of our ancestors. And at the end of the channeling, we looked across the lake towards the snow-capped mountains and found that in one place the snow had melted into the shape of a gigantic love heart. Thinking this was part of a natural phenomenon, we asked the locals how often it happened, and they responded by saying they had never seen it before. A mere coincidence? Or was it a wink from Gaia and Spirit? I'll let you decide which one. In the meantime, here is the rest of the story about ley lines. There is much we wish to discuss, but in order to make it succinct, we are going to continue a discussion that we just had with you when we sat in nature the last time. At that point in time, we sat in what is called the crystalline grid null, and the lesson was about ley lines, nulls, and nodes. This lesson was an attempt to try to explain how the crystalline grid of the planet works and why you feel the things you feel. It would also try to explain why on planet Earth there would be places which might feel more sacred than others. So in review, we speak again of nodes. Nodes are overlapping energies which are esoteric, representing the crystalline grid. They overlap because of the quantum symmetry of the nodes on the planet. Each node has its own specific symmetry, and it is not necessarily linear. When you put them all together in a complex way, the overlaps create nodes. Some nodes are more powerful than others. Sometimes, when the crystalline grid intersects in a certain way, you have nodes that you will not feel much. However, if the overlapping is profound, you have nodes that you will feel, and we discussed some of them before. Now, there is actually an energetic accounting system on the planet. All of this I am telling you now tries to explain where you sit and why you feel what you do, referring to the grid that is referred to in the Lake Titicaca. So let us tell you something about nodes and how complex they can be. But first, let us review. The crystalline grid of the planet is an esoteric grid, which remembers human consciousness and all that has happened. Every single human who has ever lived is part of it. It explains a lot, and why you can walk into a former battlefield and feel the negative energy there, or sit in other places where you might feel elation and thankfulness. This is all driven or caused by that which we call the crystalline grid. This crystalline grid, therefore, is like a quantum time capsule which reflects human consciousness and human action. Lately, we started to explain this process And we said that up until now, it was a linear process. If something negative happened at a certain place, it had the same weight as something positive. We also asked you to look at your human history and realize that there was a lot more negative than positive. The consciousness of the planet itself, therefore, was lower than you might think. Then we told you that all of these things had begun to change, and when Kryon came in 23 years ago, I told you that the planet was in a process of change. You had begun the precession of the equinoxes, which would then fulfill the prophecy of the ancients. The ancients told you that potentially the Earth could rebalance itself with regard to masculine and feminine, and that this new balance would be complete in 2012. It would recalibrate almost every process that was esoteric and energetic on the planet. Now, back to the crystalline grid. We continued to tell you that even the grid itself would start to recalibrate, and that it would no longer be linear. That is to say that compassionate events would now hold far more energy than negative events. We also told you that Gaia would respond, and that human consciousness would change through generations. Humans would actually start to think differently. Spiritual logic would start to become evident. All through this, we mentioned that the wisdom which was being recalibrated was the wisdom that belonged to the indigenous, for they knew how to communicate with Gaia. They understood the relationship between the Creator, which included all life on the planet, and the relationship to the Earth, which is Gaia. If you can communicate with those things, you can set the Earth on another path. Again, back to the crystalline grid, what happens when you have complex overlap of nodes? Sometimes you get attributes of the land that are very confusing. A vortex is an example. A vortex is an example of a collision of energies that may feel good, but they are always moving. So after a while, they don't feel good anymore. Sometimes you have overlapping energies which create a node which makes you feel good all the time. This would be called a power spot by some. Others call it a portal. So is that what is here and referring to the island of the sun? No. There is something else here. Let me give you an explanation of a very confusing overlap of crystal grid intersections. There's a place on the planet that is so confusing it even affects how the magnetic grid functions, and it's called the Bermuda Triangle. It's all caused by nodes on the crystalline grid. Now, I want you to back up with me in your mind. A long time ago, it's difficult to explain this, but if you understand that there's a plan of the Creator, it makes sense. When the Creator put this earth together, the potential was that always there would be the spiritual seeds eventually coming from another place in the galaxy to beginning the human spiritual evolvement. In this particular case, it would be the Palladians. They would potentially plant the seeds of the Creator, which is to say the knowledge of dark and light. We even told you that they came prior to this to set up the crystalline grid. Part of this also was to create the cave of creation, preparing for the Akashic record of humanity to begin. Now, this is very difficult to understand. There have to be places on the planet, nodes on the planet, almost like the magnetic poles, where there is greater and lesser wisdom. Depending on what human beings did, it would then shape future human consciousness. And those places would also change. Most of humanity, for obvious reasons, settled in the northern hemisphere, where this is the land hemisphere. In that process, the wisdom node that was accepted and needed was in Tibet and India. Spirit does not see borders of countries, but I just gave them to you so you would know where these wisdom nodes were. They were profound. Take a look at the wisdom of those areas and you will see that they served the northern hemisphere for a long time. There were several prophecies for this planet, and there were actually several restarts of human consciousness, all bringing you to this point today. You are on a tour called the Kundalini Tour, and this is all a metaphor for what is taking place on this planet. The northern hemisphere wisdom is starting then to surrender to the southern hemisphere wisdom, and the node that you now sit on, which you would call Bolivia and Peru, is the stored wisdom that the planet now needs. The metaphor of the eagle and the condor is a unification of understanding of the transfer and acceptance of this protocol. The prophecy is that a new node on the planet would start to appear in 2012, and the wisdom that was always here would then replace the wisdom of the other node in Tibet and India, representing the premier balance of the planet. That's what's happening, but it's slow. It's here, but the slowness is in the realization that it's here, and what it all means. Small groups of people will start to see it, and they already have. The unification of indigenous tribes is no longer saying it's coming, they're saying it's here. There will be many more visitors who don't know why they're visiting, but they'll feel it profoundly. A rebalance from the north to the south is only part of the change. The wisdom has always been here, so it's literally a reassignment of the importance of the nodes. The Incas walked here, and you give them a lot of credit as the ancestors of the land, but you really don't know who came before them. That's where all the energy and wisdom here really started. These things will be discovered, but if you take a look at your history, it was all interrupted by the northern hemisphere conquering the southern, and from then to now, the land that you're sitting on was sleeping. It took all this time to awaken it to the prophecy. Even the calendars of the Mayans spoke of the potential for the rise in human consciousness for this moment. That's a North American prediction about a South American predication. All over the planet, they knew it, and the eagle and condor, therefore, had the same prediction. This has been sleeping for a long time. The puma awakes, wisdom awakes, and it does so slowly, so that it is gentle. But you are going to feel it. In summary, ley lines shift and respond to human consciousness, and so they don't stay the same. The lines are complex and go from one node to another. Nodes are overlapping human consciousness. Gaia also has a field apart from the crystalline, and when the crystalline overlaps with Gaia in certain attributes, you get either a buildup of energy that creates nodes, or the overlap will cancel each other out in energy, and you get a null. A null is therefore a place where there is an absence of the crystalline grid. And so what you get is pure Gaia energy only. There are three kinds of nodes: portal, vortex, and vortal. A portal is a node that overlaps and amplifies Gaia. A vortex is when energies collide and the energy is constantly moving. To some, being in a vortex may feel good for a while, but it's hard to live there. A vortal is half portal and half vortex. There is no symmetry with these lines, and they occur beneath the earth as well as on the earth, so it becomes more complex than what we think. All of these lines are created by the crystalline grid, and the crystalline grid is created by this human body that energetically does everything that you normally do. Furthermore, there are nodes on the planet where there is greater and lesser wisdom, depending upon what human beings did with it, that then shaped human consciousness. Most of humanity has been residing in the northern hemisphere, and in the process, the wisdom that was accepted was from the node which resides in Tibet and India. With the current shift in human consciousness, the movement of the Kundalini of the Earth, there is a new node on the planet, which resides in Bolivia and Peru, that is starting to surface, and the wisdom that was always there is starting to replace the wisdom of the other node in Tibet and India. The metaphor of the eagle and the condor is a unification of understanding, the transfer and acceptance of this protocol. See Chapter 4, The Kundalini of the Earth. Can you tell us more about the places on Earth that have an overlapping of nodes, such as the Bermuda Triangle, and also can you tell us about other null points? You have mentioned before that portals are where there has been great compassion, and that some areas of Earth are being removed from their role as portals, such as Stonehenge, while others are being enhanced, such as Glastonbury, both in England. Can you tell us more about this? Sometimes synchronicity will create a situation where answers to one question will help with the answers to another, and in this case, I point you to the question about the reversing polarity of the planet. Since the magnetics of the Earth are always in constant shift, it means that the magnetic grid is always changing too. When I came here in 1989, I told you that the magnetic grid would shift more in the 10 years than it had in over 100. Indeed it did, and this shows that the grids are on the move and that the polarity shift has again begun. All this allows for the many grids of the planet besides the magnetic one to also recalibrate themselves. Nodes, nulls, portals, and vortices are all a result of overlapping grid energies. This also means that as the Earth changes and compassion changes, you should expect the nulls and portals to change too. So seemingly sacred places that have been a certain energy for decades may suddenly feel odd to you, and ones that never had any energy may suddenly start changing into areas you can actually feel. So don't expect known sites to be the only ones to change, but also sites that are not known. A summary of the grids. In summary, there are 3 places where the energy of humans exists, all at the same time. 1. The cave of creation. It keeps a record of who you are as you come and go, and imbues your lifetime of experience into the vibration of the planet even after you have gone. It is the multi-dimensional system that captures the human experience for Gaia, and it stays with Gaia. It is therefore the Akashic record of all humanity. 2. The DNA in the human body helps you while you are alive. In each lifetime, for all that you ever were is information and energy that is stored in the double helix. If you live 1,000 lifetimes, they are all there and accessible. You never have to relearn anything spiritually since it's cumulative. It stays with you from lifetime to lifetime. You are your own ancestors. 3. The crystalline grid. A spiritual grid that lays over the planet's surface, that remembers everything that humans do and where they do it. The energy of humanity is affecting the vibrational level of the planet in actual time. This means that instead of waiting to receive energy after you pass to the cave of creation, you can receive it now. This creates a feeling of time going faster for you. Finally, the crystalline grid is being aligned for compassion. It is an alignment to the mother energy. So, the remembrance factor of the crystalline grid is changing. There will be less hatred, remembrance, and a greater remembrance of love and compassion. The magnetic grid is all about communication. The magnetic grid made it possible for the Palladians to arrive on Earth and give the seeds of enlightenment to human beings. It's also the magnetics that enable entanglement. The planet Earth is entangled with the middle of the galaxy. The whales and dolphins are the living portions of the grid system. They contain the history of Earth, and they are sacred for that reason. They coordinate and cooperate with the crystalline grid. They know who you are. When you spend time with them, you will most likely feel the connection. Ley lines are energy lines based on human conscious action, and they shift and respond to what humans do. The lines are complex and go from one node to another. Nodes are the result of an overlap of the crystalline grid with Gaia. There are 3 kinds of nodes: portal, vortex, and vortal. In some cases, the overlap will cancel each other out in energy, and you get a null, which creates a place where the crystalline grid is absent, and you get only pure Gaia energy. Q, is there anything else we should know about the grids? Kryon, there is a great deal more the grids will be doing with you as your planet evolves, for the many grids are a massive time capsule of information, ideas, invention, and past knowledge. So the real purpose of the grid systems is to help humanity as it becomes ready, to help posture life on Earth, even drive evolution. Think of the grids as a time capsule, releasing energy and information as humanity needs it. Chapter 4. The Kundalini of the Earth. Before I started writing this book, I moved to Santiago, Chile in February of 2012. I felt drawn to the area because of what I knew was unfolding with the Kundalini energy. This was one of the reasons why I wanted to experience living in Chile. After 6 months of living there, I woke up one morning with a crystal clear message to write a book that pulled together all of the channeled messages from Kryon about Gaia and humanity. I wanted to fill a gap that was so obvious to me, so that there was at least one publication that provided a point of reference for all of the esoteric information about the Gaia system. For more than 2 years, I searched for publications and websites that had information about the energy grids of the Earth and all the other things that Kryon was mentioning in the channels given by Lee Carroll. I couldn't find anything. It appeared that no such publication existed. I wanted to change that, hence this book. I believe I had a few romantic ideas about what it would be like to live in a place where I heard the Kundalini energy was moving towards. For some reason, I expected that it would be much easier to get in touch with my higher self, and therefore I would also be able to keep myself walking in a constant state of enlightenment. I know what you're thinking. I was pretty naive, huh? In fact, I think I had moments where everything was the opposite of what I expected. Kryon has said that the Kundalini energy is constantly moving and that those that sit in the Kundalini can't sit still. From personal experience, I've found this to be true. When I was in Santiago, I found it difficult to get to sleep. I constantly felt restless, and by the end of each day, I felt like I would implode. My temporary relief came from walking my dog in the park, and even that was short-lived. When I traveled away from Santiago, I started to calm down and feel normal again. I spoke with other lightworkers, and they had similar experiences. It is only since the beginning of 2013 that this restless, uncomfortable feeling has been replaced with a calm peace and tranquility. It almost feels like the Kundalini has done the greatest part of its shift and is now continuing its movement in a gentle way. During October and November of 2012, I went on the Kryon Kundalini tour with Lee Carroll. Everything I knew expanded, and I was given so much more information to include in this book. I think everyone that went on that tour experienced a profound personal transformation. I now realize that moving to Chile was part of my journey. It helped increase my awareness of the consciousness of Gaia and the infinite connections between all consciousness. Moving to Chile created a space in my life where I could write this book. It allowed me to stop searching for a book that I thought had been printed with all the esoteric knowledge about Gaia and create one. One that I felt needed to be done so that you, dear reader, could access the profound information about Gaia and humanity. But what is Kundalini energy? What does it mean, and why is it something that is happening within the planet Earth? Kundalini is a Sanskrit word that means coiled, like a snake. The Kundalini represents the balance of male and female coming together with great energy to create perfection and balance. The Kundalini is therefore associated with procreation. Kundalini energy is not recognized by medical science, however. It is mentioned extensively in the literature of yoga and tantra, both Buddhist and Hindu. You have probably seen the caduceus symbol, which has been used as a symbol for medicine for hundreds of years. A short rod entwined by two snakes and topped by a pair of wings. The irony is that the caduceus symbol represents the Kundalini rising up the spine, or Sushumna Nadi, the main energy channel of the human body and chakra system. Throughout history, the caduceus has been used as a symbol of healing in many cultures and in different forms. Kundalini energy found within humans is a dormant energy that lies at the base of the spine, coiled 3.5 times around the lingam. Lingam means pillar of light, and is pure life force energy. The most common practices used to awaken the Kundalini energy within the body are yoga, meditation, Reiki, and Qigong. An awakened Kundalini energy rises up through the spine, traveling through the chakras until it finally reaches the top of the head. The Kundalini also resides within the planet, and has often been described by many indigenous cultures as the movement of the feathered serpent. This movement needs to be considered both metaphorically and physically. Many of the ancient cultures have said that there would come a time of potential, of a magnificent change for planet Earth. It would represent a consciousness shift and would start moving the feathered serpent south. Information on the journey of the feathered serpent was presented in Kryon Book 8, Passing the Marker, by Woody Vaspra. I found the revelation so compelling that I am rewriting it here. Over 20 years ago, Gerardo Barrios, Mayan elder, began a quest to validate and understand the sacred Mayan calendars. He traveled to different villages in Central America, searching for the most traditional Mayan elders in very remote areas. He wanted to know if they were using the same calendars, except, from some variation in names and small language differences, most of them matched. As part of this research, in 1988, he and 9 other Mayans traveled to a very remote village where the traditional Mayans have dedicated their lives to keeping the temple fire for over 1,000 years. The Mayans maintain this fire 24 hours a day as a prayer for peace on earth. After a 5-day walk through the deep forest, Gerardo and his team finally reached the village. The elders had known through their own visions that this group was coming. The 10 Mayans were given divinations, and only 5 were welcomed into the village's sacred temple. Gerardo was one of them. Once inside the temple, one of the elders took Gerardo aside to talk to him privately. The elder began to introduce him to the story of the feathered serpent Kukulkan, a snake-like sacred earth energy that moves throughout the land. It took 2 more visits to this village to complete the story. The Mayan elders of the village explained how this energy rises periodically, and showed him on the map he had bought with him where and when it had appeared. Later, when Gerardo tracked through history, he found along its path events such as the Great Spiritual Awakening of Tibet in the 1950s, the anti-Vietnam War movement of the 60s, and leaders such as Martin Luther King. The elders said that this feathered serpent has the intention to move down the Americas via the spine of Mother Earth to Lake Titicaca in the Andes, to be there in 2012. If one were to open a map of the Western Hemisphere and track the mountain ranges from Alaska in North America to Chile in South America, you would see them extend in a continuous line from north to south. This was described as the spine of Mother Earth. It is important to understand why this is happening and what it represents. The northern hemisphere of the planet has contained masculine energy, while the southern hemisphere carries a more feminine energy. This is the polarity of the planet. It could also be called the planet's duality. As human beings start to change, all of the grids in the planet change, which in turn creates the movement of the Kundalini. In reviewing history, most of the major wars and all of the world wars have occurred in the northern hemisphere. That has been the balance of the planet, with the masculine war imbalance being very strong in the north. Most of the wars in the southern hemisphere have been caused by those from the north. As the planet starts to rebalance itself in consciousness, it means that the consciousness of male and female is rebalanced. Humanity becomes more balanced, and so the Kundalini must move. The Kundalini has been in place for a very long time in the northern hemisphere, India and Tibet. Many call it the center of spiritual wisdom. This helped to balance the heavy male energy. But it was also male-heavy. You do not really see female leaders in the ranks of the monks and other orders in those areas. The southern hemisphere represents the female energy of the planet. The Kundalini is moving in response to humanity, and it's moving south, to South America. It is important to understand that the movement of the Kundalini has nothing to do with a shift of wisdom. If you study the ancients from South America, you will find the wise divine feminine. In fact, Kryon has said that you could call Machu Picchu the capital of the wise divine feminine on the planet. So to clarify this even further, the movement of the Kundalini is not about the wisdom of Tibet moving to Peru. Peru has always contained wisdom. The Kundalini is the heart chakra of the earth, and it is now beginning to seek another wisdom center that is more balanced. It is moving to a place of softer wisdom and seeks the wisdom of the divine feminine. The earth is ready to glean this wisdom and pull upon the portals in the area, and in the process, the consciousness of the planet will change. The earth has been waiting for this, and it has been prophesied by the ancients. If you have ever been to Machu Picchu, then you may have felt that the energy there is very sweet. It has the feeling of being in the mother's womb, safe and protected. Kryon has said that it is time for the wisdom that has always been here to be placed on the crystalline grid and shared with all. The capital of the wise divine feminine has secrets that may never be revealed. There are those who represent the seven sisters there that have not yet shown themselves. There is an awakening there, and some of the shamanic humans of the area are aware. During a channel given in Lima, Kryon told Peruvians to celebrate, as this is what the old souls there have been waiting for. The old energy does not want to accept this, and there is resistance. The old energy has come from the northern hemisphere long ago, and it's out of balance. It does not honor the land, the air, or the water. During the Kryon Patagonia cruise at the start of 2012, some esoteric information about the Kundalini was given. The Kundalini is coiled at the bottom of the spine of the body. It only uncoils when the male and the female are balanced. It wraps around 3 energies of the body, 3.5 times, and it wraps around what is called the lingam. 3 wraps represent easy unwrapping parts of energy. But the final half wrap represents the most difficult part, which is the divine enlightenment of balance. When the Kundalini unwraps and stays that way, you have a balanced human being, if not even enlightened. This is the metaphor of the planet, and this is beginning to happen. The unwrapping process has already begun to happen, and the large earthquake in Chile during 2010 was the physical movement of the planet's response to the Kundalini energy. This means that as the unwrapping process continues, the Earth is going to move more in South America, and perhaps in places where there has not been movement before. Kryon has identified the time frame of the movement of the Kundalini energy. The 2600 year alignment of the equinoxes of your planet is a grand alignment, and it has been known in astronomy as the galactic alignment. It is called that because the start and stop point of the wobble of your Earth on its axis aligns through your Sun to the center of the galaxy. This alignment only happens once every 2600 years. In order for the equinoxes to proceed through the equatorial plane of your galaxy and work themselves through the end of this cycle and the beginning of the next one, it will take 36 years. This final stage began approximately 18 years ago, and 2012 is now the center or beginning of the last half of the last cycle. You have 18 years left of this energetic event, which actually represents the end of one thing and the beginning of another. This 36-year window is the time frame for the potential unwrapping of the entire Kundalini. Do you not find it interesting that it wraps around the lingam 3.5 times? Each of the 3 represents a decade of time in this metaphoric code. 3.5 would be 35 years, very close to the 36-year astronomical event you are in. So, this Kundalini prophecy has always been the metaphor of the promise of the earth, and what actually started 18 years ago, and that is now centered, and that is where the ceremony should be. At the center of the 36 years, the midpoint of the unwrapping. If all this sounds confusing, let me simply edit. Even the ancients who watched the stars knew of this alignment. It corresponded to the potentials of consciousness shift, since it also represented a decision point or time fractal in the pattern of potentials that has been the core of ancient astronomical prophecy for eons. So all this was expected and is not a surprise, but it carries with it profound change. And this is what we all saw more than 20 years ago when I arrived to begin my messages. Humanity has these opportunities about every half cycle of the 2600 alignment. The last one was 300 years ago, and humanity was not ready. Now you are. Dear human being, you're sitting in a very, very special place. You are the first human group ever to celebrate this movement at the bottom of the South American tip, where the shifts really begin. Oh, there have been those who have chosen to come to the bottom on land and celebrate the coming of it. However, let this go on record that this group now, on the open ocean, at the bottom of the earth, is where this celebration starts in 2012. The date during this channeling is January 2012. To conclude, the unwrapping of the Kundalini has begun. It is a very slow process. The unwrapping is not a linear process any more than human consciousness is, but the potential is that it will be unwrapped and in place within 18 years from 2012. Earlier, I mentioned that I went on the Kryon Kundalini tour in 2012 with Lee Carroll. This was organized and put together by a close friend, Jorge Bianchi. The tour started in Mendoza, Argentina, and continued to visit many profound energetic places in Chile, Bolivia, and Peru. A total of 12 Kryon channelings were done during the tour, and Kryon gave 9 specific channels that related to the 9 letters of the word Kundalini. In numerology, 9 means completion. All of the audio channelings from the Kryon Kundalini 2012 tour can be heard from the Kryon website. But in summary, the theme of the channelings related to each letter of the word Kundalini is listed below. Kundalini. Unity. Notify Gaia of your conscious actions. Don't think like a human. Ascension. Love. intuition, new human illumination. The information given throughout the Kryon Kundalini Tour in 2012 gave a new awareness and perception about just how significant the current shift in human consciousness is, and the connection this shift has with the Kundalini energy of the Earth. The key messages from these channels are provided here. The complete audios are available on Lee's website. Kundalini, the letter K in Kundalini. Let's talk about the ancients. Why is there a prophecy about the movement of the Kundalini? What is actually going on? This particular channeling will be called the channeling of the letter K, and through the 12 events you have scheduled, there will be 9 channels specifically involved in the letters of the name Kundalini. Today's subject will add information about the Kundalini after we talk about the conditions that has already been given. Go back and study the other channelings if you want to know what the Kundalini is all about. The results of the shift are multifaceted. If you want to look at the grand result, it's going to eventually push humanity into a new reality. But that's the future. However, immediately, you're going to start seeing some changes. Let us review what this means within the context of the Kundalini shift. The planet has been polarized emotionally for some time, and it's based mostly upon where most of the humans live on the Earth. This has come together over time to create a masculine Earth. If 80% of the population of the planet live in the North, and if the North has a certain consciousness, then the whole planet assumes that consciousness. Yet that is not the consciousness that began in the South. If you take a look at the indigenous of the South before conquerors came, and you take a look at what they believed and what they taught, it was far more feminine, soft. So really, you have a masculine North and a feminine South, but because there were so many more humans in the North, the consciousness of the planet was more masculine in general, and history has reflected this. Suddenly, however, we have a shift, and this is where it gets complicated. In your reality, you feel everything is linear. Perhaps you really haven't seen a shift of consciousness in the North, but it's there. The majority of it comes from old soul awakening, but it's not how many humans have awakened, but rather the amount of energy within the ones who have awakened. They're the ones in the room here, and many of them are listening and reading here. There's a shift even in the way the accounting of energy is working on the planet. It's shifting from linear way to a non-linear way, and Gaia, who is entangled with all this, is starting to move and shift the very Kundalini or center heart chakra of the planet. So let's look at who is doing what. The movement is not linear. Number 1, Gaia is a conscious, sentient, proper and appropriate energy that is linked to you. Because of the quantum shift that has been predicted due to what has happened, humanity has started to think differently, and this different thinking is more profound within the old souls. This has been seen by Gaia, who is now doing the shifting. So Gaia is involved, and that is the mechanics of how the energy is being moved. You, however, look at all this in a linear fashion, so you ask the question, well, where is the Kundalini now? It's moving from north to south, so where is it now? So I'm going to answer that in a moment, and that answer will be different to what you imagine. But right now, let's speak about what this movement really means. What happens if the Earth becomes balanced in masculine and feminine energy for the first time? What would it mean? It means there's gonna be an increase in what we call compassionate action. Do you know what the results of non-compassionate action are? War. That is a non-compassionate action. Also separation, judgment, and a non-caring population. Do you know what the results of compassionate actions are? Working together, unification, peace building, non-judgment, tolerance, understanding, and the beginning of universal, unconditional love. You see the kind of shift we are speaking of? It's going to change how you think, inside and out. Increase in compassion. When you meet someone for the first time, what are your first thoughts? That's a good exercise for psychologists to suggest. How many of you look at another person and say to yourself, "This is a creator of God energy just like me. They are family just like me. They have been here on the earth just like me. So, I will greet the God in them, and I will take them in my arms and have a heart to hug." What if everyone did that? But that's not how you greet one another, is it? Oh, some of you do. But this is the difference between a masculine and a feminine earth. Mother energy allows for these things, and this is what is taking place on the planet. An increase in mother energy. It is growing here, this place called South America. The wisdom in the crystalline grid that has been placed here for eons is being placed upon the north through a process that has yet to be explained. That's an inward explanation. Outward, you're going to see many human changes. You're going to see the beginning of intolerance and integrity. If things do not have integrity, then you are not going to be interested in them. Can you imagine humans with that attribute? Can you imagine what that will do to your politics? It's a Kryon joke, but this is worldwide, not just in politics in this country. Can you imagine compassionate action, not only in government, but perhaps in institutions, corporations, and even from the health industry? It would vastly change the kinds of products that are offered. Can you see how this would change everything? You've already started. There are things you've already begun to change over the last 16 years. Slowly, they happen so slow you don't even notice. What about your continent? If you go back 100 years, what do you see? What do your governments look like compared to what they look like today? Did you have free choice in voting back then? You did, but it didn't seem to make a difference. Your lives are way too short, and after 70 or 80 years, you turn around and come back, you don't remember anything when you get back. But if you could talk to your ancestors, they would remember. You went from a conquered continent with borders that changed and dictators that controlled everything to what you have today. Do you realize the amazing difference? Do you realize that this is against what some would call human nature? If you asked somebody about the role of human nature, they might tell you that you've always been warring. The cynics would say humans kill humans, and they always will. There will always be dictators, they would say. So, if that's true, then how do you explain South America? Slowly, it has changed as much as any other continent on the planet, slowly preparing itself for now. The fields have been plowed and they are ready to receive the seeds. Your bodies will change. Do you know what happens with compassionate action? Your cellular structure changes. We've given you channels about that. And even the new channels about that, and even the new channels about intuition that a human being is born with, the crystalline grid is recalibrating. Let's talk about Gaia, since there are numbers of things that are changing. One we have told you about, but not in your language. So let us review. There is something called the crystalline grid. It's an esoteric, multi-dimensional grid. Calling it crystalline is a metaphor for a grid that holds memory. It remembers vibration. It remembers you. Now, this is complex and difficult to understand in 3D. As you live your life, You put energy that is you into this crystalline grid. Light that you create through working with spiritual energies creates an imprint on the grid. Things that are dark also create energy on the grid. Wars will create energy on the grid, and so will compassionate actions. So again, it is a grid that remembers human action, and it has been a linear imprint up till now. That is, that all energies were imprinted equally. Suddenly, this grid is giving a bigger weight to that which old souls do than to that which humans do in general. So it's no longer a linear energy grid, but one that is now being biased in the direction of the light worker. So the things that will be remembered the most are starting to be the things that generate compassion, and not the darker things that generate sorrow and death. This is part of the new way things are going to work in the future.
There are many things that we could say about this grid which is crystalline. We could tell you how it responds or how it works, but much of it has already been channeled, and more of it will be. So, instead, I would like to tell you something that hasn't been given before, and this is for the curious. When I talk about Gaia, what do you think, and what do you visualize? The energy of the earth. What is in your mind when you hear the word earth? Well, many of you will visualize the globe floating in space. You're right, for this is the consciousness of Gaia. It is the globe. Gaia does not surround the globe with energy, but rather it is the globe. The whole thing.
Perhaps you feel that the Gaia part is only the surface or the crust. And if it is, what about the rest? What about the mantle of the planet? What about the core? Do you realize how much matter is in the earth that is not on the surface? What is the relationship between the mantle and the core and the crust? And does this relationship have consciousness? It does. And it's called Gaia. Dear ones, I am not giving you these things to complicate your perception, but rather to give you a feeling of how Gaia moves with energy. If you had a burner on the stove and you decided to warm it up, you are moving energy into the iron in order to create heat. Would any of you ask, where is the heat located on the burner? The answer is no. The burner heats up all at once and it cools down all at once. It's similar with the energy movement of the planet. The movement of the Kundalini is coming through the earth, not just on the surface. Does this make sense to you? What is happening on the planet is happening all at once. So as you think of the movement of the Kundalini, don't ask where it is now, what country is it going through. The energy of the Kundalini involves the whole of the planet and not a trek on the surface from one point to another. This is a quantum shift, and it does not happen in a linear fashion. However, for all of these years, the movement has been discussed as though it were a linear change coming from India and Tibet and landing in South America. You can have an energetic rebalance from one area to another without it traveling on the surface. So all of these past years, the shift has been happening all at once for the whole of the planet. It's a shift from one consciousness to another, not one place to another. There is more feminine starting to be felt, creating a balance of the two hemispheres and involving even the core of the earth. It's not happening on the surface. It's happening for the whole planet, but we tell you the center of the new balance can be felt most in Bolivia and Peru. But it didn't arrive that way by traveling down an imaginary road. Now, some years ago, I sat in a place in Chile, and I spoke of the movement of the Kundalini, Valle Nevado, 2008. When you look at the metaphor of the Kundalini, you have movement of the human Kundalini as mapped by the human body. Some of it moves back and forth. In this case, it's a metaphor for oscillation and for vibrational shift into higher consciousness. But Gaia is involved this time. the crust, the mantle, the core. You're entangled with Gaia, and at that time, in 2008, we told you that the Earth had a potential to move soon. We told you that it would be south of the position we were channeling, and it was. There is more coming from Chile, 27 February 2010. There is more coming for Chile, and again, it's going to be in the south. All this movement is needed, and sometimes it's physical. Gaia knows you, and it's going to move and adjust. It must adjust. But it's going to do most of its adjusting where no one lives. Dear ones, when you see this happen, do not go into fear. When you see volcanic activity, don't go into fear. Instead, you have the courage to raise your hand and say, "Thank you, Gaia, for where you did it." You have to know that the area you are in even now is volatile. You're in this division between the two planets, and even now it seems old souls can even change the attributes of plate tectonics. The Earth will move in places you didn't think it would, and when you see it, thank you, Gaia, you'll know I'm right, and that you are forever linked in consciousness, dear ones, to your Earth.
The planet is changing, and the indigenous were right. They lifted the dirt in their hands and said, "This is life." It represents more than they knew, and more than you knew. It represented the consciousness of
Gaia in the partnership with humanity. All of these things are happening in a way to honor humanity. Unity, the letter U in Kundalini. Today's channel will be about the letter U. This is the second letter in the word Kundalini. 2 is its number, for it is the second letter. Numerologically, the 2 is about structure. We're going to make it stand for a word that also starts with U, and that would be unity. The energy of the Kundalini movement starts to express itself in some of the spiritual attributes of the teaching of the day, and unity is one of the greatest. So we will define unity as the putting together of difficult and unequal energies. Last night we spoke of the coming together of the North and the South. This is not in a linear way, but as a non-linear event. It's not when energy is taken from one place and delivered to another. Instead, it's a melding of energy to create a balance, so there is unification. Unification is what we would call the melding of the masculine and feminine. This particular unification creates the attribute of increased compassion for the planet, and compassion is the key word. There are many kinds of unity, but in this particular unity you will hear over and over the increase of the feminine attribute on Earth. In many ways, you should look at this as mother energy, for the mother has attributes that the male will never feel. The Kundalini has been associated with procreation. So let us look at the mother and the child. Is there a union there? The child is growing in the womb, connected to the mother's bloodstream, and even her consciousness. When the mother sings, the human fetus knows it. Did you know that a baby comes out of the mother already knowing who she is? Being on Earth might be a shock, but the baby knows mother, and even when the umbilical is cut, the first thing the child wants to do is to find mother. So this is instinct and belongs to the mother and child, but it's the kind of unity we speak of. It is one of the reasons the indigenous assigned to Earth the feminine energy called Mother Earth. Therefore, the rebalance of the planet is not about becoming more feminine, but instead, it is about becoming more compassionate. The human race has been out of balance for some time. The consciousness of humanity has been what we would call male-heavy for eons. The unity we speak of in this letter is putting together the energies of the male and the female to create an equal balance for Gaia. This is not so it will become feminine, but rather to create a balance. But it will appear that you will have more feminine energy than you have ever had before, to make the energy of masculine and feminine equal. When it's more equal, it creates the desire for unity. there is a new attribute on the planet that shows this in action. If you look at Europe, there is an interesting thing that has just occurred within the new association called the European Union. It just received an award for peace, 2012. Why is it that an economic union would ever receive an award for peace? The answer is that the putting together of former enemies has created a union of compassion that now keeps Europe from warring. It's the first time in human history where so many former enemies have decided to unite in ways that are permanent.
I will remind you where you sit today, that 12 years ago you had the opportunity for still another war. This war would have happened if the consciousness on the planet had stayed the same as it had been for the last 100 years. This war would have been the final war and would have been called the Armageddon. This event was prophesied by many, including the man you call Nostradamus. You will also find it in your holy scriptures, yet the war didn't happen.
In order for such a major scheduled event to change, human nature also had to have changed. Within the last 18 years, there has been a concentrated effort to put things together on the planet instead of tearing them apart. The ancients predicted this as well, for their predictions were for a balancing of the planet by 2012 and for the beginning of a shift in human nature. If you, as humanity, would make it past the year 2000 without destroying yourselves, the potential was that the galactic alignment of 2012 would then be an energy where human consciousness could change forever. It has begun. Spirit has always given you messages of unity, and from many sources in many areas. It has come from every single master who started every single religion, on purpose or not. If you look at the Jewish master Abraham and his sons, you have the theme of unity. If you look at the prophet Muhammad and the message that he was given in the cave, it was to unify the tribes of Arabia. It was all about unity. If you look at the Master Christ, it was profound. Look into the eyes of Jesus and ask him one question: what is this all about? He would say, it is the unity of God and man. It is the ascension of humankind. It is the compassion of the mother. Isn't it interesting that the first and largest Christian religion on the planet emphasized the mother of Christ almost to the same degree as the Christ himself? This is because compassion is at the center of the search for God. We have said this before. There is a saying that if mothers ran the earth, there would be no war, for the mothers would never send their children into the battlefield. This is the kind of energy that is now being presented to the whole of the planet. This, dear one, is the change that you are seeing. There is still the potential of another small battle in the Middle East. It will come within the next 2 years. That particular battle will create something you have never seen. It will create the start of a unification of countries that you would never have seen unified before. It could start a unification. Now, South America, we have given a prophecy. We have no clock. We cannot tell you when something is going to happen. But instead, we see potentials. We see the potential of a unified South America, all countries involved in something similar to what the European Union has done. Look at the European Union for the moment, and you will see that they appear to be in trouble. You cannot take unequal economies and force them together and give them the same currency and expect it to work smoothly. You can't take different consciousness of government, then force them together and expect everything to work. Dear ones, this is one of the most difficult things you have ever done on the planet. Intuitively, over the last 40 years, you have realized that this will save you and is needed, and it will eventually work. It is the secret to keep you out of war. So you will face the same issues here, South America, for there are economies here that are strong and weak, just as in Europe. There is government consciousness, many governments that wish to unify, but others are not so certain. There are attributes where the small ones are afraid of the big ones. Some say it can never happen here, and we will say to you, oh yes it will. Imagine something with me for the moment. Imagine the continent of South America being so unified that it can trade as one unit with any other continent or country in the world. What kind of economic power will be the result of that? What would the quality of life be as a result? It is the answer to getting rid of the poor in South America. For the very unification will raise the poor out of that which they have been in for years. There will come a time when the favelas of Brazil will be bulldozed over, for there will be no more people there. They will have moved on to things that they have deserved for a long time. The same goes for Bolivia and other places that suffer from poverty, for those living under the bridges, live their lives underneath the wages of other people, for there will be no more potential we see. It will happen slowly, and in South America, there is a potential of partial unification first. And over a period of years, the countries that reject it will shift and change and eventually join. There will be controversy and difficulty, and yet you will do it because it will put together something that has always been needed to be put together. The union of South American states will eventually occur. There will come a time on this planet when there may only be 5 currencies total, and a unification will be created of continents and countries who will never go to war again. This is the you of Kundalini. This is the promise for you, and it's not going to happen tomorrow. In 18 years, many of you will awaken and remember this moment. Speaking of the attendees in the room, something inside you will bring you to a point where you remember this being in this city, and you'll look around you at what has happened to South America, and you will know it has begun. Finally, there is a unity within yourself that has also begun. There are so many of you who struggle with the duality. You can define duality any way you wish, but we say it's the existence of dark and light within the same corporeal human being. What is it that you struggle with within this duality? I'll tell you. You struggle with a difficult energy that has always been here, against that which you know is divine and a part of you. This is the struggle. It is the light and the dark within yourselves. Fear versus the light of God. Now, imagine what's going to happen, old soul, as Gaia helps to increase the light on Earth. The planet begins to balance, and the duality will diminish. The battle will be less, and you will start to unify this dark and light to a place where it no longer appears to represent opposing forces that cannot exist together. It then becomes the unification of self. There is a time when the 3-dimensional human being will actually be able to meld with that which is the multidimensional higher self. That's the final unity. How are you feeling right now as you hear this? Are you at peace with yourself? I didn't ask you if there were problems in your life. I asked you if you were at peace. For those who can say yes, then you are beginning to understand this unification of self.
It's like it stands alone, outside of you, and yet it is inside you. No matter what is taking place around you, it can relax even your cellular structure. It can relax you to the point where you can say, all is well with my soul. It is beyond comprehension. This is the unity of self. There are some of you listening to my voice and who are reading who can do this and feel this. You're starting to see the true self. You are seeing the peace of God in you and who you are, and the 3-dimensional things around you simply become things that you have to solve, instead of things that define your life. What defines your life is the compassion of God, and that is the unity we speak of.
So I will say it one more time and then we will close. The movement of the Kundalini of this planet is about the individual human being and what is going to happen to them at the cellular level. The ancestors are smiling, for they expected it. Notifying Gaia of your conscious actions, the letter N in Kundalini. In the word Kundalini, what do you think the first N means? Today, for this lesson, the N means notifying Gaia that you are part of the shift. Some will say, Kryon, what do you mean? If we are having a shift, I'll be a part of it, so why do we have to have a notification? Oh, how linear of you. There are paradigms of spiritual action which are changing. You naturally feel that a shift of this magnitude would simply have all of humanity involved in it. Oh, indeed some will be, but the ones who really need to come along and change things are old souls, and that's you. This is a change in spiritual attributes within yourself, for you can no longer just sit there and participate in a passive way. It's no longer enough to simply hold light, oh, that's honored and it makes a difference to the planet and it always has. No, this is different. There is a shift going on, a kind of rebirth of humanity, and the old soul must either join it or not. There's no penalty for not joining, and there's no judgment. But it really is the reason you are here. Old systems and old ways are very interesting, for many of you see these things as static. That is to say that you feel they are set and they never change. Have you heard the words, God is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow? If this is so, and it is, many feel that there is nothing different to do regarding God. But what if the relationship between humans and God is changing? If it is true that your DNA is changing, and that your spiritual awareness is changing, then the old paradigms of how you work with spirit and Gaia must also change. Sometimes those who are esoteric believe it is enough to sit on the ground and absorb energy. With their hands in the air, they say, "Thank you, God, for loving me." Then they get up and do what they have always done. There is nothing wrong with this, for what they have always done is to hold light for the planet. This has been the light worker's job for centuries. However, this is now starting to change. It is moving from passive to active, and the old soul is the catalyst. Compassionate action is a term we are using that means you do something besides what you are used to as a light worker. It is action, and not something that is passive like holding light in your area. What this action is about is what we want to discuss. For as you alter what you do in your reality, Gaia then sees that as action. And this is your notification that you are part of the shift. There are things in every one of your lives that are ready for shifting to compassionate action. That's why you are here. Before I even move forward here, let me tell you once again that there is no judgment of you if you choose to remain the same. An old soul, spending time having light shine through them on the planet, is a good thing. Many will decide this is what they will continue to do, and they will be the anchors to help the ones who then move to compassionate action. So there is a balance within the old soul group. An old soul who feels the rejuvenation of the birth of humanity cannot sit still. For them, this entire shift is like a miracle. It is what they came for, and they are ready to go to the next step. What they will do in that next step will automatically notify Gaia to continue that shift. Remember, Gaia is linked to the consciousness of humanity. So if humanity simply does nothing different, the shift will stall. So the old soul understands that what they do in these next 16 years will affect their children and their children's children. Compassionate action. What kind of action is it? It's what we have been talking about for years. How are you going to change your life? What can you do that is different to create more light on the planet? I don't mean you must change in an unusual way. I mean change in a way that will create a more peaceful life. So let's list a few of the areas of creating compassionate action. Number 1, how do you perceive other human beings? When you come to a meeting like this, and you meet those you have not met before, what is your perception? A big smile? Perhaps you may even hug them and recognize another old soul? A lightworker, perhaps? You'll have compassion in your heart and see them as ones of like mind with you. You may even love them, for the connection to God is there, and it's beautiful. Then, seemingly, in a very short time, you leave the room and get into your vehicle and go out on the road. While driving, some person in another vehicle who obviously is not enlightened cuts you off. You stamp on the brakes and almost have an accident. Now, what do you think about them? Well, of course, naturally you will love them, right? So I'm speaking about how you see humans in general, and I'm talking about initial reactions to who you meet, no matter what the situations are in life. I'm not speaking about light workers in a love-based meeting, but other human beings and in what you would call normal life. How do you see every single corporeal person as part of the family of God? Perhaps some are in drama and some are sick. Perhaps some are in fear, and therefore they are not very nice to you or good to be around. How do you see them initially? So this is one of the best compassionate human exercises. See all humans as part of God. When the masters walked the earth, how did they perceive those they met? There is a shift happening on the planet. They were not like us. Yes, dear ones, they were masters. So we are telling you that, as masters, they showed you how to do this. Now there is a shift happening on the planet. They were not like us. Yes, dear ones, they were masters. So we are telling you that, as masters, they showed you how to do this. Now, there is a shift happening on the planet. The more you practice your new perception of humanity, the more that the cellular structure in your body will agree with what you are doing, then your patience will increase, your tolerance levels will increase, your anger will diminish, and no matter how anyone treats you, you will see them with the eyes of God. Now, I want you to get ready for some reactions, because as you practice this, it's going to make some angry. They will want you to react and get angry. They expect and want drama. And some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Some humans thrive on this very thing. Even as you leave here, you are going to have to go home and practice this immediately. What happens if you do not engage in drama? What if you refuse to participate with others in something they expect, no matter what they do to you? No matter what they say, there is peace in your eyes, and there are no words given back to them in anger. Can you do this? If you can, you then join the ranks of those who are practicing mastery. If you can do that, you've just informed Gaia. You've just told Spirit that you are a part of this shift. The rebirth of humanity will create a different paradigm of consciousness. Oh, believe me, you're going to be noticed. Oh, dear ones, there may be friends who leave you because of this, but before they leave, they may say to you, I don't like being with you anymore. You're no fun. You won't join into our conversation like you used to. I like the old you better. They are right. Because their conversations were usually ones that pulled down other people in value, or they wallowed in victimization, or complained about others all the time using the same verbiage over and over. You know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? You see, I know who's here. I know who's listening and reading. Number 2, this is an easier one. Where are you in the scheme of the judgment of others? What, Kryon? We do not judge others. Perhaps you think this is so, but you all do it in subtle ways. It's part of what human beings do. You size up those around you. How much do they know? How smart are they? You can instantly see where they are in the social status structure and what they do for a living. How much money do they have? You all do it. But you don't do it on purpose. You do it because that's what your parents did, and the parents before them. You do it because in the past it used to help with your very survival. When you have figured them out, then you know what to say and what not to say, and whether to trust them or not to trust them. It was part of an automatic old energy system. What if you surrounded yourself with the bubble like the masters did? And there is no judgment or prejudgment at all. All are within the family of God, and there is nothing that anyone can do that would affect your spirituality, which is now your survival. There's no one on this planet who can make you sick, not if you are holding that beautiful light that's active around you. Your light voids any dark energy that comes your way. This includes how your emotional body reacts to what people have to say about you.
Suddenly, many start to feel the compassion of the masters coming from you. Did you ever read about the masters? Did you know that animals used to follow them around? Animals used to sit at their feet because animals are instinctive. They can sense peaceful consciousness. You'll have the same thing happen to you. Where are you in that scheme of things?
Number 3, fear. It's time to dissolve the energy of the things that you are afraid of, including other humans. Who are you afraid of? Who is it that you don't wish to meet face to face? Who is it that you have thrown out of your life and don't want to see again? I know who's here, and I know who's listening. This is an old consciousness shit. Forgiveness does not change the past. Forgiveness changes the future. It is a wise, courageous old soul who can stand in the bubble of their truth and say, I forgive you because I recognize that you are a piece of God like I am. You might say to them that the reflection of God is in us both. Lastly, we again bring up the issue of duality. There are those who will tell you that duality will never change. This is the balance of dark and light, which is in your corporeal nature. Well, it just changed. I want to tell you that you have so much power over the dark. Begin to exercise the light in your life. Begin to exercise the light in your life. Do it for your own personality, not for others around you, and not for your workplace, but for you. Most of you don't do this. You turn your light outward. But if you start focusing it on yourself, the darkest parts of you begin to disappear. You will have a more peaceful life. That's duality. If the balance between dark and light is starting to shift on the planet, then let it start first in you. In that process, you're going to be more peaceful and you are going to live longer. You're not going to age as much. Disease will run the other way when it sees the divinity in your cellular structure. Stop getting sick. I'm telling you that all of these things are real. Your light quotient affects the very biology of your existence. That is compassionate action. It is the N in Kundalini. Notify Spirit that you are going to be a part of everything that is going on. Don't think like a human, the letter D in Kundalini. The D in Kundalini stands for don't think like a human. It means don't think like the old human who thinks as they were trained. Instead, think like the new human who is starting to develop a multi-dimensional sense of reality. My partner mentioned something about South America in the seminar, and he's right. There are more young people awakening in South America than in any other continent on Earth. Spiritualists and sociologists will give you information about who gets interested in spirituality. They will tell you that it is mostly those over 40, for they are in a place in life after they have achieved their education, they are more settled and are no longer busy. So they turn to the things of God. They prove their point by then doing research on the age groups of people who attend spiritual meetings. However, what we see here in South America is not that way at all. So what is it that is taking place in South America that is different? It's a new paradigm of humanism. The youth are interested in their spirituality because the youth are beginning to look at something called spiritual awareness and the logic of God. They are not suddenly becoming religious, but rather their curiosity of life is bigger than yours was at their age. Their spiritual interest includes things that are out of 3D, and they are starting to ask some of the most profound questions that humans have ever asked. They are using the wisdom of their ancestors to solve these spiritual puzzles instead of the wisdom of the adults who are, in their culture. They are rejecting any kind of, I'm going to invite you to join them, speaking to anyone listening to my voice or reading these words. I'll give you some examples in the following discussion. Do not take these things as criticisms. Instead, take them as a new path of spiritual logic and an invitation to look at some things differently than you have in the past. Don't think like a human. In this room, there are many light workers and old souls. The message that I give tonight is more for those listening to my voice in another time than for those in the room. But there are those in the room who also need to hear it as well. Some of you have already gone in this direction, and it lets you sit here and enjoy this energy called channeling. There is a tradition of spirituality which is taught from birth. God, the creator of the earth and the universe, is big. Human beings are small. In fact, there are those who will tell you that humans do not even deserve to be here. There are those who will tell you that humans are even bad for the earth. It would have been better if humans were never here. There are elders who wear the costumes of the church, who will say, you're born dirty and nothing you can do will satisfy God except a very few things, and they know what these things are. They'll tell you that if you don't do these things, this loving God of yours is going to take you to places after you die and punish you every day. There are some who will say that you've done such a bad job here on earth that you will burn every day after you leave this planet in death, as punishment. Dear ones, this is not the way of God. Right now, I want you to suspend everything you have ever learned about what you think you know about God and clear your mind. Today, I want you to start using spiritual logic and use the peace of the Creator inside to check this out. Is what you have been told valid or not?
You are part of this creative energy family. You are the essence of what created the planets, all of them, the ones that you know about and the ones you don't. They all have your energy. You might even say God is the very parent of your energy. We are a piece of you, and you are a piece of us. There is a light, which is God, and this light is in each of you. It doesn't matter what you do, you can never lose it. Indeed, you come into the planet with a test at hand, because you don't know you are part of God. The test is whether you can discover it while you are here and change the earth or not.
There has never been a judgment of you. There's no system of punishment from God, and even some of your scriptures say this, yet you still don't believe it. In the older scriptures, there are attachments. In the parable, it is the parable of the prodigal son. It describes two sons who were sent into the world by the father. One son does everything correctly for his culture, and the father is pleased. The other son does everything incorrectly, and the father is worried about him. But when both sons return home, they get the same party and the identical welcome, for the children are the same before the Father and are loved the same. This is in your scripture. It's an example of how God works with humanity. In the parable, God is the Father, and the sons represent the choices of humanity. There is never a judgment of your behavior. How much do you think you are loved by God? You have no idea. God's love surpasses any kind of human love you have experienced. It surpasses even the love of the mother for a child. Parents, how much do you love your children? Imagine for a moment setting up a test for your children, a profound test of wisdom. You then send them into the world to see how they will do. Then let's say one of them does something that shows poor wisdom, so now you are going to torture their soul forever? How does that sound, Mom? It's absurd. Absurd. These judgmental rules of God are the creations of men, not God, and created only recently for political reasons. I want you to go back with me and look at the beliefs of the original spiritual organizations on the planet. When humans began to put together belief systems, which you now call organized religion, look at the very first ones. They represented full intuition and wisdom of human beings about God. Do you find judgment in their doctrines? No. What do you find instead? Take a look. You find belief systems that describe the ability to ascend while you are on the planet. Almost all of them believed in the circle of lives, and that human souls come and go from this planet each time learning something different. They believed in the love of God, and it did not include being born dirty. Instead, you were an appropriate part of the life system. This is spiritual logic that we ask you for. I want you to start comparing it to the things you've been told by your culture. Do not weigh it by the history of humanity or what you've been told is the history. Instead, weigh it with that which is your own intuition about God and God's love. Don't think like a human. Don't cling to what you were told about God from an ancient book. God is in you. If you want good information, you can get it right from the source. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's spiritual logic. There's a shift going on within this planet. You want me to prove it? Go take a look at the young people, because some of them have figured it out. They're talking to the source. They are getting current information. Adults don't like this because sometimes the young people suddenly gain more wisdom than their elders. Here's the second one. The human being sets goals and then works toward them. This then is linear thinking and planning. Even ones who are spiritual set goals and put themselves into a future box. That box then becomes the target of their actions. Let me ask you this. What if that potential box is one you don't know about? What if it's bigger or more profound and beautiful than the box you designed with your goal? Then perhaps you spend all your life trying to get into your human small box, and you never get to the big one because you've got your human goal all figured out. Do you understand? It's time to stop thinking like a human. Make a goal that is one that your neighbor won't understand. My goal is to be where I belong, with those who belong with me, and it may take me many unusual places. My goal is to be at peace in my heart with all of it. I am not worried about my future because I am not alone. I believe that there is spiritual logic in this, for it has to do with potentials I cannot know about now, but instead, I trust that they are there, and that therefore my pathway is illuminated with lights that I am not seeing yet. But I can see one ahead of me, and it is called spiritual logic, intuition, and the love of God. After I pass the one light, another one will show itself. I don't have to see them all. I don't have to know where I'm going. I am relaxed in the arms of spirit. That's the parable of the missing bridge that I gave you earlier, dear ones. In that parable, you have no idea that the bridge has even been built, but you proceed at full speed toward the canyon as if the bridge were there. Don't think like a human. Let me give you one more, the most esoteric of them all. Many will tell you that you have arrived on this planet with all you're ever going to have: your body, your brain, your intellect, your intelligence. These are all you have. They will say that if you're fortunate, you'll learn and grow, but you'll always be using the same tools, the ones you were born with. Now, if you believe that you're solidly in this linear pattern and you've created a prison for yourself that says you'll never be able to get out of the box that you are in, you can grow in the box, but the box is permanent. That's the way humans have taught you. However, there is an energy that is being developed on this planet which starts to release the protocols of what you were taught, which is that box. Imagine for a moment a box that expands, which is you. The expansion is the current you, and that which used to be you, and the form of what you would call past lives. What if I told you that you come into the earth with the wisdom and the knowledge and the talents of every single lifetime you have ever lived? In linearity, the only one you are aware of is your current box, so you never even attempt to open the door to the storehouse of wisdom, knowledge, and talent that represents what you have earned in past lives. Humanity will tell you that this is ridiculous and silly, yet the proof is all around you in the form of observable Akashic inheritance, the child prodigies, and other kinds of profound attributes of birth that are unexplainable unless you apply this new idea. You cannot think on these things unless you use a little multidimensional intelligence that understands that time is in a circle. It is not linear. In many cases, it doesn't conform at all to the model you have been taught. Welcome to the now. The new human starts to think out of the box of linear time, which must start to include the idea that the human soul is eternal in both directions. This, dear human, is the awakening of past wisdom. I would like to give you a secret about the indigenous. There is very little written down about what they do in ceremony. Instead, they pass their history to their children via verbal stories. There are some things that they know, but which they cannot pass on to you because the information is not linear. Your culture has become modern and therefore throws away the multi-dimensional secrets of God. Many times when the indigenous circle around to start ceremony, the very first thing they do is to honor the ancestors of their culture. You might say, well, that's really nice. They really like their elders and it gives credibility for the wisdom of the dead. That's not what they're doing. That's what your linear mind in modern day makes it look like. That's not what they're doing. That's what your linear mind in modern day makes it look like. That's not what they're doing. That's what your linear mind in modern day makes it look like. That's not what they're doing. That's what your linear mind in modern day makes it look like. Let me tell you what they are doing. They know about the circle of life. They know they're not born dirty, and they understand they are a part of Gaia and are part of the whole system. They have always honored the Pachamama. Therefore, as they honor the elders and the ancestors, there is an acknowledgement they are also honoring themselves, for they are aware they are their own fathers and grandfathers. No wonder there is so much honor, said they afterward. They are in the now, and their box has expanded to include themselves in a past life. They look at their past as the same as their now. The wisdom of their ancestors is the wisdom of them. Did you know that? So how about it? What are you going to do with this The invitation is to expand your box and understand who you are, old soul, and understand you have the ability to take all of the things that you used to be and bring them to the present. This will create the wisdom in order to move into what we would call an ascended Earth. The difference between an ascended planet and a non-ascended planet is not that one has more angels or fairies than the other. Instead, it's if they have become multidimensional in their realization of self and recognize that they are no longer singular. It's a return to original wisdom, an acknowledgement that you are your own ancestors, an acknowledgement that you have more wisdom than you have thought you did, and that your box is bigger than you thought. Get ready to break some rules, for almost everything you were taught is only a piece of the whole truth. Use spiritual wisdom right now. How does this feel? Does this information feel silly, or does it give you chills of truth? What's this going to do for you? I'll tell you. First, you're going to start changing the very cellular structure that you call DNA. You're going to live longer and be more peaceful with everything. You're going to start seeing things on the planet which make more sense to you. Eventually, humans are going to start doing things you never thought they would do, and you'll know I'm right. You will start to see common sense in politics, even though as I say that, you don't believe me. Watch and observe. The young people of today will eventually end up in those government offices, and they're going to be smarter than the ones who are there now. Common sense and spiritual logic are starting to imbue themselves into humanism, the very attributes of a multidimensional God. Ascension, the letter A in Kundalini. The guardians are the ones who have always been here. The indigenous would call them their own, but they were here even before that. They guard the vibration of the area which they instituted and established originally. This brief channeling is going to reveal the meaning of the letter A in the word Kundalini. A is the first letter of the English and Spanish alphabet, so it represents the first, or the number 1. It is the 5th letter of the name Kundalini, as we have been exposing each letter in order and telling about each. Once again, the numerological aspects of these things tell a story. The 1, Yin De Kundalini, represents new beginning, and the 5, Kundalini, represents change. So here is the theme of the Kundalini, the beginning of change. The meaning of change doesn't simply mean old things that change, but sometimes it means a start over. This is a recalibration of the planet, for all things will change over a long period of time. Already you are starting to see Gaia actuate itself with the weather. The drought that you have here is temporary, and it will be followed by rain. Too much. But this is the cycle of Gaia which must run through extremes before it settles. For this is a new calibration for a virgin area. The A is going to stand for ascension. Let us define ascension for you, and we're going to do it in 3 stages. First, we are going to tell you what you think ascension means, and then we will tell you how we define it. In the past, you have used the word ascension to describe something which moves away from the planet and goes into a spiritual land. So, an ascending human being would disappear from their body and go someplace that is not familiar to you. The beyond. This is how you've seen ascension. The very word ascension means to go up. In a 3D world, up to you means sky. So let's recalibrate your thinking. Ascension to us refers only to dimensional attributes. Ascension is therefore to ascend dimensionally to a higher vibration rate. Some would say a quantum state. But this only means a multidimensional state, and one that is out of 3D. You are simply moving through the dimensional scale, but let me remind you again that this scale is not linear. For once you get past 4 dimensions, you are no longer linear, and that means there can be no more counting, because counting is a very linear attribute. Therefore, you cannot call the next step after 4D, dimension 5. You can agree that it's higher than 4, but the truth is that the step after 4 is into a multidimensionality which encompasses all the rest. Changing dimensional attributes means that you are changing the very fabric of time and the way you think about all things. You must now change the way you think about the way things work. So let us start with human consciousness. You will be ascending in 1, consciousness, in 2, body, and 3, the relationship with Gaia. Once again, there are 3 attributes as part of the shift, so we will speak of them briefly. The ascension of human consciousness. This is what we've been telling you for years. It's where you start thinking differently and a bigger picture of wisdom begins to be yours. The very attributes of your normal life start to shift, which includes more than just what you thought was real. You start to see that consciousness is also aligned with other things that have life, realized and not. The trees are included, of course, and all the plants that give you oxygen, of course. Things in the air that you do not think are alive are also included. There is multidimensional life everywhere. Even the dirt of the earth has multidimensional energy. Gaia itself, Pachamama, she has a strong ambition and would take small trouble to be set at ease and hold answers to our inquisitive questions. The expanding consciousness of humanity will start to include these things, and you'll notice that you're going backwards to what the indigenous of the planet believed. For again, we tell you that what they saw in their wisdom was an alliance with all things around them, even the clouds in the sky. This is an ascended consciousness, a larger awareness of human divinity. That awareness then triggers the next item, and that is an ascension at a cellular level of biology. Now, there's a crossover point, a bridge between consciousness and biology at the base of the brain in what you have called the pineal. As you stimulate the pineal, it passes this consciousness as a signal to the cells of the body. This starts to activate your DNA. Body. So let us define DNA activation. DNA activation is helping all of the 3.9 parts of DNA to work with the quantum instructions in the 90% of DNA, which is not protein encoding. It starts to create a DNA which is more efficient than you currently have. It helps to rewrite the instructions and information within the 90%. This will create a human being who is different and a biology that works better. Let me give you some examples that you haven't thought of. Some of you are concerned about the things around you environmentally, as you should be. There's pollution in your air, but it's not just air, for there is also what you would call electromagnetic pollution. This changes the atomic structure of everything around you, rearranging the polarity slightly. Electromagnetic pollution is real, and it's there. Does it affect human cellular structure? Yes. What are you going to do about it? Well, in a linear way, you try to correct it. So you stop the polluting as best you can, and also get protection from the fields of energy which you are exposed to. So, are you stuck with this? Something may surprise you, which is coming. If your DNA starts to work better at a biological level, and the children who are starting to be born now will have built-in protection to that which their parents have created as pollution in the environment. Call this spiritual evolution, if you wish. Watch for an overall increase in the size of human livers. Children will have bigger livers to process biological pollutants. They will also not be affected by the electromagnetic field pollution near to the degree that you are, because their data has rearranged things with an intelligence of what has happened in the past. Watch for the possibility for intuitive thought to be greater at birth. The children will be more in touch with their Akash, and children will start learning to speak earlier, and will begin remembering things intuitively, much like the animals do in what you call instinct. Walking, language, and the wisdom of life will come much faster, with an increased efficiency of DNA. Finally, human consciousness and the relationship to Gaia. Gaia mirrors human consciousness. It reflects the consciousness that humanity gives it. If you give Gaia the consciousness of war, Gaia's vibration will lower to meet what you give it. If you give it the consciousness of love or compassionate action, Gaia will respond accordingly. Now, certainly, the complexities here are great, and the Earth does not have one vibration everywhere on the globe. Even, the crystalline grid creates pockets of what you would call low and high vibrations based on what has happened with humanity in certain areas. But let me tell you something. There are places on this planet where the Pleiadians visited early, and they purified the grid in those areas so that nothing that ever would happen there would change the purity of the dirt of the earth. We have mentioned it before. Love, the letter L in Kundalini. We continue spelling the word Kundalini, and the letter that is next is L. Do we have to tell you what love stands for? We spoke of it all day, and it is love. So today's message will be a little more about love. Just when you thought this subject had been completely explained, the day began with an indigenous ceremony giving honor to Gaia, and many of you participated. So I'm going to ask some questions, and then ask you to answer them in your mind as I discuss them. In the process of honoring the planet today in ceremony, was there love? Is it the kind of love that you expected? Could you even call it love? Did you feel anything in response? All of these things start to ask questions about how you would define the very word love. We have spoken of the love of God, and we will again. We have spoken of it being very similar, of the love between a mother and a child. It is unconditional in all ways. What about Gaia? Does the earth love humanity, or is that different? So, I will tell you this, dear ones, indeed it does. Indeed, the planet knows who you are. Gaia has been imbued with a crystalline grid, and therefore, the consciousness of Gaia is aligned with the consciousness of humanity. It loves you. Gaia is not God, but it has in itself a consciousness. It responds to the same creator as you do. It is in service to humanity, and is here for you. When you honor Gaia, it responds. There are many things happening on the planet now which involve this love of Gaia. Gaia is honoring back what has been reflected to it lately from human consciousness. Many of you are embarking on a journey. Physically, you are going to new places on the tour of the Kundalini. You are about to go to the center of ancient wisdom, and there will be many feelings there. But these shifts that you are feeling are what the indigenous would say is the awakening of the Puma. This is the awakening of the wisdom of the region. And you're going to hear this expression, and you'll know what it means. It is the increase in the intelligence of that relationship between human consciousness and Gaia, making this relationship even closer than it has been. It is a form of love. The L in Kundalini is Gaia's love for humanity. It's interesting, this relationship that you have with the earth, for you look at the globe as one object, you also look at God as one energy or even an entity. You're not aware of the total aspect. Anything that is multidimensional has an infinite number of consciousness, but that are aligned as one. They present themselves as one in your perception, but they are many. If you have ever felt Gaia speaking to you, this was the part of Gaia who knows you, and that follows the footsteps that you create within the crystalline grid. Yesterday, you found yourself in the null place, where there was no crystalline energy. Howard Hall, researcher, shared with me how aligning with Gaia has helped all of us to calm suffering and regain the null place, where there was no crystalline grid. Yesterday you found yourself in the null place where there was no crystalline grid. This might mean that you literally walk out of this space and view what you would call nature differently. There is love there, and it's unconditional. Let me tell you a little bit more about the love of God, and explain it in a way I have not before. When you think of unconditional love, you think of the relationship between a mother and a child. It goes beyond that, way beyond that. Humans have free choice. They come into this planet with an intuitive sense of creation. What they do next in their search for God is quite linear. They set doctrines and rules and defined truths in many ways. They do this since it helps them to organize themselves into a system that is comfortable for a linear reality. So immediately in this discussion, you might ask, what is truth? Who has it right and who has it wrong? So let me give you something to consider. Let us say that a human awakens spiritually and realizes through intuition that there must be a creator. Let us say that the human being sees a situation in front of him involving an animal which they consider a sign from God, and in their mind, they then assign the creator energy to that animal. Now, let me ask you, what is truth? Do they have it right or do they have it wrong? Is that action of assigning the creator to an animal honored by God or not? The answer? Whatever the human being does that draws them closer to the love of God is truth. Anything that creates an alignment of the human being with Gaia is accepted by God as appropriate and is honored. If the human being spends his entire life in front of an animal, and he believes that it represents the creator energy God, it may not be the entire truth, but it is a part of truth and is appropriate. Are you understanding this? In your best moments, do you think you have the entire truth? As your spirituality grew with age, did you discover a greater truth along the way? So at what point could you say, I have the truth? As you approach the Creator and the wisdom thereof, you begin to understand that God's truth is bigger than anything that humans can visualize. You are free to discover the love of God in any way you wish. There will be those who point at you and will say, we are sorry for you because you don't have it right. Perhaps they will say, you are doing something foolish. I want to tell you something, dear one. God is there with you, and Spirit is going to enhance the love that you feel, no matter how you do it. The only fool is the one who believes that he has the entire truth and can stop looking and learning. Yes, there's appropriateness and inappropriateness in the human search for God. Anytime you doubt the love of God, it's inappropriate. Anytime you accept it in any form, it's appropriate. So the only thing that God asks of you is to use, the spiritual logic of your intelligence and intuition to know what is God and what is not. But know that you will find God in everything you look. It will be in the smallest of the small and the largest of the large. Let this start to redefine the paradigm of unconditional love. God doesn't care where you find that love, since it is everywhere. Intuition, the letter I in Kundalini.
We wish to expand the teaching. The letter in the word Kundalini for today is I, the seventh letter. The meaning of this will be intuition. You may have had definitions of intuition before, but almost none of them would have been correct. For this particular attribute is beginning to increase in power within your lives. Let us look for a moment at what those who study the brain say about intuition. It's extremely hard to define. Some have said that it's random thoughts created by the brain at random times. It presents itself randomly through the intellect and the logic. That's about as good as it gets.
Main human consciousness has 4 attributes: intellect, logic, emotion, and intuition. These represent the full gambit of human thought and action. Psychologists love to trace your thought groups and put them in these boxes. An intellectual person will make certain types of decisions based in intellectual thought, and an emotional person will make certain kinds of decisions that are entirely driven by feelings. The ultralogical person will only do things that are filled with solutions based only on logic. So where does intuition fit in? The answer is that it really doesn't fit much, until now. You'll have to look at what intuition is, and where it comes from, and how you feel about it. When I'm finished, you'll understand more. Intuition is becoming something that you're going to have to deal with, and it will be as strong as any of the other attributes. Intuition is not something that comes and goes randomly that you just dismiss as a brain hiccup. Up till now, intuition has often been treated by psychologists as a small dream while a human is awake. It carries no more weight than that, and it's something that quickly comes and goes. However, intuition is not something that pops up randomly between logical thoughts. It is far more powerful than that. There is a shift going on within the planet, and a recalibration of some of the most basic attributes of Gaia. You're sitting in a classic wisdom center, referred to as the Cusco, Peru, that is awakening and becoming powerful because the consciousness of humanity is starting to honor wisdom a bit more. If you take a look at the tourist numbers in this city, it's almost like there has been an exponential increase in recent years. This was not caused by an emotional reaction, and there has been no logic or intellectual promotion. It has been almost exclusively intuitive. Here, dear ones, lies the difference between intuition and the other human attributes. For intuition is quantum consciousness, and the only one that you can measure through observing mass action. Millions of visitors have all been brought here because something is happening in the area and they intuitively feel it. So you might say intuition, therefore, is a quantum part of the brain, and this particular quantum part is far bigger than anyone thought. It has reached the masses with one idea, occurring to many. Now, in the past, the other attributes have been responsible for what you would call three-dimensional survival. War is not an intellectual thing, it's emotional. There are intellectuals who would argue for or against war, but there is no one sitting on the sidelines arguing with intuition. What I'm saying is that, up to now, the three-dimensional parts of your brain have been in control. But now, with the kind of recalibration happening on this planet, the quantum part of your brain is starting to show itself, and intuition is multidimensional. This is why we have included it in the Kundalini meanings.
Let us just stop for a moment and look at intuition. What is it supposed to do? How is it manufactured in your body? Why don't you believe in it when it happens? Let us start looking at where it comes from. This will not be a shock to some of you, for intuitive thought is a product of the pineal gland. The pineal gland, which represents the third eye to many cultures, is that part of your higher self. The small little thoughts that you might receive, which some of you might dismiss, are intuitive action. These thoughts may come and go so fast you're not even certain what they were about. They arrived through the pineal portal from your higher self.
As the human beings begin to recalibrate the cellular structure that we talked about, the very DNA of their bodies responds to the new instructions from an evolving consciousness. Those who seek truth and those who are awakening to light start to have an increased portal size in the pineal. The communication to the higher self widens, and intuitive thought starts to take precedence over logic and emotion. This, dear ones, starts to draw the line between you and others around you. For intuitive thought does not look like it makes sense when examined by logic. If you decide to change your life's path because you had a momentary intuitive thought, those around you may say, "Wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. Have you studied it? Is it logical? What does the intellectual mind say about it?" Your answer is that it doesn't matter because my intuitive thoughts come from that place where I am God. Now you start understanding why the puzzle widens for the light worker. You're starting to get messages from your God self. Now, listen, dear human being, this is not a judgment, but you have a tremendous tendency to ignore your intuition, or even to admit you have it. So let us look at how it works. If intuition is mostly multidimensional, it is not going to be linear in communication to you. Let me take you into the mind of an artist who is writing a piece of music. Now, here's what that artist can never explain to you. The composition that he is writing happened all at once in his brain. All of the phrases, the melody, and those things that bridge from one part to another is not happening as the ear will eventually hear it. Instead, it's all happening in a split second, presented all at once to the brain. Then the artist proceeds to translate all this by writing this elusive, intuitive idea down as structured musical notation. What music composition touches your soul? Perhaps it even brings a tear to your eye and touches your heart. I'll tell you something. This amazing music may be profound when you hear it in linear time, but it all came as a flash to the composer, yet it has the power to touch you inside. This is channeling. An artist knows about quantum intuition. The one who puts the colors on the canvas is not experimenting and erasing as they go. The master's artwork you see in the galleries were not a result of them experimenting with color. They knew exactly what to do. They got it all in less than a second as intuition. The painting, in all of its beauty, was in their minds long before they started with a brush. We've said it before that the sculptor takes a rock and removes what doesn't belong there in order to create what he already knew was there. It was all created in a split second. Now, carry this into your life. There is a new process, a new paradigm where intuitive thought has to be felt, known, and recognized. The more you do this, the better you get. However, why is it that you don't believe your own intuitive thoughts? It's interesting, is it not, how emotions and intellect respond to authority. But intuition is not even a player in that scenario. Instead, you have to get out of the 3D world and start letting intuition be a player that is equal to the others. If you can do that, both the intellect and the emotion will line up and unify, and it will make sense. Let us say you have some intuitive human beings guided by quantum intuition. If you start asking them how it feels, they will give you very balanced answers about their intuitive thought. The intellect, which manufactures the logic, will now make sense because it has become subservient to the intuition. Emotionally, they also feel balanced, not fearful. The purest indigenous on the planet are the ones who have used their intuition to the highest degree. Imagine, thousands of years ago, humans being so intuitive that they saw the cycle of life in themselves and nature. A modern world looks at this and says, it's mythology and foolishness. What if they were more quantum than any of us in the room? Let's do a test. Intuition comes and goes so quickly that you don't believe it. So here is the test. I'm going to ask you to dismiss everything that you've ever learned in Intuit Answers. When I give you a question, I want you to feel the intuitive thought that happens around it. First impressions are the way of this. Use the first intuitive thought that you have, and when you do this, it is a revelation to your own mind. Intuition is not hooked to your 3D thoughts. So when you start to recognize it, it starts to reveal what you really think. The portal to the higher self does not lie to you. It's going to give you the truth every time. It's how you accept it that is the puzzle. If it fights with what you've been trained, then the three-dimensional part of you has won. So let's sit for a moment. Some of these questions are easy, and some may not be. I'll ask a question, and I want you to grab the first intuitive thought you have, not what you've been told, and not what your parents told you, or that society has pressed upon you. You're totally alone in this with your own thoughts. What are your answers to these questions? Q, is God real? Feel it. Did you feel it? Oh, that's an easy one. You wouldn't be here otherwise. You wouldn't be in this group otherwise, would you? So you know the answer to that. It was your first intuitive flash. Of course, absolutely. But your intellect and logic knows there is no proof. So why were you so certain? Because your life experience with an invisible God has supplied you with all you need to say yes. It was therefore your first intuitive thought, and you recognized it. Now watch what happens if we start asking you to define God, for the intuition starts to fight with the intellect and the emotion. Now it gets harder. Is it possible to talk to God? First intuitive flash, go with it. Can you have a conversation with the Creator? Yes or no? Now, this starts to interfere with your training, doesn't it? Do you feel the slight conflict? Is God inside you? You're getting pretty good at this. I know who's here, and I am purposely giving you intuitive lessons on things you already know. This is to exercise the intuitive muscle so that you know what it feels like. No question I'm asking is provable, however. So the intellect cannot authoritatively give you good information about it. It can only give an opinion based on your training that you're a fool, or that it's not logical, or that you're being too emotional. Those are not proofs or disproofs, those are judgments. This, dear one, starts to identify the duality of the human being. Is God inside you? Use your intuition. Don't get an opinion from your brain. My partner gave an answer earlier today that was from me and not him. Some of you picked it up, and even he was uncertain as to why he said it. He told you that human beings have a tendency to judge themselves. This is the fight between divine intuitive thought and emotion and intellect. The intellect will say, well, you got an intuitive thought and it didn't last very long, did it? Therefore, it was just a mini dream and didn't mean anything. It wasn't even logical. You can't even figure out what your intuition said. So stop thinking about the invisible stuff and come back to earth. Your own consciousness has made a judgment based on opinion, not a conclusion. Is God real? Does God talk to you? Yes. If you can strengthen the intuitive muscle in the brain, you can make intuitive thought clearer and last longer. Answer this question. Picture yourself in the forest or the jungle, or perhaps in the wilderness. You're completely and totally alone, and there is no other human for hundreds of kilometers, and there you stand. Now, answer the question. Does nature know you're there? Are you just an observer? Or are you participating in nature by being there? Almost everyone here knows the answer, and it is that you sit and bathe in being known and that you're not alone. The very leaves on the trees greet you. The air that you take into your lungs knows who you are, and the dirt of the earth knows the size of your shoe. There is tremendous communication. Now prove it. Where is the intellect and the emotional body? When you need to prove it, it can't be proved. Yet the light worker doesn't hesitate with intuitive truth. So you have placed the emphasis and power on intuitive thought, and you don't have to use the other to verify anything. You know at the intuitive level, and you let the intellect and the emotion come along later. In this case, you know truth with intuitive thought first. These are examples to help you see what good intuitive answers feel like, so you can start using intuition for the hard questions. One more question and we close. There's a man sitting in a chair on a stage in Cusco. He says he is channeling Kryon. Is this message real? The intellect, logic, and the emotion will yell at you. No, God does not talk to humans this way. All the training and bias of your past will be there, represented by the intellect. Although there is no proof one way or the other, it still represents itself as the authority based on nothing but what you were told. That's an opinion. However, what if God is more than you think? Maybe there is a tremendous creative energy that writes the songs that you love to hear and paints the pictures that you love to see. But you can't deny one part of an energy while you say the other part exists. Do you see what I'm saying? You can't draw a line and decide which invisible thing is real and which one is not. This is a creative event you're seeing, just as the artist paints and the musician writes, and it's called channeling. Is it real? It's a good exercise today, for there are those in the room who say no. I will tell you this, dear ones, these things can change tomorrow if you'll give your intuition a chance to give you messages. This is so basic. Where's this going, Kryon? Why are you talking about this? Because it is the intuitive mind that is going to guide the future of the planet. It's the intuition that is going to say, no more war. It's the intellect and the emotion that are going to be in the back seat now. It's the intuition that's going to unify things that haven't unified well in the past, and it's the intuition that's going to create new paradigms of life. It's intuition that's going to drive biologists to find life in the dirt and in the rocks that live in a semi-quantum state. These are future things that can't happen if humanity is only driven by the intellect, logic, and emotion. Watch for this. There'll come a day when the scientific method will give credibility to intuitive thought, and then you'll know it's real. But they're not going to be able to find it quickly like you can. There is a loving, caring God that is inside you and part of you. This God knows all about you and wants to talk clearer to you, expanding cellular structure and communication so you'll be able to determine real truth. One more question without an answer. Human being, with all that you are, does it really make sense that you're only supposed to live about 80 years and then you're gone? What kind of a plan is that? Think about it and let your intuition answer it completely. Kryon live channeling the letter I in the word Kundalini given in Cusco, Peru, October 31, 2012. New human, the second letter N in Kundalini. I want you to look at what is happening on stage. There is a bigger picture here. There is a metaphor here. There is an honoring here on several levels. This is a quantum event. Take a look at what has just occurred. There are North Americans here, referring to Lee Carroll and Peggy Phoenix DeBrow on the stage, firmly planted in South America. They are grounded here, channeling the wise divine feminine energy which is pouring from this place. When you think about the eagle meeting the condor, it's happening here. It's happening now. Why else would these North Americans be here? They don't come bringing wisdom for you have your own. They come honoring the wisdom that is coming out of the ground here. Some of you are your own ancestors. Did you realize this? This is an honoring of the ancients. That's what it is. Look at the metaphor. From the very beginning of this tour, the theme has been the changing balance of the North and the South. Now, here it is in front of you on the stage. This is part of the prophecy fulfilled. Some of you may wonder about channeling. You have two before you who sit in the chair today, but they channel as one. It's not one human being with one source and another human being with another source. Instead, the one source flows into the other. The source is the one source from the other side of the veil. Some of you call this God, but we call it family. For you are part of us and there is no separation. But I want you to look at the other thing that has occurred. I am about to give you a channeling on another letter of the word Kundalini. The next to the last letter is the 8th letter. Light, in numerology, is manifestation. The letter in, and I do not have to tell you what it means because it's already been given. The wise divine feminine just gave it to you. We come as one, and the message is of the new human. I didn't give it, she did. Referring to Peggy Phoenix Dubrow, who is channeling next to Lee. You see, we are one. So, what does it mean, the movement of this Kundalini energy? You know, is it some earth attribute that's interesting? Is it a shamanic thing? Is it, just Peruvian? Or no, it's all about all of humanity. And this area of the world is playing a major part in the shift. It has been mentioned that new seeds of consciousness are being planted. Let them now be seeds of understanding. The events that happen on the planet because of this new balance has a direct effect on humans everywhere. Everything that is happening is not just about the Earth, but rather it is about humans. The predictions were not about the Earth. The predictions were about an Earth balance that will affect humans. It's about human consciousness that changes, and in the process of the consciousness changing, a new human is created. The very paradigm of humanism starts to change, even what you call human nature. We have covered several subjects in the last weeks as we have talked about this new balance of the North and the South. The melding of the eagle and the condor has been the theme. The coming together of them is the new balance. They meld in a way that creates a human consciousness potential, which then starts to balance the male and the female aspects for all humans, not just the ones here. We then went on to talk about unity, and we discussed the unity that is now starting to occur, which is new for the planet. We've given you predictions of the unification of South America. You're starting to see it in the North, where former enemies came together and now trade as peaceful parties. Things that could never have happened within an old energy are actually starting to work. This is the new human, a human who comes and looks at life differently than you or your parents did, or your parents' parents. This is a shift in the paradigm of human thought, and in the process it creates other things that begin to accelerate the new human. The last channeling of a letter in the Kundalini word had to do with intuition, taking that which is quantum energy, which is created from the pineal, and bringing it forward as a major player with intellect, logic, and emotion. That's a new human paradox and paradigm, and it voids out the survival at any cost instinct. A paradox is created, however, where, at the moment, you really can't define the new part of the human, yet you are beginning to use it as much as you use any other part of your brain. Welcome to the quantum puzzle. You are moving out of logic-only based thinking and giving things credibility and reality that heretofore have not even been definable. there's more. I would like to talk to you about the potentials of what it is that's going to happen, not just about new human thought, but also what happens on a planet that starts to become more quantum. What can you look forward to? There are those who will forecast the future based upon past thinking. They will base their predictions upon things that humanity has done naturally over time, yet very few of those things are going to happen. What if the human changes the way they actually think or process thought? What if the very core of the human brain starts to move in a way that connects itself quantumly to the planet? Let me discuss some things and paint a picture for you that you may not have thought about. I want to talk about human inventions. Now, some of these things I have spoken of before, but not in your language, so it may seem a review to many, but it needs to be new for you. Have you noticed that the major inventions that you have called global technological advances have occurred almost simultaneously around your planet? When humans flew for the first time, it was in North America, but it was also being developed simultaneously on the other side of the globe. In fact, the North Americans only beat the Europeans by 1 week. At the same time, the Wright brothers were developing their aircraft, so were the French. Do you think that is a coincidence? Why did these ideas clump together like that with so many doing the same thing at the same time? Think of what that brought you, the ability to fly. Doesn't it strike you odd that humanity had been watching birds for thousands of years and the Chinese even had kites, yet this obvious invention of manned flight had never been developed, and when it was, the very ideas happened globally all at once. The development of the radio was literally finished and revealed weeks apart also. Those working on the same invention did not even know each other or that the other was working on it. There still is controversy of who was first. Have you ever looked at the odds of this? How can these things occur in this fashion? Well, let me give you a little information. It has to do with what the Earth is ready for. When humanity has the consciousness for it, then Gaia brings it forward and allows the invention. Everything moves in a system. And as humans begin to think differently, Gaia responds. The very earth that you walk on gives back to you what you give to it. The ancients knew this when they grew food. They honored the earth, and it honored them back. It's a system. Did you ever consider that humanity would be delivered ideas when it was ready, which would then promote more technical invention? Well, despite the intellectuals who believe that humanity can think its way through anything anytime it wants to, I can tell you that this is not the case. Otherwise, the major inventions of your era would have occurred long, long ago. Humans didn't suddenly become super smart in the last 100 years. It's going to happen again. Get ready for major inventions that will change everything, for you are now planting the seeds for a quantum civilization. This is a different reality to what you are used to. What's going to happen when you can see quantum energy? It's going to be a catalyst for major new awareness. Did you see what happened when you began to develop the electronic age? Did you see how one thing led to another so quickly? It seems like only a few years ago that you learned how to send messages without wires. Now look where that has led you. Look at the computing powers on your desk. This is what happens when you have a major invention breakthrough, and one thing leads to another quickly. What will happen when you can see quantum energy? When the instruments are built and they figure out how to peak at quantumness, you have no idea what they're going to see. This is going to open a door, and that door is going to be complex, unexplainable, and it will take the breath away of all humanity. For when they turn the knob that allows them to see quantum energy around them, it will rewrite all of the science books on Earth. This is just one thing of many, and it'll lead to astonishing new awareness. It's going to happen in the next 18 years. It's happened on other planets, so that's how I can tell you about it. But let me give you some hints. When the new humanity has this invention, and they start looking around them with the eyes of a quantum seer, they are going to see things they never expected. When they look at a human being, a quantum energy bubble will be seen around each one, with amazing colors that change. It will be 8 meters wide. When they turn the quantum seeing instrument and look into the forest, they will see the quantum life and the multi-dimensional energy that is there. They will be shocked when they look at the rocks and find life in them. It won't be three-dimensional as you are used to, but quantum life. It will start to explain that which was so mysterious in the forests and the trees. Earth science will have to redefine what life is, for it will respond when it is being looked at, and meet many of the current requirements of the definition of life. There are certain discoveries which humans must make on their own. Can you imagine dialogue with a tree? Can you imagine dialogue with a rock? What about the air you breathe? Dialogue. It speaks to you, and you speak to it. It won't be through human language, or even the kind of conversation that you have, but rather quantum talk. It's coming. I can't explain it, but it's going to redefine everything, everywhere they look at. Wait till they look at the stars. That's just one of several things that you will see. It's coming. The new human creates a new energy into Gaia, which responds with new energy to you. Now let me tell you about the last one, and it has to do with DNA. I said it before, and you need to hear it in your language. The DNA of human beings is starting to become more efficient, so part of the paradigm that you have gotten used to will change greatly. We've spoken of this before, but again, it's odd to us. When you look at the animals on Earth, you think nothing of some very interesting things. When a calf is born in the wild from a buffalo, within hours of its birth, the calf is running with the herd. The calf is born knowing what's poison and what isn't poison. He knows who is his enemy. However, when human babies are born, they are helpless. Some have said they are even useless. It takes years for them to walk and learn language. And you think that's normal, don't you? Here you are, the highest evolved creature on Earth, and you can't even do what the animals do. There is no instinct passed to the baby. Every human birth is almost like starting over. That's going to change. Imagine having a child that has already been taught not to put their fingers on the stove. Did you see the video that played today? My video asking my viewers who are a singing class we're watching from online. I play the piano like a virtuoso. Did you see the child on the keyboard? That's the future. Eventually, the human will be born with far more instinct, remembrance, and wisdom. It's already happening. Human DNA is going to evolve, and old souls will come into this planet knowing they're old souls. You'll know it the next time around by the time you are 5 or 6. By then you will be doing what 10 or 11-year-olds are doing now. Watch for this. For the first time on the planet, your DNA will begin to be balanced, and balance creates that which is manifestation. That's the new human. And it starts now. You'll see. Illumination, the second letter I in Kundalini. Let's identify the last letter in Kondalin. The 9th letter is a completion letter. It is an I, and in a moment I will give it a name, but I'm going to tell you some things I've not said before. What has happened in these last years has been fully predicted. As in all predictions, they are only measures of potential. But in 1987, things began to move, and the predictions that have been based in old energy were starting to move away and diminish in potential. The predictions in the old energy had humanity ending, a final war, and the end of what you would call normal civilization. Those predictions were accurate for their time. And again, it didn't look like Earth was going to make it. This is the attribute of fair, free choice. And if that had happened, there would be no judgment. The test is the test, and the puzzle would not have been solved. But then, everything changed. In 1987, something happened. You have called it the harmonic convergence. It was just before 1994, when the precession of the equinox time period began. But in 1987, we saw it coming. The potentials begin to shift. There was a collection of old souls who, over a period of time, began to imprint the crystalline grid. This started to change Gaia, which then responded to consciousness again, and the harmonic convergence became known as the 11.11. This became the number that many of you continued to see in a non-linear way almost everywhere. 25 years would go by, and light workers would speak of it and wonder what it meant. Then my partner awakened and started to find out what he was supposed to do. 2 years after that is when I came in. Kryon has been here since the beginning, and there have been those who have channeled me here before. But in 1989, I came to my partner and asked him if he was ready to take on the entire mantle of Kryon and do what he came on Earth to do. In typical fashion, he said no. It took 4 more years to convince him I was real, within his own free choice to find out, but that was still in time for the beginning of the shift. By 1994, he was ready, and the shift began. Part of the shift was moving the predictions from the ones you had been used to in the old energy to the ones that you began hearing about in the new. There's a paradox here, for the old predications aren't really that old. They've come from recent scripture and those like Nostradamus. Those humans are all new. Those are new predictions about old energy. The predictions that began the shift in the change you are seeing now are the ones from the indigenous, the ones who have been here for over 10,000 years. These are the ones who began to figure out what the stars were saying. These were the ones who talked to Gaia. They saw the potential shift over the 500-year periods of time. They kept quiet during the other predictions, but then after the millennium shift, they knew the predictions of their ancestors were correct. 12 years ago, when it became obvious that the old energy predictions were not happening, the potentials of the original predictions became apparent. The tribes of the indigenous that were still left on the planet became aware, and together they began meeting, and the shift and recalibration became real to them. The indigenous of the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere came together, and they discovered that their predictions were the same. The modern Lakota, Hopi, Navajo, and the Maya began to realize that they were all one, and that the prophecies were the same from the ancients of all the tribes. You're going to see the beginning of a new unity of Earth. There will be many names given to it: the journey of the feathered serpent, the awakening of the puma, the meeting of the eagle and the condor. But those many names represent the shift and are all the same. What do you think about that? The shift is here. The 1111 is real. What do you think the I stands for? Illumination. When I started with my partner and he began channeling, I gave him many metaphors. In the very beginning, we spoke of a very simple one: illumination. This started the very concept of being a light worker. So a light worker is one who illuminates. I gave him the simple metaphor that we have given every year since. there is a dark room where many humans are living, but they can't see each other very well. They would bump into one another all the time. They couldn't see each other's faces, so there was mystery and always fear. They would separate themselves into small groups for protection and huddle in fear. This created a misunderstanding and no trust. They would sequester their cultures and then judge the other cultures because they were in the dark. Then, as the metaphor continues, along comes one who lights a match and suddenly the room is no longer dark. It's not lighted yet either, but suddenly many can see dimly, but they don't go looking for the match bearer or where the light came from. Instead, they are able to see their neighbor. Suddenly, there is no more fear. They can see their neighbor's face, and it is just like their own. They get excited by the light, for it has created something they have never seen. An awareness of other things. It's an awareness of one another and a reduction of fear. So now they are interested, and they go looking for other matches, and they find them. Someone else lights one and another and another. Suddenly there is a more light than there ever was, and they realize they are all family because they can see. There are so many metaphors, but this is the shift, and this is what was predicted by some of the oldest of the old. The ones who were in touch with the earth long before the Incas were right here. The Incas were a special civilization. They were master builders, but the wisdom of the land was already here by the time they arrived. Now I want to tell you what is next, and I also want to tell you that what is next is going to go slow. Where were you in 1987? Some of you in the audience will say, I wasn't here yet. Others of you will say, I was half the age I am now, and still others will say, I was just growing up. Where are you going to be in 18 years? It goes slow, dear ones, but you already know that. These things are not happening instantly like you'd like them to. So as I explain some of the next steps, I will say again that we have no clock. I see these coming things as potentials in a quantum soup. These are the potentials of the moment, and it has to do with awakening. Right now in your time is the midpoint of the awakening. This is the midpoint of the shift. And many things are going to start happening slowly. The consciousness shift that we have talked about is in progress. Slowly, you will see this all over the world. You will watch it and you will be aware of it. More and more countries will discover their integrity, and they will not be happy with the status quo that has been there for hundreds of years. This very year, you saw it with 3 countries, ones who had been stable for hundreds of years, but who decided that they would change. Some did it softly and some didn't, because the old energy is not going to die easily, but it will be replaced. We've told you the potentials that the consciousness will bring in the Middle East. We've told you to watch for startling things that no one had predicted. Just like no one had predicted the fall of the Soviet Union back at the very beginning of the precession of the equinoxes, no one has predicted the revolution in Iran that I tell you will take place. This is the potential at hand. The beginning of peace in the Middle East will happen in a way that no one has considered, and it won't be easy, and it won't be fast. But within 18 years, you'll see it happen, and it all has to do with something you have never seen before. It will be a complete shift in the paradigm of how they have worked with each other for centuries. Suddenly, there will be the emergence of compassionate action. You know what compassionate action is? It's where one country looks at another and it says, I don't care what happened in the past. Why don't we start over? Why don't we sit down and start over so we don't worry about each other, so we can trade, share resources, and relax that the other is not coming to get us. Let's spend our resources on schools and hospitals. Why don't we start over and forget what the past pushes us toward? That, dear ones, is not what human nature used to be. The eagle and the condor. The prophecy of the eagle and the condor is thousands of years old. It is known by many of the indigenous cultures all over the world, including the Amazon, the Andes, Central America, South America, and North America. The prophecy states that human societies would divide and take different paths. The path of the condor represents the heart, intuitive and mystical energy. The path of the eagle represents the brain, rational and material world. From a personal view, I can also see that the condor represents the wise, divine feminine, while the eagle represents the masculine. The prophecy indicated that during the 1500s, the two paths would converge, and the eagle would drive the condor to the verge of extinction. If you take a look at history, you will find that the Aztecs, Mayans, and Incas were all invaded by the Spanish conquistadors during the 1500s. The prophecy then states that the next 500 years, the condor and the eagle would have the opportunity to reunite and fly together in the same sky along the same path. It is said that if the condor and the eagle accept this opportunity, the world will come into balance and create peace on the planet. The prophecy foretells the sharing of indigenous knowledge with the technologies of science and the balancing of yin and yang. The timing of the prophecy also corresponds with the shift of human consciousness that we are currently experiencing as old souls awaken. This prophecy is another expression for the movement of the Kundalini. Something amazing has been happening on the planet regarding the fulfillment of this prophecy. A profound indigenous gathering of tribes known as Raíces de la Tierra, translated as roots of the earth, has provided an opportunity for the indigenous to share their wisdom, knowledge, and prophecies with thousands of non-indigenous participants. Raíces de la Tierra was the vision of a man named Raimundo North Tigre Perez. Raimundo grew up in Texas, where he was involved in the native spirituality of the Dain, Navajo of the Reserve Montana Grande, big mountains in the region of South Dakota, since childhood. Tigre Perez dedicated his life to spreading the essence of spirituality among the American Indians, indigenous and mestizos. Throughout his entire life, he organized and held many temazcales throughout Mexico and the United States. A temazcal is a therapeutic ritual to purify the mind, body, and spirit using fire. Sometimes volcanic rocks and herbs are placed on the fire. During a special ceremony known as Hambliyayapi Tigre Perez received a vision where he was given a mission of bringing together the grandmothers and grandfathers across all of America to pray for Mother Earth and humanity in their own language, and for him to surrender and offer his teachings to others. For over 35 years, Tigre Perez dedicated his life to fulfilling this vision. In 1989, for the first time, he brought together an intertribal alliance of many indigenous and mestizos of the Americas in the Calpulli Teopantli community in San Isidro, Mazatepec, Jalisco, Mexico. In 1995, Raimundo Tigre Perez was recognized as a leader of Intertribal Council of Elders and a member of 7 distinct tribes. During the recognition ceremony, a plume of feathers of condors and eagles was presented and delivered in respect and recognition of his years of working with intertribal gatherings. This was the last day of a kiva ceremony in Texas. 2 days later, Raimundo entered the spirit world. Raíces de la Tierra is a result of Tigre Perez's legacy. It is the mission of the community group known as Raíces del Sur, translated as Roots of the South, to bring cultural and spiritual traditions of indigenous peoples to mixed people, enabling social and cultural exchange between peoples including sharing and expanding forms of respectful and harmonious relationship with the environment. They are dedicated to promoting the cultural and ancestral knowledge of the Americas to all the inhabitants of planet Earth. Races del Sur is composed of 45 active volunteer members, including students and professionals from different areas and ages. The guiding principle of their work and volunteer services is to treat and recognize everyone as an equal, regardless of social, cultural, economic, ethnic, creed, or sexual orientation, in order to contribute to building a multicultural society in harmony and respect. The ceremony of Raíces de la Tierra is part of the fulfillment of the ancient prophecy of the eagle and the condor, where there is a spiritual union between the people of the North with the people of the South. The first event was held in Zapoteca, Mexico, in 2005. It was held in this area for 4 consecutive years, and the reason this particular site was chosen was because it represented the North, the eagle. Mexico is part of the eagle's natural habitat. Following the ceremonies in Mexico, the location was moved to Casablanca, Chile, where the ceremonies were held in November from 2009 to 2012. This location was chosen because it represented the South, the condor. Chile is part of the condor's natural habitat. In December of 2012, the ceremony was then held in Bogotá, Colombia, which represents the center, both the eagle and the condor. This location has been chosen because it sits in the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta in Colombia, where the eagle and the condor coexist. It is one of the few places in the world where their natural habitat overlaps. Other profound ceremonies related to this prophecy have also been held. During the spring equinox in March of 2006, a group of Hopi Indians from Arizona, North America, gathered water from sacred springs from all over the world, which was carried in traditional gourds. Hopi runners ran 2,000 miles on foot to the World Water Forum in Mexico City. The Hopi nation took part in a long-awaited ceremony at Teotihuacan, Mexico, where they were welcomed by a gathering of tribes that included Navajo, Aztec, Mayans, and others. For the first time in 500 years, they performed the eagle dance. The event was blessed by the appearance of an eagle above the ceremony. The eagle circled in 6 odd figure-8 patterns. 1 year later, the tribes that welcomed the Hopi decided to do a return trip. They gathered the 4 elements: water that was brought by the Hopi in the previous year, fire that was lit by a Mayan elder, earth, and air. These tribes ran the 2,000 miles back to Hopi land. For the first time ever, the Hopi allowed an outside group to dance in their sacred courtyard. A wonderful recording of these events can be found on YouTube under the title Eagle and Condor. Film trailer decorations. The prophecy of the eagle and the condor is all related to the movement of the Kundalini and the current shift of consciousness that we are experiencing on planet Earth. The further validation that this has been a prophecy foretold by the ancients comes from a channel given by the Hawaiian Kahuna Kali'iliat during 2007. The eagle meets the condor. The eagle meets the condor. The eagle meets the condor. It is time for the eagle to take flight. It has sent its white spirit. It will travel around in a clockwise direction. The eagle meets the condor. It's about prophecies being fulfilled. It's about prophecies being fulfilled. The indigenous of all the earth spoke of this occurrence. The eagle has taken flight to meet the condor. Kalea is now being told to take this message to her Apache niece, Maria Urasabru. The time is right to build the strong foundation for the new earth. The time is right. 4:48 was the time of the message being received. Things have sped up. Time has sped up, for the eagle meets the condor. The human race will shift in its conscious more rapidly now. trust. All is well. Fly on the wings of the eagle, brave warrior of the light. Look for the earth changes in the northeast direction. Send light there. Many will choose to leave the earth mother, but fear not. They will return as little doves of peace. They circle the heads of the anointed ones. All is connected in the web of life. The great white sky chief speaks to all who will listen, to those of pure and loving hearts. It is time for all four races to come together and to celebrate your unity, your oneness. Forgive. Forgive the past and release it. Forgive. Brothers and sisters, we beseech you, forgive. Forgive now. The eagle has taken flight. The white eagle spirit soars in sacred journey to meet the condor. The spirit journeys to fulfill the prophecy. The one known to us as Brother of the Light, referring to Reynolds, is feeling the pressure as the vibration of the earth increases. He is just a boy, riding the great white eagle. The boy from a long ago promise at the lake, referring to the channel Reynolds received at Lake Tahoe. Balance the earth and balance yourselves, merge the feminine and the masculine. Others come to fill in the pieces of this message. Have safe journey into the new earth. The awakening of the puma. I first heard about the awakening of the puma when I visited Cusco in Peru. It was in Cusco that I met a shaman by the name of Malku. One of the things that I immediately liked about Malku was that he wasn't afraid to speak out about his knowledge, wisdom, and intuition, even when it went against some of the old traditions of the past. Malku believes that holding on to traditions, especially when they are based in mythology, will stop us from learning truths and moving forward. I have to agree, and even Kryon talks about the importance for humans to use spiritual logic. So let me tell you a few things about Malku. Malku is a gifted visionary and spiritual leader. He is deeply passionate and devoted to promoting awareness, accuracy, and clarity about the Andean culture. Malku is an intuitive expert in the understanding and translation of esoteric knowledge within the Andean archaeoastronomy, which he first revealed in his book Camino Iniciático Inca, El Despertar del Puma, translated as Inca Initiation Path, the Awakening of the Puma. In his own way, Malku brings to life the knowledge of the ancients that Kryon talks about. Here is a summary of what his book is about, taken from the Andean Writers Mondial Association website. Malku, in the Awakening of the Puma, brings us convincing messages of a time in Andean history when the masters in the Andes lived and celebrated with an intense, conscious connection and interdependency with Pachamama, Mother Earth. With their foresight and respect to nature, these sages have left a tangible path clearly traceable for future generations. Malku guides our soul on an enlightening pilgrimage from power places and dimensional doorways to healing springs, magic nature, and celestial mountains. The physical journey through these highly power sites is a fascinating second step in this exploration to show us beauty and wisdom. The land and people of this magical mountains of the Andes are indeed tremendously awe-inspiring, and combined with the addition of Malku's detailed research and clarity of explanation, we can witness the beauty of the past and present coming together, alive with the exciting promise of future continuity. For the ones acquainted with shamanic experiences and practices of master cultures, some parts of these messages will motivate the recognition of their cosmic path and the need of uniting their voices for a better world. The initiate assimilates the secrets of nature, giving him intuition, dexterity, vision, and the ability to create and transform energy for the purpose of peace in humankind. One of the most interesting aspects of Malku's teachings is that the doors to these new dimensions of awareness have recently been opened for us as a result of the beginning of a new time named Pachacuti, or cosmic cycle. Andean history is divided into segments of 1,000 years, with a transformational era after every 500 years. In the June solstice of 1992, we recently passed one of these historical transitions. The visionary master Inca Pachacuti was responsible for designing the Andean city of Cusco in the physical shape of a puma, as bringing this celestial animal to Earth to extend illumination and strength to all inhabitants and pilgrims of all times. This puma, center of the Incan society, is progressively illuminated by each sunrise, symbolizing the gradual awakening of the transcendent development of awareness in human beings. Andean history was written by the invaders of a land which, after 500 years of domination, is now returning to a new epoch of balance and independence. Spiritual and psychic doors closed for centuries are now being opened, inviting and propelling us to new heights of responsibility and reconnection with our planet. There is much more for us to rediscover about the foresight and vision of our ancestors. We are now in a new time, and the mission of this new epoch is related to, but different from that of the last cycle. Tolerance and respect between cultures, combined with the capacity to agree and disagree, is a major evolutionary step destined for the new Pachacuti. The ongoing and constant destructive fight for domination, occurring between people of limited vision who cling to and worship one manifestation of divinity at the expense of another, will be replaced by recognition of the many aspects of the divine. Malku announces that other secrets of the Andean wisdom will be explored in subsequent books. Subjects are the healing practices and magic connections of the coastal areas and jungles, the ceremonial use of power plants, and the interaction with sacred sites in cosmic time, and the guidance to the amazing world of the Andean masters, with the intention to awake our own solar puma and make peace come true on Earth. Source: http://www.parkunSESSAN.ko platform.nyc. The awakening of the puma is therefore all about the current shift in human consciousness that we are in the middle of. Kryon has even said that some of the indigenous on the planet who can feel the shift refer to it as the awakening of the puma. Kryon describes this as the awakening of the wisdom of the region. And you're going to hear this expression and you'll know what it means. It is the increase in the intelligence of that relationship between human consciousness and Gaia, making this relationship even closer than it has been. It is a form of love. Be aware of what the indigenous call the awakening of the puma. Watch for this and study it. See what the ancients have said about it, and you will find that the Kundalini experience is not anything modern, for it was expected. Dear human beings, this journey of yours is to learn more about the shift. It is greatly honored by Spirit. Why don't you just take a moment and feel this? For the love you feel goes both ways. There is great energy here of appropriateness and wisdom. It represents a great shift of the earth. A summary of the movement of the Kundalini. Regardless of the name of the prophecy, the movement of the Kundalini is now upon us, bringing the balance of the masculine and feminine. Lemuria was one of the only civilizations that had a society with a balance of both male and female energy. The Lemurians lived in harmony for 200 years. They were on an island, and the pure spiritual core of the Pleiadians and all their teachings was passed from generation to generation undiluted. The Pleiadians visited other areas outside of Lemuria, Hawaii, but if you look at those civilizations, The prevailing trend was to separate and become a tribe that then focused their efforts on their own tribal survival. In Australia, we can find evidence that within the indigenous Aboriginals, there were at least 700 different tribes, each with their own language. When you look historically at the pattern of past civilizations, the trend has been to separate and become a tribe. The European continent has a history of many countries at war with each other, including World War I and II. Nearly everyone expected that there would be World War III that would end our world. But something different happened. One of the first things to shift was the fall of the Iron Curtain in Eastern Europe, followed by the birth of the European Union. Who would have predicted that the countries within Europe would have trade agreements and a common currency? The European Union is not without its problems, but the point is that instead of war and separation, the countries are trying to work together. Could it be that this is evidence of the movement of the Kundalini? Is this evidence that there is a shift in human consciousness? I believe that it is. Kryon has also given us potentials that the model of the European Union is being looked at by other countries. Kryon has said that within 2 generations, the countries of South America will want to create something similar to what has been done in Europe, putting things together instead of keeping them apart. Can you imagine visiting South America and crossing the borders without the hassle of immigration and customs and having just one currency? One of the potentials Kryon has talked about is that eventually there will be only 5 or so currencies on the planet. What other evidence is there that the balance of energy on the planet is changing, that the wise divine feminine is starting to merge with the masculine? Take a look at what has been happening to the institutions that have a macho energy and where there is a lack of integrity. These institutions are starting to fall over. Take a look at the countries where the women are not honored, and you will start to see changes. Kryon has said that the young ones coming to the planet are going to arrive with a much stronger balance of male and female energy because of a more balanced planet. They are going to pick up their relationship with Gaia and will be supported by the crystalline grid that is being recalibrated for compassion. The younger generation will have concepts that are going to help create a more balanced society. All that we do now, especially within the next 18 years, is going to help create a more balanced planet, planting the seeds for peace on Earth. And what about you? What is it that you would like to do in the next 18 years? Everything you do is recorded on the crystalline grid. The grid is being recalibrated towards compassion, and the old souls on the planet are the ones who will make a difference. Dear reader, the fact that you are reading this book at all has sent Gaia and the Creator a signal of your intent that you are a part of the shift. Your thoughts, words, and especially your compassionate actions to those around you make all the difference. I would like to congratulate you and honor the magnificent divine human being that you are. Well done. Before I close, I would like to address some of the concerns that people will be seeing and feeling in the next 18 years from 2012. Kryon has said on many occasions that things will appear to get worse before they get better. We should not see this as something to fear, but rather as something that happens when you recalibrate from one thing to another. In a profound channel, the first given in 2013, here are 3 that I'd like you to know. The darkness. Because you have changed the actual Gaia grid system and have given intent to move past this 2012 marker into 2013, the rules by which dark and light battle one another have changed. Now the light is going to have a bigger impact, a far more powerful one. The definition of dark is the absence of light. So the dark is the void that is not filled by light, but it still has energy, although it is weaker than ever before. So let's define something else: the consciousness of darkness. Darkness and light are measures, not entities. They represent the way humans think and the waves of consciousness that influence others and create paradigms on Earth. So when we say, the darkness wants this or that, we are describing groups of humans who have no light. This is the opposite of light workers, who are groups of humans who have awakened to a realization that God is inside. This realization, by the way, is available for all humanity, since God is inside of every soul on the planet. But, for a very long time, there simply has been no human understanding that there is an actual personal choice of being anything but what they are told they are. So, the battle has always been between consciousness and how much light could be given to those who might see it or wish to see it. But, as you know, most of humanity has wallowed in a very dim light that hasn't changed much for centuries, until now. This is not about goodness or evil. This is about a confluence or natural consensus of how humans think about themselves and what is appropriate behavior for humanity. Some may even call it human nature. Well, this old energy thinking wants to remain and remain. It won't believe there has been a change, but it will flail and unbalance for a little while as it starts to realize it isn't as powerful anymore. This is going to be uncomfortable for you. Some of you are saying, well, 2013 ought to bring a release, a breath of fresh air. We made it. We did it. Well, I'll tell you, like a child that didn't get its way, the old ways of the dark will invade every cranny of life it can. It will battle for its life and its survival, and it will feel the fact that things are not the same. So in this release period, alone in this release period, I want you to take a step back. When you see these things rear their ugly heads, don't make a decision that 2013 is not what you thought. When you see more unbalanced on the planet, even some things that you didn't expect, and indeed, they will be there, don't throw up your hands and say, here it is again, we didn't make a difference. Because you did. These kinds of things work slowly. The beginning of modern history. Energy is shifting, and we have given you this information before. The very balance of the protocol of the battle is realigning itself. That's what this time is about. If you ask those in other solar systems who have gone through this before, it was the beginning, literally, of their written history. They don't even look at anything before. Everything begins now. So as we've said before, if you look in the future of humanity, they will point to this day and mark it as the beginning of modern human history. They will look at everything before it and say, those were the days of barbarianism. Those were the days of modern mythology. Those were the days we didn't know better. And now we see the face of God in ourselves. That is what you're stepping into. But it's tough and it's slow. The planting of the seeds. I have used the metaphor of planting seeds many times, so we will examine that just a little more and give you some more information. The metaphor, of course, is the farmer, and we use it so that you will see all of the attributes that the farmer looks at, which are common to you all. While you were battling the old energy, you weren't plowing the fields getting ready for the seeds. Instead, you were surviving. Now it is time to prepare the fields for planting, and in the process of release, you turn inward. Preparing the fields is a metaphor for discovering the higher self, the quantumness in you, and moving to a place personally where things start to make more sense in your everyday life. There are those in this room and reading right now who I'm hearing from, help me, You don't think I know who's here. So I'm going to say to you, you know who you are, dear ones, and I want you to relax for a moment. You are loved beyond what you think you're loved. You are known by God beyond what you think you're known by God, and this you are feeling now is temporary, okay? This is temporary. If you're pleading for help, you're in unbalance. It's time to relax in God and know you're loved. There is time. You will survive. You're going to make it. There is wisdom in the plan of the seeding metaphor. First, you plow the fields. Then you add the fertilizer and nutrients. Finally, you get ready for the seed planting. The fields aren't ready now, so you must pause and get them ready. So all this talk is a farming metaphor. This may not all make sense to you, but what it says is that the demarcation point from old to new is now, and only now may you begin what you came for. You have not planted the seeds yet. The fields must be prepared. In the process of this preparation, you will find that the dark energy is easier to battle, allowing you to do the planting. New scenarios will pop up to show you that this is true. You won't believe that you got through some of the challenges so easily, because now the energy supports you and it didn't a year ago. The year 2013 really is a demarcation of intent and affects manifestation. You start to prepare the fields for new energy and begin to plant the seeds using that which the old soul has, the wisdom of the past. These seeds of wisdom are planted into the economy, into the government, into the household and families. These are seeds of integrity and will speak of the wisdom of coming together instead of tearing apart. I hope that you really got to understand the message that Kryon is giving us. You are needed on the planet to continue to share your light. The next 18 years from 2012 are extremely important. Like many of you, there are times where I've thought I've had enough of this world. The challenges are always there. I'm tired and would love to check out. It is natural that a lot of us feel this way. It is part of the test. When you self-balance again, you see the test. When I'm balanced, I realize how it's actually in my own best interest to stay. That way, I get to create an incredibly powerful foundation for when I come back. I don't have to repeat any test or challenge I overcome this time around. I'll be able to awaken much earlier than I did this lifetime. I like to look at it as delayed gratification. Let me present you with two choices. Choice 1. You can get your world travel ticket right now in this moment, but it's only valid for one trip. Choice 2. You can get your world travel ticket in 5 years' time, but if you wait 5 years, your world travel ticket gives you unlimited travel for the rest of your life, because the rewards are so good. I'm going for choice 2. What about you? I would love you to overcome your personal tests and challenges. I would love you to have peace in your life no matter what is happening around you. I'd love for you to help raise the vibration of Gaia for all of us to enjoy next time around. After all, isn't that what we are here for? Asked the wheel. Q. There is great concern by some indigenous groups that the creation of the Panama Canal has created a barrier for the movement of the Kundalini energy. What can you tell us about this? Kryon. We have channeled to you that your perspective of the movement of the Kundalini is limited to only what you can see. So think for a moment of the profound example of the Kundalini of the human body. When you have personal Kundalini movement, your entire body is involved. If you had a cut on your chest, it wouldn't stop anything from happening regarding Kundalini shift and movement in your body. The Earth is this way also in that it is a whole Earth energy movement and is within the planet. So really, the Kundalini movement from north to south is actually through the Earth and not riding along on the surface. All Gaia is involved, so the canal is simply a small groove in the surface. The Panama Canal has no effect on this movement of planetary energy. 2. For many years, the Kundalini has resided in the Northern Hemisphere. There have been many spiritual leaders emerging from places such as El India in Tibet, such as the Dalai Lama and Mahatma Gandhi. With the Kundalini moving to South America, will we see any spiritual leaders emerge from this continent? Yes, you will. It's a very profound thought to think that the storehouse of spiritual wisdom has been in the north, but indeed it is true. There are libraries filled with wisdom in Tibet that have been as yet undiscovered, and filled with the very prophecies that you are now experiencing. It was not an error that the North captured this attribute, for most of humanity resides there in what is called the land hemisphere. But now as the Earth becomes more allied in a quantum way with total human consciousness, it doesn't matter how many humans are living in the North or South, so the Earth can balance itself and help recalibrate human consciousness to the level it must go to in order to continue to the next step. The great shift that has been predicted is now underway, and those in Tibet and India who are wise will feel it. It will not subtract from their wise storehouse, but instead it will enhance it with the beautiful soft energy of the South, which has always had this. There is a storehouse of wisdom and emotional mother balance in the Southern Hemisphere that has been there all along, and like a time capsule, it is now releasing its beauty. It is time for mother energy to be part of the wisdom of the planet, for the macho-heavy spiritualism of the past will no longer serve an ascended Earth. 2. Can you explain more about what you mean when you say, those that sit in the energy of the Kundalini cannot sit still? Kryon, the Kundalini is a moving energy. As it unwraps itself, as we discussed in a former channeling on the water, 3.5 times around the lingam, it unravels and creates male and female energy, so that it can be recalibrated and reassembled. This is difficult to tell you about, since it is a process that is not seen but felt. The recalibration of male and female energy is a rebalance. As this happens, there are those who are more tuned to it than others. Those who are totally oblivious to any of this motion may feel nothing at all. Those who are invested in heavy male energy attributes of the planet will be stressed, for they are losing their comfort zone. Those who are tuned into this and have expected it may actually feel vibration which keeps them awake and uncomfortable. So, depending on the spiritual path of each human being and their Akashic age, old soul or not, they will feel it at different levels. Some will simply be anxious and impatient and have no idea why. This will be frustrating, for it's uncomfortable to be irritable all the time. And many will not know why they are feeling this way. Most old souls will feel it and know that something is happening. As they understand more about what recalibration really means, they will relax with it, welcome it, and be more tolerant of the shift that is occurring. But at some level, everyone is involved. Chapter 5. Gaia and the Universe. Scientists have estimated that our solar system formed about 4.5 billion years ago, and that the universe continues to expand. Our solar system is located in the outer reaches of the Milky Way galaxy, which is a spiral galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy is just one galaxy in a group of galaxies called the Local Group. The largest galaxy within this group is the Andromeda Galaxy. Looking out into the universe, many have wondered what lies beyond. Who else might be out there? What discoveries are waiting for us? How did it all begin, and what is the end goal of a universe that continues expanding? As scientists, including astronomers and physicists, look to the stars for answers to these questions, they are starting to see an attribute that they didn't expect. What they are seeing has given rise to the theory of intelligent design. The theory of intelligent design holds that certain features of the universe and of living things are best explained by an intelligent cause, not an undirected process such as natural selection. Kryon has explained that against all odds, the universe was created for life. The universe is biased towards life and is benevolent. This attribute goes against what we have come to expect. Kryon provides information about how it all works. Did you know that light and other matter regularly changes from waves to particles? Did you know that light changes to a particle when it is being observed by a human being? Now, how can a mathematical system sense that it is being observed? Already you know that quantum energy might just be very different than anything you thought. What if it isn't physics at all? What if quantum energy is the creator's fingerprint? It would be physics and also have a consciousness, but then perhaps that's just too strange. The large quantum energy of the galaxy. I'm going to give you information to think about. The quantum energy you see in the very small also occurs in the very large. In fact, we'll even go so far as to tell you that physics is actually different in different parts of the universe, depending on what is at the center of each galaxy. Let's start with that premise, that physics is not a set standard of universal rules. It varies depending on the quantum stamp of the creator energy of each one. Some of them are very similar, but all of them are slightly different. And if you could know the differences, you'd wonder why. And I just told you, it's what's in the middle. Because your physics is mainly 3D, you have difficulty with how things really work. And quantum physics is the only clue you have to a multiverse and the possibility that some laws of mass and gravity are determined by what happens in the middle of each galaxy. The creation energy is in the middle. That bipolar energy, that push/pull that we have called the twins, are in the middle of your galaxy. You see it in 3D as a singularity, which, by the way, is impossible. But it's really, a double event. Science doesn't know that yet. So we give this to you so that when they discover it, you can say you heard it here. It will then give credibility to everything else I'm going to say. By the way, how is it when everything in your physics comes in pairs, even your current laws of physics, that you create a singularity in the middle of the galaxy? Did anyone consider that it could be another pair? Let us start with the astronomer and ask, "Dear astronomer, do you believe in God?" The astronomer will think for a moment and might then say, "I am not one to define divinity. It's not my science. I might believe in God, but that's not my study, for I deal in the scientific method." So you might ask him instead, "All right, what do you see that is scientifically interesting to you about our galaxy?" This is where the astronomer may get a bit excited and say, "All right, I will tell you what is interesting to all of us. We've discovered something we don't understand. There are physical principles in large things that do not apply to orbital mechanics as you have learned them within Newtonian and Euclidean physics. It's odd to us that the galaxy moves as one plate, almost like the stars were pebbles glued upon it. It all rotates together. There has to be some kind of energy that holds that form. For orbital mechanics, as we know them, have to do with gravity and mass, and orbiting objects around a fulcrum, such as our sun, and it creates orbits that are all different. All objects around a gravitational center seek their orbits based upon mass and speed. That's why all the planets have different orbits. It's the physics that we expect. That's what our solar system does, but not a galaxy. galaxies have something in the middle that must be gravity-based, yet everything moves around the center as one. There is some kind of gravitational or attractive unity there. We don't understand it. The incredible design against all odds. But that's not all. Then they will tell you something that you cannot believe. It has to do with what you call random chance. So we're going to call this channeling the quantum factor. There is something you didn't expect that is happening all around you. In your three-dimensional reality, everything that happens on the Earth seems to be in a random state. That is to say, reality responds in an expected bell-shaped curve. Common things happen more often than uncommon things. The odds take a shape of expected randomness. If you were to roll a dice over and over thousands of times, you would see a consistency of randomness. That is what you call the way things work. That's what you expect. There's no bias to it. Back to the astronomer. The astronomer is saying everywhere we look, examining what you would call the creating energy of the universe, is incredibly mathematically improbable. It would be like if you rolled the dice and you got 6 and then 6 and then 6 1,000 times. It is beyond the realm of randomness. It shows there had to be intelligent design. Now, I'm not talking about a metaphysical person. I'm talking about an astronomer. Everywhere they look against all odds, the universe is benevolently designed for life. They've used the term intelligent design. I use the term benevolent design. And I will tell you that the energy that glues the solar systems of your galaxy together, more than 100 billion stars, is a giant quantum hand that sits upon all the galaxies of your universe like the hand of God. It is a quantum benevolent hand. How can this be? It is the first of many examples we are going to give you, for this is the quantum factor, the very creator fingerprint of the universe. It is biased in love, biased for life, biased in benevolence. Here you are, sitting on an earth that shouldn't actually exist, for the only thing that allows it to exist is intelligent design. How long did it take for science to realize this? For them, it's a puzzle, not a divine statement. It's out of statistical probability and seems to only have been possible by design. A benevolence that is the creator energy of the universe. Think of that. What does this mean to you? If there is a benevolence in the overall creation of the universe, allowing for life, allowing for this earth to exist, it means that other earths exist. There's life everywhere. We told you that many times. However, we sit on a very special earth, the planet that is the only planet of free choice anywhere. There's only one in every universe, and there have been other planets of free choice before. There are also graduate planets of free choice providing the seeds of life to other planets, which then become new planets of divine free choice. So here you are. The creative energy in you has the wisdom of the ages. It is the wisdom of the ages of your galaxy, not of your Earth. Others before you, in the billions of years that this galaxy has existed, have participated in other tests of consciousness. They have graduated to new levels of benevolence, passing it on to the next planet. It is a long-term event, and eventually you will do the same. In this way, you populate the galaxy with your own seeds and the seeds of those before you, seeds of divine purpose. As you pass this benevolence, it actually shapes the next universe and how intelligent the design will be. It has been around a long time to get to this place where physics can be shown to have an attitude. It is an attitude of benevolence. That's the big picture. In summary, at the center of every galaxy, there are the twins that have two energies, one pushes and one pulls. Our perception is of one giant black hole, and the assumption is that the gravity of the black hole is somehow gripping the spiral galaxy and making it spin together in an unusual fashion, which violates all the laws of Newton. This is not the case. What is happening at the center of our galaxy is a multidimensional force, strong and weak quantum energy, which spreads through the entire region of our entire galaxy. Multidimensional physics has something that we didn't expect. It has consciousness. Physics with an attitude. The multidimensionality of our galactic center has consciousness, and anything that is multidimensional is aligned with creation. So, dear reader, if you have made it this far and believe that all of what Kryon has said is possible, then prepare yourself for something that is going to sound esoterically unbelievable. The universe is cooperating with the current shift we are going through. It was expected, for this is why we are here. What does science say? An article in Scientific American titled, "How Black Holes Shape the Galaxies, Stars, and Planets Around Them," states that the matter-eating beast at the center of the Milky Way may actually account for the Earth's existence and habitability. Some of the other things mentioned in this article include the connection between black holes and life is complex, but our galaxy's central black hole seems to have made numerous contributions to our ability to exist at this place in time. One of the questions we are now asking is how deeply our specific circumstances are connected to this majestic universal scheme of stars, galaxies, and black holes. During a channel, you said that the system's goal is to raise the vibration of the galaxy and be surrounded by planets that have ascended and passed the energy to one another. Can you tell us anything more about this? Kryon, we have given a number of channelings referring to this, and it is fairly new information. For the purpose of this book and this space, let us just say that there is a system within the galaxy which is about pure love, and is what many will call the creator energy, or God. The system is what promotes free choice among those who have agreed to have their biology enhanced with spiritual DNA. DNA is to all life all through the galaxy. When you someday are able to find and measure the first kinds of life you encounter outside of the Earth, you will find the structure of DNA. The potential right now is that you will be able to see this on the moon, called Europa, within the oceans under the ice. This may be the first real extraterrestrial life you find, which will then show you that the potential of life is everywhere. When you find it, the structure will be similar to much that you have seen on Earth, and will give you an idea that DNA may very well be a consistent way that evolution energy works everywhere. It is, and this is on purpose, one at a time, planets are seeded with spiritual potential. Evolution on that planet is then altered, but free choice is not. Each planet is able to develop to ascension status, or not, and time limits are given to each one. The time limits are fair and long enough to allow them to make mistakes and to start over if needed, even several times. This is the way this system works. It requires an unbiased discovery of God in order to create high vibrational shift. Many planets do not make it, and others are then seeded instead. When one crosses the barrier into a multidimensional understanding of the creator energy, then the truth of God is known, and they begin to awaken within. Billions of life forms on a planet, all working together in a peaceful way, create a bigger quantum energy that is felt by the galaxy and actually changes the center in ways we cannot explain to you here. As one planet reaches a certain level of enlightenment, it is entangled with all other life in the galaxy. This, then, is the time when it can seed another planet. This has happened over and over, and your seeders are the Pleiadians. Their seeds and the seeds of their seeds are also known to you in the form of the Orions and the Arcturians. The profundity of all this is that every human has a Kashyyyk inheritance and carries within them the seeds of all the parent seeds. So an Earth human carries the wisdom of galactic creation and spiritual purpose even more than your spiritual seed parents. Think about it. Someday this will be known, but not now. You have a great deal of work to do, old soul, before any of this is presented to you in a meaningful form. Author's note. Astronomers have identified one of the stars within the Pleiades cluster. The star has many properties similar to our Sun. They have named this star HD 2, 3, 5, 1, 4. If we look at the numerology, we can see that 2 represents duality, 3, catalyst, 5, change, 1. New beginnings into a sentence, we can say, understanding the duality is the catalyst for change, for new beginnings on our planet. If we add all the numbers up, we get the number 6, which represents the higher self in Kryon's DNA layer discussions. Gamma energy and Gaia. There's a lot of energy hitting the Earth, a tremendous amount in the form of gamma energy. This is yet to be understood by science, but Kryon has said that it makes up a part of the instructions to Gaia. Science wonders where it's coming from, but it remains elusive. They realize that it's cosmic and coming from space. The truth is that it's coming from the center of the galaxy, but it appears to be coming from everywhere. That's because the main attribute of this kind of energy is that it is not 3D. Therefore, it has quantum multidimensional attributes that do not carry a location or place of origin with it. This is difficult to explain, but things in a true quantum state are everywhere, entangled in a universal soup of being one with everything. Therefore, you can't say it comes from there. There is precedent in science for this, so it is not all that strange to a physicist reading this. An example. Did you know that very low, deep audio sounds have no discernible directional source? In other words, the human ear can't tell where they are coming from. High sounds are very directional. Testing this is easy. Place a deep sound, place a high sound made by a speaker hidden in a room, and you can't identify where the sound is coming from. Place a normal speaker in a room, and you can target where the sound is coming from instantly. The reason is that the vibrations are so far apart in the lower sounds that the ear can't distinguish location. It's the same principle with things that are in a quantum state. They are not perceptually in any place, and no 3D instrument is going to locate where they are coming from. In fact, the very idea of where is very funny, for where is just for 3D creatures. That's why God, where are you, is a very cute and simple-minded question. The answer is yes. There is what your science has called a singularity at the center of the galaxy. They also call it a black hole. Now, we have told you there is no such thing as singularity, and even your science knows it is an oxymoron in physics. It's also only a black space called a hole, since you can't see any light there. Because you have no multi-dimensional physics laws yet, and because you have absolutely no instruments that can see multi-dimensional energies, you still cannot really know what's actually there. Long after my partner is gone, you can read these words and know the truth as you eventually develop these things. And when you turn them upon the center of the galaxy, you will see two very clear sources. Instead of one singularity, there is instead a polarity. This polarity is a push and pull attribute of a multi-dimensional law you have not yet discovered, or at least not yet recognized. Once you do, you will have the missing two laws of physics, for there are 6, not 4. This push-pull polarity blasts out its own multi-dimensional message to the entire galaxy, and your sun receives it as well. These polarities at the center of your galaxy have a connection with all the other galaxies too, something for another channeling. You might say that matter has a message, or matter that cannot be seen has a message, and it hits the earth constantly and powerfully in ways that talk to Gaia. So here you sit, human being, feeling that you are a victim of what happens with Mother Nature. But we are telling you this. The message of today is to reawaken the relationship with Mother Nature, the Gaia source. Once you are able to do that, you will understand that you are in control of all of it. No matter what the instruction sets for the water cycle, for the seasons, for that which you think is uncontrollable, you are more powerful than you can imagine. The intensity and locations of volcanic activity and earthquakes are alterable with this relationship to Gaia, and the indigenous knew it. They could make rain when none was in the forecast. You called it ignorance. They could grow crops in places where they shouldn't grow. You called it lucky. They honored the land and gave gifts to it, and they received from it. This is absolutely real and is everywhere in your history. The magnetics of the solar system. In 1989, Kryon's message was that the magnetic field of the Earth was critical to our consciousness. Magnetics is a quantum energy. So is gravity, and so is light. We are surrounded by a quantum field, and that is the magnetic field of the Earth. The potential was that if human consciousness changed, then the magnetics would change. It did. The magnetics have moved greatly since 1989. However, there has to be more. Our solar system is the engine of magnetic change for the planet. If the magnets on Earth have changed, what is happening with our solar system? The sun is the core of our solar system. It sends out solar winds which are almost entirely magnetic. It's a magnetic energy that literally blasts out from the sun and contains what was generated from the sun. This magnetic energy is called the heliosphere, and it blows its magnetic wind against the magnetics of the Earth, and that changes the planet. If the energy on Earth is always the same, then very little will change. Two interacting magnetic fields is called inductance. It allows for energy exchange of information and amplification without a power source. It is used regularly throughout the world, but the attributes are seen as mysterious. If you have ever seen the aurora borealis, then you have witnessed the inductance of the Earth's magnetic field with that of the sun. Get ready to see changes in the sun. Scientists call these changes solar storms, but Kryon has said that they are just a recalibration for humanity. These solar storms cause concern and worry because we have many sensitive electronics and instruments that react. We have counted on the magnetic field of the planet to remain the same, but it can't when a giant solar storm is happening. Certain kinds of communications get disrupted. Perhaps even the power grid could be interrupted. Kryon has said to watch the sun, for it is in the process of shift. It is happening through intelligent design, the love of God and Creator, changing things for our consciousness. It is a new way of thinking that is developing, literally touching the very DNA field of each human. This changes the information within the DNA, and allows us to capture and enhance attributes of a new reality we have never had before. The information is also for Gaia. It tells Gaia tells Gaia when she does. It's like it's all related. There is another thing that is related and still yet to be understood by science. There are other sets of instructions to Gaia that come from the center of the galaxy. With all these changes, there is an invitation to reawaken our relationship with Mother Nature, the Gaia source. If we are able to do that, we will understand that we are in control of all of it, no matter what the instruction sets for the water cycle, the seasons, for things we think uncontrollable. We are more powerful than can be imagined. The intensity and locations of volcanic activity and earthquakes are alterable with this relationship to Gaia. The ancient indigenous knew it. They could make rain when none was in the forecast. They could grow crops in places where they shouldn't grow. They honored the land and gave gifts and received from it. What about the rest of the solar system? Kryon has talked about something having been on the way for a very long time. The magnetics of your solar system itself is changing. So, here's the challenge. Go find that fact, you'll see it, literally, as your solar system moves through space. It intersects certain attributes of space, and this is changing some of the magnetics, which then becomes different from the way they ever were before. This then changes the sun. Do you see the cycle? One enhances the other in a fractal of circular reality. Your movement around the center changes your solar system. The solar system's new position changes the sun's attributes. The sun's attributes are sent to the planet via the heliosphere, and this affects your DNA. You are changing the past by changing the future. You are rearranging the energy of your solar system and also something else. The change of consciousness on this planet has changed the center of the galaxy. This is because what happens here, dear one, is known by the center. Let me tell you something about physics. Yet again, I'll make it simple. Everything your scientists have seen in physics happens in pairs. At the moment, there are 4 laws of physics in your 3-dimensional paradigm. They represent 2 pairs of energy types. Eventually, there will be 6. At the center of your galaxy is what you call black hole, but it is not a single thing. It is a duality. There is no such thing as singularity. You might say it is one energy with 2 parts, a weak and a strong quantum force, and the strangest thing is it knows who you are. It is the creator engine. It's different in other galaxies than this one. It's unique. This push-pull polarity blasts out its own multidimensional message to the entire galaxy, and your sun receives it as well. These polarities at the center of your galaxy have a connection with all the other galaxies too, something for another channeling. You might say that matter has a message, or matter that cannot be seen has a message, and it hits the Earth constantly and powerfully in ways that talk to Gaia. The very physics of your galaxy is postured by what you do here. The astronomers can look into the cosmos and they will discover different physics in different galaxies. Could it be that there's something going on in the other galaxies like this one? Can you tell us more about how we are rearranging the energy within our solar system? Kryon. Your solar system, along with all the others in the galaxy, rotate around the center. You are all going at the same speed, so you encounter certain attributes equally. The attribute that your solar system is having now is increased magnetic activity. You are moving through an area of the galaxy that has a greater effect on your sun, which will in turn create a difference in magnetic energy for the Earth. The whole of your solar system is affected, of course, but this is something that is not frightening, but expected. We told you years ago that the magnetic grid of the planet was postured like a couch that your consciousness sits in. When that changes, so do the potentials of consciousness of those on the planet. It's like an enhancement of the couch, and it creates differences in synapse and logic and even how the DNA sees what it must do. So you might say that the magnetics of the planet is highly involved in human life and advancement. And you would be correct. Can you explain more about why other planets with life have two suns and yet our solar system only has one? Many, if not most of the planets selected to be seeded have more than one sun. This is not your reality, so you don't know what it means or why it should be. But it enhances evolution and speeds up any planet's life cycle and the variety potentials. So you might say that if you were looking around in the galaxy to find a planet that had evolved life, you would first be looking for solar systems with two suns, which revolved around each other. These are binary stars. The Earth had this for a while, but you lost one of them, which became small and inert after burning out. It was small and couldn't sustain the process inside itself, which makes it a qualified sun. The remains of it were spun out of orbit because it changed mass, and long ago it left the influence of your sun and all the bodies in the solar system that you can see and track. It's dark, small, and long gone. What this has done, however, is to further hide you from those in the galaxy who are looking for life. There are many, and most are not advanced spiritual entities. Many are just smart animals with no spiritual complement within their DNA, but they are looking for binary star systems instead of what you have, one sun. Some of those have found you, but cannot exist within your Merkabah field. They come and go while never understanding the odd power you each have that can vaporize them if they are not careful. We have told you before that these who visit you, who are not appropriate, cannot stay. If they generate fear within you, they can manipulate you, but only for a while. Then they have to leave. This validates the situation you have where UFOs have been sighted for half a century, yet there has never been an organized mass landing or official contact. They can't, and humanity is simply too powerful for them to ever have you focus on them as a group. They are in the dark as to who you are, and have no impact on your evolution. However, you should also know that if any of these ever became an event of any magnitude, there are those all ready to keep you protected and have the ability to make them uncomfortable enough to leave you alone. I will not list these, but they are the parents of the Pleiadians. Yes, you are known by the other ascended planets, and you are looked after, dear ones. The solar system and astrology. What is it that you know about astrology? Most people know about the 12 signs of the zodiac that include Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. You often hear people ask the question, "What star sign are you?" There are literally hundreds of books and websites that can tell you all about your personality, love life, career, and relationships based on the interpretation of your zodiacal sign. There are some people that take astrology very seriously and almost won't leave the house without consulting their horoscope, while others seem to look at the whole subject of astrology as a bit of a joke, something that is just made up by weird people from a fantasy realm, and it has no scientific basis. Nothing could be further from the truth. I have to be honest and admit that before I experienced my awakening process, I was often quite skeptical about astrology. While some of the horoscope readings appeared accurate, other readings had information that was so general it could literally apply to anyone. Because I really didn't understand astrology and was ignorant of how it all worked, I had great fun in laughing at some of what I thought were ridiculous statements. Once again, I discovered how wrong my assumptions had been. Astrology is something that has been practiced by many of the ancient cultures, some of which continues today. I was very surprised to find that there are numerous types of astrology. Some of the different types include Western astrology, Hindu astrology, Chinese astrology, and Tibetan astrology. Furthermore, there are many branches such as horary astrology, a method of answering questions based on the date, time, and place it was first asked, medical astrology, for medical diagnosis, mundane astrology, that predicts the future of states and countries, financial astrology, that predicts the fluctuations of the market, and election astrology, used to determine the best day and moment to start any given project. The study of astrology is vast, and it is beyond the scope of this book to give a comprehensive account of astrology. What I would like to emphasize is that astrology has a vast wealth of knowledge to give to humanity if we could just set aside our human bias of what we think we know about astrology and start looking at astrology as an important and valuable science. Unfortunately, astrology is still considered to be something that is mystical and esoteric. Kryon has said that astrology is one of the most misunderstood of all of the sciences. Someday future students of astrology will marvel at how humanity could ever have believed different. So, if astrology is a science, then how does it work? Astrology literally means the language of the stars. Astrology studies the influence that distant cosmic objects, usually planets, sun, moon, and stars, have on human lives. It is based on the position of the luminaries, the sun and moon, and the planets and stars at the exact time of the birth of any person or project, for its exact date and the location in terms of latitude and longitude. In Chapter 3, Kryon told us that the magnetic grid is the grid of communication. You should then realize that the solar system talks to you through the magnetic grid. You are literally patterned through the sun, and it talks to you through your DNA. Still having trouble believing this? Perhaps you may have been someone that rejected the idea that humans have a spiritual core and are a piece of God. No judgment if that's you, because for a long time, that was me. But let me give you an example so that you might begin to think about it differently. Have you ever noticed how full moons affect human consciousness? Just ask a policeman, doctor, nurse, paramedic, or a mental health professional. Most of them will tell you how incredibly busy they are during a full moon and that often extra staff are working during the night of a full moon. Some studies have even found that murder rates increase during a full moon. In fact, in England in the 18th century, a person who committed murder during a full moon could plead lunacy and get a lighter sentence. The phases of the moon also affect things like our biological clock and the menstrual cycle of women. And that's because we are made of 80% of water, and the moon traditionally rules big bodies of water, such as the oceans. If you can think for a moment that the phases of the moon are like a quantum cycle, then this cycle has a quantum influence on you through gravity and magnetics. So your DNA is being directly affected by the moon. However, as Kryon often says, we are not simply victims walking around being a victim. We have the ability to communicate with our DNA and the potential to rewrite the instruction sets. The moon is only one of the various astrological influences. Can you see now how astrology is a major influence on human behavior? It is science and involves DNA and human thought. Imagine what this might do to help humanity when it is finally acknowledged. You are susceptible to the movement of the planets. You are alive with Gaia and a part of the system. Kryon has given a wonderful summary of the way astrology works. The sun is the fulcrum of the solar system, and the center of energy for life and for you. There is a physical mechanism for the sending of information from the sun to the other planets, and it's called the solar wind. This energy stream carries with it whatever pattern of multidimensional energy the sun has at that moment, and delivers it to whatever is in reach of the sun's magnetic field. It's always there, but it has cycles of intensity. Although science sees the solar wind as an energy player in the solar system, they have yet to see the multidimensional patterns it carries to the planets as the wind blasts out from the sun. These patterns reflect the posturing of the sun as the other planets exhibit their tugs and pulls on it via gravity and magnetics. Both are multidimensional energies. Therefore, these sun patterns change continuously as the planets provide new gravitational and magnetic situations to the sun. When the solar wind carrying this sun pattern hits the Earth, it deposits the pattern upon the magnetic grid. The magnetic grid is dynamic, changes all the time, and is responsive to being constantly repatterned. The grid lines of the planet alter the pattern slightly due to the fact that your grids aren't consistent and have greater and lesser areas of influence in different locations. Human DNA is sensitive to magnetics, since it is a magnetic engine itself. At birth, when the child is separated from the parent, there is a signal sent to the brain of the infant that says, "Your system is now active and on its own, apart from your mother." During that first breath of independent and unique life, the child's DNA receives the pattern from the magnetics of the Earth grid and takes on what you have come to call astrological attributes. Different places on the planet will carry the basic pattern, plus or minus what Earth's magnetic field has contributed due to geographic location. This explains why world-class astrology must take into consideration the location of birth. Astrology is the oldest science on the planet and can be proven to be accurate. In addition, generic astrology is also a significant influence in humanism, from the cycles of the female system to the profound changes in human behavior when the moon is full. You can't separate yourself from it, and those who don't believe in it might as well not believe in breathing, because it's that much of an influence on your life. The new energy on the planet invites you to change your DNA. This is the teaching of Kryon. When you change your DNA, you're working with the very core of the pattern you had at birth, and so you're able to then work on some of the attributes of your astrological blueprint and actually change it, even neutralize it. We told you all about that in 1989. Masters did this, and you're now coming into a time where your abilities are those of the masters. Look into your life and eliminate the things that are challenges and keep the attributes that support you. This is the true, balanced human being. You can change your sensitivity to attributes within your own individual astrology type, but the generic influences of the planets and moon's movements will always affect you to some degree, since you're not an island apart from others. These would be things such as retrogrades in the moon's influence, as indicated. You might say, "I'm no longer affected by retrogrades," and sit and smile all you want. Meanwhile, you still shouldn't sign contracts during that time, since all those around you are still affected. Think about it. By the way, what happens to the solar system when the magnetics shift? Now you start to see where astrology will begin to shift as well. There are those who will start to apply the quantum filter to astrology. It's happening now. What is your quantum sign? It's different than the three-dimensional sign. Oh, there will come a day, dear ones in science, where the scientists will be able to apply what I will call a quantum filter to alter what they see. This will be a filter developed for telescopes that involves a supercooling of the filter itself. Astronomers will be able to look out into the cosmos and, for the first time, see quantum attributes. the first thing they'll notice is two things in the center of the galaxy, not one. Next thing will be the colors around the human being, and science will start a whole new section called the study of the human auric energy. All of these are coming. How long will all this take? That is up to you. Meanwhile, plant the seeds of understanding, of peacefulness, of appreciation, and of love. Become slow to anger, slow to create drama. Take on the attributes of the masters, and that is what your abilities are changing to right now. Soften in all things. Look at each other differently. There'll come a time when there's no war. Those in this room and those listening will know I'm right. Watch for these things in your science. When they happen, remember this day. When I told you how it really works, blessed is the human being who has understood this message, as personal, for themselves, not about the cosmos. It's about the inner being and the journey of the soul and the universe within. What is it that you think about astrology now? Perhaps you already knew this and it confirmed your own intuition, or perhaps you are beginning to see astrology as something that is different from what you thought. What will you do with this knowledge and information? Speaking personally, I now pay more attention to things that I didn't before. For example, if I know there is a Mercury retrograde occurring, then I realize communications are greatly disrupted. I'm sure you have experienced this yourself, those days where your emails don't get through, you miss your flight, or things have gone haywire, and the chances are that a Mercury retrograde was happening at the time. I certainly wouldn't want to be signing any legal contracts or equivalent during a Mercury retrograde. So how can we learn more? There is a wealth of information available about astrology, but it is important to use discernment. Following my own spiritual logic and discernment, I met a world-class astrologer called Michelle Kryon. Kryon has said that Michelle reads the Akashic records directly and is the first one to bring quantum astrology to this planet. The reading I received from Michelle provided me with a wealth of knowledge and information about myself and confirmed what felt intuitively correct for me. It also helped me to relax about certain situations and in a way prepare me to align with my highest potentials that I wish to achieve in this lifetime. I would also like to mention that during the reading with Michelle, I received maps based on my own astrocartography. Astrocartography maps are based on your birth chart, a picture of the heavens for the date, time, and location of your birth. They reveal for any given individual the specific locations in the world which are either neutral or where he/she receives the push or experiences the hindrance of a given planetary energy. Ever since I can remember, I always felt a desire to move away from Canberra. This feeling didn't really make sense, as logically it's my hometown where I was born and grew up with a wonderful family and many close friends. Despite this, I was always moving away and then returning back. For over 10 years, I had a great job working as a ranger across the different nature reserves and national parks. Why would I want to leave? Why did I always feel like I needed to get away? My chart revealed that Canberra was near my Saturn line, and that this is not the best place for me. Michelle explained that on a Saturn line we feel like life is tough and difficult, and there is a sense of loneliness. There's a sense of responsibility, and nothing comes easily. It is also a place where we can feel as though we are stuck there. All of a sudden, my feelings about Canberra were validated, and it explained why I'd always felt this stuck energy, in that my life was going nowhere while I stayed in Canberra. It was a feeling that kept pushing me to move elsewhere. When my marriage ended, it felt like my entire world had collapsed. It was very traumatic, but it was also the catalyst for me to awaken. I believe that my former husband and I arranged this event from the other side of the veil, as a potential. When this potential occurred, I was presented with a choice. Would I fall into bitterness and victim mode? Would I see it as a planned life lesson? As it turns out, it was an opportunity for me to awaken. What about you? What are your challenges? Are you a victim, or can you see the opportunity you have been presented with? Each of us is unique, and so our individual challenges are personal. Take courage that you can change and transform your life. As part of my awakening process, the impression I got was of New York and Africa generally. I moved to New Zealand because my formerly married line. I moved to New Zealand because my intuition told me to go there. At that time, I had no idea that New Zealand had Lemurian origins, or what my astrocartography line of influence was. I was totally amazed when Michelle said that I had moved to a place that was right on my Kryon line. Kryon is the wounded healer. So by following my intuition, I had moved to a place where I could heal myself and transmute my pain in a very powerful way. Michelle also said that there would definitely have been a shift of consciousness for me there. I had to now smile to myself about how spirit works. When I moved to New Zealand, I felt such strong emotions and a feeling of coming home. It was like the land was literally talking to me and saying how happy it was that I was back. Within a week of my arriving at Franz Josef Glacier, South Island, I was given a Kryon book from someone in my yoga class. As I started to read Kryon Book 7, Letters from Home, every cell within my being shifted and was tingling with remembrance. When I read the chapter on the EMF balancing technique, TM, written by Peggy Phoenix Dubrow, I felt compelled and drawn like a magnet to learn more about it and do the work. Within a few weeks, I found a teacher and began my training to become an EMF practitioner. The training and tools I have received from the EMF body of work has greatly assisted the expansion of my consciousness and the ability to radiate more of my own core energy. In both giving and receiving the EMF balancing technique TM sessions, I have been able to transform my life in ways that I never thought possible. I am positive that anyone who has experienced a session with a genuine desire for transformation has had a similar experience. The originator of this work is Peggy Phoenix Dubrow. She offers free readables and 20 years' work of universal lattices. They are available in many different types and styles depend on your specific physical condition, and they are all safe for anyone on the lattice. All humans have a lattice. It's a profound matrix of quantum design, a sphere of co-creation that surrounds you and works the universal cosmic lattice. When you are around Peggy, you can feel the wise divine feminine inside her. Peggy's ability to move and transform energy is incredible. Kryon has given the following information regarding Peggy. For over 20 years, the teacher Peggy Phoenix Dubrow has been receiving information on a profound technique called EMF balancing. Now the teacher actually becomes the process, and her DNA shifts accordingly. She is the only human on the planet to absorb the full impact of what EMF teaches at 100%. What this means is that she can now reflect on the compassion of humanity in a unique way and create channeling that embodies the full energy of what a true master would have. Her DNA portal opens. Peggy has a new body of work called Reflections, a tool for quantum reasoning in the new energy. Her new work is highly relevant. The purpose of her reflection session is to help people evolve their ability to make conscious choices as to how they use their energy. Peggy has stated that we are just beginning to express the new levels of consciousness as we open to defining more of who we are as the multidimensional human. My heart's desire is to assist and support you in the development of your unique expressions and how to communicate with distinction and authenticity in the world. That deeply motivates me, for I know we all have the ability to create a life of choice with the talents and abilities we have, and that equals more freedom to be. And now for something that you probably didn't expect. Kryon has said that you can rewrite your own astrological attributes. Masters can do this, and have done so many times on the planet. Astrological attributes are magnetic and gravitational imprints on the multidimensional portions of the DNA which occur at birth. They are part of the system of personality setups, beginning contracts and potential interactions with other humans. Although you will always have your birth sign and personality attributes, the reactions to the system can now be tempered and changed. Retrogrades will be less of a problem. Your intent can potentially override these imprints because you are reprogramming the imprints. At this point, I again emphasize that Kryon says, we are not victims walking around as a victim. Kryon often gives metaphors to let us know that you don't just walk around the planet being a victim. Imagine being in a boat seemingly at the mercy of the ocean. Everything is fine when the ocean is calm, but when the waves get bigger and the storms and wind toss you about, you get angry and shake your fist and think that you are simply a victim of what is happening around you. What if you were to look down and see that in your boat is a piece of wood? The wood has always been in your boat. You decide to take the piece of wood between your hands. The moment you do, you discover you are holding the tiller that controls the rudder. You can now steer your own boat. You are still not able to control the waves and the storms or change what is happening around you, but you can steer the boat. You are not a victim. Can you see how this might apply to a current challenge you face? The storm represents the challenge that is outside of your control. It could be losing your job, ending a relationship, or financial hardship. You can't control what happens, but you can direct and steer the course you take when things do happen. What if you lost your job because a better one is available? What if there are other people you need to meet? What if your challenge is to push you to do something that you normally wouldn't? Having a positive attitude and open mind is a great way to live. Why is it, however, that at certain times things don't really seem to flow? You have been working on changes within, and yet nothing really seems to have changed around you. Sometimes this is because spirit has no clock. The synchronicity you are looking for isn't ready until it's ready. I am someone who always wants things yesterday. Who wants to wait? I have learned, however, that the waiting goes so much faster when you just relax and trust that all is well. So, having patience is a good strategy. Is there anything else we can do to steer us closer to our true nature and purpose? I believe there is. I want to introduce you to a new system. Perhaps you have even heard about it. It will give you a completely new awareness and understanding about yourself. This is because every decision we make either keeps us on our path or takes us on a detour that can be confusing and sometimes painful. I have also been fortunate to receive a reading from Bethy Black based on the human design system. We each have a unique design and a specific purpose. This system is new and fundamentally different from anything else that exists in the world. The information was received by Ra-Um-Nu in 1987 and is a synthesis of two types of science: the ancient observational systems of astrology, the Chinese I Ching, the Hindu Brahman chakra system, and the Tree of Life from the Zohar/Kabbalist tradition, and the contemporary disciplines of quantum mechanics, astronomy, genetics, and biochemistry. The information given to me in the reading was like receiving an instruction manual for myself. It has given me greater clarity in regard to my decision-making and really opened up an entire new way of being. It has increased my ability to co-create and manifest a life filled with divinity that resonates with my true, authentic self. I have a deeper understanding of my gifts and how I can share them with others. I can also see the important role that others have in order to help and support me, and vice versa. The wonderful thing about the human design system is that it is not a belief system. Instead, it is a map of your own unique genetic code that provides great detail about the mechanics of your own nature. By using the map provided by the human design system, I can more fully appreciate my journey here on Earth instead of allowing my not-self to try and impose decisions which only result in frustration. Learning about yourself through the human design system opens you up to a whole new way of living. Let me give you an example. My human design chart reveals that I am a generator. When I am in the flow of my true nature, I feel satisfaction. When I am not in my flow, I feel frustration. We each have 9 centers. The human design chart will show these centers as being defined or undefined. I will give you 2 examples to explain how this aspect of the chart works. I have an undefined solar plexus center. This is approximately 47% of the population. When this center is undefined, it absorbs and amplifies the emotions present in the environment. There is a deep conditioning that you potentially become vulnerable to the needs, moods, and feelings of other people. It explains why confrontation always makes me feel nervous. Unconsciously, I would avoid confrontation at all costs. Understanding this trait means that I can detach from the emotions I take in from others. I am more aware of what my true emotions are, not the emotions of others. Spending time alone every day helps to release any emotional conditioning I have taken in. Does this sound like you? If not, chances are you have a defined solar plexus center. It is not easy to be patient. You are designed to wait until you go through the ups and downs of an emotional wave before you make a decision. And someone with a defined solar plexus center feels good or bad. Someone whose center is undefined will feel very good or very bad. See how it works? I have a defined splenic center. This is about 55% of the population. This center is responsible for our survival and well-being in the world. In a defined splenic center, you receive nonverbal communication in the present moment. It is your intuition, gut instinct, or hunch. It always gives you trustworthy information. In the moment-to-moment awareness, the spleen never repeats its first alarm. It means you should always listen to your intuition. It can be disastrous if you don't. When the splenic center is undefined, the 7 primal fears that reside in the splenic center become magnified. These people enter the world with a fundamental fear they are not equipped to survive. They are also sensitive to the lack of well-being in the world and take it personally. They often grow up unconsciously seeking people with a defined spleen for security and well-being and will cling to these people regardless of the outcome. This means they can hold on to a relationship that is not good for them. A healthy orientation to the undefined spleen enables the ability to discern the difference between their needs and what is a lack of well-being in their environment. They can sense when someone or something is not good for them. As professional healers, they may also be able to step into a patient's aura and instantly recognize whether the person is healthy or ill and what might be out of balance. Can you see how there is no right or wrong in having a defined or undefined center? Our unique design literally draws us into life. It is designed to attract what we desire if we can learn to surrender our conditioning. One of the aims of this system is to help guide you in your decision-making. I have given just 2 examples, but the system is designed to tell you a lot more. Imagine how different your life could be if you understood your unique design imprint. To conclude this chapter, I hope you can appreciate and understand the influence astrology has on our lives. Humanity has so much to learn, and as we discover deeper truths and apply them to our daily life, we not only change and affect our inner self, but also change and affect the universe. 2. Originally, how and from where was astrology brought to this planet? Why does Jupiter have such a strong influence in astrology? Kryon. Astrology is the oldest science on the planet, right next to numerology. As soon as humans were able to look at the sky and track the planet's movements, there was the intuitive idea that there might be influences on all life on Earth. The influences of the moon were already seen, and especially when the moon was full. So right away, humanity was aware that astral bodies disconnected from the Earth, but aligned gravitationally, could change human behavior in what appeared to be cyclical. This is not mythology, but rather it is based in physics, and we have given you the mechanics of astrology in past channeling. We also told you something you still don't understand. Listen, astrologer, if the magnetics are changing in the solar system, and they are, do you not understand that the influences on human behavior will also change? You can't just sit there and say everything is kind of the same, any more than a person can deny that it's getting colder on the planet. They can sit there without a coat, but eventually they will be too cold to function. So start looking at the potentials of what the altered influences mean and how they might affect you. Jupiter is one of the most influential for the new energy. One of the reasons is that its size is so influential to the magnetic lines of influence that pull upon the sun. See this pattern as something that changes the way the sun's engine works. The sun's solar engine is very much linked to the magnetics of the gases involved in the engine. When the magnetics are altered, then the sun's engine creates new solar patterns. The solar wind that then blasts out information and messages to the entire solar system is also changed. It's the solar wind that interfaces with your magnetic field profoundly and creates some of the energies you feel that affect your personalities and life force. This is astrology at its best, and it's moving and slightly and repatterning Jupiter within the charts of this science is the biggest area of movement. Q. At the present time, only 10 planets have been discovered. Cosmic balance would require that 12 signs correspond to 12 planets. Interestingly enough, 2 planets, Venus and Mercury, rule both an earth and an air sign respectively, Taurus and Libra for Venus, and Virgo and Gemini for Mercury, the true ruler of Libra, and Mercury, the true ruler of Gemini. And if this is so, this would mean that 2 earth signs have, as of yet, no ruler. Earth is traditionally associated with how we deal with our physicality. Would that mean that human beings still haven't evolved into their true bodies? Kryon. Everything you have mentioned is part of gravitational and quantum magnetic systems that have an influence on the sun. You already know that human beings haven't evolved into their true bodies. That's what the new energy is beginning to create. So, as we said above, expect the system to realign with some new energies because of new quantum influences. I'm not going to tell you what you must discover and verify for yourself, but intuitively you have noticed that the system is incomplete. So, complete it. Let me give you a hint. Are you ready for a new ruler for 2 earth signs that don't really align in 3D with Earth? If so, will you accept one that is quantum uteno and find it in quantum astrology, and might eventually involve a fairly nearby star cluster with 9 major stars, 7 of them significant, 1 of them with multiple planets? Does it make sense that a ruler of Earth signs might be parental, that is, related to Earth, but not in the solar system? LF, you are moving into quantum realization. Perhaps it's time for a new quantum ruler in the system. Q. When twins are born, especially when their birth time is very close to each other, their charts are almost identical. Yet things, like their Akashic inheritance, could make them different. There is also the other phenomenon of astral twins. 2 individuals born from different parents but on the exact same day, in the same place, at the exact same minute. Can you explain how in both cases their astrological charts reflect their unique Akashic records? Kryon. In your human design systems, you already know that up to 300 to 400 humans, within 7 billion on Earth, can have the same identical life chart for the reasons you have listed. But this does not make them the same, since their Earth history is not the same. This is called the domestic Earth Akashic record. So their life design might be identical, but it is altered by their life's path, based on Akashic inheritance, and also their current life experience. This then calls for a new tool within basic astrology that senses or plugs in the quantum energy of an old soul's Akash into the equation of working a chart. It then becomes a modifier of the 3D astrology chart and further fine-tunes that pattern for that individual person. There are those who are already working this puzzle and are doing quantum astrology. It requires that the reader be part scientist and part intuitively potential aware. Welcome to quantum science. The Pleiadians. Prior to my awakening, I had never really heard the term Pleiade. Sure, I knew about a cluster of stars that was called the Pleiades, or the Seven Sisters, but I simply thought of it as something of interest to astronomers, especially since it is one of the closest star clusters to Earth and is visible from both the northern and southern hemisphere. It lies approximately 425 light-years away from Earth and is also called Messiers 45, M45. The Pleiades star cluster is also part of the Taurus constellation, one of the 12 zodiac signs. It wasn't until I started to open up to my spiritual core, however, that I was ready to learn about the Pleiadians, who are our divine parents, from a planetary perspective. Before I start explaining more about our divine parents, I thought I would share a bit of trivia regarding the Pleiades. I guess one of the reasons I wish to include it is that it highlights how our human bias can adapt and filter spiritual truths to fit what our perceived belief system is. According to Greek mythology, the 7 brightest stars in the Pleiades represent the daughters of Atlas and Pleione. The names of the 7 daughters are Alcyone, meaning queen who wards off evil. Alcyone is the central and largest star of the Pleiades constellation. She is often seen as representing the whole cluster of stars. Asterope, a double star in the Pleiades constellation, literally translates as lightning. The only Pleiad to marry a mortal, her star shines less brightly than those that represent her sisters. Maia, the eldest of the 7 sisters, Maia was said to be the most beautiful. According to Greek myth, Maia was a lover of Zeus and gave birth to Hermes. Taygeta, after being defiled by Zeus while unconscious, Taygeta went into hiding. For her protections, she was transformed into a doe. Poseidon was married to Poseidon. Translated, her name means darkness or blackness, sometimes referred to as the lost Pleiad, as her star is sometimes difficult to see with the naked eye. Electra, the 3rd brightest star in the constellation. Electra means amber, shining and bright. Electra was the wife of Corythus. Seduced by Zeus, she gave birth to Dardanus, who became the founder of Troy. Don't you find it interesting that Greek mythology places these stars in the realms of the gods? It makes me think that at an intuitive level, the Greeks had some remembrance of our spiritual parents, but it's almost like their spiritual knowledge was diluted, and the end result was something that made sense to how they perceived their world and universe. If you travel back in time, way before the Romans, Greeks, Egyptians, and other ancient civilizations, and learn about the ancient indigenous creation stories, you will discover that all over the world many of them made reference to either the Pleiadians or the Seven Sisters. What are the chances of that? Mere coincidence? I think it must be a pretty amazing coincidence when the Aborigines living at Uluru in the center of Australia have such a similar story to the Hawaiians, who are isolated in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, the Maoris in New Zealand, the indigenous within South America, and indigenous from other countries that are incredibly remote from each other in a geographical sense. And while I was attending a Kryon seminar, we visited a Hindu monastery on Kauai, where I heard the Hindu guide say that we came from the Pleiadians and started in Lemuria, which is why they were building their temple on Kauai, Hawaii. The Hindu religion is one of the oldest religions on the planet. What a coincidence that they are saying the same things as the indigenous are saying all over the planet. During 2010, I was visiting Uluru with Lee Carroll and some of the Kryon team when I walked into an art gallery that was displaying the local women's artwork. Every single piece of art in the gallery was showing a story about the Seven Sisters, and after talking to the local Aboriginal man in the store, he gave us a pamphlet that described their creation story as follows. The Seven Sisters decided to visit Earth and flew down. They looked for their favorite plateau to land on, but found their landing place was covered with little men called Yabar. They called to them to get out of the way, but they refused. The sisters finally landed upon another hill. The Yabar men saw where they landed and decided to capture them. The sisters ran off, and eventually the men grew tired of the pursuit, except for one. He kept on following them and following them. At last, one of the sisters left the group to find water. The man followed her. She found water and was drinking it when she heard the faint sound of a foot being placed carefully on the ground. She looked up, saw the Yayar man, and raced off. He charged off after her and finally caught her. She yelled and screamed. He picked up a stick to quieten her and swung it. The woman jumped out of the way. He swung the stick again and again and missed and missed. The marks of his stick can still be seen on the side of a hill in that country. Finally, the woman escaped back to the hill where she and her sisters had landed. They had gone. She looked up into the sky, saw her 6 sisters there, and rose to join them. The Yayar man followed after and became Orion. I believe that the ancient indigenous contain a vast deal of knowledge and wisdom of our spiritual lineage and core truths, and I have been fortunate to have met some of the divine beings that represent their indigenous cultures and are willing to share this knowledge with those who are seekers of the truth. Kryon often talks about the ancients during the channels, and often the information that Kryon gives us is exactly what the indigenous teach, but presented in a modern language and context. But if the Pleiadians really are our spiritual parents and responsible for creating us humans, what is their story? How did they get here? Are they like us? If they seeded us with divinity, are they still here? Why don't they show themselves to us? Kryon has given us lots of information about the Pleiadians, but often we are only given pieces and parts of one subject. I have, therefore, included more than one channel to tell you about the Pleiadians. I'm guessing that most people don't really like the idea of beings from outer space coming to Earth to seed us with enlightenment. I believe, however, that that kind of thinking comes from our human bias. We get stuck with 3D thinking and end up with people visualizing an alien invasion, complete with big flying saucers. Kryon has said several times that the Pleiadians don't have to have spaceships to get to planet Earth. They're entangled with human beings, and always have been because they are part of the universe. In fact, in Kryon Book 12, The 12 Layers of DNA, Kryon gave a great example of how we should see it differently. Think of it this way. You are everywhere at once. Draw a circle in the sand. Ants are in the circle. You place your finger in one place and startle an ant. Suddenly you place your finger in another place almost instantly. The ant thinks you have moved from one place to another at frightening speed. All it sees is the finger, understand? You are always above the circle and you didn't travel anywhere. This is entanglement and it is a staple of multidimensional travel. Hopefully, the rest of what Kryon has told us is now better understood by keeping the above example in mind. By the way, if you haven't already, it is truly worth reading Kryon Book 12. It will most likely answer many of your questions that have come up while reading this book. If you understand entanglement, dear ones, and what it means to be in an entangled state, then some of what I'm discussing here will be more understandable to you. Multidimensional physics is the way of all reality around you, but most of you are not aware of it. When you are, you will begin to understand that teleportation is not something that is science fiction. Anything in an entangled state is part of itself and therefore can be in two places at the same time. Thousands of years ago, the Pleiadians understood this. It's not simply high science, but rather it's part of spiritual awareness. The more spiritually aware this earth becomes, the higher scientific knowledge it will be given, and the more it will understand about the creation of true peace. I want to tell you something. In all appropriateness and love, they are seeing what you're doing. They realize that you made it, and that there's going to be a lot of activity on this planet in the future. They are using part of the magnetic grid, and that's how they come and go and observe. If your Earth did not have the grid that Gaia put here through the molten center of the Earth, which to this day still moves and creates the engine of your magnetic grid system, they would never have been able to have come. If you did not have the crystalline that they set up, there would be no Earth remembrance. The Earth is changing, consciousness is shifting, and the old souls are awakening. During the Patagonia cruise in 2012, Kryon gave a lot of information regarding the Pleiadians that allowed us to get a bigger picture of our galactic history. This particular channel mentions some of the things that have been covered earlier in the book. I think you'll agree that our understanding increases when we read things more than once. Now let me take you back only 1 billion years. You are in this galaxy back then, and we admonish you not to look out of this galaxy for any of your history. Each galaxy has its own spiritual plan, and that affects each galaxy's physics. That is why science is able to see different kinds of physics in the universe, and they don't understand why. Stay in your galaxy for this examination. At this point, if L told you that consciousness defines physics, you might not understand. So let's just leave it at that. Let me take you to a planet that is going through what you're going through. 4 billion years ago, yours was simply cooling off. Life hadn't really begun as you know it. Oh, the seeds were there, but that's all. Life as you know it really hadn't begun at all. But other places in the galaxy, there were already sophisticated groups taking hold that were humanoid, human types. They look like you, for this is the plan. That was 4 billion years ago when life began on their planet, very different from your timeline. 1 billion years ago, they went through a change, and they went through a shift, and they had free choice. Back then, they were the only planet that did in their time, and eventually, they went through a metamorphosis of consciousness. Exponentially, it seemed, they changed. And it took only 1,000 years to go from full corporeal to an enlightened form. Only 1,000 years. And they became mostly quantum thinkers. Life was divine and defined separately and differently for them, for they had discovered the quantum parts of life within them. Everything changed. They didn't die, and according to the plan, at a certain point in time in their futures, they would then seed another planet with their evolved DNA. When that planet was ready, they would seed their knowledge of light and dark and divine intuition, and they did so on a planet very far from yours. It was a planet in the Seven Sisters constellation that became what you now know as the home of the Pleiadians. This, then, was the beginning of the Pleiadian civilization. That is how the Pleiadians started, from others who seeded them with the DNA of awareness. Millions of years later, you had humanoid forms moving into ascension within the Seven Sisters. I'm giving you the history of the galaxy, not the history of life. It's the history of divinity, all being affected by the center, and all in an entangled quantum state. All this was with free choice. Your story. Several 100,000 years ago, humans began to form into the human that you recognize today. That's just yesterday. Don't confuse this with human development. You have had that going on for a very long time. But the DNA that is within your body is not the DNA that developed naturally on the planet. Yours is outside of the system of Earth-based evolutionary processes, and the scientists are starting to see this. The missing link that they speak of is not human. So again, we tell you that the ones who came to help seed you, approximately 100,000,000,002,200 000 Earth years ago, were the Pleiadians, who had gone into graduate status and who had changed consciousness. They had become quantum with free choice, and you have parts of their DNA within you. New information for you: the seeding process was not a one-time event. This is why we give you these large sections of time where the Pleiadians worked with you. It was done over time, and in many places. It was not all simultaneous, and this was for reasons that will remain unknown to you for now, but will later explain why you will find other human types that now are extinct. Now, you only have one human type, and that is counterintuitive to all mammal development on the planet. This was a design, and it took more than 1,000,000 years to create this for humanity as you know it. It's your human bias that has the creation story of the knowledge of light and dark being given to humans in one day, in a garden involving a talking snake and other mythology. Spiritual logic should tell you that these stories are simply metaphors of a real truth, that indeed there was a major shift of consciousness, but over a longer period of time, and not instantly. The same mythology has the earth created in 7 days. However, this only represents a numerological truth, 5 being the most numerological, meaning that there was a divine design in the creation of the planet. It's time to start using spiritual logic within the teachings you have about spiritual history, for the revelations will be wonderful and lead to fuller understanding. Now, what really is in your DNA? It's the Pleiadians' code, and it's the ones before them and even the ones before them. You can't remember it, for that is not the setup. The system is that your Akashic record is only from Earth, but your divine remembrance will take you back to the beginning, where system after system after system created that which you see as the divinity within the galaxy and the universe. Who are they? They're your divine parents. They're the seed divinity in you, and they visit here. They're not all Pleiadians, did you know that? Instead, they're from all over the galaxy. You see, they also represent the seeds of the Pleiadians, and they keep you safe. You wouldn't have it any other way, would you? Safe from what, you might ask? The bubble of safety. Your universe is teeming with life. Only a relative few planets over millions of years have made it to a place where they have creator DNA in their corporeal bodies. Some were seeded and never made it. Some are now dead. Some are technically advanced but have no spark of divinity at all. So, while a planet is deciding, it is kept safe from other life that might interfere. You're surrounded by divine beings that keep you safe, and will continue to while this planet of free choice, the version 1 part, of course, the version 1 of the moment, makes its decision. You're turning the corner of consciousness, and they all know it, for they've all been through it, and they remember it. Oh, dear ones, consciousness is volatile. You've seen it change so slowly, but it's about to change faster. It's not going to take generations and generations as in the past. Instead, you're going to see real-time changes. Humans won't wait to have children or for them to grow up and have children. Keeping you safe is done quantumly and at a 3D distance. But you have to ask the question, with all this life in the galaxy and how old they are, why don't the ETs just land in and announce themselves? They have been here for a variety of thousands of years. The answer is proof of what we say. They know that you are, hands off, and they only come and go with marginal disturbance to Earth. Are you starting to see the big picture? Can you feel the divine love that the Pleiadians have for humanity? Maybe all of this seems a little strange to you, or perhaps you are starting to remember the truth and knowledge held within your DNA. If you are like me, you might have moments where every cell of your being tingles with remembrance and knowingness. Then the next moment you are telling yourself you are crazy and that none of this is true. If that is you, then perhaps you need to go out and spend some time in nature. And perhaps, in particular, I recommend that you go and visit some mountains. There's nothing like looking at a landscape of beautiful snow-capped mountains. What's so special about mountains? Well, I'll let Kryon explain. Many of you are aware of the seeds of creation. In your DNA is an attribute that is not from Earth. It is not even from this planet. Inside of you is an attribute that is divine, and at the same time it has the seeds from others who are human-like, but not human. We speak now of what we would call your galactic spiritual parents. The metaphor of the Garden of Eden was more about the Pleiadians than anything else. When the human being was implanted with the knowledge of light and dark is when the Pleiadians visited Earth and started that which you call the spiritual seeding of humanity. Now, I have given many channels about that, so I'm not going to review it here. But there are those who would disagree, and they would not want to hear any of this. If they knew the truth, however, they would understand. It's every bit as beautiful as the metaphor of the Garden of Eden, and just as sacred. Long before you were here, this galaxy of yours teemed with those much like you. We say teemed, meaning there were many. The Earth is the only place of its kind right now, with the attributes like this. It's an Earth that is learning how to take a balance of former darkness to that of light. That is what the shift is all about. But let me tell you about something that I have not said before. When the Pleiadians surveyed the planet before they came, they needed places to prepare for what they were going to do. These places needed to be high in altitude, for in order to set up what they were going to accomplish, they needed it to be cold. This would explain one of the reasons they chose the Lemuria that you know today only as tropical islands. They needed a mountain that was in excess of 1,000 meters high, and at that time there was only one. Hawaii is the largest mountain on Earth, but is now submerged. The tectonic hotspot pushed it up over 1,000 years ago, so it was over 1,000 years ago. They also visited some other mountains on the planet, and for many of the same reasons. I'm not going to tell you all the reasons they needed this, not yet, but I tell you this in order for you to understand something. This is one of those mountains, and they are here, and I can't say that that's not the best way that they could feel this. It's absolutely true. We work to make the world a better place, and Mount Aconcagua, it's part of what you feel. Absolutely true that we need to experience the other half of Mount Aconcagua. It's part of this mountain, and we have this. There's similarities in all of them. I'll tell you this, dear ones. There is no mountain climber on the planet who is an atheist. By the time they visit the summit, they know the truth. Those who seeded you are here. They are still in the mountain because a multidimensional attribute states that where things seem to begin and end don't always mean the same to you as it is for them. There are those who would say, "Wow, Kryon, I don't understand, anything that you said. Should we be afraid? Don't be afraid of your spiritual parents. Don't be afraid of the sacredness of what Spirit has given. Gaia knows them, and in a profound way they are part of Gaia. They helped set up part of what Gaia is today. The very consciousness of the earth which responds to you today was not here before they arrived." All of this is to say that the Pleiadians not only seeded you, they created the system of remembered human consciousness, which you know today as Gaia and the crystalline grid, and they needed high mountains to do it. There is something else that you need to know about the Pleiadians that has to do with the crystalline grid that they created. Kryon gave some very profound information during an event organized by Dr. Todd Ovakaitis. The event was held in Maui during the winter solstice, December 21, 2012. The purpose of this event was to create a Lemurian choir that would sing specific pineal tones, as developed by Dr. Todd. Unfortunately, it is not within the scope of this book to give you all the wonderful information about the pineal tones. While the majority of the channel was mainly targeted for the Lemurian choir attendees, I am including it here because I feel that it is important for you to read this message. The information that follows is difficult. It is not complex, but rather it is simply the first time that it has been given in this fashion. To set the stage, I will review something that has been given to you in the last weeks. My partner took me to some of the most profound energies in the Southern Hemisphere, speaking of the Kryon Kundalini Tour of South America in 2012, where the Earth is recalibrating itself. The eagle is meeting the condor, where compassion is starting to be seen as a catalyst, changing that which is called the crystalline grid. A channel given there gave you the accurate historic way in which creation was given to humanity. The duration of years was given as to how long it took and when it began. It began with the Pleiadians, and the first thing they did was to set the crystalline grid. It was placed upon the Gaia grid, which is the magnetic grid. You may even call the crystalline grid the creation grid if you wish. It is an esoteric grid that responds to human consciousness, but it goes both ways. It receives and it gives. Part of what is going on now is the recalibration of the crystalline grid via human consciousness. What do you know about crystals? Crystals are one of the only geologic substances that can retain a vibration and therefore have memory. So, the crystalline grid is really two things. It is an esoteric grid that works with the vibration of human consciousness, both in retaining and transmitting back to the human DNA. And two, it talks to Gaia. And the Gaia part it talks to is anything crystalline within the Earth's crust. If you talk to a geologist about how much crystalline there is in the Earth's crust, you would be amazed. So there is a retention of frequency between the quantum crystalline and the earth crystalline, the dirt of the earth. Within the system, therefore, are the things you recognize as responsible for portals and vortexes and for nulls. But there is more than that. For in the building of the crystalline grid, the Pleiadians have built a lens. This lens is something that will focus that which is appropriate, a signal, and send it to the center of the galaxy. 26,000 years ago, you put that possibility in place, dear ones, when you sang the tones here. referring to the pineal tones that have been taught by Dr. Todd Ovokides. You created what we will call the lock. It locked in place this particular grid and the lens it represents. It is not a rusty lock, but rather it is a lock that responds and is ready, should you arrive at the right time and place at the end of the precession of the equinoxes. Then you can turn the key with compassion and lubricate it with the love of the ancestors and bring the energy to a place where, through the tones being sung again, the key starts to turn the lock. The crystalline grid would respond, and the lens would start to focus itself to the center of the galaxy, which intersects your sun during the equinox. At that point in time, the tones would be the key to unlocking the grid, and it would start to change. It is the grid and the lens which send the signal based upon the tones you sing to it. Now you know the mechanics, so the next thing to tell you is who is listening. As the lens is activated and the crystalline sends a signal through the orbit of your sun into the center of the galaxy, an esoteric thing happens. The signal immediately arrives in the center of the galaxy and is received by a quantum engine of which you know nothing. The center, in 3 dimensions, and with the limited laws of physics that you have, it appears that there is a singularity at the center, which, by the way, is impossible in 3D physics. You call this a black hole. It is a place that literally has its own lens, for it bends light and bends time. That should give you a hint that there is something going on there which is beyond your known physics. For 23 years we have discussed that there is a set of energies, a push-pull set, that is the quantum engine for what you would call an entangled galaxy. All of the stars in your galaxy, unlike the workings of your solar system, travel at the exact same speed around the center. This is impossible with Newtonian physics. Newtonian physics requires objects to respond to weaker gravitational forces the further they are from the center. But your galaxy does not. This, in itself, should tell you that something is happening beyond your laws. All of the stars of your galaxy move at the same speed and are therefore entangled with the middle. The middle of your galaxy, therefore, becomes more than just an anomaly of physics. It is the engine of quantum communication. Things in an entangled or locked state are one with each other, and therefore when one knows something, they all know something. In an instant fashion, the entire galaxy and all intelligent life that has the ability knows that planet Earth has gotten to a point where compassion counts. It has graduated to a point where the barbaric notions of war and the basic differences between human beings is starting to recalibrate itself. Planet Earth has graduated to a point where many civilizations also graduated too, so the signal that is sent at the end of this day is one that was expected. This is esoteric and unbelievable to many, yet the ancients told you that this was possible. The end of the long count of the Mayan calendar was simply the beginning of another calendar. In your own home, you tear the old calendar off the wall, since it is no longer appropriate, and you put a new one up that is different. In the case of your New Earth calendar, it is a different color, a different attitude, and a different consciousness for humanity. For what I want to tell you now is what you need to hear. If these things are multidimensional, they are then quantum. The new calendar is about humanity, not about Gaia. This is what you're not seeing, and you don't recognize how profound this is. I told you 23 years ago that there's something called the cave of creation, and it is in the physical earth and is crystalline. This cave of creation is quantumly aligned with the crystalline grid, and it contains the record of all of humanity's souls. These are souls who will come and who have come, both Lemurian and not Lemurian. These souls are all touched as the key is turned. So the cave of creation represents your ancestors and those who will be your ancestors. All are feeling what happens here today. Let's speak of your direct ancestors, dear ones, as you sit in the room. How many of you have parents who are no longer here? Well, I want to tell you that as you sing these tones, those past parents, the ones who have died, are aware. Although some of them may not have given you what you needed during life, they are now aware, and their parents are aware, and all of the souls to come are aware, and they all know it today. This is why you are here. You're not just sending a signal to those perhaps you'll never meet, but rather you're sending a signal to those you've loved and lost, and ones you know very well. The Pleiadians are not far away. Part of the system of the planet, the very essence of creation, is that they would remain here in a quantum state. The ones who seeded you remain in the mountains of the earth. Some say they even have cities that have names there. All of these things are out of 3D perception. Some of them are in the south and some in the north, in places that you know about.
The Pleiadians don't really need a lens to know what's going on today, for they are here. As the key begins to turn in the lock, they are feeling it now. These are the ones who are rejoicing first and who carry the essence of your DNA. Where their energy is stored are the places which will be activated to new levels first. So, these are the ones who you are getting the messages from first. Beyond that, this is a release for them as well, and in a multi-dimensional state you have released them to complement the recalibration of the grid that they built. None of these things happen quickly, dear ones, but in those moments of silence we just had. There were many messages given to those in the room. There were many messages given to those in the room, and some were from the Pleiadians, and some were more personal. 14 of you here have lost children. Did you hear them? If you thought it was your imagination, it was not. Others heard from your sisters and your brothers who are not here. Thank you, thank you. A few months ago, I described the timing of this event. For you, it is 1 day, but for astronomers, it is 36 years. 18 years ago, the seeds were planted for the potential of today. The precession of the equinoxes entered the 36-year window, which you call the dark rift. As the alignment precessed, it passed halfway through that which is the strip in the sky called the Milky Way. You are now in the center of this 36-year cycle, and there are 18 more years to go as the precession continues into another 2, 6, 0, 0-year cycle. Consciousness moves slowly, but there are events along the way which push it faster into a higher vibration. Compassionate events are the catalysts for this. Many events like this have taken place on this planet within the last 18 years, and this today is also a compassionate event. The key begins to turn, and light is released on the planet.
The darkness is going to fight you, dear ones. Months ago we told you to expect yet another small war in the closing months of 2012, and it occurred. We told you to watch for unbalance and not be distraught when things break your heart as they did last week. When you see this unbalance, try to find a place inside you that says, "Thank you, Spirit, for we are winning the light-dark balance." These things represent the unbalance of darkness flailing against a consciousness that is being recalibrated on this planet. Dear ones, today is more than an event, sending a message that you've arrived. For in the process of sending the message, you're also stating that you understand that you're in a battle. However, the battle has just turned. Yes, there will be unbalance. And yes, there will be wars will still be there for a while. And yes, we will lose more lives before it's over. So let us take a moment to welcome to the room the lives who have been lost in just the last few weeks. And they can look at you and say, thank you, as well. This is more important than you think. It has to start with you before it means anything at all to the great central sun. There must be a healing in the hearts within the room before it means anything to a Pleiadian in the Seven Sisters constellation.
You're planting the seeds for the next 18 years, and the energy is ready for that planting. You're doing a good job. And so it is.
We are truly living in remarkable times. The original choir master, Yahweh, recreated the Lemurian choir in Hawaii during the winter solstice of 2012, with over 900 participants. Kryon stated that Drod Todd's memory of the tones sung by Lemurians 2,6,000 years ago was shockingly accurate. The 24 pineal tones were sung together in pairs in the exact same configuration as previously done. Kryon explained that the original Lemurian choir created a lock on the crystalline grid when the 12 pairs of tones were sung. The lock is a metaphor that represents the time capsules within the crystalline grid. The information held by the crystalline grid is something that couldn't be released until the end of the 2,6,000-year cycle. Therefore, there was a very specific window in which to sing these tones, and this window was the winter solstice of December 21, 2012. Kryon described the tones sung by the 2012 Lemurian choir as an event that turned the key in the lock. This is another metaphor that represents humanity's choice to recalibrate the crystalline grid with compassion. Turning the key in the lock is about communicating with the time capsules in the grid. But there is more. The Pleiadians also placed a lens within the crystalline grid. The lens is a metaphor that represents the focus of the tones, should they ever be sung at the right time and place. This means that the Lemurian choir event of December 21, 2012 was a profound marker in the course of humanity and Gaia continuing the path of becoming an ascended planet. The lock and the lens placed on the grid is in a state of entanglement with the center of the galaxy. So the signal that was sent was actually an esoteric unlocking of the information, and the transmission happened all at once. If this event had not taken place, the potentials of Gaia and humanity ever reaching ascension status is doubtful. I give great honor and thanks to everyone who participated in the Lemurian choir event of 2012. We did it. We have made a profound difference, far grander than you can even imagine. And so the significance of all this is that the human beings on Earth are going through a shift brought on by a change in consciousness, and the Pleiadians are celebrating that against all odds, humanity is made it. If you are interested in what the Pleiadians have to say, you may wish to visit Barbara Marciniak's website. The Pleiadians have been speaking through Barbara since 1988. Can you tell us more about the reasons why the Pleiadians chose the highest mountain peaks and why they needed it to be cold? Kryon, in order to create quantum reactions with Earth-based elements, you have to rearrange the atomic structure of some of them to allow for them to quantumly lock to other elements. In the case of the temples of rejuvenation, there was a lock within the DNA of a lying human fetus to that of a grown human being. This required a tool that helped create that lock. That tool had to be supercooled so that the electrons almost stopped moving, allowing a superconductivity to occur that then could be directed and manipulated. The result was that life force could rewrite DNA in the grown human, and those who took on that attribute would then have fresh blueprints for their own regenerative process. Lemurians knew how because the Pleiadians showed it to them. Only the highest peaks with the coldest atmospheric conditions could create this process. The remainder of the process, to make a supercooled object, was then created by chemistry. This had elements like, this is a supercooled object which can melt and create DNA and DNA. This was not that difficult since both energies had quantum attributes already and are designer ready for this to occur. It's more difficult to quantum lock unequal things. Q, can you tell us a bit more about what happens on those planets of free choice where they don't pass the marker? Where does their divinity go? Indeed, there are many planets that have been seeded and didn't make it. This is the honor that Spirit gives to free choice, the ability to fail. Having divinity within the DNA is simply a tool that can be awakened or not. If a planet doesn't achieve a higher vibration, the inhabitants go into dysfunction, and they end up with several scenarios. One is that they might terminate themselves through several methods, and one is Gaia-related, and may be of interest to this book. A low consciousness of a planet's population tells the Gaia system on that planet to cooperate with that energy. Remember that the energy of any planet of free choice has the same conditions you do. The planet's consciousness, which you call Mother Nature, tries its best to match the consciousness and will of the divine inhabitants of the planet. This is Gaia cooperation, and is the same as you have now. Cooperation with a very low or stagnant consciousness then allows for pandemic and death. This might seem harsh, but it's truly an evolutionary tool, where a species outlives its usefulness to the whole of life. Gaia cooperates fully and allows this to occur. Another scenario is that they destroy the planet completely through war. Sometimes they make their war until there are few left, and then there is simply a void of desire to ever create anything better. The time is up, and all remains static. God is still with them, but their vibratory level is so low that there is no hope of them ever finding the divinity inside. They repopulate, sometimes, but never achieve the goal of an ascended energy. You almost did this very thing, and it's only been in the last 2 generations that you changed your entire future. There are a growing number of people all over the world who are starting to acknowledge that we are part of a galactic family. Many individuals have described their experiences of being in contact with these other loving and peaceful humans that visit us. Will the global population on Earth meet our galactic family in 3D, or is this something that will only occur in a quantum state? Kryon? The last part of the question is funny. A quantum state will eventually become your reality, so you will meet them within your reality, yes. But remember this, a multidimensional state includes 3D, so it's like this. You are currently in black and white and are asking if you will ever meet your galactic family in black and white. No. But later, when you are in color, you will. Does this mean that it's some obscure reality where you float around and things are invisible? No. It means that your reality became more complete and includes black and white and all the other colors too. Remember, color includes black and white. Yes, you will meet them. First, it will be through non-physical communication, and later it will be as physical as in your current 3D. Your family is corporeal and also multidimensional. Did we never tell you that? Hugs are very appropriate when you meet them. They will insist on it, but you might have to reach up a bit. Ascended land of Gaia. The first time I heard the term ascended land was during the Kryon Kundalini Tour 2012 with Lee Carroll. At the time, we were in the Elqui Valley, and even before the channeling began, many of us were feeling overcome by the energy of the place. Most of us intuitively knew that this particular place was special. I believe that nearly all of us who were there during the channel were deeply affected, especially when Kryon asked the guardians of the land permission to channel and later invited them to come into the room. I had never really thought about the possibility of land being ascended, but now it makes complete sense that the Pleiadians would create pockets of land that always remain in ascension status. Having now visited the Elqui Valley, I understand why my friend Jorge Bianchi kept telling me that I had to go there. The fact that Jorge deliberately chose the Elqui Valley as one of the places to visit on the Kundalini Tour was certainly not a coincidence. To me, it serves as another example of how we are recalibrating our intuition more than ever. So what is ascended land? I'll let Kryon explain. Gaia mirrors human consciousness. It reflects the consciousness that humanity gives it. If you give Gaia the consciousness of war, Gaia's vibration will lower to meet what you give it. If you give it the consciousness of love or compassionate action, Gaia will respond accordingly. Now, certainly, the complexities here are great, and the Earth does not have one vibration everywhere on the globe. Even the crystalline grid creates pockets of what you would call low and high vibrations based on, what has happened with humanity in certain areas. But let me tell you something. There are places on this planet where the Pleiadians visited early, and they purified the grid in those areas so that nothing that ever would happen there would change the purity of the dirt of the earth. We have mentioned it before. You are sitting on ascended land, referring to the Elqui Valley in Chile, and you feel it. Nothing that would ever happen here could change it, and the Guardians are here to make sure of that. That is why we ask their permission to speak as we do. I'm going to ask the Guardians to come into this room, for in just a moment, some of you will know that all of what I'm saying is real, and you will feel them. You will recognize them as the seed of your seed. As those who have kept this area pure and clean, the Guardians invite you to know them and greet them in every meditation, every prayer, and every exercise. You sit on ascended land. Ascended land represents places like this all over the planet. Not all of these places are on the mountaintops. Many are in the desert as well, and these are what the Pleiadians have created here. Call it spiritual Gaia accounting if you wish, but there had to be a part of the planet that always is in ascension status. It's like a time capsule, so that the rest of the planet could go to that state if it ever needed to. It's a place that is pure. Thank the Guardians, and we say goodbye to them for a moment, for this area is theirs.
And so it is.
Can you tell us the difference between ascended land and nulls? Land where there is an absence of the crystalline grid energy, such as the Valley of the Moon in Chile. Kryon, this is simple. Ascended land is filled with divine energy, often planted there by the Pleiadians or Lemurians, one and the same in some cases, and the other areas are virgin and void of any energy, including normal earth energy. Ascended land allows you to sit and be sustained by the love of those who planted the seeds. These are wonderful places for humans to visit and sometimes live. A null or void land may feel wonderful, but it's too intense. It represents pure creative energy. It's far harder to live in, and the places on Earth where it exists are often uninhabited for that reason. Some are in the ocean as well. It also has odd magnetic field characteristics, making it difficult for life force and balanced brain synapse to frequently converge in such a mutually beneficial way. However, exercise is proven to help reduce stress and balance brain synapse via magnetized magnetic pulse in the body. Q. What is the difference between ascended land and nodes, such as Mount Shasta? Is it where all the time capsules are? We have already given you the attributes of ascended land above. It's a great place for humans to feel the sacredness of what has been planted there by those who wanted it to be sacred. Sometimes, where the masters of earth walked, is ascended land. So it has attributes of divinity, which could have been given by several kinds of divine sources. Now, you ask about the difference between this and nodes. First, ascended land can also be nodes, so don't put them in separate boxes. There is naturally an overlap of some of these terms and energies, and there is a complexity that goes beyond simply defining them. Nodes are exactly what has been stated. They are places of immense intensity where the crystalline grid can store the time capsules of the creation template as placed there by the Pleiadians. So nodes can also be ascended land, and I feel very good. However, nodes are often in places that are less accessible or desirable for normal human habitation. These time capsules need to be on the planet as a guide or blueprint for the starting creative energy of Gaia. We have told you that as they are slowly released, they model the crystalline grid to help human consciousness shift and eventually create an ascended planet. The templates are not just information. They are quantum portals of Pleiadian life. This is difficult to explain, but consider for a moment that quantum energy can exist in two places at the same time. This is an attribute even of your own quantum physics, so it can't be that odd to you. So consider for a moment that even life can have these attributes. Therefore know that your seed creators have always been here in a certain quantum way and are in the time capsules. When you feel these energies in 3D, you tend to linearize them all. Therefore, those who are sensitive will see a city or feel entities that might even talk to you, but the reality is that these feelings are only the residuals of looking at profound quantum energy while in 3D. Mount Shasta is one of these time capsules. The mountain is ready for activation, and the release of the time capsule there has already begun. But now, with the passing of 2012, the Pleiadians can take a more active role. You will know what this means in a later time. Chapter 6. Unsolved Mysteries of Gaia or Part of a System. During the 1990s, well before I had become consciously aware of our benevolent universe, one of my favorite TV series was The X-Files. This American science fiction drama was a huge hit and starred two main characters known as Mulder and Scully. Mulder is a believer in the existence of extraterrestrials and the paranormal, while Scully is a medical doctor and skeptic, assigned to scientifically analyze Mulder's discoveries. Those that assigned Scully to Mulder had a hidden agenda that she would debunk Mulder's work and return him to the mainstream Federal Bureau of Investigation. Some of the well-remembered slogans from the show included "The truth is out there," "Trust no one," and "I want to believe." Like everyone else that was hooked on the show, I reveled in the conspiracy theories and embraced the search to find answers to the paranormal activity that mysteriously happens around us, but without any explanations. I loved that the show was pushing the boundaries outside of mainstream thinking. I often had a feeling that maybe there were more to things than we knew, but we would never find out unless we opened our minds to a different way of thinking. The hype that surrounds the so-called paranormal activity and unsolved mysteries is still very much alive, and is evident in the many types of movies and TV series that are centered around this theme. Perhaps Because there is so much money to be made, there isn't too much interest in finding out that not only are the mysteries solvable, but they are actually part of a system that is all about you, the divine human being. I'm sure that a lot of people would be devastated to learn there is a system, a bigger picture, and that we are part of a galactic family. Many of you know exactly what I mean by that statement. The reason I know is that so many people are held so tight within their belief systems that do not allow for such things to exist. Perhaps you're one of the lucky few who have a New Age family and all your friends are aware. I suspect, however, that you may be like me. You probably have family members that are limited by their religious beliefs or have gone the opposite direction of rejecting anything spiritual. Either way, they don't want to know about what you're into or to discuss the epiphanies you have had. The truth, however, is the truth, regardless of what people think. It's like gravity. You can believe in it or not, but gravity still exists despite the fact that you can't see it. Many people have even been communicating with our galactic family members, such as the Pleiadians, who are here in love and peace, and are celebrating that humanity has chosen to stay and create peace on the planet. The governments and religions are not really interested in admitting to this truth, as it would make it incredibly difficult to hold on to their power. I personally don't feel that we need to get rid of governments and religion because I recognize that some individuals really do need this structure. It serves their needs, and like Kryon says, there are many pathways to God. I think eventually we will evolve to a point where we no longer need to get in touch with God via a prescribed set of rules. In the meantime, I still love and honor people that are in government and strongly believe in their religion. What is important is performing actions of love and compassion, and having integrity, because this helps to raise the vibration of our planet. For over 23 years, Kryon has given information that has provided explanations for different types of phenomena and paranormal activity that people have experienced. If you would like to start learning about how all these unexplained mysterious things are a part of the system that Kryon talks about, then read on. Hauntings, multidimensional information, or trapped souls. What is it that you know about ghosts? It is a topic that has fascinated humans for thousands of years. There are a large number of movies about them, and lately a heap of television series that involves humans communicating with ghosts. Various theme parks have their own haunted house theme ride. It is also possible to go on a ghost tour. There are literally hundreds of books for sale about ghosts. I have even discovered that you can buy a field guide to ghosts and other apparitions. Various theme parks have their own haunted house theme ride. It is also possible to go on a ghost tour. There are literally hundreds of books for sale about ghosts. I have even discovered that you can buy a field guide to ghosts and other apparitions. I wonder if the task of producing the ghost and apparition images used in the field guide were ghastly. Sorry, bad joke, but I couldn't resist. Ghosts are often described as something that is supernatural or paranormal. There seems to be so much more media hype and marketing opportunities when something is mysterious, frightening, or unknown. If there is a logical explanation for something, then it no longer has that same fascination and lure of delving into an unexplained mystery. If you have been diligently reading this book from the first page, then you would have read the section on the crystalline grid. You should, therefore, already have a good understanding about what a ghost is. If you haven't read that part, don't worry. The information in this section is similar, as well as much more expanded for the reader. Apart from all the media hype and mass marketing of ghosts, a greater acceptance that they do exist has resulted in many investigative agencies consulting psychics to provide assistance in helping solve homicide cases. Can a psychic access a murdered human and ask what happened? And the answer is yes. But they are only accessing the human in transition, and therefore will only get what that human knew at that point. This all comes together under the category of understanding the multidimensional self, because every one of us has our own imprint on the earth. As difficult as it seems, these imprints can be accessed, a term that Kryon describes as dipping into the Akash. It's part of the system that's been built to give you peace and not sorrow. It's part of the system that's been built to honor your divinity and create something that you didn't know was there. There are many, many people who have sought out a psychic or medium to communicate with a loved one that has passed on. For many of these, this type of communication has helped the grieving process and restored a sense of peace.
During a channel given by Kryon in Berkeley Springs, West Virginia, some very detailed information was presented regarding ghosts. The title of the channel was Energetic Consciousness. The section on ghosts is, therefore, repeated here in its entire form to ensure nothing is lost through trying to summarize. I am sure you will agree that it is a fascinating channel.
Humans love things that go bump in the night. They love to be frightened and they love to be scared. They love movies that scare them. And they love haunted places. Have you seen the upsurge in the interest in haunted places lately? Much of your media is creating new shows around them.
Now, let me tell you what they are and why they work the way they do. Now we get into the power of the information of the human lifetime and the Akash. Human consciousness carries an imprint that affects the planet, and we have told you this from the beginning of our teachings. Human consciousness is what is going to change the planet. Human consciousness is information. It is information, not just random energy, developed and based upon what you think, and it's powerful. Human consciousness actually goes into what we have called the crystalline grid of the planet, which is a multi-dimensional grid. You can't see it, but it holds energy. It holds multi-dimensional information. When we measure the planet for spiritual vibration, it is the crystalline grid that is measured. The crystalline grid only has on it what humans have put there. It is a multi-dimensional record of thought, of lifetimes, and of happenings. Why is it that certain land seems filled with old, layered energy of war, and other land is clear and clean? The reason is always the same. It's what happened on the land that humans created. Therefore, you already have the concept of human energy affecting places.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. In certain conditions and in certain ways, a human life or an interaction of multi-lives together in a profound scenario will create an energetic informational imprint in a place. It's information and energy that will replay itself over and over and over, like a recording tape in 3D. You see it as a haunted house. So here is some of the things that will give you something to think about. Did you notice that in a haunting, you have a scenario that repeats itself over and over? Nothing new ever happens? The man comes down the stairs. The man goes up the stairs. The woman in the kitchen moves from the left to the right, sits in a chair, rocks for a while, moves away. If it involved dramatic things such as murder, the man comes down the stairs with the axe over and over and over and over. It's a good movie, isn't it? And that's all it is. Why does it feel the way it feels, Kryon? Because it's the result of a human consciousness imprint, and you've got one too. When you're there overlapping with it, it gives you chills because it's real. It happened. It can even interface with you. Now, science has gotten involved also, as they should. They're noticing something about true haunted areas. The imprint, the haunting, carries scientific attributes that are measurable, and they're all multidimensional. But guess what changes they have measured in these places? Magnetics, gravitation, light, and even time anomalies, because what it is a multi-dimensional event imprinted onto a place on the planet that plays over and plays over and plays over. Multi-dimensional attributes also often carry temperature change, always to the cold side. We even told you that if you are going to develop a multi-dimensional lens, you will need to have a super cryogenic attribute. Do you remember? This is an attribute of things out of 3D. Can you capture it on your video recording devices? Yes, because it knows it's being observed, just like light knows it's being observed in physics experiments, and because it's part of an imprint that is multidimensional. In a quantum sense, it knows. I can't explain this to you since your bias is that you assign knowing to specific consciousness. That is to say, you feel something can only know if it's intelligent and human or animal. This isn't either of those. It's a knowing that is quantum. Much of your quantum physics lets you see these very unusual attributes of light and magnetics where there is no distance or time. It is present here too. Don't ponder this too much, for you won't like it. You absolutely want and need for there to be an intelligent soul where you feel something seemingly intelligent. How can it just be information? The answer is beyond your experience, so you can't understand it. But multidimensional information seems to have what you consider to be life consciousness, yet it isn't. Let me ask you this. When you interface with your artificial intelligence machines' computers, and they talk to you and call you by name, do you then panic and say there is a ghost in the machine? No, it's only code, information. Now amplify that by 1,000,000-fold, and you have multi-dimensional imprints. How to get rid of a ghost or haunting? Oh, I have more to tell you. There are things that you wouldn't believe that you can do to change this imprint. How would you like to get rid of a haunting? Careful. You better not do it in a commercial area, since the tourists won't like it. They depend on the tape playing to sell tickets. So, let's say it's in your house. You're going to have to present an energy that is stronger than the imprint of the haunting. Got that? You cannot order it away. It's not an entity. Dear ones told you it be controversial. No amount of huffing and puffing or calling upon God will make it different. The imprint was created by magnificent, powerful beings called humans, sometimes seeming to do ordinary things. There's a reason for that as well. I digress. You really don't know the profundity of old soul energy. Have you ever wondered why all the indigenous of the planet call upon their ancestors and give them the honor that they do? Because there is a knowing of the power that is there. Sometimes a person who seems to be ordinary to you instead is a very old soul and carries much information and energy to the grid. This is all about the Akashic record that is contained in the human DNA. Back to the subject, how to rid yourself of an imprint, huh? You've got to present an energy that is stronger than the haunting. And now, what could that be? As inappropriate as it is, I will tell you, why don't you bring lovers into that room? That will do it. That will do it. Because that's a much stronger energy than the information in the multidimensional tape that's playing. There are those who have been in love here in this room. There are beautiful secrets here that I know. Some of you know that I teach that the power and the energy of humans coming together in intimacy, which creates a third energy, is far more powerful than the two creating it. It almost creates the sound of angels singing, far greater than any physical act. And you know it, human being. It is sacred. It's beautiful and stronger than any haunting. Maybe you didn't want to hear that today. Oh, all right. Perhaps you want another method? Then present the love of God in that place with celebration and ceremony that will eventually reduce the haunting to nothing and will instead replace it with strong love energy of creation. It takes the powerful emotion of love, and you might even call upon the ancestors for help. Even more controversial. But what about other things? Kryon, what about demon possession and those kinds of things? So, I will tell you this, it's far different than you think, because there are no demons. Humanity can conjure up the most evil things imaginable, and it can do it very well, but you knew that too, didn't you? Because you're powerful, the pieces of God in you, even in your mythology, are responsible for the devil himself. A fallen angel became the devil? How can that even be? It can't. God does not create evil. Humans do. Evil is the metaphor of what a human can do on the earth with the energy that they have. Things are not always what they seem. Human being. Demon possession is the work of human unbalance, and supported by human mythology. Is it real? Yes, but it's human created. You see what you believe and create what you wish to have there. Creating your own reality is one of the powerful attributes of the human being, and they can do it in the negative as well as the positive. You can even create the devil if you wish, with all the trappings of smoke and fire. This is free will, but be aware that it all will disappear when the light is turned on. This is a very difficult subject to convince you of. Humans always want a devil to blame for evil things. Talking to the dead, different than you think. What about talking to the dead? How would that work, Kryon? How could you talk to famous people when, in the scheme of like soul incarnation, they've already come back as other people? If they've already left and their soul is back as another, how can you talk to them? The answer is this: they haven't left. Oh, the part that you think is the human soul has left, but the imprint of their lifetime information and everything they knew, their consciousness, their wisdom, their knowledge, goes right into the crystalline grid and stays there. We've talked about this before. Can you contact famous people and get information? Yes. Will it be accurate? Of course. You're talking to the source information, which is accurate and represents their life. The imprint remains. You mean you're not actually talking to them, you're talking to the imprint. Let me give you something to think about. I'm going to ask a question right now. It's going to be a rhetorical one. Who are you? I have old souls in front of me and reading this. There's a woman in the room who won't wear red, and you know who you are. I'll tell you why. Because it got you killed. That was the color of the plume on your helmet, warrior. Because you were the captain and the enemy before you in that battle knew if they would take you out, your whole regiment would be in disarray, and that's what happened. Wearing red not only killed you, it killed everyone around you. You'll never wear red. You just don't like the color. It's just not for you. You shun it, don't you, old soul? Therefore, as you sit here, who are you? Are you the warrior who got killed, or the woman in 2010 that won't wear red? Indeed, it is a rhetorical question, because in my reality, you are a piece of God. I see you in all your incarnations. You see? You can't wallow in the singularity of human bias when you discuss these things. You are more than you think, and, metaphysically, this is the way God sees you, and the way you are just barely beginning to see some of those around you.
So, getting back to the question, when you wish to conjure up one who has lived before and ask them questions, whom are you talking to? Are you talking to the Akash of a soul? Are you speaking to that which is alive or dead? I will tell you, none of those things are accurate, because it's far more magnificent than that. We have told you before. Can you ask Aunt Martha where the treasure was buried? Yes, and she'll know. Why? Because you're talking to Aunt Martha's informational imprint, and the information is preserved in a form that you absolutely feel is Aunt Martha.
However, can you ask Aunt Martha, how are things on the other side? Go ahead, but the imprint has no idea. It will only give you the platitudes that it was told during the life of the human it represents. She'll say, beautiful. What's it like over there? Lovely. Oh, give me some specifics. I love you. She doesn't know. Aunt Martha's imprint knows what Aunt Martha knew, since you are not talking to anything actually on the other side of the veil. You think of it in singularity, but it's not. It's powerful, and it's real, and it can be accessed and even dialogued with. It's multidimensional, and those with gifts can access the wisdom of the ancients. Go back and ask them what they knew. Go back and ask them how it felt. Go back and ask them where the treasure is buried. You're going to see some of this soon, but be aware. Those in the places of power on this planet, wearing the costumes of spirituality and the heads of state and religion, will call it evil and will call it a cult. They do not understand that you are moving into a multidimensional state. Appropriate, accurate, true, usable, correct, helpful, and very much seen as something you should do. Asking the ancients what they knew will bring you full circle to what you are now studying. Can you see the system here? Ghosts are simply a recording on the crystalline grid. Wouldn't it be great if those that currently offer ghost tours could change tactics and invite people to come and see a recording on the crystalline grid? I'm sure if they did, they would probably go out of business. It's not near as exciting to see something that is completely explainable as compared with having to living daylight scared out of you and your friends. Q. With the recalibration of the crystalline grid, will this affect the tapes that play over and over, particularly those instances where horror took place? Kryon. This is a wonderful question, for with your conscious intent to graduate into a higher vibration, you are now recalibrating the way the crystalline grid actually works. I have channeled this, and you can read it more clearly in other places. But the basics are that this grid has remained linear to all human energy for centuries. This means that dark and light had equal effect on the recording process. You might also note that in human history, war and death were far more abundant than compassion, celebration, and joy. So the crystalline grid is packed with darker things, and the tapes play this over and over, like when you step into a former battlefield. Now, however, these lower energy tapes will begin to diminish with time, and in addition, the way things are recorded and stored on the grid will become non-linear. Compassionate events caused by victory, unification, joy, celebration, and honor will be the most impressionable. These things will affect the grid up to twice as much as any kind of lower energy. Dear ones, this is the Earth responding to what you want. It's needed for you to feel better in general, to have entire societies get out of victimization and gloom and begin to feel that they can actually create something better for themselves, taking them into balance and health. This is Gaia at its best, in cooperation with humanity. The old energy tapes will diminish in power and eventually will not have the same impact they have had for centuries. So you might even say that what you are doing right now is actually changing the past. Q. People have experienced being visited by a relative seemingly right after they have died in a distant place. Can you explain this? As it is not really clear if the visitation is like a replaying of something that has been recorded on the crystalline grid, or it's more like a deliberate visitation to herald their death. Kryon. There is a time right after death, and a few weeks afterward, where soul communication takes place. This is from the higher self of the individual who has passed to friends and relatives, and even sometimes enemies. It's quantum, of course, so distance makes no difference. Sometimes it comes in dreams, and other times with blatant visualizations, and the feeling of being with them personally somehow. Often you can even smell them.
Slowly this communication dissipates, and eventually it's gone. The only communication left would be that of the system where family, which has passed over, becomes part of your guide set for the rest of your life. This is not the kind of real-time communication that you are talking about, but a gentle and loving knowing that you are not alone, and that you have the wisdom and love of family helping you personally. For instance, a part of your deceased parents is always with you, winking and nodding and holding your hand. This even though their soul may be back on Earth as another human. It's all part of the complexity of the Akashic system, and souls can be in many places at once, a known quantum attribute.
The imprint they left on the crystalline grid is also still there, which means that you can talk to their memory if you wish, such as in seances, but this is less satisfactory for those who understand the real energy of the soul. So the real answer is yes. There is a time right after death where the soul is communicating. Q. How do you explain when someone has passed away who was an atheist, that when contacted by a medium they say that Grandma was right and that they were wrong? Grandma believed in the afterlife and they didn't. How can this be possible when the crystalline grid only plays the tapes of what the person's memory left behind? It's because part of the memory they leave behind is what happens right before their death. The light and the love of God they see and feel during their last dying synapse are the last moments they have of life. This is a gift to the living, so that at death there will be less fear and less fearfulness. It's then etched magnificently into the crystalline grid as their last memory of their life on Earth. Many have experienced this, and then come back, don't die. This is known as a near-death experience, NEE, and is all part of the human dying process, no matter what their spiritual belief is. Look at this for what it is. It's given to you, human, so you will not be distressed when the time comes to make the crossing again. Do you see the compassion for you in all this? So the imprint on the crystalline grid of their life then includes this realization, for it was created clearly in the last moments of their existence. Can you explain instances where a new dwelling has been built and subsequently a ghost repeatedly walks through the back door? The physical evidence is that the locked door is now unlocked and wide open. It is always the same door, but how can this happen when the building is newly constructed? Kryon, the ghost and all the old building attributes around it remain. If there is no stairway in the new building, the ghost still walks the old one. If there is now a wall in the new building, the ghost will walk through it. Sometimes new doors will be thrown open. The tape plays with the old movie set no matter what, and sometimes enhances it by interfacing with the new set. This creates some confusing scenarios, but basically you're seeing the memory of the ghost performing similar actions even in new surroundings. New doors often are where old ones were. If there is no door, the memory doesn't care. Animals. The diversity of animals on the planet is vast. Each animal has its own niche within its ecosystem. It serves a biological process within the food chain and the web of life. Some animals have characteristics that make it possible to farm them agriculturally, or harvest them from wild populations for the purpose of human consumption, or the manufacture of products such as wool. There are also animals that have allowed themselves to be domesticated and serve as companions or pets. Each of these three characteristics is in accordance with why animals are here on the planet. Kryon has often talked about the role of animals on the planet. And the information given is repeated here, so you can gain a greater understanding. The harvesting of animals for human consumption often elicits many different points of view between humans. Whatever your personal point of view, you should understand that collectively the animals understand that some of them are here to be eaten by humans. For those that have decided to be a vegan and never eat meat, that remains a personal choice. It may be the most perfect choice for their health. However, it is appropriate that the human race nourishes and sustains itself with the consumption of animals. Humanity doesn't have the ability to grow things fast enough and distribute that food. So again, the consumption of animals is appropriate for those that chose to do so. If you are having trouble understanding this, perhaps Kryon can explain in a way you might understand. I speak of the precious animals all the time, and how they're here to service humanity, and how they do it so completely. I've spoken about how some of them are here to be eaten. Many don't like to hear this, but understand that collectively the animals understand this. They have to be part of the human food chain, since humanity doesn't have the ability to grow things fast enough and distribute that food. So that's a service. You see, for those of you who are vegan, you might say, I never eat them. That is a choice for your health. It's appropriate and accurate, but doesn't hold true for the survival of the human race. For animals are needed for human nourishment and survival at the moment. So let's divert for a moment and give you some valuable information about human consumption of animal life. Many humans need to eat them, but never understanding that the animal knew this when it came in. Is this too spooky for you? This is known by those who know of animal spirits and can see the sacrifice and appropriateness of this. It was also very well known by the ancients. But here is the question, dear human, how do you treat them? With that kind of purpose on the planet, how do you treat them before they become your food? How did the ancients treat them? Now that's a hard question, isn't it? Let me give you an attribute of truth. Did you know the better they're treated, the more nutritious they'll be within your body? Kryon, please don't talk about that. We don't want to think about it. Dear one, if not me, then who? Listen, if these animals are willing to come and be so grand a part of the life force of this planet and help it to vibrate higher by keeping you alive so you can make choices, don't they deserve respect and comfort while they are growing up? The end result will be a far better contribution to your health. Let the scientists lead the way and do some comparison studies to show that TBE nutritional values increase dramatically when an animal is honored during its short lifetime. The ancients knew this and honored each animal before it became part of their life force. There is no cave of creation for the animals. They are here in support of humanity. Some of them are here to love you, and you know that. We speak of the ones in your home. They're here to love you. Another great service to humans. You look in their eyes, and they look back. They see the old soul within you. Did you know that? They know the system ... So, in a way, many animals have souls too, but they're not in the cave of creation. They don't have the profound system of planetary change that you do, which is a consciousness that can increase itself by free choice. The human is the only being on earth who can do this because the human has divinity in the DNA. While understanding that many animals are knowingly on the planet for human consumption, it is important that these precious animals are treated well and honored for their sacrifice. Those animals that are treated well and honored before they become food provide much more nutrition than those that are not. When animals are not treated well, they will often self-destruct, and diseases such as the mad cow disease demonstrate this. These animals deserve respect and comfort while they are growing up and should be honored for their contribution to the survival of humans. When I consciously think about what I'm eating, I silently give thanks to Gaia. The trouble is, I don't always remember to think consciously about my food. I have asked my DNA to always be thankful every time I consume an animal product for the life force it gave. I asked my DNA because it's smarter than me. In relation to pets, or animals that humans have bonded with, there are many questions. Do they have past lives? Do they reincarnate? If they reincarnate, what do they reincarnate into? During a channel given in Laguna Hills, California, Kryon gave some specific answers to these questions and more. First of all, throw away your idea of the linear progression of animal incarnation if you happen to believe it exists. A mouse does not become a dolphin, and a dolphin does not then graduate to become a human. Now, you may look into a human's eyes and say, I see dolphin energy in there, but it doesn't mean they were a dolphin. So, right away, we're going to shatter the idea that there's a graduation process through animal incarnation somehow into the divine human soul. But there is indeed a system for animal incarnation. Do animals incarnate? Yes, some do. This attribute is difficult to describe, for it is not linear. I will tell you that the only animals that will incarnate are the ones around humans. Those are the only ones. The animals in the forest do not. Animals in the plains, they don't either. In other words, only those who have been influenced by human consciousness incarnate. Animals do not have divinity in their DNA as you do in yours. There's no test of their consciousness on the planet as there is in yours. However, the ones around you have in their intelligence the concept of unconditional love. This is therefore their one purpose: companionship and love. If love and companionship is generated in an animal, it sets up a system with their essence, and that system can be extended over and over and over. For most animals don't live long enough to serve a single human for their lifetime. There is a way to extend the love affair of your animal. After it goes, and the dust is put in the earth, there is a system to help them come back, for they want to. Go look for them, and they'll be there. That's the system. It's beautiful. Don't wait any longer than 90 days. Don't expect to find the same color or the same breed or even the same kind of animal. However, you can look in their eyes and you will see them as they hover around you. They are in the places around you if you go look. And synchronicity will guide you to them. They will continue the love affair, and you'll know it in what they do and their old habits. Then there will be no question if it's the same one. Go do it. It is a beautiful system, and it is created for you. The magnificence of the divinity within a human being means that whatever it touches changes that which is around you. You can affect the ones with 24 chromosomes, and they respond. It doesn't matter, dear ones, if it's a mouse or a horse or even an elephant. It won't matter, for they come back. If you love them, they come back. If you don't wish to find them again, there's no negative thing attached to this. It's only an opportunity. They'll go on to love humanity just as much and help others as they helped you. Not all animals you find have been here before. Many are coming in for the first time, having volunteered their part to make you feel more loved and peaceful, so that you can be a stronger lighthouse for the planet. Kryon Live channeling the Greater Akashic System, given in Laguna Hills, California, July 15, 201-2. I hope the channel you just read gives you a greater understanding of the role of animals on the planet. Many of us have pets, including reptiles, amphibians, fish, and mammals, to mention a few. Over the years, I've had many pets. My current dog, Bella, an English Staffordshire Terrier, gives me much joy and happiness. Our pets are always filled with unconditional love for us. Isn't it wonderful to know that there is a system where our beloved pets can reincarnate again to be with us? Do you find the idea of our pets coming back again and again and again too esoterically unbelievable? Perhaps you should read about Lori Rayanon Anderson's story. Lori has given me permission to share with you her own journey with her beloved cat. Lori Rayon's story begins with her cat, Putta, literally saving her life in 1994 when Lori had a near-death experience. If you look through history, you will find many stories of pets saving the lives of their masters. During this experience, Lori noticed that her telepathy became highly activated. She could actually hear Putta talking to her as though Putta was a human. Sadly, Putta died on August 29, 2001. Sometime after this event, Lori Rayon was told by Amelia Kincaid, who is a world-renowned animal communicator, that Putta would be reborn on March 3, 2002, and look exactly the same. The message came true, and Putta reincarnated as Putta, too, on the exact same date as her previous birth. By the time Putta 2 was 7 weeks old, she was communicating with Lori Rayon and saying how their lives would change. And change it did. The relationship between Lori and Putta 2 was the catalyst for Lori to attune to her gift as an interspecies communicator. With the loving help and guidance of Putta 2, Lori Rayon began to work with wild dolphins, tuning herself to hear the frequencies of the dolphins. Since then, many wondrous and amazing things have unfolded for Lori Rayon and her cat companion. Putta has passed away twice since this time. Guess what? Both Putta 2 and Putta 3 continued the birthday tradition by being born again on March 3. Look at the numerology. It's a 33. 3 is a catalyst. 33 is a master number with the Christ energy. 33 also signifies compassionate action. There is something else you should know. What does it all mean to you? Lani Katarina, Lani Katarina, Lani Katarina, and Lani Tiktatra. Past association in the world of coupling sisterhood and the vicious circle of self-sacrifice. The divine Putta 3 will be 5 years old on March 3, 2013. For more than 2 decades, Putta has given her unconditional love to Lori Rayon and the rest of the planet. I guess there really is truth to the old saying of a cat having 9 lives. In summary, animals are here on Earth for 3 reasons. 1. The balance of biological life. 2. To be harvested. It is a harmony between human and animal. Many animals exist for human sustenance, but there needs to be a shift in the way that some cultures treat these precious creatures. When there is an honoring ceremony at the animal's death, humans are nourished better. Ceremonies that honor the animals could benefit all of humanity. 3. To be loved and to love. In many cultures, animals serve as surrogate children, loved and taken care of. This gives humans a chance to show compassion when they need it and to have unconditional love when they need it. For many humans, this is extremely important, and it provides a mechanism to center and balance them. Q. Will the recalibration of all the grids and the recalibration of humanity change animal behavior? Yes, it will. The answer provided in the next question relating to the extinction of species will help you understand this better. All life on the planet exists for balance and to assist the human being to create an ascended planet. As humans do this, everything will change around them. The way things have worked for centuries are being recalibrated, and the animals of the planet, their cycles and very existence will bow to the new energy and allow for it. They are part of your support group. Extinction of species. For as long as species have existed and evolved, species have also become extinct. It is estimated that over 99.9% of all species that ever lived are extinct. The average lifespan of most species is 10 million years, although this varies widely between populations of species. Any species that cannot survive or reproduce in its environment and cannot move to a new environment where it can do so, the species eventually dies out and becomes extinct. The extinction of species may come suddenly, or it may occur gradually over thousands or millions of years. Just as some species become extinct, others, through evolution, become new species through a process called natural selection and speciation. This is a process wherein new varieties of an organism arise and thrive when they find and exploit an ecological niche. One of the best examples of natural selection and speciation is the English peppered moth. Typically, this moth is whitish with black speckles and spots all over its wings. The moths are very well camouflaged when they rest on the speckled lichens on tree trunks. Occasionally, a few moths had a genetic mutation that caused them to be all black. These black moths on the light-colored speckled lichen were not very well camouflaged and became an easy meal for any birds passing. These moths never got a chance to reproduce in passing their genes for black coloring. In the 1800s, many factories and homes in British cities started burning coal, which resulted in a lot of black soot and pollution. Eventually, the tree trunks were covered in soot, enabling the occasional black moth to be well camouflaged. Subsequently, the black moths lived long enough to reproduce while the normal whitish speckled moths were eaten. Studies done in the early 1900s showed that the predominant moths in the country were the white type, but in the cities, they were almost non-existent. Nearly all the moths in the cities were the black form. In the cities, black moths were breeding with the other black moths, while in the country, the white moths were only breeding with other white moths. Had this trend continued, the two differently colored moths would have eventually become genetically distinct species. As it turns out, the cities found ways to clean up the pollution, and the tree trunks once again had healthy, light-colored lichen. It was then that the white moths became the predominant type of moth to survive and reproduce, and the black ones couldn't. While I was at university, there was a long list of things that cause extinction: genetic pollution, habitat degradation, predation, competition, disease, overharvesting, climate change, and co-extinction, which happens as a direct result of another species critical to survival becoming extinct. After working directly in many different programs targeting threatened and endangered species, I developed an attitude that humans were directly responsible for a staggeringly large number of extinct species, and felt that this alarming rate of extinction through human influence was really out of balance compared with what would happen if we didn't exist on the planet. In fact, I'm pretty sure that a lot of my former work colleagues would still argue strongly that humans are the root of all evil. There are probably a lot of people that think this way. I'm sure they are convinced that without human impact, the rate of extinction would not be what it is today. Scientists estimate that up to half of the species that exist today may become extinct by 2100. The extinction of species is an extremely important research topic for zoologists and biologists. The threat of extinction has become an area of concern outside of the scientific community. The result is a number of organizations that have been created with the aim of preserving species from extinction. One of the fundamental principles, often overlooked, is that not all species are meant to be in the cycle of life forever. The majority of my career in the environmental field was directly related to the protection and conservation of threatened and endangered species. I helped develop education materials, programs, and signs about the plight of various endangered species. I worked with several volunteer groups that are dedicated to doing everything possible to increase the breeding success of their adopted, endangered species. I assessed wildlife management plans to ensure that commercial harvesting of kangaroos and crocodiles were sustainable, and I spent countless hours controlling pest plants and animals that are considered a threat to native indigenous Australian species. It seems quite odd that I, and so many others in the world, would dedicate so much energy towards trying to save a species that Gaia is potentially designing, deliberately, to become extinct. I believe that all of these efforts and actions are because many of us feel a moral responsibility towards minimizing our actions and influence on other species. It is an attempt to be in balance with Gaia, something that the ancient indigenous knew how to do intuitively. Perhaps, if we can rekindle our connection with Gaia, we will become better at discerning Gaia's plan and able to better focus our efforts and actions. I also think that modern environmentalists have much to learn from our indigenous brothers and sisters. Gaia is the one responsible for the coming and going of life on the planet. Gaia also responds to human consciousness. Kryon has told us how it works. The variety of species on this planet comes and goes accordingly, as they are needed for the energy they create. So, one of the tasks of Gaia is to create and eliminate species. When they are no longer needed for the purpose of Gaia's development, they cease to exist and they die out. If new life is necessary, if new concepts of life are needed, Gaia is cooperative and they are then created. The actual creation of species is something that environmentalists have not clearly seen. And that is to say, the mechanics of how it works is not fully recognized as something that is strongly coordinated with your weather. But you have already seen the mechanics of some of this in your long-term studies, for you have already noted the coming and going of many species through the ages. It's ongoing. The appropriateness of the elimination of species. Now, along come humans, and they see all of this coming and going of living things, but they want to save them all the species that exist. For in their linear mind, all species should remain and exist, since they are here. The attribute of Gaia, however, is to eliminate them, cull them out, to bring in new ones. I just gave you the mechanics of the reason species come and go. It's appropriate and is a natural building process for new species. When the Pleiadians started to create the grids of the planet, Gaia cooperated in what was to come, knew the purpose, and what was needed for survival of this new spiritual human. Gaia knew this since the energy of Gaia had seen it before. So the old attribute, which needed many kinds of human beings, slowly died out. It was natural. There was not a war. There were no horrible plagues. There were no volcanoes or tsunamis that consumed them. Through attrition, appropriateness, and 100 years, they disappeared. So approximately 100 years ago, there was only one kind left. And this is science. For everything that you study will bear this out. And anthropologists have already seen it and have asked, what happened back then at this time that would have eliminated these other kinds of human variety? It's a puzzle in science that I have just answered, for science looks only for physical events as triggers. But instead, it's the marriage of Gaia consciousness that you call Mother Nature which facilitated this. It's the same today when you see a variety of species diminish as humans take over a greater portion of the Earth. I'll call this the appropriate elimination of unique life forms, which allow for the growth of global awareness and quantum evolution. Some species only exist to allow others to climb the ladder of nature, and then they disappear. Gaia knows what the latter looks like, you don't. My deep love and appreciation of nature resulted in me working as a park ranger for over 15 years. I am guilty of wanting to rush out and save everything, just like Kryon says. I'm not sure I like the do-nothing approach. I have spent a substantial amount of time and energy in actions that help increase and maintain biodiversity in the natural landscape. But are we just putting off the inevitable? What if the rapid rate of extinction is deliberate and planned by Gaia? What if this is so Gaia can then prepare and create for life yet to come? After all, Gaia has been doing this on the planet for 4 billion years. Hopefully, Kryon can shed some more light on this ponderous topic by answering the question below. There are many cases where it appears that humans have been directly responsible for causing the extinction of a species. For example, by direct over-harvesting of a species, destroying habitat, or by introducing predators or viruses that then cause extinction. On the other hand, there are many cases where it appears that humans have been directly responsible for bringing back some species from the brink of extinction through actions such as creating habitat, protecting and conserving existing habitat, banning hunting and controlling introduced predators. It therefore appears that the actions taken by humans do have an influence on whether or not a species becomes extinct. However, if Gaia is the one that regulates the coming and going of a species, where do humans fit into this scheme? Should we do nothing and just leave it up to Gaia? Or if we are able to make a difference, how can we better use our discernment as to when we should take conservation efforts to help an endangered species? Kryon. This will be the most difficult answer for many reading this, and some will shut the book because they are so disturbed by it. But it is time you knew how all of this comes together, and also why humans do what they do. I'll try to be succinct. First, as you indicated, and we have told you before, Gaia regulates the coming and going of species on Earth in order to support the evolution and purpose of responding to human consciousness. There is no axiom or truth of Gaia that states that a species should remain on the planet. Animals, in particular, come and go as they are needed. Then they leave. They are seen as placeholders for human evolution. Human beings today, especially as they further discover their divinity, cherish life force. In addition, they love all the life they can see around them. They cherish the trees, the plants, the animals, and the fish. They can see the quantum love that is there in some of these animals and make them family in their homes. They begin to feel the akash of their ancestors, where all animals were respected as part of the Earth's life force. In short, they have the bias of love for all living things. Therefore, they go out of their way to save everything that is alive, never understanding that many things are scheduled for extinction and should be left alone. There are many issues here, but I'll create just 3 discussions. 1. The extinction of species and the Gaia system. 2. Human responsibility. And 3. Human intervention guidelines. The extinction of species. In order for evolution to exist and to eventually create the human being as it is now, much had to happen in a certain order. Biologists who look at this will see a system that is the survival of the fittest, and create their own ideas of why things evolved the way they did. The anomalies they see, they simply sweep under the carpet and say, nature is sometimes odd. Well, Gaia is not odd, and there is a far greater evolutionary process besides the accidental appearance of evolved human consciousness on planet Earth through chance. First, you must rearrange how you think everything took place. The entire evolution of planet Earth was designed to create the human for their chance to create a divine, ascended planet. Intelligent design is the way of the universe, and it is the way of your Earth. So nothing happened by chance. Instead, intent is by way of search, fit and not fit. Remind yourself that you've been guided properly by doing what you have the tools to do. When you look at the very early beginnings of life itself, there were up to 4 times where it tried and failed. Gaia had to have a balance for what was to come. So, in the scheme of natural processes, Gaia terminated life 4 times before the right process emerged. That was photosynthesis. It was needed to give life to animals that would eventually lead to the existence of humans. Some form of life could have existed and thrived all by itself, but not life that needed oxygen. So Gaia terminated it over and over until the right evolved system occurred that had a system of oxygen exchange in a closed system environment. So you realize a conundrum immediately. Is this a natural process or not? The answer is both. Call it a guided process if you wish, for it's an aware process that guides the evolution of species with a specific goal in mind, using natural processes of common galactic evolution cycles and lots of time. In order for Earth to develop the way it did, thousands of species came and went. In the process, each one created a platform for the next. Then they were done. The dinosaurs were a great example of this. They needed to be there for the next step in the Earth's evolution, but they also needed to go extinct. Yes, Gaia was involved even in the asteroid strike. For the consciousness of the Creator is part of all attributes of the main purpose of the galaxy, to vibrate higher. Therefore, there is even an alliance with disaster, you might say. Gaia is the master of evolution and played a part in getting things ready for the very moment the Pleiadians arrived. Enter current time. You now have a planet inhabited by humans who have passed the marker and are moving into a place where the very paradigm of existence will change. Quantum energy will be discovered within 2 generations via the quantum viewer, and the path of civilization will slowly begin to shift forever. Can you see where this is going? Humans are the reason for the season. And now, life around them must change. One of the greatest civilizations is yet to occur, and now it will begin. Africa will eventually emerge as one of the finest evolved societies Earth has ever seen. The central and northern parts of this continent will be healed and be ready for development, something that will change the planet forever and will assist greatly in becoming ascendant within the galaxy. It will evolve in ways that will rival the best political systems that have ever been tried. It's the next step in political evolution of civilization on Earth. They will be able to design and build their cities from the bottom up and with no existing infrastructure to contend with. This continent will be the most modern on the planet. Now, Africa is also rich in animal life, as you know, so what do you think is going to happen? There will be those who will tell you that humans have no right to encroach on nature in this manner. They will tell Africans not to do this. There will be those all over the earth who will cry for the lost species as the cities are built, and slowly the habitat for magnificent animals in the plains of Africa disappears. Eventually, the animals will only be able to be seen in zoos. So, who is right here? I told you that you would not like this discussion. Let me show you something. If you were around to watch the dinosaurs, you would have been alarmed at how they encroached on their environment. Dozens of medium-sized animals simply disappeared from the planet at an alarming rate as the larger carnivores arrived and evolved. The herbivores fared much better until the larger carnivorous started to eat them. Then they too were endangered. To human eyes, this would have been an ecological disaster. It might seem to you that they must have had plenty to eat, but you were not there to see the situation. Many were social and territorial and didn't travel much. Some of their lands had a delicate balance, and you could slowly watch them destroy much of it. So, while they were here, millions of years, the animal life force changed greatly and morphed into something completely different because of them. Today's humans could never have watched this without trying to save something or rebalance something or add something to the situation. To Gaia, it was the correct time for many species to leave, based on the evolution at hand. In other words, the dinosaurs were the next step in the process, and their impact was appropriate over the time they were here. You don't like to hear that humans are the reason for the planet and their existence should trump all other species. However, this is the case. But here is a large admonition. Let Gaia do the culling out, and not the humans. As the cities are built and the lands are changed, natural process will occur because of this. Many will say that human development is not a natural process, but in the scope of evolutionary energies and force, it is. The beaver has a natural process to dam up streams, robbing water from those who need it downstream. So the question is this: does the beaver get to have a natural process, or do you see it as inappropriate behavior on the part of the beaver? Is he encroaching on other life, or simply existing normally? What do you think about what happens downstream? What if life is terminated due to it? Do you understand the issue? The truth is that Gaia sees humanity as the next step, and is allowing the extinction of many species to occur slowly and appropriately, because it is time. Now, keep reading. The human responsibility. Humanity has the responsibility not to impact the life force of the planet in ways that are not in integrity. If whales are eventually going to disappear, they won't, by the way, it should be because there is a natural response from Gaia and the oceans, and not because humans want their blubber. If forests are to be cut down for cities and homes, then new trees should be planted, as they are in many places. So, there are responsibility issues for resources, and they are to be taken with integrity. So, conservation isn't environmental control, it's conserving natural existing resources and keeping them clean. The indigenous never took any more than they needed, and then they honored Gaia in the process. This is a lesson for all. Do not hunt for sport. This does not honor Gaia. Fish for what you and others will eat, and no more. Fish with responsibility for other life. If you don't, again, you will pay the price, and you will eventually learn this. Humans have the responsibility not to contaminate the air they breathe due to greed. Shouldn't that be clear to everyone? To do so is to kill yourselves. Humans should be careful not to pollute their oceans or throw away their waste in ways that trap any animals. This is not part of normal evolution. Instead, it's part of a poor consciousness on the part of the human being. As you treat Gaia, so it will treat you. Is this really that hard to figure out? Human intervention. As humanity grows and continues to populate the planet, let the species go who are affected. Don't force the issue by trying to save or eliminate anything. You will be surprised how resilient Gaia is and how things work when you do not try to correct things you see that seem to be out of balance. This is difficult for so many environmentalists. For instance, allow certain forest fires to burn, but protect your homes. The forest is self-balancing, and if you keep the fires from happening, the bugs that cause tree disease will flourish due to a forest that has become too dense. A forest that is too dense will also burn differently, and not the way it was intended. Listen, trees grow back and always have. Never try to control a seeming imbalance that you think you have caused. You can't. The result will always be more imbalance. Let Gaia do it in its own way. It may take longer, and you may not like what it looks like as nature works the issue, but the admonishment is to let Gaia work the issue. Sometimes things have to reach a critical point and get ugly for you to see the kind of natural balance that will take place. But this is the way of Gaia. Use your science to create new, more efficient ways to grow and protect crops. This is honored. Don't genetically alter the seeds. You will pay the price, dear ones. Help the crops to grow using natural methods for insect control and soil replenishment. Don't decide you have a better idea of what the genetics should be. You don't. Understand that Gaia has a system that has worked for eons, getting ready for you. Your logic for nature is primitive compared to what the Earth knows. If there are too many predators for a certain species, or too many animals eating too many plants, or too many bad plants that have happened because of something humanity did, or that nature did, try to think differently and let them alone. It may be just the way it needs to be. Allow death and even forest destruction due to too many animals if need be, for these things will reach a natural balance, even if you think it's a disaster. Let Gaia determine what is appropriate within the balance, for Gaia is the master of the life force of the planet, and has done this over and over. The thing you need to know is that Gaia is in support of human life, and will adjust everything around it accordingly. Did you know the weather cycle you are going through right now will eventually replenish the ocean with fish, stop polluting the water, and it will happen faster, but you did not kill the reefs of the planet as you have been told. They die and rejuvenate on a regular basis. It's mostly accomplished over a long time by water temperature variation, using the water cycle. But the reefs all come back, and so do the fish. Help this along by not interfering and not polluting. This is what we ask of you. Honor species and let them go, even some of the ones you cherish as part of your past. They may have served their purpose and helped hold the land for you. The plants and animals are part of the support system of this planet of free choice and have always played their part in support of you, human being. They come and go in a system to help you to help Earth become an ascended world in our galaxy. This is the focus and always has been. In closing, if you read this book from the beginning and have finally arrived at this chapter, congratulations! There has been a substantial amount of information, and there is a lot to absorb and assimilate. One thing should be clear. There is a beautiful system that you are a part of as the magnificent divine human being. You are bigger than you think. So what is the point of it all, and how does all this apply to you? What are you going to do with all this knowledge and information? My deepest desire is that you can apply it at a personal level, that you can create a deep level of peace within, no matter what is going on around you. I hope that you can then use this new level of peace, wisdom, and knowledge in all of your relationships. How is your relationship with yourself? Do your possessions talk to your DNA? What about asking it to slow down the aging process? How about telling your cells to skip every second day? How about mining your Akash? You can access all the wisdom and information that you hold from all your previous lifetimes. What about your relationship with God? What about your relationship with others? The idea is not to surround yourself with others of like mind, but to shine your light with others. Perhaps those in drama will look at you and see something different. They may even ask you, why don't you have drama in your life? How will you respond? What will you say? Some will be ready to hear your answer, and others will not. It is up to you to use your own spiritual logic and discernment, to have compassion for those around you, especially the ones that choose to remain in the dark. Finally, what is your relationship like with Gaia? You don't need to be constantly immersed in nature doing ceremony and giving gifts. What about starting with acknowledging Gaia as part of your life? What about saying, "Thank you, Gaia," when you see beautiful flowers in a vase? You may like to give gratitude and appreciation to Gaia for the abundance of food she provides. If you give continual gratitude and appreciation to Gaia with an open heart, I'm pretty sure you will start hearing Gaia respond. Her response to me is that she is here in loving service to humanity. I now realize why I get so excited when I see plants, animals, and landscapes. I'm looking at an entangled piece of myself. I would like to end this book with some profound words from Kryon about Gaia and how she relates to us and the rest of the universe. Do you see the profundity of the system? Look at what it is about. It's about you, all of it. Why would the earth be designed so intelligently to keep track of you, to honor you, to know who you are and the spiritual name you have? Why would that be? Unless you were important, unless you were a part of the master plan, unless you had something to do with the universe's future, like checking a badge. That's the system. I won't be the only one to channel this information to you. There are others who've never heard these words who will tell you the same thing. If you get a chance, you might even ask Gaia, and she'll tell you the same thing. Gaia exists for the sacred human beings who are on this planet in lesson. I give you this in love today. I want you to think about something. Everywhere you walk, you're known by the earth. What a system. Why do I give this to you today? It's so that you continue to feel loved and cared for. It's so that you continue to feel loved and cared for. It's so you know there's a hand-holding going on between spirit and you and Gaia, if you want them. There's so many things here for you if you want them. Old soul, you sit here for a purpose. Maybe you needed to hear this today. Important you are, precious you are, and a master you are. Now go claim it, live a long time, be joyful in the process. Don't make up your mind what's supposed to happen. The worst thing you can do is predispose what God has for you based upon what you think is happening now. Instead, relax, be joyful in all things, and fall in love with yourself. Leave this place differently than you came. I am Kryon, lover of humanity for a good reason. And so it is.